In the Starry Empire at Blackstone City, a startling piece of news spread through the streets and alleys. The eldest son of the Luo family was sentenced to be beheaded for having assaulted the city lord's wife. Upon hearing this, the majority of Blackstone City was thrown into an uproar. Many flocked to the marketplace to witness the event firsthand. Is that good for nothing from the Luo family truly facing death? Who knows? Let's go see for ourselves. How audacious of a waste to dare assault the city lord's wife. He must be courting death. Numerous voices echoed throughout the city. The Luo family was indeed one of the three prominent families in Blackstone City. They boasted several alchemy workshops and talisman crafting halls, with resources that were beyond comparison to ordinary families. As the eldest son of the Luo family, Luo Chen had, since childhood, been deemed a failure. Not only was he incapable of cultivation, but at the age of 16, he had yet to establish his foundation. At the tender age of 16, failing to establish a foundation is indeed a rarity within the Celestial Empire. Yet, this unfortunate circumstance has befallen none other than Luo Chen. In the bustling marketplace, at the execution grounds, the imposing figure of Lord Luo wore a grim expression. His cold, piercing gaze fell upon the young man in the center, as he muttered ominously to himself, "To offend the lord of the city, even if you are the young master of the Luo family, today, your demise is inevitable." After a brief glance at the crowd below, he continued, "Thanks to that certain individual from the Luo family who intervened, otherwise, this affair could not have progressed so smoothly." Originally, the young master of the Luo family had no connection to the lord's estate, but due to the machinations of certain individuals, a scandalous incident had ensued. As the executioner, Lord Luo was, of course, an accomplice in this grim affair. "The hour of noon has arrived. Let the execution commence." As his voice fell, a token flew from the platform, landing at the young man's feet. The executioner raised the gleaming guillotine high above. "They're going to execute him. They're going to execute him." The hearts of countless onlookers tightened in apprehension. "Ah, could it be that I am truly destined to die?" The young man murmured softly upon the scaffold, his eyes filled with desolation. With delicate features, fair skin, and an overall handsome appearance, his thin lips were pressed into a straight line, revealing a hint of youthful innocence and reluctance. He was none other than Luo Chen, the young master of the Luo family. Today, he had merely intended to visit the drunken immortal pavilion for a meal and a drink to lift his spirits. Yet unexpectedly, the servant had led him into the lady of the city's chamber. Thus, he committed a crime deserving of death. "I hate this. I refuse to accept it. Yet now, I find myself utterly powerless." Luo Chen's eyes burned crimson, a hint of murderous intent surging within. This matter is far from simple. There must be treachery afoot. That person likely harbors ambitions not solely against him, but against the entire Luo family. Although Luo Chen is acutely aware of the truth, at this moment, he can only await his demise, utterly helpless, for he cannot cultivate. Without power, he is rendered incapable of action. Just as he faces his imminent demise, a voice echoes within him. "I am the sword god of the Ling Tian, the deity of swords, possessing unparalleled mastery, invincible in my path, commanding respect throughout Huaxia. Yet alas, how unfortunate. Ancient dragon god, even if you wield the power to annihilate worlds, you have encountered me. To thwart the cataclysmic dragon tribulation, he resolutely chose to perish alongside the ancient ancestral dragon. Yet unexpectedly, after death, he found himself transported to the Tianyuan Continent, reborn in the body of Luo Chen. So, has he awakened his memories? After this awakening, Luo Chen joyfully discovered that he not only possessed all the memories of his previous life, but also the cultivation experiences of the ancient ancestral dragon Qi, along with the body refinement technique Dragon Emperor's overbearing body technique, now residing within his mind. Alchemy, forging, talisman crafting, and body refinement, he seemed capable of anything. The ancient ancestral dragon was a being of divine stature during antiquity, possessing astonishing cultivation and unparalleled body refinement skills, traversing the skies with no one able to obstruct its path. Even in an era rife with formidable beasts and rampant demons, it was an invincible existence. Meanwhile, the sword god of Ling Tian epitomized the pinnacle of the cultivation age, wielding a sword that struck like thunder, swift as lightning, taking lives in silence. Once, in the Battle of the EC, he single-handedly vanquished 36,800 malevolent beings, along with the eight-headed demon serpent, earning the title of Invincible. It can be said that after the awakening of his memories, Luo Chen possessed the civilizations of two distinct eras: ancient civilization and the civilization of spiritual cultivation. How formidable he was! As the memories surged within him, the brightness in Luo Chen's eyes intensified, subtly radiating an astonishing brilliance. Who would have thought that I am the sword god of Ling Tian? Luo Chen inhaled deeply, his gaze suddenly igniting with fervor. With the civilizations of two eras at my disposal, if I were to cultivate, would I not become invincible? In my previous life, I perished alongside the ancient ancestral dragon, not due to the strength of my swordsmanship, but rather my frail body. If I were to cultivate the Dragon Emperor's dominance body technique, it would perfectly remedy this flaw. Time. What I need most now is time. Luo Chen's heart roared, and within his inky black eyes surged an ocean of combat spirit. In my past life, I was the sword god. In this life, I shall ascend to be a person of renown, a deity among swords. Given sufficient time, I shall surely return to the pinnacle, unrivaled in this world. But now, onward. With a fierce command, the decapitating blade descended toward Luo Chen's neck. Suddenly, at that final moment, Luo Chen's head jerked aside, narrowly evading the blade by a hair's breadth. "You audacious fool!" Lord Luo immediately rose, his voice ringing with authority. "Luo Chen, even at death's door, you dare to be reckless? Lord Luo, if I can defeat you with a single punch, will you grant me reprieve from death?" Luo Chen raised his head and gazed directly at Lord Luo, speaking with a calm yet assertive demeanor. Lord Luo hesitated momentarily, but soon a mocking smile crept across his face. "You, a mere waste, dare to fantasize about defeating me with a single punch?" Lord Luo's expression was one of disbelief, inwardly wondering if this young scoundrel had lost his senses. "Young master, Lord Luo is a genuine master of the transformation realm. You should take your leave and not bring trouble upon us." One of the elders from the Luo family stepped forward to advise. "Indeed, you're on the brink of death. Do not add to our woes." Another family member chimed in, their face etched with fear. "Young master, cease your resistance. You have yet to even reach the foundation establishment stage. How could you possibly stand against Lord Luo?" Yet another family member urged, convinced that Luo Chen, deemed a failure, could not possibly challenge Lord Luo. It seems Luo Chen is unwilling to embrace his fate. Perhaps he still harbors some hope of struggle. Observing the scene, the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, uncertain of Luo Chen's thoughts but convinced he was desperately clinging to life. Lord Luo, a member of the City Lord's estate, had already achieved the transformation realm. But what of Luo Chen? He hadn't even reached the foundation establishment stage. "Lord Luo, how can you ascertain my capabilities without giving it a try?" Luo Chen knelt beneath the platform, shackled yet maintaining his poise. If you manage to defeat me, I might spare your life, but what of that?" Lord Luo scoffed, his face betraying disdain. With a flick of his finger, he shot forth a beam of dark energy that shattered the shackles binding Luo Chen, who transformed into a whirlwind of shadows and appeared before him. The disdainful gaze, filled with a sense of superiority, resembled that of one observing a drowning dog struggling for survival, cold and merciless. "Make a move, I grant you 3 chances." Upon the conclusion of Lord Luo's words, Luo Chen suddenly sprang into action. Clenching his palm into a formidable fist, he surged forward like a tiger descending from the mountain, launching himself towards Lord Luo with a punch that struck with the ferocity of a dragon. "Get lost!" Without even a glance, Lord Luo retaliated with a swift punch. The collision of their fists was instantaneous. Bang! Contrary to the crowd's expectations of seeing Luo Chen being sent flying, it was Lord Luo who staggered, his countenance shifting dramatically. With a piercing scream, Lord Luo was propelled into the air, akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward until he crashed onto the guillotine. His entire right arm had been reduced to a mere pulp during the descent. "What? This is impossible." Witnessing the scene, countless faces paled, their expressions frozen in disbelief, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. They had anticipated Luo Chen's defeat, yet the outcome was utterly unforeseen. Chapter 2. The Dragon Bloodbath. A Metamorphosis. With a single strike, merely a single strike, the so-called waste, Luo Chen, sent the lord of the city, Lord Luo, soaring through the air. That robust arm was reduced to mere pulp. Silence. An utter stillness enveloped the scene. All witnesses stood agape, their faces etched with disbelief. Luo Chen's recent blow, seemingly simplistic, hinted at an extraordinary profundity. It was nothing short of miraculous. The young master exuded an awe-inspiring presence. With the body of a discarded soul, he vanquished a master of transformation. Could this be the fabled genius? Quick, inform the family head. This matter bears immense significance. Observing this spectacle, the members of the Luo family, who had come to collect the fallen, felt their cheeks flush with excitement, their spirits ignited, their hearts racing with exhilaration. The emergence of an unparalleled prodigy from the Luo family. What could this signify? At this moment, even a fool would comprehend the proper course of action. With his right arm utterly transformed into flesh and blood, Lord Luo lay on the ground, gasping in shock, his eyes wide with horror as he beheld Luo Chen. He could hardly fathom that a mere waste could unleash such a cataclysmic punch. A peculiar notion gripped him. The Luo Chen before him was not a waste, but rather an extraordinary master, renowned for years. Had this young man been biding his time in obscurity? What a revelation! The young master of the Luo family was, in truth, a prodigious talent. It seemed that today, my right arm had been rendered utterly useless. Lord Luo gritted his teeth, casting a dark glare at Luo Chen, his voice heavy with foreboding. Luo Chen, what martial art did you employ for that punch? Xingyi Quan, replied Luo Chen calmly. Xingyi Quan, originating from the earth, was the martial art he cherished most in his past life. Although it is not a sword technique, it is more than sufficient to confront a mere master of the transformation realm. Were it not for the multitude present, he possessed a myriad of methods to eliminate Lord Luo. However, the moment was not yet ripe. He understood that among those who conspired against him, Lord Luo was one of them. Xingyi Quan? What a splendid art it is! Gritting his teeth, Lord Luo rose with a cold, furious shout. Pack your belongings. We are leaving. With that, he clutched his arm and departed with the soldiers. In the Starry Empire, martial prowess is highly esteemed, yet exceptional talents are equally revered. As long as one is under 16 and has not committed any heinous acts, they must not be unjustly slain. At this moment, unable to fight back and bound by his promise, Lord Luo had no choice but to retreat. It seems that any plot against Luo Chen and the Luo family would require careful deliberation. As Lord Luo departed, Luo Chen leaped from the guillotine and raced towards the Luo residence. How could he be on the brink of execution while his father remained absent? Luo Xiaoyan's voice brimmed with indignation, his face a portrait of fury. The 10 alchemy workshops, along with 5 talisman crafting halls, had already jeopardized the very foundation of the Luo family. Is the city lord's wife made of gold? A mere glance demands such exorbitant compensation? He continued, Luo family head. Should you refuse, very well. Allow Luo Chen to perish on the guillotine, and this matter shall be considered resolved. What do you think? A smile danced upon the lips of Lord Duan, yet his demands grew increasingly severe. If Luo Chen were to be killed, would it not mean that the head of the family would witness the death of his own son? Family head, perhaps we should consider compensation after all. In the living room, an elder from the Luo family earnestly counseled, his face etched with sincerity. Sighing heavily, Luo Xiaoyan closed his eyes and acquiesced. Very well. I shall heed your advice. It was evident that this individual had not been advocating for the Luo family, but rather for the city lord's estate. Could he be the traitor? In his 2 lifetimes, Luo Chen often perceived matters differently from others. To put it succinctly, the bustling world thrived on self-interest. And all betrayers shared a common trait. They always turned their elbows outward. My dear young master, you flatter me excessively. Considering the family's welfare is merely my duty. The 9th elder responded with a face full of loyalty and a smile. After exchanging a few more words, the 9th elder took his leave. However, Luo Xiaoyan's gaze towards his son grew increasingly bright, tinged with an inkling of disbelief. Chenner, have you truly been biding your time all these years? Yet you have not yet established your foundation. Luo Xiaoyan furrowed his brow and inquired. Father, Luo Chen anticipated his father's confusion and replied, not long ago, I encountered a sage who, upon seeing my plight, imparted some cultivation techniques to me. Although I have yet to establish my foundation, I am already capable of rivaling a master in the transformation realm. Ah, I see. Luo Xiaoyan's expression softened, a flicker of relief crossing his eyes. I possess a formula for foundational elixirs. Might I request your assistance in procuring the necessary ingredients? As he spoke, Luo Chen produced a prescription and handed it to Luo Xiaoyan. Dragon's bloodgrass. Red blood ginseng. Luo Xiaoyan glanced at the list, a flicker of doubt crossing his brow. This was given to you by that sage? Indeed. Luo Chen nodded affirmatively. Well, since you are earnest in laying a solid foundation, I shall undoubtedly offer my support. Luo Xiaoyan readily acquiesced. For how could he not support Luo Chen, seeing his diligent ambition? However, once Luo Chen departed, a heavy sigh escaped his lips. As a father, he was acutely aware that his son was no genius, but rather an extraordinary failure among countless others. The city lord's mansion? Very well. A fierce intent surged within Luo Chen's eyes, yet he suppressed it. It was imperative to enhance his strength swiftly. Only through power could one establish a foothold in the Starry Empire. The prescription he had seen earlier appeared ordinary, yet in truth, it was an ancient method for body refinement. By infusing dragon blood, one could achieve a transformative rebirth. Why was the ancient ancestral dragon so formidable? Because its body refinement techniques were unparalleled, rendering its physical form nearly indestructible. At this moment, Luo Chen was determined to apply that body refinement technique to himself. It must be noted that although the Luo family could not rival the city lord's mansion, procuring such a prescription was relatively effortless. Half an hour later, within Luo Chen's courtyard, a Zetan wooden tub was set up, filled with various medicinal ingredients, dragon bloodgrass, and red blood ginseng, each capable of refining bloodlines. After their amalgamation, these herbs transformed into a crimson elixir. Notably, 108 portions of dragon bloodgrass were added. Upon being placed into the bathing tub, the crimson liquid began to simmer subtly. With a splash, Luo Chen dismissed the attendants and leaped into the Zetan wooden tub. Closing his eyes, if an otherworldly master were present at that moment, they would discern that the crimson elixir contained traces of dragon lineage, exuding an air of mystery. This was the dragon bloodbath. With the blood of the dragon, a complete metamorphosis ensues, cleansing both the flesh and marrow. As the medicinal bath commenced, the crimson liquid seemed to find its destined purpose, transforming into streams of warm energy that surged towards Luo Chen, melting into his form and continuously reshaping him. Chapter 3. The Dragon Emperor's Dominant Body Technique. After a full 5 hours, a long and lingering murky vapor escaped from Luo Chen's lips, signifying his successful foundation establishment. Not only that, but his bloodline also underwent another reorganization, evolving into a constitution of innate cultivation. This exceptional physique possessed remarkably broad meridians, and his bones and limbs seemed to harbor the essence of the Tao at every moment. Once he began his cultivation, he would undoubtedly eclipse ordinary individuals by dozens of times. The innate cultivation body, also known as the true dragon divine body, is the very essence of the ancient ancestral dragon, and now Luo Chen had attained this state. Moreover, the entire barrel of medicinal liquid had been completely absorbed during the foundation establishment, leaving not a single drop behind. With the foundation successfully laid, it was time to practice the body refining techniques. Luo Chen took a deep breath, and a method for body refinement surfaced in his mind. The Dragon Emperor's Dominant Body Technique. This was a divine skill practiced solely by the ancient ancestral dragons. The technique comprises 18 tiers in total. Each level of advancement would bolster his physique while simultaneously bestowing him with immense power. It is essential to note that in the Tianyuan Continent, everyone cultivates using elemental energy. However, the Dragon Emperor's Dominant Body Technique harnesses dragon elemental energy, the true power of the divine dragon, under equal realms. Dragon elemental energy is several times more formidable than ordinary elemental energy, such as the might of dragon elemental energy. As the cultivation progressed, a strand of pure dragon yuan energy emerged from Luo Chen's dantian, coursing through his meridians, wandering and circulating throughout his limbs and bones. It was almost visible to the naked eye as Luo Chen's aura gradually intensified, incrementally growing stronger with each passing moment. Each circulation of that dragon yuan energy fortified his meridians, rendering his muscles and skin taut and imbued with explosive potential. His realm was steadily and securely ascending. What? You say Chen Heir defeated Lord Luo with just a single punch? At that moment, within the Luo family study, Luo Xiaoyan exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the detailed report from his kin. Although he had received news earlier, he could not suppress his surprise. Indeed, the family head, I witnessed it with my own eyes. One of the elder members of the Luo family vividly recounted, at that time. The young master merely used one punch to send Lord Luo flying. It turned out that Chen Er possessed such remarkable talent. Upon hearing this account, Luo Xiaodian felt a mix of joy and disbelief. However, he soon sighed heavily, lamenting, "What a pity. My son, despite such talent, is burdened with a wasteful physique." At 16, he has yet to establish his foundation. It is truly a shame. As a master of the heavenly origin realm, he understood profoundly what it meant to defeat a transformation realm master without having established a foundation. Alas, regardless of Luo Chen's high aptitude, he ultimately remained a waste in terms of physique. Upon hearing this, the previously elated crowd appeared as if struck by frost, their heads drooping in dismay, sighing in unison. Indeed, the young master of the Luo family was a cultivator unable to advance. This is both the pain and the shame of the Luo family. No matter how exceptional one's talent may be, the inability to establish a foundation is indeed a significant flaw, remarked a member of the Luo clan. Another clan member nodded solemnly, suggesting, however, being able to defeat a transformation realm master, perhaps the young master will lead a life that surpasses that of ordinary people. Is that so? At the sound of this, Luo Xiaodian clenched his fists tightly, pondering, I wonder if Chun has successfully established his foundation? I hope he has succeeded. The following day, at dawn, pop, as a faint light appeared on the horizon, a sound of breakthrough resonated within the small courtyard. After an entire night of cultivation, Luo Chen had finally reached the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm. He had also made his initial foray into the Dragon Emperor's dominance body technique. Such rapid progress in cultivation can only be described as miraculous. At this moment, not only was his dantian brimming with concentrated dragon essence, but explosive power seemed to surge within his very muscles. He appeared to have undergone a complete transformation. Yesterday, he was deemed worthless. Today, he undoubtedly stands as the most promising genius in the history of the Tianyuan Continent. It is essential to note that the power hierarchy of the Tianyuan Continent is categorized into Foundation Establishment Realm, Transformation Realm, Earth Origin Realm, Tianyuan Realm, Earth Saint, Sky Saint, Saint King, Saint Emperor, and Saint Monarch. Remarkably, he accomplished the establishment of his foundation and advanced to the mid-stage in just one night. Such a pace of cultivation would surely astonish countless ancient beings if they were to learn of it, although there remained a hint of disdain within. The respect due to him was not withheld. Luo Chen smiled faintly and retreated to a secluded corner, where he began to practice alone against a tree stump embedded with wooden stakes. With each punch he delivered, Luo Chen exerted tremendous force, causing the wooden post to emit a series of resounding cracks. His fists manifested in various forms, sometimes resembling a tiger, at other times a bear, a crane, a deer, or a monkey. Subtly intertwined within these movements was the essence of the five elements technique. This was the five animal imitation fist. Beyond its ability to produce diverse shapes, it could also invigorate one's vital energy and smooth the meridians, serving as an unparalleled method for nurturing health and stretching the body. After a vigorous session, Luo Chen felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted, akin to the sound of popping beans. His body unexpectedly contorted in an unusual manner. With a long exhale, a murky yet pungent gas erupted from his mouth, cleansing the impurities that had accumulated within his veins. The transformation left him invigorated. What was once a frail and sickly appearance had now morphed into that of a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Robust and powerful, his muscles noticeably more defined. Prominently sculpted abdominal muscles emerged from his midsection. What martial art is this young master practicing? One member of the Luo family gasped in astonishment, their eyes ablaze with admiration. Look, the young master has established his foundation. He is no longer a waste. Another exclaimed, incredulous. Goodness, those muscles, that physique, and that face. If I were a woman, I would surely fall in love with young Master Chen. In the martial arts arena, many individuals possessed sharp gazes, among whom there were those who began to critique the muscles adorning Luo Chen's physique. Well, you few certainly possess sweet tongues. Later, head to the accounts office and each of you shall receive 10 taels of gold, Luo Chen remarked casually before resuming his training in boxing. What? 10 taels of gold. The group, upon hearing this, nearly fell to their knees in astonishment. 10 taels of gold. It is essential to note that they were all outsiders, essentially the sons of elder guest officials or guards. To think that a few flattering words would prompt the young master to bestow such a generous reward. Each was overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of tears. nearly crying out to the young master as if he were their own father. Humph, what does it matter if one has broken through to the foundation establishment stage? Young master, you have just narrowly escaped a grave peril, and yet you squander money indiscriminately. This seems rather inappropriate. Suddenly, an irate voice resonated from outside the courtyard. The ninth elder, with a grim expression, strode forward. Logically, as the young master of the Luo family, it would be harmless for Luo Chen to reward a few outsiders to foster relationships. Yet the ninth elder audaciously raised a challenge on the spot. Was this not a slap to Luo Chen's face? Ninth elder. Luo Chen halted his punches, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Just the day before, he had harbored suspicions that this ninth elder was among those plotting against him. To his surprise, the elder reappeared once more. Young master, it seems you are indeed aware of my existence within the Luo family. My monthly salary amounts to a mere 5 taels of gold. Yet you have so casually dispensed 30 taels. Truly, what a lavish expenditure. The ninth elder sneered coldly, his words dripping with sarcasm. What now? Are you envious, Elder Nine? A smile danced at the corners of Luo Chen's lips, steadfast as a rock amidst the tumultuous sea. Envious? How could that be? I merely seek to uphold the integrity of the Luo family, which you have tarnished. Elder Nine clenched his fist, the knuckles crackling ominously. His cold gaze striking like a venomous serpent poised to strike. It was truly audacious that, as a senior elder of the Luo family, he contemplated taking action against the young master. Elder Nine, your hostility towards me suggests that the trap from yesterday was perhaps a conspiracy with the city lord's mansion, aimed at seizing the Luo family's assets? Suddenly, Luo Chen's words pierced the air like a revelation of celestial secrets. You slander me, Luo Chen. Elder Nine's complexion shifted dramatically as he bellowed in outrage. How could the young master know of his collusion with the city lord's mansion? Could it be? Just then, a figure appeared outside the courtyard. It was Luo Xiaotian, initially intending to offer guidance to his son at the training grounds. He was taken aback by the shocking revelations he had overheard. However, he refrained from intervening, choosing instead to hold his breath and listen intently from the threshold. Frame you? Elder Nine, you are the cornerstone of the Luo family. How could I ever conspire against you? Elder Nine, sensing an unexpected opportunity for violence, was taken aback by Luo Chen's apparent recklessness. In light of this, his palm erupted with a surge of dark energy, pulsating ominously with a destructive force. This is dire. Elder Nine intends to cripple Chen. Luo Xiaotian's expression darkened, and he contemplated intervening. Yet, seeing Luo Chen's demeanor remain as tranquil as still water, he restrained himself. Elder Nine, it is time for you to act. Remember, you have but a single opportunity. Luo Chen flicked his fingers, a hint of arrogance gracing his countenance. In his past life, he was the sword god of Ling Tian. In this life, how could he ever submit to another, or allow himself to be humiliated? Insolent fool, seeking death. The murderous intent of Elder Nine had long since fixated upon Luo Chen, and upon hearing his brazen words, hesitation was no longer an option. With a surge of energy, he unleashed a palm strike, spanning several zhang, aimed forcefully at Luo Chen's abdomen. He intended to incapacitate Luo Chen on the spot. To be honest, upon witnessing this strike, Luo Xiaotian could scarcely restrain himself from intervening. Yet, before he could move, he heard Luo Chen emit a faint sigh. While it appeared fierce, this move of yours is riddled with flaws. Luo Chen shook his head slightly, his expression brimming with disdain. Is that so? Then I shall see how a mere foundation establishment cultivator can withstand my annihilation palm. Elder Nine bellowed fiercely, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. As he spoke, his hand, swirling with dark energy, descended towards Luo Chen's abdomen. In response, Luo Chen's body bent slightly, resembling a taut bowstring, which suddenly released with tremendous force. His palm striking out like an axe, unleashed with fury. The tiger fist of the 5 animal mimicry. A roar echoed through the arena. Ah! Elder Nine let out a blood-curdling scream, soaring through the air like a tattered sack, before crashing violently against the courtyard wall, remaining affixed there for a considerable time without falling. One punch. Another punch. Luo Chen's relentless assault left Elder Nine in utter disarray, akin to a fly helplessly pinned against the wall. How could this be? The ninth elder was drenched in blood, his face a mask of shock. Disbelief evident in his eyes as he gazed at Luo Chen, as if beholding a monster. Witnessing this scene, Luo Xiaotian, standing outside the courtyard, was plunged into an unparalleled state of terror. My heavens, is this truly my son? Wasn't Chenner a good-for-nothing? How could he? Boom. Just as Luo Xiaotian was reeling from shock, Luo Chen moved, a murderous intent emanating from him, and brazenly attacked the ninth elder once more in front of everyone. Chapter 4. The might of a single fist. At this moment, Luo Chen finally comprehended the truth. His son was not a failure, but rather an extraordinary genius. When he discerned Luo Chen's cultivation level, tears of excitement welled in his eyes, and he stood outside, incredulously murmuring, "My heavens, Chener." He not only established his foundation overnight, but has reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Realizing just how astonishing his son's talents were, Luo Chen was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, nearly overwhelmed with joy. Just yesterday, he had lamented that although his son possessed great potential, he was unable to cultivate. Yet now, Luo Chen had not only successfully established his foundation but had undergone a remarkable transformation overnight, achieving the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Such talent was unprecedented, unparalleled in the Blackstone City and the Star Empire. It was unheard of and unseen, aside from those prominent families whose offspring could match the brilliance of his beloved son. My heavens, the young master casually unleashed a punch that obliterated the ninth elder. What martial art is this, capable of such extraordinary might? Truly remarkable, simply astounding. Just yesterday, the young master was but a mere wastrel, yet this morning, with a single punch, he shattered the ninth elder. In the training grounds, the members of the Luo family were instantaneously taken aback, each one of them gaping in astonishment, collectively entrapped in disbelief, unable to extricate themselves from the shock. No one had anticipated that Luo Chen's fist would possess such terrifying power. The ninth elder, who usually held himself in lofty superiority, could not withstand even a single blow from the young master. Luo Chen, you are undeniably a waste. However, how could your martial prowess be? The ninth elder murmured in disbelief, his eyes brimming with terror. For a dead man, I see no need for explanation. Step by step, Luo Chen advanced, arriving before the ninth elder, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Traitor, naturally deserving of death. What? You dare to kill me? The ninth elder's eyes widened in shock. He was the esteemed ninth elder of the Luo family, of noble status and extraordinary position. How dare this little wretch? Chener, cease this at once. Luo Chen bellowed, fearing his son would commit an irreparable folly, hastily rushing into the training grounds. However, before he could arrive, Luo Chen's fierce and domineering foot had already descended, severing the ninth elder's life force in an instant, publicly executing him. As the incredulous head rolled onto the training grounds, all members of the Luo family were struck with terror, gazing at Luo Chen as if he were a demon. What is tyranny? This is tyranny. Father, the ninth elder, as a guest elder of the Luo family, dared to strike against me publicly. He deserved to die. Luo Chen took a life yet maintained an expression of calm. However, one cannot overlook that Elder Jiao is still an elder of the Luo family. Your actions, my son, might indeed chill the hearts of the Luo clan. Luo Chen furrowed his brow, casting a glance around the training ground. He did not blame his son, but was concerned about the feelings of the Luo family members. Father, you are overthinking, Luo Chen replied with a smile, his eyes narrowing slightly. Elder Jiao is a traitor. I have eliminated a rebel for the Luo family. The members should be grateful to me. What? You claim Elder Jiao is a traitor? Luo Chen was taken aback. Not only he, but the other members of the Luo family were equally bewildered, gazing at the lifeless body. Father, you are unaware. Just yesterday, it was this Elder Jiao who lured me to the drunken immortal pavilion, which led to this calamity. Luo Chen elucidated. This clearly indicates that Elder Jiao must have colluded with the city lord's mansion, hence his actions. If you doubt my words, inspect his body and see if he has consumed the Fulong pill, which is an item exclusive to the city lord's mansion. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Chen hurriedly approached and examined Elder Jiao's body. The expression on his face transformed from confusion to horror. To his astonishment, Elder Jiao had indeed consumed the Fulong pill. This extraordinary elixir is often utilized for breaking through realms, and in Blackstone City, it is solely possessed by the city lord's mansion. The fact that Elder Jiao had consumed it unequivocally signified his collusion with the city lord's mansion. Upon witnessing this, many members of the Luo family felt a sense of relief. If Elder Jiao were truly a traitor, then execution was a matter of course. Yet, my son, how have you suddenly become so formidable? However, soon, Luo Chen could no longer conceal the astonishment within his heart. He turned to Luo Chen, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Father, have you forgotten about my extraordinary master? Luo Chen blinked and explained methodically. Now I understand. Luo Chen suddenly realized. While inwardly lamenting the fortuitousness of his son, who had encountered such a remarkable figure. With this revelation, Luo Chen's sudden intelligence and strength found perfect justification. Humph. The city lord's residence truly oversteps its bounds. Luo Chen's expression turned cold. They took advantage of my mistakes to forcibly seize 10 alchemy shops and 5 talisman crafting halls. This is nothing but bullying, and they celebrate grandly within the residence. If you were to go, would our Luo family not become the laughingstock of Blackstone City? Oh, what do you propose? Luo Xiaotian inquired, surprised that his son perceived matters more clearly than himself. Isn't it straightforward? Since they seek to humiliate our Luo family, we shall not allow ourselves to be looked down upon. A cold light flickered in Luo Chen's eyes. In that case, let me pay them a visit. If they dare to bully me, they would only earn the reputation of bullying the younger generation. Moreover, now that everyone knows I have seen the city lord's wife, wouldn't my visit be tantamount to slapping the city lord's residence in the face? Very well, if you wish to go, then go. Luo Xiaotian, eager to nurture his son, was keen to witness the latent potential within Luo Chen's youthful form. Jade must be carved to become a gem. After years of waiting, he finally had the opportunity to cultivate his son. As he spoke, he waved his hand towards the crowd, saying, "Seventh Elder. It seems that trouble awaits Chenner on this journey. Please accompany him." "Yes, master." Immediately, an elder from the Luo family stepped forward, standing behind Luo Chen. This individual, known as Luo Nantian, was the 7th elder of the Luo family. Luo Xiaotian had summoned him not only to ensure Luo Chen's safety, but also to facilitate his early exposure to the core power of the Luo family. Chenner, when you visit the Lord's mansion, refrain from acting rashly. Observe and learn as much as you can, and avoid engaging in combat. After all, you are merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and in the Lord's mansion, that is still insufficient. Having arranged for support, Luo Xiaotian did not forget to impart this advice. Understood, father. Luo Chen replied respectfully. Go now. Luo Xiaotian waved his hand dismissively. Father, I just rewarded the Luo family disciples with 30 taels of gold. May I have your approval for this matter? Suddenly, Luo Chen made his request publicly. This is a trivial matter, granted. Luo Xiaotian responded with a smile. Thank you, young master, for your generosity. Your talents are unparalleled, given time. Our Luo family will undoubtedly soar to great heights. I vow that from this day forth, I shall abide solely by your commands. As soon as the words left his lips, 3 Luo family disciples immediately knelt before Luo Chen, reverently bowing and swearing an oath. Chapter 5. The Xiao family, Xiao Xiener. Yes, 7th elder. Luo Chen nodded and followed the 7th elder. However, upon exiting the gates of the Luo residence, Luo Chen gazed at the bustling streets, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. In my past life, I was the sword god. In this life, I shall ascend to the pinnacle once more, sweeping across the continent and embarking on the path of the sword god. My clan, my parents, my friends, I shall protect them all. The name of the Ling Tian sword god must not be tarnished. As he watched Luo Chen and the others depart, Luo Xiaotian subtly nodded, a flicker of surprise gleaming in his eyes. He murmured softly, I never anticipated that after so many years of being deemed useless, Chen would encounter such extraordinary fortune. However, this is not a misfortune, but rather a blessing. For the more formidable Chen becomes, does it not signify that his talents are indeed of a higher caliber? Contemplating this, a faint smile graced the corners of Luo Xiaotian's lips. Yet, the sudden rise of Chen's fortunes must remain a closely guarded secret. Abruptly, Luo Xiaotian's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. He surveyed the members of the Luo family and cautioned, everyone, while Chen is indeed impressive, you must remember that this matter must not be divulged to anyone. Do you understand? Luo Nantian narrowed his eyes, seemingly intrigued by Luo Chen's reaction. The 7th elder looks down upon me. Is that not a good thing? Luo Chen replied nonchalantly. Oh? Luo Nantian exclaimed, taken aback. What do you mean by that? The more he underestimates me, the more careless he will be. In such a scenario, can we not enjoy our drinks in peace until the banquet concludes? Luo Chen remarked with a smile. Such a promising youth. Luo Nantian nodded in approval, astonished that the young master saw through the situation more clearly than he did. It appeared that the experience of facing death had indeed transformed him. In moments of impending demise, profound changes often occur, such as in one's state of mind. Perhaps the young master has truly awakened to his potential, Luo Nantian mused, his gaze towards Luo Chen now filled with anticipation. The Xiao family is a prominent lineage in the capital, a true aristocracy, and the status of the Xiao family's eldest daughter is exceptionally distinguished. Moreover, Xiao Xian'er herself is a paragon of beauty. This maiden not only possesses remarkable looks, but her enchanting, expressive eyes, shimmering with a captivating luster, seem to speak volumes. One glance is enough to ensnare the heart and leave one utterly entranced. Indeed, upon beholding Xiao Xian'er, the young nobles were ignited with fervor, each eager to showcase their talents, composing verses and displaying their heroic aspirations at the banquet. Alas, despite the exquisite poetry that flowed like fine wine, Xiao Xian'er remained unmoved, her captivating gaze continually drifting towards Luo Chen. On the surface, Luo Chen appeared unassuming, ordinary, and rather inconspicuous, seemingly blending into the background. Yet, Xiao Xian'er discerned an extraordinary aura about him. If one were to articulate this sensation, it could only be described as poise. Yes, poise. Even as Luo Chen sat in the shadows, indulging in his own drink, seemingly detached from the revelry, a serene smile perpetually graced his lips, exuding an air of tranquility. Was this fellow genuinely confident, or merely feigning nonchalance? Chapter 6. Poetry shocks the crowd. The beauty casts a glance. This is the City Lord's mansion. What sort of place is the City Lord's mansion? How dare you act so presumptuously here? As these words were uttered, the young gentleman immediately erupted in indignation, casting furious glares at Luo Chen, as though they had suffered an unspeakable humiliation. Xiao Xian'er, too, was taken aback, astonished by Luo Chen's audacity. To be brazen in the City Lord's mansion was one thing. However, to flaunt such arrogance warranted a swift retribution. Those who boast must face the consequences. Let us see how long he dares to be so audacious. The young gentlemen all echoed in agreement, each eager to interrupt Luo Chen's sycophancy. However, before their words could fully escape their lips, it was as though an invisible hand had tightened around their throats, abruptly silencing them. With a proud smile, Luo Chen raised his cup and, after a hearty drink, took a deep breath before reciting aloud. Once one has traversed the vast oceans, no other waters can compare. Without the peaks of Wushan, no clouds can be regarded as true. Clearly, they had not anticipated Luo Chen's remarkable talent. As he recited, Xiao Xian'er savored the poem, her sparkling eyes growing ever brighter, eventually shimmering with brilliance, filled with wonder as she gazed at Luo Chen. Especially the line, once one has traversed the vast oceans, no other waters can compare, stirred ripples in her long-dormant heart. The emotions encapsulated in this verse were indeed more steadfast than gold and deeper than the sea. One could only wonder what experiences Luo Chen had endured to compose such a profoundly heartfelt poem. Who would have thought that the eldest son of the Luo family was also a gifted poet? Ah, how I had overlooked this before. Luo Nanshan's face was equally marked with astonishment, as he looked at Luo Chen with a glimmer of surprise and unexpected delight. What? This is actually a storage ring. The appearance of the silver ring caused another stir throughout the gathering, as they were taken aback by the grandeur of the City Lord's mansion, even producing a storage ring. The storage ring, containing a space of 10 zhong, is a genuine spiritual artifact. Only those of high status could possibly possess such a treasure, and in Blackstone City, the number of individuals who owned one would not exceed 10. The elderly man, clad in a black robe, bore a visage etched with deep wrinkles, exuding an aura of extreme age. His body emitted no discernible fluctuations of vitality, resembling an ordinary old steward. Yet, within his murky, aged eyes flickered a sharp intensity, suggesting he was a formidable expert of great terror. Upon hearing the words, the black-robed elder slightly cupped his hands and spoke softly. This upper couplet is vast and profound, encompassing a breadth too great for an old man like me to decipher. Even you cannot match it. It seems my brother Luo Chen is in trouble, remarked Xiao Xian'er, her delicate willow-like brows furrowing deeper, her enchanting eyes involuntarily shifting towards Luo Chen. Miss, this Luo Chen lad is merely a young master from a modest family. You cannot possibly be the black-robed elder blinked, his expression peculiar. Oh dear, Fubo, that is not for you to concern yourself with. Chapter 7. Astonishing everyone. A stroke of genius. As the command was issued, someone swiftly brought forth the 4 treasures of the study. However, the diamond-like ink block and the shimmering silver brush once again left the audience in awe. This is Northern Region black ink, and the silver moon wolf brush gasps of astonishment filled the air as they marveled at the opulence of the City Lord's manor, which even possessed such rare treasures as writing implements, particularly the silver moon wolf brush, reputed to require the tails of several celestial wolves to procure the fine hairs necessary for its creation. What? This lower couplet, what a timeless hero. As the sands of time sift away the dross. Ah, what a remarkable couplet. Upon its unveiling, the entire gathering was left in awe, with just a few succinct characters. It resonated with countless souls, particularly invoking the spirit of the timeless hero, as if the sands of time had been sifted through, bestowing a refreshing perspective that stirred contemplation of the world's champions, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of grandeur. Most notably, the characters Luo Chen were inscribed using the most celebrated script on Earth, the semi-cursive style, though the strokes appeared robust and somewhat cumbersome. A closer inspection revealed that each character exuded an essence of literary elegance, a feat only achievable by a master who has devoted decades to this art, capable of crafting such ethereal glyphs. This couplet, indeed, is a creation that stirs the winds and rains of inspiration. It flows from the pen as if guided by divine intervention. How splendid, truly splendid. Even the venerable figure in black robes, known as Master Fu, could not suppress his admiration. This couplet, in both its thematic depth and its artful construction, was executed with exquisite finesse. Subtly infused with the grand ambition of heroes washed away by the tides of time, an unmistakable marvel. Leaning on his sword, he listened to the resonant sound of the copper pipa and iron plate, raising his voice in unison to sing of the mighty Yangtze. Xiaoxian murmured softly. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, grew ever brighter until they resembled the luminous moon in the sky, radiating a peculiar brilliance. However, when he cast it forth, he deliberately infused it with considerable force. With his pinnacle mastery, this action bore at least 1,000 pounds of might. The silver light pierced the air, akin to a hidden projectile, swiftly darting towards Luo Chen. Observing this, Luo Tian, standing behind, felt a flash of brilliance in his eyes, preparing to intervene. However, Luo Chen merely smiled gently as he grasped the silvery light in his hand. Upon a slight sensation, he discovered that this silver ring indeed contained a space of 10 zhang in circumference, although it was not particularly vast, at the very least. Luo Chen had become a possessor of a storage ring. Young master, this Luo Chen truly knows no bounds, daring to claim your possession. A middle-aged man stepped forward. His gaze sharp and piercing. He was none other than Lord Luo. However, his right arm was empty, clearly rendered useless. Humph. Since Luo Chen is so oblivious to his own limitations, I shall ensure he experiences the consequences of offending the city lord's manor. Chapter 8. Dragon Essence Body Refinement. Soul and Body Cultivation. Such were the words spoken, yet Luo Chen remained an inconspicuous individual. Uncle Fu wore a troubled expression. He wished to assist, yet ultimately, Luo Chen was still too inexperienced. If at such a tender age he were to gain renown in the royal capital and earn the favor of the Shao family, it was unimaginable how many eyes would be drawn and how much envy would ensue. Uncle Fu, please heed my words. If I cannot gain recognition in the royal capital, then I shall keep the treasures for myself, insisted Xiaoxianer. Very well. With a sense of resignation, Uncle Fu approached the 4 treasures of the study and began transcribing. In order to fulfill the young lady's wishes, he even took the couplet along, transporting it to the royal capital. Initially, Xiaoxianer had acted without intention, but unexpectedly, upon arriving in the royal capital, these poems quickly created a sensation. Not only that, but they also garnered the attention of the Starry Academy. What is the Starry Academy? It is the most prestigious noble institution within the Starry Empire. Upon departing from the Lord's manor, Luo Chen promptly inscribed the storage ring with his soul imprint, transforming it into a personal possession that adorned his finger. With the acquisition of the storage ring, it was anticipated that storing items in the future would become significantly more convenient. As for Xiaoxianer, though Luo Chen felt a surge of astonishment, the presence of numerous individuals within the Lord's manor restrained him from further entanglement, lest he invite unnecessary troubles. This scene elicited a profound envy from elder Luo Tian, who, lacking a storage treasure of his own, marveled at how Luo Chen's brief visit to the Lord's manor not only brought honor to the Luo family but also bestowed upon him a valuable storage ring. In his heart, admiration for the young master grew even deeper. What? Such a matter exists. A glint flashed in Luo Chen's eyes, revealing a flicker of murderous intent. The alchemy workshop and the rune hall were the very foundations of the Luo family. Even if compensation were required, it necessitated the arrangement of subsequent matters, the meticulous accounting of assets, and the organization of the Luo family members before any transfer could take place. However, should the items be seized tomorrow, it would signify that aside from a few trivial belongings, everything else would revert to the Lord's manor. The Luo family would suffer a grievous setback, left in a state of disarray. To injure the foundation of the family was no trivial matter. It would have repercussions that affected the entire clan. My son, if all else fails, perhaps we should consider leaving Blackstone City and seek a new path. Luo Xiaotian sighed helplessly. Father, that is not an option. Luo Chen insisted fervently. But Luo Xiaotian hesitated, still wishing to express more. Though he harbored grand ambitions, one must bow to the circumstances when under the eaves of another. Even with the formidable strength of the Luo family, they could not contend with the Lord's manor. Father, I have a plan. I am uncertain whether it is appropriate to share it. Luo Chen's gaze swept over the members of the Luo family, finally resting upon his father. With a tone of utmost respect, as a member of the Luo clan, he felt it imperative to contribute to the family's honor. In his previous life, he had been an orphan. In this existence, blessed with a father, a mother, and kin, how could he not cherish them dearly? Luo Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback. Yet he replied calmly, Speak. In terms of strength, our Luo family need not fear the city lord's mansion. A glimmer of determination flashed in Luo Chen's eyes as he declared proudly, Since the city lord's mansion has humiliated the Luo family and forcibly seized 10 alchemy shops, along with 5 talisman crafting halls, how can we simply stand idly by? What do you mean? Luo Xiaotian asked, astonished as he regarded his son. Since the city lord's mansion intends to come tomorrow to claim the alchemy shops, we, the Luo family, shall wait for them at the entrance of the shops. Luo Chen's expression turned cold. As the saying goes, those who humiliate others will themselves be humiliated. If the city lord's mansion wishes to disgrace our Luo family and take advantage of us, then we shall draft a land deed stating that if they wish to take the alchemy shops, they may return in 500 years. My son, while your plan is indeed clever, this would ultimately sever our ties with the city lord's mansion. Luo Xiaotian frowned. Father, the city lord's mansion has tyrannized Haishi City for many years. If we do not resist, they will only become more audacious and oppressive. Noble lords and ministers may possess power, but how can we, the descendants of the Luo family, allow ourselves to be bullied and insulted at will? As he spoke, a hint of pride surfaced on Luo Chen's face. In his previous life, he had been the sword god of Ling Tian. In this life, if he could not even protect his own kin, then what worth would he have as a so-called sword god? The young master is truly formidable. I, a descendant of the Luo family, proclaim with unwavering pride that each one of us is formidable. Upon hearing Luo Chen's impassioned words, the members of the Luo family erupted in fervent exclamations, their faces flushed with indignation. The Luo family stands as one of the 3 great clans in Blackstone City. If the Lord's manor were to trample upon them so easily, how could they ever maintain their standing? Very well, since you possess such confidence, my dear Chen. Let it be decided thus. Luo Xiaotian's eyes sparkled with determination as he finalized this matter. Simultaneously, his gaze toward his son grew increasingly radiant, akin to discovering a treasure, filling his heart with profound satisfaction. In the small courtyard, Luo Chen emitted a low growl, his eyes shimmering with a chilling light. After the fervor of passion surged through him, clarity ensued. He understood deeply that only strength serves as the foundation for survival within the Starry Empire. Today, although he had vented his grievances at the Lord's manor, displaying his might, he knew that without the presence of the 7th Elder, the Lord's manor could extinguish him with but a flick of their wrist. This realization left Luo Chen rather discontented. At this moment, within the courtyard, a large iron cauldron stood, fueled by kindling that blazed fervently beneath it, causing the water within to boil violently, a sight most alarming. In his pursuit to swiftly enhance his power, Luo Chen resolved to employ the most brutal yet effective method from ancient times, the Dragon Emperor's body refinement technique. He intended to immerse his physical form in the scalding water to achieve the goal of body tempering. It is said that during the ancient era, the ancestral dragon refined its body by plunging into volcanic magma, not only fortifying its physique but also honing its spirit, thus elevating both body and soul simultaneously. However, Luo Chen possessed a keen self-awareness. He was acutely conscious that his capabilities paled in comparison to those of the ancient ancestral dragon, not to mention his former self. Thus, the act of utilizing a large cauldron for boiling was a rather ingenious shortcut. Testing the water temperature with his hand, Luo Chen winced in agony. Yet, Upon recalling the peril facing the Luo family, he gritted his teeth, shed his garments, and resolutely leaped into the boiling pot. The moment he entered, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, overwhelming his senses. It was almost visible to the naked eye as his entire body flushed a deep crimson. Both his sinews and skin endured immense torment. Dragon essence, emerge, he suddenly commanded, and instantly, the pure dragon essence began to circulate within him, manifesting from his dantian, flowing through his meridians, and enveloping his entire being. In an astonishing spectacle, the crimson hue and damaged skin on Luo Chen's exterior commenced self-repair. No matter how scalding the water was, each burn was met with an equal restoration. Damage and repair, damage and repair. This cycle continued endlessly. One can only imagine the magnitude of the suffering Luo Chen endured. To be immersed in boiling water, suffering burns only to be immediately mended. The ordeal was akin to being plunged into a vat of hot oil. Fortunately, Luo Chen activated the dragon essence that coursed through him. Otherwise, he would have been cooked to perfection. Undoubtedly, while the process of tempering this true dragon body was agonizing, the results were exceedingly evident. In the crucible of refinement, Luo Chen's entire being, his sinews and skin, transformed, becoming increasingly condensed, firm, and imbued with explosive potential. Even his internal organs exhibited a newfound resilience. Simultaneously, through the trials he endured, his spirit experienced a significant elevation. This Dragon Yuan energy is indeed wondrous. It is no wonder that in my previous life, regardless of how I assailed the ancient ancestor dragon, it could swiftly recuperate. Had it not been for the complete annihilation of its spirit, it would have been impossible for it to perish. If I were to successfully cultivate the Dragon Emperor's dominating body technique, as long as my spirit remains intact, would I not become immortal? Luo Chen felt a surge of elation as he diligently practiced the Dragon Emperor's dominating body technique over and over again. Chapter 9. A sensation throughout the city. Confrontation at the alchemy workshop. Luo Chen was astonished to discover that the Dragon Emperor's dominating body technique was so formidable. After employing this method of refining the body through spiritual energy for just one night, he achieved the late stage of foundation establishment. He was but a step away from the pinnacle. Moreover, his enhancements were not limited to his spirit. After being tempered by the Dragon Yuan energy, his physical form not only became immensely powerful but also exhibited remarkable coordination, radiating an aesthetic of athleticism. With a casual strike, he could surpass the strength of his peers by several folds. He resembled a cheetah, seemingly lean, yet when unleashed, its power was utterly terrifying. With a swift motion, Luo Chen clenched his fingers into a fist and unleashed a rapid punch into the air, instantly tearing through the atmosphere with a resounding whoosh, akin to a sonic boom. Indeed, I never anticipated that my fist now possesses the might nearing 1,000 pounds. Even against a peak transformation stage opponent, I would hold my own. The Dragon Emperor's dominating body technique is truly tyrannical. Having compensated for my previous life's shortcomings in close combat, I now possess the confidence to engage even the adept practitioners of the Earth origin realm, should I wield my sword techniques or employ certain combat skills. Clenching his fist, Luo Chen felt the formidable power of the Dragon Emperor's body refinement technique surging within him, igniting a fervent passion in his heart. Although he had only just begun his journey and had yet to reach even the first tier, his prowess at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm allowed him to challenge the masters of the Earth origin realm, a feat that was truly formidable. With his newfound elevation in rank, Luo Chen did not hasten to venture outside. Instead, he meticulously practiced his boxing techniques within the confines of the small courtyard. As he executed each move, he transformed into various forms reminiscent of creatures from the wild, be it a tiger, a bear, a crane, a deer, or a monkey. Each punch he delivered was imbued with the essence of the five elements technique, and in stark contrast to yesterday, the power behind his strikes had seen a remarkable enhancement. Faintly, the sound of rushing winds echoed through the space around him. The five-animal imitation fist, also known as internal family boxing, is a refined martial art that harmoniously integrates the disciplines of combat and health cultivation. This technique not only unlocks the latent potential within the human body and fortifies one's physique, but, most crucially, invigorates the circulatory flow of vital energy, rendering the practitioner more agile and swift. At this moment, having just tempered his body with Dragon Yuan energy, Luo Chen proceeded to stimulate his blood circulation with the five-animal imitation fist, a perfect synergy that was most advantageous. With each resonant shout, Humph, hey. Ha, Luo Chen approached every punch with utmost seriousness. His gaze was unwaveringly resolute, and the speed of his strikes escalated with each passing moment. In the end, one could scarcely perceive the technique itself, only the fleeting afterimages of his fists as they blurred through the air. As he continued to practice, a surge of energy coursed through his entire being. Break! With a powerful shout, Luo Chen stood in the center, took a deep breath, and then unleashed a punch that soared forth like a cannonball, producing a tremendous explosion in the air. Boom! It resonated as though a thunderbolt had struck the ground, stirring the very winds and clouds. It was astonishingly powerful. This punch could undoubtedly reduce a gallant steed to mere remnants. Exhaling slowly, Luo Chen released a long and turbid breath, then withdrew his fist, finding a newfound tranquility. Despite the formidable strength of this punch, he sensed it was still far from sufficient. Although the 5-animal mimicry fist was indeed potent, it merely served to refine one's vitality and enhance bodily agility. To achieve a more rapid advancement, he needed to acquire a wealth of resources. Halting his practice, Luo Chen's gaze shifted to the city lord's mansion. Today marked the moment when the city lord's mansion intended to seize the alchemy workshop and the rune refinery. Was the city lord's wife adorned with diamonds? Just a glance seemed to bear immense value. Hush! Silence! This is a secret. As the city lord's mansion advanced towards the Luo family's alchemy workshop, a multitude gathered, whispering and pointing in hushed tones. Nearly everyone regarded the Luo family as a plump lamb, ripe for slaughter and easily bullied. After all, offending the lord of the city is no trivial matter. The lord can eliminate us at will. Many believe that the Luo family is destined for decline because of this. At the Luo family's alchemy workshop, the atmosphere is eerily silent, contrasting sharply with the bustling crowd at the lord's estate. Even the faintest sound of footsteps seems amplified. It appears that the lord is determined to severely weaken our Luo family. The confiscation of 10 alchemy workshops and 5 rune crafting halls is likely just the beginning. Luo Xiaodian stood at the entrance, his gaze sharp and resolute. Father, I have long said that the lord has sinister intentions, Luo Chen stated somberly. But are you certain that this course of action will bear fruit? Luo Xiaodian retorted with a scoff. No sooner had he spoken than a hearty laugh echoed from a distance. Ha ha, Master Luo, it has been a few days. I have missed you dearly. I trust you have prepared the transfer of the workshop and the land deeds? With the sound of laughter, the lord's entourage appeared at the entrance of the alchemy workshop, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Chapter 10. I challenge you to a duel. Luo Chen remained unfazed, his expression composed as he spoke. His argument was logical and coherent, leaving many in awe. It was astonishing to realize that such treacherous and shameless individuals still existed in the world. Very well, Luo Xiaodian. You remain silent while allowing the younger generation to bear the brunt. Are you not a man? Luo Chen challenged. Yes, young master. One of the members of the Luo family nodded and stepped forward, forcefully lifting the large red cloth, revealing a prominent character that immediately captured the attention of all present. Rolling. This revelation was particularly striking as it was directed at the entourage of the city lord. Stationed just outside the gates of the Luo family, Luo Chen, being merely at the later stage of foundation establishment, was utterly confident that he could publicly defeat him, even to the point of annihilation. Indeed, Luo Chen, what merit is there in merely boasting? If you possess true skill, do you dare to challenge my family's young master? Suddenly, a voice laced with disdain echoed from the city lord's ranks. It was Lord Luo, whose face was adorned with a mocking smile as he looked down upon Luo Chen. His eyes, filled with contempt, also harbored deep-seated bitterness. Luo Chen replied coolly. He had long coveted the magic core, a crystallization from within magical beasts. Although it was imbued with chaotic spiritual energy, its absorption could swiftly expand one's dantian and enhance cultivation. Luo Chen had heard of this object, but had never laid eyes upon it. Now that an opportunity presented itself, how could he resist the urge to extract a morsel from the city lord's estate? Chapter 11. A single palm to the ground. As he spoke, his vital energy surged, and a chilling aura coalesced around the sword's blade, enveloping it in a layer of frost. The bone-chilling cold emanated from the frost sword, and his momentum steadily increased, resembling a chivalrous swordsman of the martial world. The frost sword. It is indeed the frost blade. At the sound of this, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. As they gazed upon the sword, a flicker of fervor ignited within many eyes. How formidable it was! With a single strike, he had brought his opponent to the ground and even shattered the frost blade. How could Luo Chen, once deemed a worthless fool, possessed such strength. That blow just now, it could rival even the most skilled practitioners of the Earth Origin realm. As the exclamations of astonishment filled the air, whether from the Lord's mansion, the Luo family, or the onlookers, all were left agape, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets. The might of Luo Chen's strike resonated within their hearts like a hammer striking a bell, deeply shaking their very souls. Indeed, the Lord's mansion displayed great magnanimity, conceding not only the duel but also the deed to the land. "Young master, what shall we do now?" One of the Luo family members stepped forward respectfully to inquire. It was none other than Elder Luo Nantian. Previously, in his eyes, Luo Chen was merely a waste, unworthy of a second glance. Now, however, Luo Chen had not only earned his respect, but had also gained the admiration of the entire Luo family. "Today, I shall ensure that all of Blackstone City knows that my Luo family is not to be trifled with, not even by the Lord's mansion." With a grand gesture, Luo Chen tossed the deed into the arena. "Yes, young master." Luo Nantian complied without a hint of displeasure. And the other members of the Luo family promptly sprang into action, removing the character and publicly incinerating both the frost blade and the deed. Following this battle, Luo Chen emerged as a figure of renown in Blackstone City, shedding the moniker of useless young master and, forever, leaving behind the shackles of worthlessness. In this battle, the lord of the city suffered a tremendous loss of face. Not only did he fail to seize the Luo family's alchemy workshop, but he also left behind a trail of humiliation. The entire Blackstone City became embroiled in heated discussions and shock, with many marveling at the newfound strength of the Foundation establishment realm. Although Luo Chen, at merely 16 years of age, had reached the late stage of Foundation establishment, which might not seem particularly impressive, the fact that he could fell a peak transformation realm expert with a single strike left many astounded. When did the Foundation establishment realm become so formidable? Concurrently, many understood that following this battle, the Luo family and the city lord's mansion would likely find no peace, as their conflict would only grow more intense. As the members of the Luo family busied themselves, Luo Xiaodian placed a reassuring hand on Luo Chen's shoulder. Expressing his pride, "Chenner, your performance today was commendable. You have rendered great service to our family." Yet Luo Chen, devoid of any arrogance, wore a solemn expression on his youthful face. Having lived 2 lives, he was acutely aware of his own immaturity in the diverse and perilous Tianyuan Continent, where myriad clans and demons roamed. He was but a lowly existence. Blackstone City was merely a remote town within the Starry Empire. Thus, after this battle, Luo Chen resolved to devise ways to swiftly enhance his strength. Chapter 12. The Worries of the Luo Family's Talismonger. Nevertheless, gritting his teeth, Luo Xiaodian insisted, "Come. Let us go to the Talismonger Hall." "Father, perhaps I should go instead." Luo Chen remarked that this matter originated because of him, and he wished to resolve it through his own capabilities. Refining talismans? Perhaps he was lacking in other areas, but when it came to talisman crafting, he was truly adept. Not only did the ancient ancestral dragon's cultivation experience encompass methods for talisman refinement, but in his previous life, Luo Chen also possessed considerable knowledge of talisman arts. However, on Earth, it was not referred to as talisman refining, but rather as talisman drawing. Yet, this distinction was insignificant. The crucial point was that Luo Chen was indeed proficient in it. "Very well, Chenner, you may proceed first. I shall join you once I have concluded my affairs at the alchemy workshop," Luo Xiaodian replied with a nod. "Understood. I shall take my leave." Luo Chen responded respectfully, accompanied by Luo Hu and Luo Xiong, as they turned and exited the alchemy workshop. Observing the trio depart, Luo Xiaodian contemplated briefly before issuing another command. "Elder 7. You are to keep an eye on Chenner to prevent any covert actions against him by those from the city lord's manor. It is all Luo Chen's fault. Were it not for his troublemaking, how could our Luo family have offended the city lord's manor? Now look, everyone has fled, and what business can we possibly conduct? We might as well close the doors for good." The elder muttered under his breath, utterly oblivious to the fact that Luo Chen was already standing before him. This individual was named Yuxiu Yuan, a direct descendant talisman master of the Luo family, and the sole person who remained in the talisman refinement hall. He was also the 3rd elder of the Luo family. Apart from the family head and 2 alchemists, he held the highest position within the clan. Additionally, he possessed a rather formidable temperament. When faced with injustice, he would not hesitate to reprimand anyone, even the family head. He was the only one within the Luo family who dared to speak candidly. 3rd elder. Despite receiving a scolding, Luo Chen harbored no resentment. Instead, he stepped forward respectfully to greet the elder, for he held a deep admiration for the third elder's character. Luo Chen, you have arrived. Yi Xiaoyuan raised an eyebrow, not addressing him as young master, but rather letting out a cold snort, remarking, "Humph. So you are aware of the existence of the rune refining hall? At this rate, even if there were 10 Luo families, it would not suffice to cover your losses." As he spoke, a deep sorrow flickered across his brow. In truth, he harbored no ill feelings towards Luo Chen. His concern lay solely with the future of the rune refining hall. Indeed, the eldest young master, perched high above, had never bothered with the trivial matters of the clan. And now, as the hall teetered on the brink of closure, what good would his visit do? Luo Hu interjected with a sarcastic tone. Indeed. While the rune refining hall may not hold the same significance as the pill workshop, it does generate considerable profit. Now that the rune masters have disappeared, naturally, the profits have vanished as well. Luo Xiong shook his head slightly, his words not aimed at Luo Chen, but rather addressing the situation at hand. With a grand gesture, Luo Chen suddenly proclaimed, "Bring me the rune paper and brush." What? Luo Chen, you intend to refine runes yourself? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyuan was momentarily taken aback, as if he had misheard, and sought confirmation. You heard me correctly. I said, I shall refine runes. Luo Chen enunciated each word with unwavering determination. What? Luo Chen, have you lost your mind? Do you even know how to infuse elemental energy? How dare you claim to refine runes? Refining runes is no trivial matter. The rune paper is quite expensive. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the three of them, including Yi Xiaoyuan, erupted in incredulous exclamations. Luo Chen wishes to refine runes? What a ludicrous joke. In their eyes, it seemed that Luo Chen had never even set foot in the rune refining hall before. How could he possibly know how to refine runes? Moreover, the art of talisman crafting is not merely a matter of inscribing symbols. It necessitates the infusion of primordial energy into the talisman itself. For instance, when creating a fire element talisman, one must imbue the talisman paper with fire elemental energy. Similarly, for a water element talisman, one must infuse it with water elemental energy. Furthermore, during the infusion process, the primordial energy must be stored in a flawless and harmonious manner for the talisman to be deemed complete. This entire procedure is not only intricate but also requires numerous rehearsals and meticulous study. The more advanced the talisman master, the greater the accumulation of time and experience needed to forge high-tier talismans. Thus, upon hearing that Luo Chen intended to craft a talisman, the three companions deemed it a fanciful illusion. Young master, have you lost your mind? Yi Xiaoyuan inquired with a look of incredulity. Do I seem deranged to you? With my remarkable wisdom and prowess? Luo Chen retorted. I believe you are not merely mad. You must have taken leave of your senses. Yi Xiaoyuan shook his head. As a talisman master, he comprehended deeply the arduous nature of crafting talismans, realizing that low-tier talismans hold no competitive edge in Blackstone City. After decades of effort, he could scarcely manage to produce medium-tier talismans. High-tier talismans? The very thought was beyond his imagination. Are you truly out of your mind? You shall soon find out. Luo Chen replied, winking before dramatically gesturing. Bring forth the talisman paper and brush. Today, I shall demonstrate the creation of a high-tier talisman for you. Witnessing Luo Chen's fervent determination, Yi Xiaoyuan, Luo Hu, and Luo Xiong felt increasingly exasperated, and even Luo Nantian wore an expression of utter disbelief. As he contemplated, Yi Xiaoyuan did not deter him. Instead, he gestured towards a room on the left and said helplessly, the talisman paper and brush are inside. You may enter. Very well. You all wait outside for my good news. Luo Chen nodded confidently and stepped inside. Upon witnessing Luo Chen's entrance into the talisman crafting room, the four outside exchanged glances, ultimately sighing in unison, their expressions peculiar. They were almost certain that Luo Chen would be unable to create the spiritual talismans. It is essential to note that crafting such talismans requires an exceptionally tranquil environment, and just moments ago, Luo Chen did not even know where the crafting room was. Yet he intended to create talismans in public? Had it not been for Yi Xiaoyuan's astuteness in directly pointing out the location of the crafting room, alleviating the awkwardness, Luo Chen would have likely faced considerable embarrassment. Elder Third, do you think the young master is serious? Luo Hu inquired. Yi Xiaoyuan shook his head, asserting that regardless of whether he was earnest or not, the young master was certainly incapable of producing a spiritual talisman, let alone an advanced one. He added, While he may not resolve the crisis of the talisman crafting hall, his intent is commendable. Indeed, if crafting spiritual talismans were so simple, talisman masters would be ubiquitous. Luo Chen remarked, his face full of disbelief. Let him be. Ultimately, if the young master wishes to indulge, we shall allow him. When he emerges, we simply need to refrain from exposing the truth, Luo Nantian advised, seemingly concerned about Luo Chen's reputation among the clan members. Understood. Acknowledged. One must not allow the young master to be embarrassed. With this thought in mind, the four individuals nodded subtly, whether they were the elders or the younger generation. Everyone felt a shared resolve. They could not allow Luo Chen to lose face. At this moment, within the talisman crafting room, Luo Chen swiftly located the talisman paper and brush upon entering. He promptly positioned himself at the table, his mind brimming with various methods of talisman crafting. To create a talisman, one must first comprehend the art of drawing, followed by the infusion of elemental energy. Although the quality of the talisman paper was somewhat lacking, it was sufficient for producing high-level spiritual talismans. Luo Chen slightly shook his head and then grasped the brush, beginning to draw upon the talisman paper. Chapter 13. Crafting the high-level fire explosion talisman. To create a complete spiritual talisman, the initial step is drawing, followed by the infusion of elemental energy. While this may appear straightforward, each stage is fraught with challenges. Those spiritual talismans are merely auxiliary artifacts and may seem of little value to powerful cultivators. They prove immensely practical for those at lower levels. For instance, a fire attribute talisman can unleash flames to incinerate magical beasts and repel foes, while a water attribute talisman can mitigate fire damage against fire-type creatures. In essence, the applications are numerous. Spiritual talismans are categorized into low-level, mid-level, and high-level talismans, with each tier corresponding to varying degrees of potency. The crafting of such talismans demands not only exceptional drawing skills, but also formidable elemental energy. Most crucially, however, is the mastery of talisman techniques. Distinct talisman techniques yield different spiritual talismans. At this moment, Luo Chen was employing a remarkable talisman technique from Earth, the Maoshan talisman. This mystical talisman, when utilized on Earth, possesses the remarkable ability not only to exorcise malevolent spirits, but also to unleash formidable power. It is said that the eminent practitioners of Longhu Mountain can conjure a sea of flames with a single fire talisman, incinerating demons and monsters, scorching the heavens, and shattering the void. Presently, Luo Chen is crafting one such immensely potent talisman, the Flame Burst Talisman. Once the Flame Burst Talisman is unleashed, all divine and demonic beings are compelled to retreat. Its might is beyond imagination. With swift strokes reminiscent of a dragon and snake, the characters are inscribed upon the talisman, resulting in a multitude of flame burst talismans materializing upon the table. The next step involves infusing primordial energy, drawing upon the wisdom of his past life. Luo Chen infuses the energy with remarkable speed. Each flame burst talisman is completed within mere minutes from the moment of inscription to the infusion of spiritual power. By the time Luo Chen exhausts his dragon energy, approximately 18 flame burst talismans lie upon the table, each radiating a powerful aura of primordial energy, as if containing explosive energy within the talisman paper. The moment they are ignited, they will unleash unimaginable force. Upon witnessing the 18 flame burst talismans before him, a faint smile graces Luo Chen's lips. With these high-level talismans, the talisman refining hall would be hard-pressed to suffer from poor business. His talisman crafting speed is truly astonishing. Fortunately, no outsiders were present to witness it, as it would surely terrify the local talisman masters. It had been quite some time since he last crafted talismans, and he felt somewhat rusty, yet his memory had not diminished. Astonishingly, he produced 18 flame burst talismans on his very first attempt. Luo Chen smiled faintly, then silently assessed the power of the flame explosion talisman. Since it was infused with dragon origin energy rather than ordinary energy, its rank should, at the very least, be classified as advanced. As for its might, it was indisputable that it surpassed that of typical advanced spiritual talismans. With a grand gesture, Luo Chen stored the talisman away and strode out of the room. Having successfully completed the refinement, it was time to breathe new life into the talisman refining hall. Alas, ideals are often grand, while reality can be painfully stark. Upon exiting the room and producing the flame explosion talisman, Luo Chen found that the 4 members of the night repair team were not astonished. Rather, their expressions were filled with an odd mixture of incredulity and amusement. Luo Xiong and Luo Hu clutched their bellies, their bodies shaking with suppressed laughter, finding it exceedingly difficult to contain themselves. "Is this truly the spiritual talisman you crafted?" Knight Xiaoyuan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. To confirm its authenticity, he scrutinized the talisman closely, examining the inscription of Flame Explosion Talisman with meticulous attention, only to conclude that it was indeed an unprecedented spiritual talisman. Immediately, a profound disappointment seeped into his clouded gaze. "Young master, are you certain this isn't some jest?" Luo Nentian's face mirrored a deep sense of dismay. He had expected Luo Chen to be merely experimenting. Little did he know that after wasting so much talisman paper, he had produced such peculiar artifacts. Can this truly be considered a spiritual talisman? Indeed, young master, are you sure this qualifies as a spiritual talisman? Though there are fluctuations of energy, I have never encountered such a talisman before. Luo Hu and Luo Xiong echoed, their expressions equally bewildered. Absolutely. This is the spiritual talisman I refined, and it is called the Flame Explosion Talisman. Luo Chen spoke with utmost seriousness. The Flame Explosion Talisman? Knight Xiaoyuan's lips twitched slightly. Well, the name is quite impressive. A Flame Explosion Talisman? It not only functions as a fire-type spiritual talisman but can also produce an explosion? However, regrettably, no matter how splendid the name, if it cannot explode, it is merely a worthless piece of paper. To think it wasted 18 sheets of talisman paper. Just the thought of it makes my heart ache. Indeed, this is the Flame Explosion Talisman, a high-tier spiritual talisman, and it can explode, Luo Chen reiterated, his expression exceedingly earnest, entirely devoid of any pretense. Yet, the more sincere he appeared, the more exasperated Knight Xiaoyuan became. Luo Nentian, fortunately, remained silent, while Luo Xiong and Luo Hu clutched their stomachs, nearly doubled over with laughter, as if on the brink of choking on their amusement. Despite this, they adhered to their promise and refrained from laughing out loud, lest Luo Chen be embarrassed in public. Elder 3, Elder 7, should you harbor any doubts, feel free to test it in front of everyone. However, I must caution that the power of this Flame Explosion Talisman is immense, so you will need a larger space. Luo Chen remarked nonchalantly. Knight Xian hesitated once more. In an effort to spare the young master further embarrassment, he ultimately nodded. Very well. Since the young master wishes to test the talisman, we shall proceed to the backyard. With that, he grasped the Flame Explosion Talisman, shaking his head slightly as he walked toward the backyard. Luo Chen hurriedly followed suit. Luo Nentian, Luo Hu, and Luo Xiong naturally did not need to be told twice. They suppressed their laughter and made their way to the backyard, where numerous attendants, drawn by the sudden talisman trial, stood at a distance, watching in curiosity. The young master is going to test a talisman? What a jest. The young master can even refine talismans. Let him pursue romantic interests. As for the art of talisman crafting, that should be set aside. Many voices echoed in the courtyard, brimming with astonishment, regarding Luo Chen's ability to forge talismans. Numerous individuals maintained a skeptical stance. This was not to say they harbored any ill will towards him, but rather, deep down, they believed that Luo Chen would not possess such skills. Moreover, having stayed in the Luo household for an extended period, they had never heard of the young master engaging in talisman crafting. The talisman workshop of the Luo family, while not an ancient establishment in Blackstone City, certainly held a respectable position. Each talisman master was esteemed and exceedingly rare. At this moment, not only had Luo Chen crafted a spiritual talisman, but he was also poised to demonstrate its efficacy. The murmurs reached his ears, yet Luo Chen remained composed, a confident smile gracing his lips. While he could not ascertain the power of the Flame Burst Talisman, the might of the Maoshan Talisman was renowned far and wide. It was a pity that these individuals were oblivious to this fact. Chinner, before the demonstration could commence, a commanding voice resonated from outside the courtyard. Luo Chen turned to see his father and respectfully exclaimed, "Father, head of the family." Upon witnessing this, Luo Nentian, Luo Hu, and Luo Xiong all bowed slightly, their faces reflecting deep respect. Only Yi Shiyan remained visibly disappointed, standing amidst the gathering. "Isn't it your precious son who refuses to properly embody the role of the young master, insisting instead on crafting spiritual talismans? Not only has he wasted 18 sheets of talisman paper, but now I must personally oversee the demonstration. Talisman crafting? Chinner, when did you learn to forge talismans?" Luo Xiaotian inquired, astonishment etched across his face as he looked at Luo Chen. How could the son of his possess such talents without him being aware? Upon his inquiry, the remaining members of the Luo family turned their astonished gazes towards Luo Chen. "Father, Have you forgotten my esteemed master? Luo Chen remarked, blinking his eyes in surprise. Oh, I see. Luo Xiaotian responded, realization dawning upon him. Nevertheless, he held little expectation regarding Luo Chen's ability to forge spiritual talismans. For the art of talisman crafting is not a mere endeavor of a single day. It requires years of arduous practice and dedication to achieve mastery. The pinnacle of accomplishment in the realm of talismanry within the Luo family is none other than the third elder, Yi Xiaoyuan. In his youth, he was heralded as a prodigy in talisman arts, yet even he took several decades to barely succeed in crafting a mid-tier spiritual talisman. And his success rate was far from impressive. Behold, this is the spiritual talisman crafted by your son. Take a look for yourself. For I have never encountered such a thing. As he spoke, Yi Xiaoyuan unleashed a stream of white light, enveloping the flame explosion talisman, which soared towards Luo Xiaotian. Luo Xiaotian extended his hand to receive it, and upon closer inspection, he quickly discerned that this was indeed a spiritual talisman, the likes of which had never graced the Blackstone City. Moreover, the characters inscribed upon the talisman were oddly shaped, resembling the chaotic scrawl of a chicken's claw. Your master certainly possesses an eccentric flair, does he not? Although his foundational techniques for you are remarkably astute, this talisman, it appears rather farcical, Luo Xiaotian murmured quietly, a flicker of doubt passing through his eyes. He was almost certain that this flame explosion talisman had never appeared in Blackstone City, nor had it ever been seen within the Starry Empire. Was this type of spiritual talisman truly functional? Father, is this talisman of a higher grade? You shall know by trying it, won't you? Luo Chen stepped forward and respectfully spoke. Indeed. After some contemplation, Luo Xiaotian decided to entrust the flame explosion talisman to Luo Chen, smiling as he said, in that case, Cheners, you shall personally test the talisman. Very well. I shall conduct the experiment myself. Luo Chen nodded, accepting the flame explosion talisman. At this critical moment, he was not one to falter. Furthermore, the talisman contained the essence of Dragon Yuan energy, and using his own Dragon Yuan to activate it would yield even more pronounced results. A glimmer of determination flashed in Luo Chen's eyes as he focused on a rockery in the backyard, subsequently imprinting a trace of his spiritual mark onto the talisman before unleashing it. Whoosh! The flame explosion talisman soared through the air, landing squarely upon the rockery. However, after a prolonged moment, there was no explosion, nor any sign of reaction. It remained firmly affixed to the center of the rockery. Could it have misfired? Observing this, Luo Xiaotian, Luo Nantian, and the others were momentarily taken aback, while Elder Yi Xiaoyuan displayed an expression of as expected, as they had surmised. The flame explosion talisman had indeed transformed into a worthless scrap of paper. Just as disappointment washed over the crowd, a sudden hum resonated. The talisman, adhered to the rockery, abruptly radiated a brilliant red light. Chapter 14. The Might of the Flame Explosion, shocking the entire assembly. Just when everyone wore expressions of disillusionment, believing the flame explosion talisman to be a failure, the talisman on the rockery suddenly emitted a burst of crimson brilliance. Simultaneously, Luo Chen executed a hand gesture and shouted with fervor, "Explode!" A resounding noise erupted, and the dazzling red light instantaneously transformed into a conflagration. Immediately thereafter, the flames intensified, morphing into a colossal fireball that spun and expanded, suddenly detonating in the midst of the gathering. With a thunderous roar that reverberated from the backyard, the sound was akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, sending shivers down the spines of all present, their faces etched with astonishment. Moreover, the artificial mountain in the vicinity disintegrated into a shower of debris, and even the surrounding walls of the backyard crumbled under the force of the explosion. As the smoke gradually cleared, a Tinjiang-wide crater emerged, plunging to a depth of 5 meters. My goodness, is this the flame explosion talisman? How utterly formidable! Is this truly an auxiliary magical artifact? It is nothing short of a lethal weapon. Its potency must surely be at least that of a high-tier spiritual talisman, if not more. Such a flame explosion talisman, if utilized for hunting magical beasts, would undoubtedly be their nemesis. Can a fire-type spiritual talisman really explode? The ancestors of the Luo family have truly manifested their prowess. Having witnessed the might of the flame explosion talisman firsthand, the disappointment and skepticism on everyone's faces vanished, replaced by overwhelming shock and awe. Many members of the Luo family, gazing at the vast chasm, felt their hearts race with excitement. No one had anticipated that the power of a single talisman could be so terrifying. With the advent of high-tier spiritual talismans, the Talisman Refining Hall is bound to undergo a remarkable transformation, ascending to the ranks of the premier refining halls and commanding respect in Blackstone City. Is this truly the flame explosion talisman crafted by the young master? Luo Hu and Luo Chen exchanged glances, and within each other's eyes, they discerned a profound astonishment. At that moment, laughter had completely abandoned them, and their gazes directed at Luo Chen transformed from initial disdain and contempt to a flicker of admiration. To their utter astonishment, the young master truly possessed the ability to craft talismans. The seventh elder, Luo Chen, stood agape, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He suddenly realized that his young master was not only adept in poetry and martial arts, but also proficient in the intricate art of talisman crafting, rendering him a true polymath. Is it possible? Luo Xiaotian exclaimed, his face a mask of shock as he regarded Luo Chen as if he were a rare treasure. Simultaneously, a tinge of reverence emerged for Luo Chen's enigmatic master. For one capable of imparting such profound knowledge of talisman crafting could hardly be an ordinary individual. Surely, they must belong to a hidden powerhouse within the Star Empire, or perhaps within the vast expanse of Tianyuan Continent. Impossible. It cannot be. How could a fire attribute talisman possibly combine with a lightning attribute talisman to create an explosion? This defies the laws of science. Amidst the collective astonishment of the crowd, a voice filled with incredulity suddenly echoed from the corner of the courtyard. Knight Shouyuan, his hair disheveled and hairpin lost, waved his hands in disbelief, his expression one of utter amazement. Without warning, he leapt forward and clutched Luo Chen's leg, exclaiming, "I cannot fathom this. Young master, please elucidate this for me." In that moment, he was beset by frustration and regret, repeatedly striking his chest in despair, lamenting that he had squandered a significant portion of his life in ignorance. Luo Chen's creation of the Fireburst Talisman was fundamentally aimed at rescuing the Talisman Crafting Hall. At this moment, his willingness to employ the Maoshan talisman techniques was also a deliberate attempt to fundamentally alter the dire circumstances of the hall. Furthermore, talisman crafting, while intriguing, held little value for genuine cultivation and served merely as an auxiliary tool. Therefore, if Luo Chen aspired to progress swiftly and attain that exalted realm, he must abandon such trivial paths and instead pursue the rigorous training of his physique and the cultivation of his spirit in tandem. Having lived two lives, Luo Chen was acutely aware of his advantages. Thus, he was determined to seize them and grow rapidly. "Young master, do you truly mean it?" Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, his breath quickening in excitement, his murky old eyes blazing with fervor. If he could indeed practice the Maoshan talisman techniques, his loyalty to the Luo family would be unwavering, devoid of any ulterior motives. Henceforth, even if Luo Chen commanded him to face death, he would harbor not a shred of resentment. "Fear not, for I, your young master, am handsome and graceful, a paragon of elegance and integrity. How could I possibly deceive you?" Luo Chen replied with a subtle smile, sincerity evident in his demeanor. "Very well. If that is the case, I shall begin my practice immediately." With that declaration, Yi Xian vanished like a gust of wind, swiftly transforming into a fleeting shadow as he disappeared into the back courtyard, likely heading to the talisman crafting chamber for further study. Once the third elder departed, Luo Chen turned his gaze towards his father, Luo Xiaotian, and remarked softly, "Father, with this Fireburst talisman, our Luo family's talisman crafting hall need not fear the city lord's mansion any longer." Haha, not only shall we no longer fear them, but with this Fireburst talisman, our talisman crafting hall can even dominate the city lord's mansion, even in the absence of those talisman masters. Luo Xiaotian laughed heartily, his gaze toward his son increasingly filled with satisfaction. Indeed, with the emergence of the fire explosion talisman, our Luo family's talisman refining hall is destined for greatness. Haha, I now eagerly anticipate the expression of despair on the city lord's face upon witnessing our Luo family unveil the fire explosion talisman. The eldest son is truly formidable, a veritable genius. The other members of the Luo family echoed this sentiment, their expressions animated, their spirits soaring. Even the servants were uplifted. The advent of the fire explosion talisman instantly illuminated hope for everyone. Shortly thereafter, Luo Chen added, "Since we aim to dominate the city lord's estate, I propose we promptly invite those within the Luo family interested in talismans to participate in learning talisman crafting and become talismancers. I possess several methods for mid and low-tier talisman arts that will prove beneficial." "Very well. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Luo Xiaotian nodded earnestly, his trust in his son growing ever deeper. Furthermore, I suggest we take a day to regroup today and tomorrow morning. We shall sell the fire explosion talismans at the entrance, launching a full-scale assault on the talisman market to make Blackstone City take notice. Luo Chen proposed. Agreed. Since we are already at odds with the city lord's estate, let us strike hard. Let the people of Blackstone City understand that our Luo family is not so easily trifled with, Luo Xiaotian declared, a hint of dominance flickering across his countenance as he waved his hand with authority. Once consensus was reached, the entire Luo family sprang into action. Upon hearing that the eldest son intended to unveil his talismanic techniques and train the direct line of talisman masters, many members hastily joined the ranks of the talisman practitioners and made their way to the talisman refinement hall to lend their assistance. Luo Chen, true to his word, not only presented several exquisite talisman techniques, but also brought forth the teachings of the Maoshan school of Taoism, entrusting them to the family patriarch, Luo Xiaotian, for safekeeping. Naturally, to acquire advanced talisman techniques, one must make commensurate sacrifices, and only those who demonstrated utmost loyalty and dedication to the Luo family would be deemed worthy of the Maoshan teachings. This initiative by Luo Chen invigorated the Talisman Refinement Hall, instilling a renewed sense of purpose among all members of the Luo family, who were now fully committed to undertaking a significant endeavor. As night descended, in the study of the Luo residents, although Luo Xiaotian had toiled throughout the day, he showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, his countenance radiated joy and excitement. For many years, he had been burdened by the perception of his son as a failure, a lingering heartache. Yet now this wound had begun to heal. Not only had he discovered that Luo Chen was a prodigy, but also a remarkable talent excelling in both the arts of war and scholarship. This revelation prompted Luo Xiaotian to gaze skyward with a heartfelt sigh, thanking the heavens for finally bestowing clarity upon him. However, despite Luo Chen's impressive talents, he remained somewhat inexperienced in both cultivation and age. While the Luo family members posed no concerns, there lingered the fear of potential treachery from the city lord's manor. Suddenly, a chill ran down Luo Xiaotian's spine, and his expression shifted to one of tension. Though Luo Chen was undeniably gifted, he was still quite young and vulnerable. If he were to fall victim to a covert attack, the Luo family would suffer immeasurable losses. Contemplating this, Luo Xiaotian's gaze turned icy as he called out towards the door. Come in. Inform Elder 7 to visit my study at once. Yes. A guard promptly responded before turning to leave. Soon, the door opened, and Elder 7, Luo Nantian, entered. Master, you summoned me? Luo Nantian inquired respectfully, clasping his hands in greeting. Elder 7, although you are neither a talisman master nor an alchemist, your cultivation stands as the pinnacle within the Luo family. Second only to myself, Luo Xiaotian said solemnly. I have a crucial task to assign to you. Are you willing to undertake it? Master, I am a member of the Luo family in life and in death. Please, speak your mind. Luo Nantian replied, his spirit invigorated and demeanor serious. Elder 7, as you are aware, Chino has emerged as an extraordinary talent. I wish for you to serve as his personal guardian, to safeguard his life at all times, and, if necessary, to sacrifice your own in order to ensure his safety. Can you do this? Luo Xiaotian sighed, for although Chino was exceptionally intelligent, he remained too young and vulnerable. Should he meet an untimely end, it would be a great loss for the Luo family. So it is this matter, Luo Nantian realized, having already surmised it was likely the case. Moreover, even without Luo Xiaotian's request, as a member of the Luo family, he felt it was his duty, both morally and logically, to protect Luo Chen at all costs. Master, you need not even speak. As a member of the Luo family, I will ensure the utmost protection for young Master Luo Chen, preventing any harm from befalling him. To demonstrate his resolve, Luo Nantian refrained from idle chatter and directly knelt on one knee, raising his palm to the heavens as he solemnly vowed, from this day forth, I, Luo Nantian, swear before the heavens that regardless of the trials I may face, I shall devote myself to the protection of young Master Luo Chen, ensuring that he suffers no harm or treachery. Should I violate this oath, may the heavens unleash their wrath upon me, leaving me without a grave. Upon finishing his declaration, Luo Nantian bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of blood that, under the control of his spiritual energy, transformed into a large character for oath before vanishing into thin air. This was the legendary blood oath. Once sworn, It stood as an eternal testament to one's commitment. Elder Brother 7. Your words carry great weight. Luo Chen stepped forward to assist him, offering a wry smile as he said, Brother, we are all family. Even without an oath, Chen is willing to place his trust in you. Ah, I know you believe in me. Yet young Master Luo Chen is of utmost importance to the Luo family. Chapter 15. The terrifying speed of cultivation. It is said that the speed of cultivation using demon core surpasses that of absorbing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. I wonder what results I would achieve by absorbing and refining it with dragon essence power. Luo Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, whispering to himself as he gazed at the numerous demon cores, each emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Without further ado, Luo Chen grasped a first-tier demon core in his hand and began to absorb its energy swiftly. As he did so, the fierce spiritual energy within the first-tier demon core transformed into a visible stream, flowing through his palm and continuously entering Luo Chen's Dantian sea of energy. Logically, such violent spiritual energy entering the Dantian must undergo refinement before it can transform into internal energy. Yet, curiously, upon encountering the dragon's primal force, these ferocious energies did not clash. Rather, they seemed to submit to their sovereign, seamlessly integrating into the essence. This phenomenon significantly accelerated Luo Chen's absorption rate compared to ordinary individuals, not only bypassing the refining process but also allowing for unrestrained consumption, thus saving precious time. Indeed, the dragon's primal force is formidable. It not only facilitates the healing of wounds but also hastens the absorption of the magic core. Choosing the dragon's sovereign body technique was undoubtedly a wise decision. This technique, renowned as the foremost body-refining art of the ancient era, truly lives up to its illustrious reputation. Luo Chen secretly rejoiced and intensified his absorption efforts. Instantly, the tumultuous spiritual energy surged forth from the magic core, transforming into a gentle stream that flowed through his palm and into his body, ultimately settling in the Dantian's Qi Sea after merging with the dragon's primal force. Utilizing a magic core for cultivation is undeniably an extravagant endeavor. Even the lord of the city or scions of prominent families would not dare to absorb energy as recklessly as Luo Chen. Moreover, they would need to refine the energy painstakingly before it could be utilized. However, Luo Chen is different. After his absorption, he immediately refined it with the dragon's primal force, thereby surpassing ordinary cultivators in both absorption speed and refinement duration by more than tenfold. Thus, Luo Chen's cultivation method is truly unprecedented and singular on the Tianyuan Continent. Fortunately, at this moment, no one is aware that Luo Chen is astonishingly enhancing his cultivation. Otherwise, should those ancient beings catch sight of this, they would surely be left astounded. 1 magic core, 2 magic cores, 3 magic cores. As the ferocious spiritual energy continuously flows into Luo Chen's Dantian, the magic cores placed within the room vanish one after another. In merely 31st-tier magic cores, he has augmented his strength by a staggering 800 pounds. Such a rate of growth is swifter than riding a rocket. Although Luo Chen has not yet reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, he is tantalizingly close. With a deep exhale, he releases a breath of turbid air, a faint smile gracing his lips as his aura grows both profound and formidable. An increase of 800 pounds of strength. Indeed, the speed of cultivation using magic cores is exponentially faster than absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is no wonder that the scions of prominent families are so enamored with hunting magical beasts to obtain magic cores for their training. However, given my current level, recklessly venturing into the magical beast mountains would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting death. An increase of 800 pounds of strength? Not nearly enough. It is still far from sufficient. Muttering to himself, Luo Chen does not allow excitement to overwhelm him. Instead, he picks up a second-tier magic core, closes his eyes, and focuses intently on absorption. As he absorbs, an even more formidable and violent spiritual energy transforms into a visible current, flowing through his palm and into Luo Chen's body. Feeling the violent surge of spiritual energy, Luo Chen let out a muffled groan, a hint of pain flickering across his face. However, as this energy entered his Dantian and encountered the dragon essence, it transformed, akin to a subject bowing before a sovereign, immediately becoming docile and swiftly merging within him, evolving into the most refined and pure energy within Luo Chen's body. Moreover, the relationship between the city lord's mansion and the Luo family had long since deteriorated. In the small courtyard, within the confines of the room, As the second-tier magic cores were absorbed one after another, the tumultuous spiritual power continuously flowed into Luo Chen's dantian. Finally, with a resounding breakthrough, Luo Chen's cultivation level ascended from the late foundation establishment stage to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Once his realm was solidified, Luo Chen's strength surged to an astounding 2,300 pounds. Such power was nearly godlike within the foundation establishment realm. Yet, Luo Chen did not rush to celebrate. Instead, he let out a low roar, grasping another second-tier magic core, fully concentrating his energy on its rapid absorption. After a brief pause, his strength began to escalate once more with fervor. With each second-tier magic core absorbed, Luo Chen's power exhibited a remarkable enhancement, akin to a rocket propelling upwards with relentless momentum. The speed of his cultivation was truly formidable, terrifying. Until the last second-tier magic core was fully absorbed, Luo Chen's strength ultimately stabilized at a tremendous 3,000 pounds. As the 10 second-order magic cores transformed into fine powder and merged into Luo Chen's body, he not only transcended his realm, reaching the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, but also experienced a rapid enhancement in physical strength, achieving an astonishing force of 3,000 pounds. It was almost unfathomable that someone at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage could possess such terrifying power. Once unleashed, he would be on par with even the masters of the earth element realm. Such a pace of cultivation, if it were to spread, would undoubtedly terrify countless ancient beings spanning millennia. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen felt the profound and explosive energy within him, reflecting, "Though I am currently at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, with 3,000 pounds of strength coupled with the Dragon Yuan energy, I have no fear even when facing masters of the earth element realm. In fact, against some weaker opponents, a single punch could suffice to defeat them." In just one night, he had gained 2,000 pounds of strength, and a faint smile graced his youthful lips. However, despite this progress, he realized that the Dragon Emperor's dominance technique was still merely at the introductory level and had not yet reached the first tier. This realization prompted him to muse quietly on the remarkable capabilities of the Dragon Emperor's dominance technique. Achieving 3,000 pounds of strength while still in its initial stage was indeed extraordinary. Glancing at the sky, he noticed the first light of dawn breaking, prompting him to seize the moment and practice the 5 animals mimicry fist once more, invigorating his blood circulation and solidifying his realm. After freshening up, he set off for the Luo family's rune refining hall. As dawn broke, an astonishing piece of news swiftly spread through the streets and alleys of Blackstone City. The Luo family's rune refining hall was set to sell high-tier fire explosion talismans. High-tier fire explosion talismans? Although many practitioners within Blackstone City find the term quite unfamiliar, the mention of the flame burst talisman evokes a sense of grandeur and might. Consequently, this news swept through Blackstone City like a tempest, echoing through every alleyway and street, reaching even the ears of 3-year-old children. It is said that the Luo family is now offering high-tier spiritual talismans, particularly the Flame Burst Talisman. But what exactly is a Flame Burst Talisman? It has never been heard of before. If you are unaware of this, I must say, you are quite out of touch. The Flame Burst Talisman refers to a fusion of fire and thunder spiritual talismans, resulting in a tremendous explosion, hence its name. This talisman not only has the capacity to strike down magical beasts, but can also be employed in combat. Is it truly that formidable? Surely it cannot be too expensive? Uncertain, let us hasten to see, lest we be outpaced by others. As discussions proliferated throughout Blackstone City, not only practitioners but also the scions of prominent families flocked to the Luo family's talisman crafting hall. It is essential to understand that high-tier spiritual talismans in Blackstone City are often in high demand yet short supply, with many eager buyers unable to procure them. In fact, one often needs to place advance orders to secure a purchase. This scarcity is not only due to the limited number of high-level talisman masters, but also because of the immense market demand. While such auxiliary artifacts may be rare among the elite, they are exceedingly sought after by lower-tier cultivators, particularly those who frequently traverse the Beast Mountain range in pursuit of magical beasts. At times, a high-tier spiritual talisman can decisively determine the success of hunting a magical beast. Soon, outside the door of the Luo family's talisman refining hall, a throng of thousands gathered, many of them standing on tiptoe, straining their necks in anticipation of catching an early glimpse of the flame explosion talisman. As the crowd reached a considerable size, the doors of the talisman refining hall swung open, revealing the eldest son of the Luo family, Luo Chen, who emerged amidst a flurry of bodyguards. However, he remained silent, choosing instead to observe quietly from the side. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man clad in a long blue robe strode forth from the crowd, clasping his hands in greeting. It was none other than the third elder. Yi Shuyuan. Esteemed guests, behold the flame explosion talisman. With a flourish of his hand, a yellow talisman materialized within his palm. He then proclaimed loudly, "This talisman is a fusion of fire and thunder elements. Once detonated, its power is cataclysmic, beyond comprehension. Each flame explosion talisman is priced at 100 taels of gold, with no room for negotiation." Afterward, he added, "I would like to remind everyone that the grade of the flame explosion talisman has reached the high tier level. If you are in need, I urge you to seize this opportunity and not let it slip away." As his voice faded, Yi Shuyuan issued a commanding shout, causing the flame explosion talisman to soar into the air, suspended before the crowd. Furthermore, with a grand gesture, he summoned a long table, displaying over 100 flame explosion talismans for all to see. A mere fireball talisman is astonishingly priced at 100 taels of gold. Upon hearing this, many gasped in disbelief, deeming such a price excessively steep. It is worth noting that a standard high-grade talisman typically costs around 80 taels of gold. Many prospective buyers meticulously calculated their finances and prepared thoroughly before making a purchase, yet the Luo family's talisman workshop has abruptly increased the price by 20 taels. Could it be that this fireball talisman possesses extraordinary qualities as the legends suggest? Elder Yi, we hold you in high regard as a mid-level talisman master, which is why we trusted you to come and observe the high-grade talismans. However, the price of 100 taels for the fireball talisman raises questions about its exceptional attributes. Otherwise, such a sudden increase of 20 taels would deter my purchase. Suddenly, a robust voice resonated from the crowd, as an elderly man in a black robe parted the sea of onlookers, standing boldly in the center to inquire, "Is the Luo family truly conducting a live demonstration of the talisman? What a grand display!" The black-robed elder paused momentarily, as exclamations of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Nevertheless, despite their surprise, everyone swiftly retreated, creating a distance of over 100 meters. It is crucial to acknowledge that each high-grade talisman is valued at 80 taels of gold, and the Luo family's talisman workshop is willing to showcase a fireball talisman for demonstration. This revelation left many in awe and anticipation, their eyes fixated on the levitating fireball talisman. Boom! Without hesitation, Yi Shuyuan formed a hand seal and unleashed a powerful shout. As the incantation reached its zenith, the fire explosion talisman emanated a dazzling radiance, transforming into a colossal, spinning fireball that erupted in the sky. With a thunderous roar, the deafening sound rendered everyone in the vicinity momentarily deaf. A massive cloud of smoke rose like a miniature mushroom cloud from the center of the chaos. Once the dust settled, a vast chasm, 10 zhang in diameter and 5 meters deep, revealed itself, the earth charred to a deep black. Good heavens! Is this truly the legendary fire explosion talisman? My word, the power it wields is utterly terrifying. With such formidable strength, one can only imagine that a single talisman could severely injure, if not slay, a first-tier magical beast. Such a divine talisman. And they dare to charge 100 taels of gold? Elder Yi, I demand 2. 3. I require 3. 5. The Yang family of North City shall purchase 5 at once. Damn it. Everyone, don't push. Anyone who dares contest me today shall find themselves with a broken leg. Get out of my way. I also want. You scoundrel. That blind fool just elbowed me. Witnessing the ferocity of the fire explosion talisman, the crowd surged towards the talisman refinement hall, jostling one another, completely blocking the entrance. Astonishingly, they were not purchasing just one at a time, but rather multiple talismans in a single transaction. The gleaming gold flowed like a river as it was spent. The formidable fire burst talismans possess such immense power that acquiring just 2 or 3 could obliterate a low-tier magical beast, yielding a valuable magic core. Even a fool could deduce that this is an exceptionally lucrative venture. As a fervent beast enthusiast, who among the crowd would not be driven to madness? Indeed, nearly everyone has succumbed to a frenzy. In the race to secure a fire burst talisman, many are engaged in a frenzied scramble. Haha, do not fight, do not fight. Once these 100 talismans are sold, we shall have more available at the Luo family's talisman refinery. In the future, we will fulfill all your needs. Witnessing the chaos as the crowd nearly descends into violence, Yi Shuyuan can hardly contain his delight, his grin so wide it seems his jaw might unhinge. Truly, one does not grasp the demand until it is presented. What a startling revelation. Initially, He thought the price of 100 taels of gold per fireburst talisman was somewhat steep, but now it appears it may even be too modest. Observing this spectacle, Luo Nantian, standing behind Luo Chen, couldn't help but exclaim, "Young master, I never anticipated that the fireburst talismans you crafted would sell so explosively. Had I known, I would have entrusted you with the management of the talisman refinery and allowed you to partake in the crafting of spiritual talismans." Crafting spiritual talismans? Heh, that is merely a trivial pursuit, Luo Chen replied nonchalantly. He would not divulge to Elder Seven the astonishing depths of his memory, should he rapidly ascend in strength. Even the entirety of the Star Empire would be but a trifling matter in his eyes. Moreover, from this day forth, Elder Seven, Luo Nantian, would officially become his personal guardian. Now, if individuals from the City Lord's mansion come to purchase, shall we sell? At this moment, Yusho Yuan stepped forward, smiling as he posed the question. In the midst of the conversation, an unintentional air of respect emerged. Having witnessed the overwhelming popularity of the fire explosion talisman firsthand, he came to acknowledge the esteemed young master, Luo Chen. Of course, the talisman would be sold. However, prior to the sale, he insisted on informing me. For I have a grand gift to present to the City Lord's mansion. Luo Chen replied with a narrowed-eyed smile. Very well. Should the representatives from the City Lord's mansion arrive, I will inform you in advance. Yusho Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Upon observing the bustling activity at the Luo family's talisman workshop, the City Lord's mansion finally became anxious. Originally, the mansion had appropriated many talisman masters from the Luo family and had prepared numerous intermediate-level talismans for a significant endeavor today. Chapter 17. A grand gift awaits. Upon seeing this individual, Luo Chen's eyes brightened slightly, recognizing that the main party had indeed arrived. Young master, do you wish to purchase the fire explosion talisman? Luo Chen took the initiative to greet him, a smile gracing his face. In response, Luo Nantian promptly followed closely behind Luo Chen, ready to protect him at any moment. Should there be any unusual movements, he would act swiftly to ensure Luo Chen's safety. Indeed, what if the City Lord's mansion takes it for research and successfully develops their own fire explosion talisman? Wouldn't that be a significant loss for our Luo family's talisman workshop? Luo, who expressed his discontent, sighing heavily, Yusho Yuan lamented, "Young master, you were truly mistaken. How could you consider selling the fire explosion talisman to the City Lord's mansion? Why are you three in such a rush?" For after the modifications, that particular fire explosion talisman had transformed from an ordinary talisman into a self-detonation talisman. The results would soon be revealed. Several individuals exchanged glances once more, yet refrained from uttering further words, choosing instead to patiently await developments. In their eyes, Master Luo Chen had become increasingly enigmatic. This Luo Chen, seemingly astute, was, in fact, a fool. Could it be that this fire explosion talisman was a mere counterfeit? Everyone was taken aback, hastily crowding forward to inspect it. However, as they gathered, the seemingly inert fire explosion talisman suddenly erupted in a dazzling blaze. Alarmed, someone shouted, their face a mask of terror and despair. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the Lord's mansion, delivering a cataclysmic blow to the Grand Hall. In an instant, the roof was torn away, and the dozen or so talisman masters were obliterated, their remains scattered like confetti throughout the mansion. Even the guards stationed outside were sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths, leaving them either dead or grievously injured, a scene of utter devastation beyond imagination. It turned out that Luo Chen was not the fool he appeared to be. Rather, he was the quintessential simpleton. As the explosion resonated, it not only shook the Lord's mansion but set the entire Blackstone city ablaze with commotion. Oh heavens! Who could have ignited the fire explosion talisman within the Lord's mansion? It was madness, utterly outrageous, to think that so many talisman masters could be annihilated in an instant. Particularly, the disgrace of such a blunder, once revealed, would lead many to conclude that the Lord's mansion was merely a den of ineptitude. How could one possibly blow up the Lord's mansion while merely attempting to study a talisman? What kind of foolish mind could achieve such a remarkable feat? At that very moment, within the Luo family's talisman refining hall, laughter erupted, a release of pent-up emotions as the news spread, plunging the members of the Luo family into a profound astonishment. In that moment, they truly grasped the remarkable ingenuity and strategic prowess of their eldest son. By selling a single explosion talisman, he not only reaped a profit of 100 taels of gold but also inadvertently obliterated the city lord's residence. Furthermore, The city lord's estate found itself unable to retaliate against Luo Chen, forced to swallow this bitter defeat in silence. In the grand tapestry of strategy, victory was secured from afar. Luo Xiang, filled with fervor and admiration, could not contain his praise. Previously, he had thought the young master was making a blunder. Little did he realize that this move was a masterstroke of unparalleled brilliance. Yusho Yuan, too, could hardly conceal his joy, especially upon learning that all the talisman masters from the city lord's estate had perished in the explosion. He felt a deep sense of vindication and understood that henceforth no one in Blackstone City would dare to challenge the Luo family's talisman workshop. Consequently, the Luo family's establishment would rise to unparalleled heights, flourishing beyond measure. Chapter 18. Panyan Lake. The Unicorn Red Dragon. With the talisman masters of the city lord's estate reduced to ashes in the explosion, the Luo family's talisman workshop stood unrivaled in Blackstone City. If this did not lead to an explosion of business, it would indeed be a most peculiar anomaly against the natural order. Amidst the chorus of admiration from the crowd, Elder Luo Nantian maintained an air of composure, as if such occurrences were merely routine and unremarkable. Remaining by Luo Chen's side, he was accustomed to daily surprises. If he were to be perpetually astonished, it would surely overwhelm him. As he spent more time with Luo Chen, Luo Nantian increasingly sensed an air of mystery surrounding him, one that seemed perpetually inscrutable. With such an extraordinary young master, it was likely that the Luo family was destined for greatness. It was imperative for me to safeguard the young master at all times, ensuring his safe and sound development. Even if it meant sacrificing my own life for a mere finger of his, it would be worth it, Luo Nantian mused, his sharp gaze alight with unwavering resolve. Having been in the Luo family for so long, he had never felt such conviction regarding any matter. Luo Chen not only embodied the hope for the Luo family's prosperity, but also ignited a genuine desire within Luo Nantian to protect him and nurture his growth. Such a prodigy, should he fall, would surely invoke the heavens' wrath for not being adequately defended, wouldn't it? Amidst the whispers of admiration that reached his ears, Luo Chen merely offered a faint smile, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. In his vision, replacing the fiery explosion talisman with a self-destruct talisman that would detonate upon the infusion of elemental energy seemed quite straightforward. However, the true astonishment lay in the fact that the explosion occurred within the city lord's mansion, resulting in a catastrophic demise for the talisman masters therein. It was regrettable, though, that no significant figures were among the casualties. Rising to his feet, Luo Chen suddenly spoke. Elder 7, we must venture outside the city. Young master, what is your intention in leaving the city? Luo Nantian inquired respectfully. Luo Chen replied nonchalantly, I wish to explore the Beast Mountain Range. The Beast Mountain Range? Indeed. Indeed. Luo Chen had long harbored a deep yearning for the Beast Mountain Range. Unfortunately, due to his low cultivation level, he had always felt it was beyond his reach. Now, having attained immense strength and reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, he was eager to explore the Beast Mountain Range, even if only to stroll around its periphery. Although he could not venture into its depths for training, at the very least, he could gain some understanding of the area. Upon hearing this, Luo Nanchen's expression grew serious. He initially intended to refuse, but seeing the eager anticipation on Luo Chen's face, he found it hard to deny him. Thus, he clasped his hands and said, Very well. I can take you to have a look, but we must confine ourselves to the outskirts. We cannot venture deeper. Then I am truly grateful to Elder Qi. Luo Chen replied with sincere appreciation. He would never presume upon Elder Qi's position as his personal guardian, but instead held him in high regard, acknowledging him as an elder in his family. Indeed, let us be on our way, Luo Nantian said with a slight smile, growing increasingly pleased with this young master. Subsequently, Luo Nantian led Luo Chen out of the rune forging hall. However, upon exiting, instead of immediately leaving the city, Luo Chen instructed his attendants to prepare a carriage and took the lead in sitting inside, disappearing behind the curtains. Young master, as the eldest son of the Luo family, should you wish to exit the city, you need not only walk with your head held high, even if you were to confront the city guards. None would dare utter a word against you. Why then? Luo Nantian paused, perplexed. The fiery steed let out a piercing cry, instantly dashing forth upon the official road. Meanwhile, Luo Chen reclined comfortably within the carriage, crossing one leg over the other, basking in the luxurious ease of a young master. A hint of contentment gracing his features. This clandestine excursion beyond the city bore two intentions. Firstly, to behold the true visage of the Beast Mountain Range, and secondly, to seek opportunities to clandestinely procure some magical cores, thereby hastening his cultivation. Having experienced the terrifying velocity of training with magical cores, Luo Chen had developed an insatiable appetite for them, eager to acquire more for his advancement. The Beast Mountain Range, renowned as a sanctuary for magical creatures, undoubtedly represented the finest destination. Alas, while aspirations may be grand, reality often proves starkly different. Upon arriving at the Beast Mountain Range, Luo Chen quickly recognized the naivety of his ambitions. After departing from Haishi City, the carriage journeyed southward for several dozen miles. Luo Chen lifted the curtain and stood atop the carriage, finally catching a glimpse of the majestic Beast Mountain Range. Before him unfolded an immense mountain range, akin to a colossal dragon, sprawling across the vast terrain. From a distance, it resembled a formidable beast lying in repose between heaven and earth. The dense, primordial forest whispered with distant roars of creatures, and even at this early stage, Luo Chen could sense waves of perilous energy approaching him. The Beast Mountain Range is renowned as one of the largest mountain ranges on the Tianyuan Continent, spanning the heavens and the earth, its depths and dangers unknown. With a total length rumored to exceed 10,000 miles, it lay like a giant creature stretching between the Starry Empire, the Holy Empire, and the Yalan Empire. Due to its unique geographical location, the Beast Mountain Range is renowned as a lawless zone. Within the depths of the Beast Mountain Range lies an unknown number of formidable beasts, as well as criminals. Many who have committed grave offenses choose to seek refuge within this treacherous terrain. Thus, upon entering such a place, one must remain vigilant not only against the beasts but also against fellow humans. A moment's carelessness could result in a treacherous betrayal from behind. This is the true nature of the Beast Mountain Range, Luo Chen murmured, his eyes filled with awe. When compared to the Everest of his hometown, it seemed like a mere trifling hill, utterly incomparable. Young master, we can only observe from a distance. If you wish to venture in, it may not be feasible at this time. Even the outskirts are beyond the realm of imagination for our Luo family. And what you see is merely the tip of the iceberg of the Beast Mountain Range, Luo Nantian said with a wry smile. Blackstone City can only be deemed a remote town, thus offering a limited glimpse of the majestic mountains. Yet, even so, it is sufficiently spectacular. Indeed, I understand. Luo Chen nodded earnestly. Although he possessed the experience of 2 lifetimes and unparalleled body refinement skills, he did not intend to step into the Beast Mountain Range just yet. Should he enter, he and Elder Qi might swiftly meet their demise. Those ruthless criminals would not care whether he was the young master of the Luo family. To them, he was merely a plump sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Suddenly, he paused in surprise. Luo Chen pointed towards a distant lake, his expression one of astonishment and curiosity. He sensed a pulsating vitality within the waters, drawing him closer. Ah, this is Tianyuan Lake, merely a small body of water outside the Beastmaster Mountains. It teems with fish and shrimp, devoid of any formidable beasts, and fishermen frequently visit to catch their fill, Luo Nantian explained with a gentle smile, his tone patient. Is that so? Let us go and take a closer look. With a spark of intrigue, Luo Chen stepped forward. The nearer he approached, the more intense the allure became. He could even perceive a faint bloodline attraction. It is worth noting that Luo Chen was now a true dragon, having cultivated the Dragon Emperor's dominance technique, granting him an innate sensitivity to anything related to dragons. Driven by an insatiable yearning, Luo Chen arrived at the lake's edge, only to behold a colossal, elongated crimson figure resting on the shore, gently gasping for breath. A strong stench of blood wafted from the creature, permeating the air around it. Suddenly, sensing the presence of an intruder, the crimson figure startled and swiftly executed a dragon's tail sweep, vanishing beneath the lake's surface, leaving no trace behind. Yet, in that fleeting moment before its disappearance, Luo Chen caught a glimpse of the creature's true nature. It was none other than a single-horned crimson dragon serpent, and it appeared to be gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. This revelation quickened Luo Chen's breath and filled his deep, obsidian eyes with an overwhelming desire and fervor. Heavens! A single-horned crimson dragon serpent? From the looks of it, it is a peak 5th-tier magical beast. A being of extraordinary prowess, surpassing even the most formidable experts of the Tianyuan realm, possesses within it a magic core that likely reaches the 5th tier. It stands merely a step away from attaining a 6th-tier magic core. Most crucially, this creature is gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of death. If I could capture this unique red-horned dragon serpent, imbibe its blood, consume its flesh, and absorb its draconic essence, would my own realm not ascend to a transformative state? My physical strength would experience a meteoric rise, conservatively estimated to reach a staggering force of 10,000 pounds. Upon sighting this red-horned dragon serpent, Luo Chen was immediately stirred with excitement, his very blood boiling with anticipation. He felt an overwhelming urge to plunge into the lake, seize the serpent, and devour it whole. Even his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. What does he require most in cultivating the Dragon Emperor's dominance technique? Undoubtedly, the purest dragon blood, dragon flesh, and the magic core within the dragonkin. Although this red-horned dragon serpent has yet to undergo metamorphosis, its bloodline, be it its blood or flesh, harbors the essence of dragons. If Luo Chen could absorb it, his power would undoubtedly surge to an extraordinarily terrifying level. Thus, the temptation presented by this gravely injured red-horned dragon serpent is undeniably immense, even verging on fatal allure. Regrettably, it appears that Luo Chen currently lacks the means to capture it. Not even the venerable elder Luo Nantian could accomplish such a feat. Calm down. I must remain composed. This unicorn red dragon, though gravely injured and on the brink of death, is nonetheless a pinnacle 5th-tier magical beast, comparable to the prowess of an Earth Saint Master, even in a fit of rage, should it choose to retaliate with all its might. Even an Earth Saint Master would have to tread carefully. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen suppressed the tumultuous emotions surging within him. Chapter 19. Return to the City Lord's mansion. Seeing Luo Chen lost in thought by the lakeside, Luo Nantian approached him with genuine concern. Having been oblivious to what Luo Chen had just witnessed, "Seventh Elder, I am fine," Luo Chen slowly exhaled, gradually quelling the shock and elation that had engulfed him. This matter must remain a secret until the time for action arises. Not even the 7th Elder would be informed, as he resolved to keep it confidential. No one noticed what transpired here, nor did anyone suspect that Luo Chen harbored such a colossal secret within his heart. If this information were to reach others, it could very well plunge the entire Blackstone City into madness, potentially igniting a storm of bloodshed and chaos. Alas, at this moment, no one was aware of it. In their eyes, filled with awe, there was also a flicker of fervor. Within the Luo family, the name Young Master Chun had already gained immense renown, echoing throughout the clan, nearly rivaling that of the family head. In the hearts of many, Luo Chen had become the prime candidate for the next family leader, the most dazzling prodigy of the Luo family. Now that young Master Chun had returned, all regarded him with deep respect and fervent gazes. "Young Master, are we truly to proceed?" Luo Nantian, driving the horse-drawn carriage, hesitated momentarily, his face etched with gravity. "Seventh Elder, follow closely behind him. Though my Luo family may not be nobility of the central capital, we are all of strong character. What joy is there in life, and what fear in death?" The calm voice of Luo Chen resonated from within the carriage. What a sentiment, joy in life, fear in death. Today, even if I perish at the City Lord's mansion, I, Luo Nantian, shall accompany the young master. Upon hearing these words, Luo Nantian abandoned his hesitation, fiercely urging the fiery steed onward. In an instant, they sped away towards the City Lord's mansion with the swiftness of lightning. This fiery steed, indeed a magnificent creature, reached the grand entrance of the City Lord's mansion in but a short span of time. At that moment, not only had numerous carriages gathered before the mansion, but several luxurious palanquins were also stationed there. Among them, one was particularly extravagant, drawn by a beast known as the azurite maned lion, whose emerald gaze radiated an eerie chill, causing many noble steeds to tremble in fright, their legs quivering like peepa strings. An azurite maned lion? It seems not only our Luo family has arrived, but the Shao family as well, Luo Chen remarked, lifting the curtain to emerge from the carriage with a smile. He quickly noted that even his fiery steed was quivering slightly, seemingly intimidated by the presence of the azurite maned lion. "What a coward!" he chided, leading the fiery steed aside and tying it to a sturdy tree. "Young master, allow me to handle this matter." Luo Nantian stepped forward. "It is of no concern." Luo Chen replied with a gentle smile, then strode confidently into the City Lord's mansion. Luo Nan shook his head in resignation and followed him inside. Upon entering the Lord's mansion, Luo Chen discovered that the entire hall had vanished without a trace, replaced instead by an immense stage. Below the stage, tables laden with sumptuous feasts were arranged, where numerous scions of prominent families were engaged in lively conversation, the atmosphere brimming with the exuberance of song and dance. Just as he settled in, a melodious female voice, akin to the sound of silver bells, suddenly resonated behind him. Turning around, Luo Chen was taken aback to find Xiao Xianer standing right behind him, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Moreover, beside her stood a middle-aged man clad in white, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. His eyes sparkled with a fierce intensity, reminiscent of lightning, revealing him to be a formidable martial artist. Additionally, a venerable elder clad in black robes stood respectfully behind Xiao Xianer. It was none other than Uncle Fu. Xiao Xianer? Luo Chen was momentarily stunned, then promptly cupped his hands in a gesture of humility. Luo Chen, it has been a few days since we last met. I never imagined your reputation would spread throughout the entire Blackstone City. Xiao Xianer winked playfully at Luo Chen, her expression radiant. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention. Your poetry has also gained fame in the royal capital. Is that so? Luo Chen was bewildered. He recalled that he had never visited the royal capital. How could this be? Haha, isn't it all thanks to me? As she spoke, a hint of pride adorned the goddess-like visage of Xiao Xianer. It was I who had Uncle Fu transcribe your poetry and take it to the royal capital, which is why it became so renowned. Upon finishing her words, she playfully stuck out her adorable pink tongue. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she said, Brother Luo Chen, I took the liberty of transcribing your poetry to bring to the capital. You want to hold it against me, will you? Hee, Sister Xianer, with your brilliance and beauty, how could I possibly fault you? Luo Chen replied, a hint of helplessness and a shrug. Observing the playful demeanor of Xiao Xianer, devoid of any airs of a young lady, he couldn't help but admire her. Xiao Xianer was not only breathtakingly beautiful but also possessed a heart of gold. This immediately sparked an appreciation in Luo Chen upon their first meeting. Her radiant face was striking, with her bright eyes, delicate lips, and willow-like brows all deemed flawless, akin to a fairy stepping out of a painting, exuding an ethereal charm. Even in silence, her exquisite presence spoke volumes, captivating all who beheld her. Such heavenly beauty could surely stir admiration, not just in a spirited youth like Luo Chen, but even in a mere child of 3, whose cheeks would flush with innocent affection upon sight. Luo Chen? Are you not the one who penned the verses once upon a time? The vast sea was but water. Apart from Wushan, no cloud could compare? Just as Luo Chen's thoughts wandered, a refined middle-aged man spoke, his sharp gaze fixed on Luo Chen, brimming with curiosity. Indeed I am. Luo Chen responded with a respectful bow. The refined middle-aged man, though not particularly old, radiated an enigmatic aura that suggested he was a formidable individual. Indeed, your poetry is quite exquisite. However, despite your youth and having reached the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, you have yet to ascend to the realm of transformation, which renders your admission to the Celestial Academy unattainable. The refined middle-aged man nodded slightly, then shook his head, sighing. What a pity. Your poetic talent is remarkable, yet your cultivation still falls short. In Blackstone City, you may be formidable, but in the Celestial Academy, it simply does not suffice. He was a prominent figure within the Celestial Academy, and his visit to Blackstone City was primarily to meet the masters of poetry, with the intention of recruiting Luo Chen to join the academy. Unfortunately, Luo Chen's cultivation level was still lacking, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Brother Luo Chen, I am truly sorry for not being able to assist you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xianer felt a wave of melancholy wash over her and added, I forgot to introduce him. This esteemed gentleman is Elder Lu Xuanji from our Celestial Academy, and he is also my teacher. I, Luo Chen. Pay my respects to Elder Lu. Luo Chen bowed once more. Although he had not captured Elder Lu Xuanji's attention, he was already content to have made Xiao Xianer's acquaintance. The Celestial Academy is the highest institution in the Celestial Empire and an elite academy. Even though Luo Chen's cultivation speed is remarkably swift, he has only practiced for 3 days. To aspire to join the Celestial Academy within such a brief period seems rather naive. Nevertheless, Luo Chen remained undeterred, his face resolute. He firmly believed that given time, even without joining the Celestial Academy, he could achieve great mastery and return to the pinnacle of cultivation. The enchanting sound of the Xiao flute ebbed and flowed, at times soaring and at others plunging, occasionally sweet and at moments fervent and passionate. Faintly, the sound of surging waves resonated within the melody. As the Xiao played, many listeners found themselves involuntarily closing their eyes, even without sight. They could sense the immense waves crashing against the shore. Such a captivating and profound melody undoubtedly moved everyone present. However, upon hearing this, the calm demeanor of Luo Chen gradually turned frosty. Initially, he intended to remain discreet and observe quietly, yet others chose to trample over him, prompting a derisive smile to escape his lips as he disdainfully remarked, It is merely a performance, nothing remarkable. In Luo Chen's eyes, although the music was exquisite, it bore no distinction from mere theatrics. The members of the city lord's household erupted into laughter at his words. Performance? Young Master Luo, I perceive this as envy. Unabashed envy. They jeered. Young Master Luo, Have you been stung by a slap to the face, leaving you discontented? Laughter resonated throughout the gathering, with even individuals from other families joining in the mockery, as they regarded Luo Chen as the subject of a grand jest. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. As the city lord made such remarks, the laughter intensified. How can you mock brother Luo Chen in such a manner? Witnessing the derision directed at Luo Chen, Xiao Xian'e felt a rush of anxiety, and a flicker of anger surfaced on her ethereal, goddess-like visage. Sister Xian'e, fear not. Luo Chen remained composed, speaking softly. However, Xiao Xian'e hesitated, almost instinctively standing by Luo Chen's side. The poignant love poem had already moved her heart, and now, witnessing Luo Chen's humiliation, her feelings rippled like gentle waves. Or perhaps he had lost his mind. The intricacies of sword dance are beyond comprehension. Without a profound understanding of swordsmanship, one could never perform such artistry. What is most remarkable is that sword dance is not merely about wielding a sword. It must embody an artistic essence, both elements being indispensable. Yet now, Luo Chen intended to publicly perform a sword dance? Madness! This lad is undeniably insane. Not only were the onlookers astonished, but even Xiao Xian'e was momentarily taken aback. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Luo Chen, seemingly unable to fathom that he could dance with a sword. After all, sword dance is a legendary art. Is it not the realm of women alone? Luo Chen is, after all, a man. With your limited understanding, how could you possibly grasp the profound intricacies of sword dance? Does it truly matter whether a man or a woman performs it? With that thought, Luo Chen stepped forward, slowly ascending the stage, as he had not brought a sword in his storage ring. He casually broke off a branch from a potted plant and stood firm on the stage. Since the city lord's mansion sought to humiliate the Luo family with the song Rising Tide of the Sea, Luo Chen would retaliate with a sword dance that would strike the city lord's mansion hard. However, upon seeing Luo Chen brandishing a mere branch on stage, outrage and astonishment washed over the faces of all present. A branch? This little rascal dares to perform a sword dance with a twig? Many individuals feel that their intellect has been gravely insulted and provoked. Luo Chen, get down. Chapter 21. Ling Tian Dance. A dance that moves the 9 heavens. As a torrent of abuse cascaded from the crowd, Luo Chen suddenly sprang into action. With a resonant clang, he brandished a branch, and instantly, the stage was filled with a startling sound reminiscent of a sword's cry. Faintly, dazzling beams of sword light flickered to life. Following this, with a deft push off the ground, he soared like a graceful swallow, wielding the branch as he began to dance amidst the arena. The branch transformed into a divine weapon, bestowing upon Luo Chen an air of elegance and ethereal grace with every gesture. Spectators were entranced, experiencing an illusion that Luo Chen was no longer an ordinary youth, but had ascended to become a celestial swordsman from the heavens. Each swing of the branch seemed to sprinkle luminescence across the galaxy, adorning the starry sky and illuminating the entire world. The branch was no longer merely a branch, but a legendary weapon. Oh my, could this truly be the fabled sword dance? The sword dance! It is indeed the sword dance. Impossible. This cannot be. This is the legendary sword dance. That so-called oversea title melody pales in comparison to the sword dance. Rendered utterly insignificant. It is magnificent. It is exquisite. It is dreamlike. I have never witnessed such an intricate sword dance in all my life. The skill displayed is extraordinary, at least of legendary caliber. As the radiant sword lights continued to illuminate the arena, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the audience. The spectators, their voices hoarse from fervent cheers, raised their arms in exuberance, fixated on the ethereal figure upon the stage. Their eyes were not only ablaze with passion but also filled with profound awe. In comparison to the sword dance, the performance of covering the sea and tidal waves seemed utterly trivial, like attempting to rival the brilliance of the sun and moon with mere refuse from a lavatory. The disparity was insurmountable. Meanwhile, below the stage, an enchanting realization dawned upon them. Luo Chen, the elder brother, truly possessed the art of sword dancing. As she beheld the graceful figure, effortlessly unleashing streams of dazzling sword light, Xiao Xian'e's beautiful eyes sparkled with disbelief. She widened her gaze, riveted on Luo Chen. Her delicate face flushed with excitement, resembling a ripe strawberry, resplendent and captivating. This is indeed a sword dance, she marveled, while beside her. Another figure murmured softly it was Elder Lu Xuanji. Yet, at that moment, Lu Xuanji's expression was not only one of astonishment but also tinged with anticipation. He hoped that Luo Chen would join the Star Academy and become his cherished disciple. What is a genius? This is the epitome of genius. Such an extraordinary talent, if not embraced by the Star Academy, would be a travesty against nature, a waste of potential. Insufficiently developed? With such innate ability, a bit of nurturing would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Should Luo Chen join the Star Academy, Lu Xuanji firmly believed that this individual would undoubtedly shine with brilliance, even amidst a sea of talent in the prestigious institution. At this moment, the lack of cultivation and the inadequacy of his realm seemed utterly trivial to Lu Xuanji, whose sole focus was on how to bring Luo Chen to the Star Academy. Xiao Xianer pouted and remarked, it seems so. Lu Xuanji instinctively tapped his forehead, experiencing an epiphany. However, he quickly added, of course, your master is a person of great reason. Before abducting anyone, he will certainly consult your brother Luo Chen. It won't be done forcefully. Master, you promised. Xiao Xianer said with a serious expression. You mustn't deceive me. Well, all right. Lu Xuanji rubbed his nose, feeling a touch embarrassed. In his heart, he silently reflected, Xianer, do you truly believe your master lacks credibility in your eyes? Regardless, I am still a formidable expert. As for Luo Chen, he has already caught the master's attention. Can he possibly escape? Meanwhile, no way. Young Master Chen can even perform the sword dance? How come I was unaware of this? Witnessing Luo Chen's ethereal figure gracefully moving across the stage, the seventh elder of the Luo family, Luo Nantian, found himself profoundly astonished. Initially, he thought Luo Chen was merely jesting. To his surprise, he truly delivered a performance. Just how much knowledge does this young man possess? Within that petite frame, he comprehends so many profound concepts. Not only can he craft talismans, but he also excels in sword dancing. Indeed, the elegance of that sword dance was so intricate that even he, an expert in the Earth origin realm, found it somewhat incomprehensible. It appears that the Luo family is destined for prosperity. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Luo Nantian finally expressed a sentiment filled with pride and boundless anticipation. His piercing gaze grew ever more resolute. The Ling Tian dance. It is said that the celestial maiden Chang'e was originally a mortal woman, who, after consuming an elixir of immortality, was separated from her husband, Hui, and imprisoned in the palace of eternal night. Consumed by longing, Chang'e ultimately created the Ling Tian dance, performing it in the heavenly realm with the hope of moving the Jade Emperor and reuniting with her beloved. Thus, during Luo Chen's performance, not only were the movements exquisite, but every gesture exuded a sense of ethereal beauty imbued with a melancholic and dreamlike essence. It was as though the celestial maiden was pouring out her innermost feelings. Each dance was a masterpiece, unparalleled in the mortal world, only visible in the realm of the divine. Even as Luo Chen danced, a mere branch inadvertently transformed into a mystical sword, becoming a formidable weapon, allowing the sword play to produce dazzling beams of light, captivating all who beheld it. Such was the might of the sword dance. At last, when the final ray of sword light illuminated the sky, Luo Chen stood poised in the center. The entire Lord's manor fell into a brief silence, where one could hear a pin drop. In the next moment, thunderous applause erupted, accompanied by exclamations of awe, sweeping through the entire manor in a wave of exuberance. Divine dance! It was nothing short of a breathtaking spectacle. Brother Luo Chen, you are simply magnificent. I admire you so much. I wonder if you're free tonight? I would love to invite you to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion for a chat. How beautiful. Truly, it is exquisite. Young Master Chen, you are resplendent. Master Chen's divine dance was unparalleled, captivating the world. Countless gazes filled with awe, shock, and reverence converged upon Luo Chen once more. The earlier jeers and insults had vanished without a trace, replaced entirely by admiration and fervor. Such an extraordinary performance had undoubtedly moved everyone present. Even the young masters of families close to the city lord's mansion, as well as the beautiful women married to others, were expressions of pure adoration, their eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. Even the once despised twig in his hand seemed to have transformed into a divine artifact. Among the crowd, numerous young maidens gazed at Luo Chen with starry eyes, uttering various expressions of affection, longing to leap into his embrace and become his beloved. Dear friends, you overestimate my humble abilities. My sword dance was merely an attempt to demonstrate that the ocean's tide melody was nothing more than a show, nothing beyond that. Sister Xianer. Luo Chen smiled gently, unable to resist the urge to ruffle her adorable little head. As he listened to her melodious voice, a faint smile graced his lips. Luo Chen Gij, may I keep that twig you hold as a treasure? Suddenly, Xiao Xianer, with her sparkling eyes, fixated on the twig in Luo Chen's hand, fidgeting nervously as she inquired. Chapter 22. A Public Challenge, 3 Days Agreement. Perhaps in Luo Chen's eyes, that twig held little significance, but to Xiao Xian'er, it had undoubtedly become a divine relic. Well, Sister Xian'er, do you truly desire this twig? Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback, then, adopting a solemn expression, inquired. This branch is merely something I picked up at random. It is not a treasure. Why would the esteemed Miss Xiao, being of the Xiao family, desire such a thing? Oh, Luo Chen brother, I simply want it, so please give it to me. Xiao Xian'er implored, stepping closer and playfully shaking Luo Chen's arm. Her demeanor exuding an endearing charm that captivated the crowd. Observing this, the elderly figure in black robes behind her could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, silently pondering. Isn't our young lady usually quite proud? Why does she seem transformed in front of Luo Chen? Very well, if you wish for it, I shall concede, Luo Chen sighed, reluctantly placing the branch into Xiao Xian'er's hands for her to keep as a memento. Thank you, Luo Chen brother, Xiao Xian'er exclaimed with radiant joy, her clear, beautiful eyes sparkling with an increasingly lively essence, revealing a hint of subtle allure that unfolded before Luo Chen. It seemed to serve as a reminder to all present that they were within the city lord's mansion, not the Luo residence. After his elaborate display, the derogatory remarks aimed at Luo Chen reached an unprecedented peak. You are utterly shameless. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianyuan felt a rush of blood surge to his face. Yet, being within the city lord's mansion, regardless of his anger and humiliation, he could only forcibly suppress his emotions. Indeed, Luo Chen responded with an air of tranquility, his expression unperturbed. However, you are a master of the Earth Origin realm, far surpassing me in cultivation. Let us meet again in 3 days for a duel. Furthermore, I adhere to a principle in combat. There shall be no distinction between victory and defeat, only life and death. His willingness to engage in battle was not a sudden bout of madness, rather, it was spurred by the sudden recollection of the unique crimson dragon serpent lurking in the depths of Panyan Lake beyond the city. The audacity of openly seizing Luo Chen's storage ring without a hint of embarrassment, instead wearing an expression of entitlement, was utterly infuriating. It was as if the storage ring was rightfully his. Very well, then. The theft of the storage ring ignited a fierce glimmer of murderous intent in Luo Chen's eyes, yet he understood that his current strength was insufficient, compelling him to suppress his rage. Strength, what I need most at this moment is strength. At this instant, Luo Chen felt an unprecedented yearning to swiftly elevate his power. Although he had long recognized that strength was the foundation upon which one could stand within the Starry Empire, it was only when confronted with oppression and theft that he truly awakened to the realization that his resolve and pace in enhancing his power were still woefully inadequate. Chapter 23. The invitation from Lu Xuanji 3 days hence? Excellent. A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips as he lifted the curtain, preparing to board the carriage. Brother Luo Chen. Suddenly, a delicate voice called out from behind him. Luo Chen turned, and a soft glow flickered in his eyes as he exclaimed in surprise, Sister Xian'er, what brings you here? I came to see you off, Xiao Xian'er replied, her eyes twinkling playfully, exhibiting no signs of animosity from the earlier incident. Instead, she appeared even more endearing. Abruptly, Xiao Xian'er turned her palm over, revealing a finely crafted silver ring, which she nervously extended toward Luo Chen, her demeanor reflecting a mix of anticipation and anxiety. As soon as the storage ring was presented, the elderly man in the black robe twitched his lips. However, upon realizing it was directed towards Luo Chen, he suppressed his reluctance and refrained from further comment. For this was a gesture of goodwill from the young lady. Even Lu Xuanji nodded slightly, seemingly hopeful that Luo Chen would accept the ring, thereby forging a benevolent connection with the Xiao family. In this lifetime, it was indeed not meant to be. Humph. Very well, Xiao Xian'er pouted, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. It was her first time gifting something to a male, and to her astonishment, it was met with rejection. This left her feeling dejected yet increasingly curious about Luo Chen. Luo Chen, although you have made a promise for 3 days hence, I still have some words I wish to share with you, and I hope you will consider them earnestly. Lu Xuanji suddenly spoke up. Elder Lu, as you were Sister Xian'er's master, you are naturally my elder as well. Please, feel free to speak your mind. Luo Chen responded respectfully, bowing slightly. Despite his former brilliance, he understood that starting anew required humility. He could not afford to act arrogantly in the presence of his elders, for that would surely lead to his own demise. Giggles escaped Xiao Xian'er as she covered her cherry lips, amused by her master's cunning nature. Though he yearned for it in his heart, his words betrayed him. To enter the Star Academy for cultivation? Luo Chen paused, a spark igniting within him. If he could gain admission to the Star Academy, it would undoubtedly provide an abundance of cultivation resources. Most importantly, aligning with the Star Academy would effectively grant the Luo family a formidable backing. Though I harbor a keen interest, regrettably, I must prepare for a duel in 3 days. Luo Chen hesitated, articulating not a gentle refusal, but rather a desire to procure additional resources, with the paramount objective of arranging matters for the future. Fear not. For in 3 days, as long as you yet draw breath, simply activate this spirit talisman, and I shall personally come to escort you. Particularly fond of this young man. Both for his temperament and character, he considered it a fortuitous event to have him join the Star Academy. In many respects, it would be a boon. In that case, I extend my gratitude to Elder Luo. Luo Chen bowed respectfully, expressing his appreciation. Spare me the formalities. Should you shine brightly enough, you might even become my disciple. However, for the present, well, it shall depend on your performance. Lu Xuanji stroked his beard, satisfaction evident upon his countenance. Indeed, I understand. Senior. Luo Chen nodded earnestly, affirming his comprehension. Little did Luo Chen anticipate that the few poems he brought from Earth would not only captivate Shao Xianer, but also attract the elders of the Star Academy to Haishi City. Shaking his head, he hastily boarded the carriage, driven by Luo Nantian, as the trio swiftly departed from the city lord's residence, vanishing into the embrace of the night. To my dismay, I have been rejected once more. Shao Xianer lamented, yet the more she faced such rejections, the more resolute her enchanting gaze became. She fiercely shook her small fist in the direction the carriage had vanished, gritting her teeth as she declared, Brother Luo Chen, there shall come a day when you will no longer turn me away. At the very front of the stretcher sat a middle-aged lady of remarkable elegance. Despite having sustained considerable injuries, her countenance radiated grace and nobility, as if facing the collapse of Mount Tai would not stir a flicker of fear within her. She was none other than the matriarch of the family, Muwani, the mother of Luo Chen. How infuriating! This situation was intolerable, not just for uncle but also for aunt. Wani, are you all right? Luo Xiaodian inquired anxiously, his gaze fixed on his wife. Coughing lightly, Muwani responded weakly. I have taken some medicinal pills. I am no longer in grave danger, but I will require a few days of rest. Though she spoke of a few days, it seemed evident that a recovery of several months would be more realistic. He was quite curious about the reaction that would unfold on her face. As anticipated, when Luo Chen entered the hall with a steady gait and a formidable aura, it instantly caught Muwani's attention, while her expression remained unchanged. The strength in his presence and gaze was markedly more potent than before. To her astonishment, she even sensed the fluctuations of elemental energy emanating from Luo Chen. Could it be that he had established his foundation? Not only that, but he had reached the pinnacle of the foundational realm. Chapter 24. Crafting the Soul Explosion Talisman. During these past few days, Muwani had ventured out to procure medicine for Luo Chen, but upon her return, she was taken aback to discover that he had not only established his foundation but had also ascended to its peak. This revelation filled her with a mix of astonishment and delight, a joyful expression gracing her refined features. Chener, she called out, her tone imbued with heartfelt pride. Mother. Luo Chen stepped forward, kneeling on one knee with utmost respect. Although only a few days had passed since their last meeting, he felt an overwhelming longing. As if centuries had elapsed. Witnessing Luo Chen's deep reverence towards his parents, the members of the Luo family, including the elders, nodded in silent approval, acknowledging that this young man was indeed worthy of the family's trust and nurturing. Suddenly, as Luo Chen knelt, a frown creased his brow, and a chilling glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Rising to his feet, he exclaimed, Mother, how have you been hurt? Who dares to inflict such harm upon you? Seeing his mother injured ignited a fierce anger within him, his sharp black eyes filled with a cold light. Sighing, Muwani gently patted Luo Chen's head and softly replied, My dear Chener, do not concern yourself with this matter. You are still young. Focus solely on your cultivation. No. Mother, please tell me who has dared to hurt you. Luo Chen gritted his teeth, articulating each word with intensity. The awakening of his past life memories had driven him to train relentlessly. Was it not all for the sake of protecting his family? Yet now, his mother was injured. This revelation filled him with shock and rage. He yearned to unearth the perpetrator and exact a thousandfold vengeance. Those who insult others shall be forever insulted. Those who kill shall naturally be met with death. However, upon hearing Luo Chen's fervent words, the members of the Luo family bowed their heads in silence, clearly intent on shielding him from involvement in this affair. Father, please tell me, who has harmed my mother? A chill swept across Luo Chen's face as he turned his gaze towards Luo Xiaotian, fully aware that among the Luo family, only Luo Xiaotian would not conceal the truth from him. However, Luo Xiaotian hesitated, although he recognized Luo Chen's formidable prowess. A confrontation with the city lord's manor could lead to the family's decline, even if they narrowly triumphed. Father, please speak your mind. I assure you, I shall not go mad. Luo Chen, possessing great wisdom, grasped the crux of the matter almost instantly and quickly added his assurance. Very well, Luo Xiaotian sighed, feeling compelled to reveal the truth. The assailant was none other than Lord Luo. Lord Luo? Luo Chen's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity. Akin to the raging waters of the Yellow River, his sharp black irises ablaze with a formidable fighting spirit. I never anticipated that it would be the city lord's manor once more. They truly overstepped their bounds. Initially, upon returning today, Luo Chen had resolved to craft several advanced spiritual talismans, intending to venture to Tianyuan Lake under the cover of night to hunt the solitary horned crimson dragon serpent. His goal was to elevate his cultivation within 3 days and ascend the life and death platform for battle. If Luo Chen could absorb and refine the creature, he might indeed possess the potential to eradicate the city lord's faction on the life and death stage. Although the solitary horned crimson dragon serpent was gravely injured and on the brink of death, its status as a peak 5th-tier magical beast remained formidable. To ensure success, he must strike at its weakest point. Thus, it followed that he should concoct numerous soul-exploding talismans. The murderous intent in his eyes temporarily receded. Luo Chen silently mused. The soul explosion talisman, as its name suggests, inflicts no harm upon the body, yet it proves exceedingly effective against the soul. According to legend, many Taoist priests from Maoshan utilize this talisman specifically to combat malevolent spirits and demons, with remarkable efficacy. In Luo Chen's memory, high-tier soul explosion talismans could annihilate a ghost king with a single detonation. Although his heart yearned for immediate vengeance for his mother, Luo Chen understood what he must do in this moment. Should we, the Luo family, prepare spiritual herbs and demon cores for you? Luo Xiaotian inquired solemnly, evidently already aware of the situation. No need, Luo Chen replied. For the next 3 days, all my movements will remain a closely guarded secret within the Luo family. As he spoke, he prepared to pursue his departure from the Luo estate. Wait, Luo Xiaotian suddenly interjected. Luo Nantian halted, responding respectfully, Master, do you have any further instructions? Elder 7, this item, please keep it on your person at all times. If within 3 days, Qin'er shows no progress, you shall present this item to him. With a grand gesture, Luo Xiaotian summoned a beam of white light that flew forth and landed in Luo Nantian's hands. Luo Nantian held it, sensing its essence, and gasped in astonishment. Ice crystal jade marrow, it is indeed this item. I never expected that Luo Xiaotian would prepare such a divine artifact for his son. This revelation filled Luo Nantian with both joy and surprise. To all the members of the Luo family, Luo Xiaotian declared, from this moment forth, this item and Qin'er's whereabouts will remain a profound secret of the Luo family. Anyone who dares to divulge it shall face dire consequences. As the command was issued, the members of the Luo family clasped their fists in respect, dutifully accepting their orders. Within the confines of the alchemy chamber, the process of crafting a soul explosion talisman was not particularly arduous. First and foremost, one must draw the talisman. Subsequently, one must infuse both elemental and soul energy into the talisman paper. Standing before the desk, Luo Chen grasped the brush and contemplated silently. He could have easily resorted to the fire explosion talisman, relying on sheer numbers to prevail. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the fire explosion talisman, being an auxiliary artifact, would likely struggle to penetrate the scales of the one-horned crimson dragon serpent. Rather than pursuing that path, it would be far more prudent to forge the soul explosion talisman. The soul explosion talisman is specifically designed to target the soul, capable of yielding remarkable effects while also preserving the physical form of the one-horned crimson dragon serpent to the greatest extent possible. It was indeed the most fitting choice. Moreover, the crafting of the soul explosion talisman requires not an abundance of elemental energy, but rather soul energy, an area in which Luo Chen excelled. Let us commence, he declared, resolute in his intent. With brush in hand, he began to draw upon the talisman paper, his expression marked by an unprecedented seriousness and gravity. A few minutes later, the soul explosion talisman was complete. Although it appeared somewhat peculiar, adorned with 2 skulls, it faintly emanated a wave of soul energy. The next step involved the simultaneous infusion of elemental and soul energy, which required a deft touch. Luo Chen uttered a soft exclamation, channeling both forms of energy through his body, allowing them to flow continuously into the talisman paper. These energies transformed into delicate strands of power stored within. One was tangible, the other intangible. Strangely, these two distinctly different energies maintained a certain equilibrium. Even more intriguingly, although the energy and soul power required for the soul-exploding talisman are exceedingly high, Luo Chen's soul power seemed boundless, enabling him to fill an entire talisman without the slightest hint of fatigue or spiritual emptiness. Simultaneously, his dragon energy was astonishingly abundant. At this rate, Luo Chen estimated he could effortlessly craft 100 soul-exploding talismans. With a resonant hum, a powerful and peculiar wave of soul energy surged forth, signifying the successful creation of the first talisman. Luo Chen inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with joy as he gazed at the talisman. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Following suit, he proceeded to create one talisman after another, as if the brush in his hand possessed a spirit of its own, flowing effortlessly. 1, 2, 3. As Luo Chen's dragon energy was nearly depleted, the room was filled with over 100 soul-exploding talismans, each a high-tier spiritual symbol, valued at 100 taels of gold each. 100 of these talismans could fetch at least 10,000 taels of gold. Satisfied, Luo Chen nodded in approval at the sight of 100 talismans neatly arranged on his desk. He then settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and began to restore his dragon energy. After approximately 2 hours, when Luo Chen opened his eyes once more, a sharp glimmer of determination flashed within them. Remarkably, despite the prior depletion, his dragon energy not only replenished, but had significantly strengthened. "Young master, it's time to depart," Luo Nantian exclaimed with a smile. "Seventh Elder, I appreciate your hard work." At this hour, the moon hung high in the sky, casting its silvery glow, while Luo Nantian remained outside, patiently waiting. Luo Chen felt a surge of emotion, astonished by the unwavering loyalty of the seventh elder. "Young master, as your personal bodyguard. Where else could I possibly go if not by your side?" Luo Nantian remarked as he watched Luo Chen enter the carriage. He then inquired, "Where are we headed?" "Out of the city. We are going to Panyan Lake," Luo Chen replied, his voice low, his eyes shimmering with determination. Finally, would they take action to capture the elusive one-horned red dragon serpent? Chapter 25. A fierce battle with the red dragon serpent. A narrow victory. Under the radiant moonlight. The night enveloped Haishi City, a place seldom trodden by human feet. "You little rascal, come here and face your doom." Suddenly, a sharp, thunderous shout echoed from the shores of Panyan Lake. Following this, two figures, one old and one young, raced towards each other under the veil of darkness, as if driven by an insatiable thirst for vengeance. "Aha, old Nantian, did I not merely slay a few of your kin? Must you go to such extremes? Come, let us engage in a life-and-death duel." The youth laughed maniacally, abruptly halting at the edge of Panyan Lake, raising his palm to strike the elder. "Die." The elder's eyes turned crimson as he retaliated with equal force. With a resounding clash, both combatants' expressions shifted dramatically, and they were violently thrown apart, collapsing by the lake's edge, seemingly rendered unconscious. Strangely, as the youth lay on the ground, no blood spilled from his lips. Instead, he plunged his entire right arm into the lake, allowing a trickle of blood to seep from his fingertips into the water. The two figures were none other than Luo Chen and the seventh elder, Luo Nantian. Their fierce battle was but a ruse. Before arriving, Luo Chen had contemplated directly plunging into Panyan Lake to capture the unicorn crimson dragon serpent, a notion that was not only impractical but perilous. Rather than resorting to such folly, it would be far more prudent to lure the creature out. Among the dragon kin, there exists an innate bloodline attraction. At this moment, Luo Chen let his fingertip blood, mingled with dragon essence, flow into the lake, all to entice the unicorn crimson dragon serpent into revealing itself. Simultaneously, he had amassed 100 soul-exploding talismans within his right palm. The instant the serpent emerged, he would unleash a devastating strike. This formidable serpent was a pinnacle 5th-tier magical beast, possessing a trace of dragon lineage within, making it no match for Luo Chen even when on the brink of death. Thus, he resolved to employ cunning to draw it out for capture. As anticipated, the moment the blood infused with dragon essence continuously seeped into the lake, the once tranquil surface began to roil, as if some colossal entity was surfacing. With his eyes gently closed, Luo Chen soon beheld a massive head slowly materializing before him, its icy gaze filled with a bloodthirsty glint. Indeed, it was the unicorn crimson dragon serpent. Upon noticing Luo Chen lying by the lakeside, a flicker of confusion passed through its eyes, which swiftly transformed into insatiable greed. It opened its cavernous maw, lunging toward Luo Chen. Detecting the faint trace of dragon essence emanating from Luo Chen, the serpent could no longer restrain itself. It was acutely aware that devouring this human could potentially mend its grievous injuries. However, just as the gaping maw was about to close in on Luo Chen, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, he executed a swift strike, unleashing over 100 soul-exploding talismans directly upon the brow of the one-horned crimson dragon serpent. This action bewildered the creature, and its expression swiftly changed as it distinctly sensed the terrifying surge of soul power emanating from those talismans. Explode! Luo Chen bellowed, simultaneously retreating rapidly, rolling away with great urgency. Though there was no cataclysmic explosion in the arena, a thunderous sound resonated within the mind of the one-horned crimson dragon serpent. Within its vast sea of consciousness, chaos ensued as soul power detonated, plunging the creature's cognitive realm into utter disarray. Even its bloodthirsty eyes dimmed in response. This monumental explosion was akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back, causing the one-horned crimson dragon serpent to tremble violently, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, being a pinnacle 5th-tier magical beast, it still possessed formidable strength. In its dying moments, the dimness in its eyes flared with murderous intent, and it lashed out with its dragon claws, striking at Luo Chen, who was still retreating, leaving him grievously wounded. In truth, as Luo Chen rolled away in an attempt to evade, he desperately wished to escape. However, the swiftness of a 5th-tier pinnacle magical beast was beyond comprehension. Even if he had attained the transformation realm or the earth origin realm, evasion was impossible. Thus, he had no choice but to bear the brunt of that claw strike. In an instant, Luo Chen's chest was a mangled mess, deep gashes running from his shoulder to his lower abdomen, injuring even his internal organs. Were it not for his cultivation of the Dragon Emperor's dominance technique, he would likely have been cleaved in two by that grasp. A profound sense of helplessness permeated through Luo Chen's mind. Faced with a 5th-tier peak magical beast, he found himself devoid of even the slightest capacity for resistance. Unable even to flee. The 5th-tier peak magical beast was indeed formidable, particularly the uniquely horned red dragon serpent. Although the scheme was clever, it was perilously fraught with danger. In the depths of despair, Luo Chen could not help but murmur softly, yet he still mustered every ounce of his dragon essence, rolling backwards in a desperate attempt to escape. Upon seeing Luo Chen grievously wounded, Luo Nanchen's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew the long knife from his waist and roared in fury, striking down with great force. However, the proximity of their positions rendered any response futile. The uniquely horned red dragon serpent's murderous intent surged, its gaping maw lunging once more towards Luo Chen, as if it intended to drag him down into death alongside it. Lying on the ground, Luo Chen could distinctly sense the foul, acrid breath of the dragon enveloping his face. Was this truly how he was to meet his end? He murmured softly. Strangely, the uniquely horned red dragon serpent did not swallow him whole. Instead, it froze in place. The bloodthirsty gleam in its eyes vanished, replaced by a profound fear and disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. You are unmistakably human. Yet why do you emanate the aura of the ancestor dragon? The great ancestor dragon, could you be the uniquely horned red dragon serpent? Shrieked in terror, transmitting a flicker of spiritual energy towards Luo Chen, its aura rapidly waning. What ancestor dragon? Your ancestor dragon is already dead. Luo Chen gritted his teeth and suddenly let out a roar, channeling both his elemental and spiritual energy into his fist. With a powerful strike, he landed a blow upon the forehead of the unicorn red dragon serpent. The creature trembled violently, as if shaken like chaff, and soon its pupils dilated, its dragon head drooping lifelessly to the ground. It was dead, just like that. Young master. At that moment, Luo Nin Tian finally arrived, helping Luo Chen to his feet. Quick, we must leave this place. Remember to take the unicorn red dragon serpent with us. It will serve a great purpose. Luo Chen murmured, his neck tilting as he lost consciousness. Understood, young master. Luo Nin Tian responded, a deep astonishment flickering in his eyes, realizing that Luo Chen had brought along 100 high-tier spirit talismans, which enabled him to slay a pinnacle 5th-tier magical beast. Half an hour later, in a secluded little valley. Young master, you have finally awakened? Seeing Luo Chen regain consciousness, Luo Nin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Am I not dead? Luo Chen exclaimed with joy, But upon inspecting his injuries, he found his chest a gruesome mess, with his internal organs nearly exposed, a truly terrifying sight. Fortunately, Luo Chen had saved his life with a piece of purple jade. Is this ice crystal jade essence? Young master, you are indeed fortunate. Had it not been for the family head instructing me to bring this ice crystal jade essence, you would likely have perished, Luo Chen explained with a smile. So it was a contingency left by father. Luo Chen realized, then inquired, Seventh Elder, what of the unicorn red dragon serpent? It is just outside, concealed beneath some branches. No one in this valley has discovered it. Luo Chen hurriedly replied, Very well, Elder 7, please bring me a large wooden barrel at once. And also collect all the blood of the unicorn red dragon. Understood, young master. Luo Chen nodded and rose to his feet. Remember, it is crucial that no one discovers this, Luo Chen cautioned, aware of his own severe injuries and the time required for recovery. His greatest fear was encountering danger. Elder 7, being a direct descendant of the Luo family and a sworn brother to his father, was a trustworthy ally. Which is why Luo Chen placed his utmost faith in Luo Chen to handle these matters. Rest assured, young master. This valley is secluded and no one will find out. I will exercise utmost caution, Luo Chen assured, bowing deeply before turning to leave. His actions were swift and decisive, leaving no room for hesitation. I was merely overthinking, Luo Chen mused, shaking his head as he cradled the ice crystal jade essence in his palm. He then activated his dragon origin power, employing a dual approach to expedite his recovery. It must be said that with the assistance of the dragon origin power, the horrifying wounds on Luo Chen's body began to heal at a visibly remarkable pace. The ghastly claw marks closed as if stitched with a needle, rapidly mending, while his internal organs gradually restored, and even the stagnant blood began to dissipate. The ice crystal jade essence, a renowned healing elixir, also had the potential to enhance one's cultivation. However, by the time Luo Chen completed his healing, the essence had vanished completely. Although he had wasted a piece of ice crystal jade essence, Luo Chen felt no regret. After all, he now possessed an entire 5th-tier peak magical beast. If one could completely absorb and refine it, the benefits would be beyond imagination. A pinnacle 5th-tier magical beast is already a being comparable to a Grand Earth Master, and it possesses formidable strength even against a Sky Master. Moreover, magical beasts are inherently more powerful than humans, not to mention that this particular unicorn crimson dragon serpent harbors a trace of divine dragon blood within its body. What Luo Chen desperately needs is precisely the bloodline of the dragon race. If he could absorb that trace of divine dragon blood from the unicorn crimson dragon serpent, it is likely that his dragon sovereign body refinement technique could truly take its first step into the realm of mastery. Luo Chen mused to himself. With this thought, he calmed his mind and focused on recovering from his remaining injuries. As the pure dragon essence continually circulated, the terrifying wounds rapidly healed. In truth, the recovery speed of dragon essence is hardly inferior to that of ice crystal jade essence. Therefore, once the dragon essence manifested, the flesh he had lost began to regenerate. Furthermore, due to the medicinal properties of the ice crystal jade essence still present within his body, the newly grown flesh turned out to be fair and delicate, resembling the skin of an infant. Young master, the dragon blood you requested is ready. Suddenly, a voice resonated. Luo Chen's eyes brightened, and his spirits soared. At last, was he about to begin the absorption? Chapter 26. Drinking dragon blood, consuming dragon flesh, refining dragon essence. At this moment, within the small valley, a gigantic wooden barrel was set up, filled with a blood-red liquid that continuously emanated a thick, ominous aura. It appeared rather uncanny. This blood-red liquid was none other than the blood of the unicorn crimson dragon serpent. However, even though the large barrel was filled to the brim, it represented merely a fraction of what remained, concealed within the body of the unicorn red dragon serpent, shrouded by branches and hidden amidst the underbrush. Gazing at the barrel brimming with dragon blood, a faint smile of delight graced Luo Chen's lips. Despite its somewhat intimidating appearance, this was the quintessential dragon bloodbath. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen shed his outer garments and leaped into the wooden barrel, immediately channeling his dragon origin power to absorb the elixir. As the dragon blood entered his body, Luo Chen distinctly sensed the surging, explosive energy of the blood penetrating deeply within, nourishing his entire being and transforming his sinews and skin. Some of the dragon blood even mingled with his meridians, coursing through them. It felt as though all 38,600 pores of his body were opening wide, ravenously imbibing the dragon blood. Indeed, it was akin to drinking. For this dragon blood did not seep in gradually, it surged directly through his pores. Were he an ordinary person, he would likely be incapable of absorbing it in such a manner. But Luo Chen was different. He had cultivated the ancient dragon clan's foremost body-refining technique, the Dragon Emperor's overbearing body art. Moreover, he had already perfected the true dragon divine body, rendering his constitution exceptionally suited for assimilating this dragon blood. With the absorption of this dragon blood, Luo Chen's lineage gradually ascended, increasingly resembling that of the dragon tribe. He appeared almost as a humanoid dragon, enigmatic and formidable. The experience of absorbing dragon blood was indeed unparalleled. Although the blood of the unicorn red dragon serpent contained merely a trace of dragon lineage, it was sufficiently potent. Luo Chen felt a surge of secret delight. As he absorbed the essence, his injured body began to heal at an astonishing rate. The damaged flesh seemed to mend before the naked eye, restoring itself with remarkable rapidity. Even more astonishing was the fact that, amidst this absorption, his physical strength surged exponentially. 3,100 caddies of might. 3,300 caddies of might. 3,500 caddies of might. 4,000 caddies of might. By the time he had completely absorbed an entire barrel of dragon's blood, Luo Chen's strength had reached an impressive 4,000 caddies. And this was merely the astounding effect of the first barrel of dragon's blood. Not only that, but his grievous injuries had fully healed. And his skin glistened with a radiant sheen, far surpassing that of an infant's complexion. Simultaneously, Luo Chen's bones, skin, and meridians had solidified to an unimaginable degree, exuding an aura of ferocity akin to that of a dragon. The dragon's bloodbath was indeed extraordinary, bestowing upon Luo Chen unimaginable and boundless benefits. Incredible! Young master, you can actually absorb dragon's blood. Luo Nantian stared in disbelief, his murky old eyes filled with shock, stupor, and profound incredulity. This scene, if revealed, would undoubtedly terrify countless ancient beings. The velocity of such enhancement could only be likened to riding a rocket. This was the first time he had witnessed someone capable of absorbing dragon's blood in this world. Even more terrifying was that Luo Chen not only absorbed it, but he also grew increasingly powerful, sending shivers down the spine of even a master of the Earth origin realm like himself, who, after consuming a barrel of dragon's blood, Luo Chen began to smile subtly, though his tone remained imbued with tranquility. He remarked, Elder 7, the world is vast and full of wonders. It is said that there are individuals who can devour magical beasts. With a chuckle, he further commanded, please prepare another barrel of dragon's blood for me. I wish to absorb more. Very well, I shall procure it immediately. Luo Nantian found himself at a loss for words, yet his hands moved with great swiftness. He stepped forward, dragging the unicorn red dragon from the underbrush, then swiftly made an incision at its neck, akin to slaughtering a pig, releasing an abundant flow of dragon's blood from its immense form. As the dragon's blood filled the massive wooden barrel, it became evident that the unicorn red dragon was indeed a pinnacle 5th-grade magical beast, not only possessing a colossal physique, but also an extraordinary quantity of blood. Fortunately, Luo Chen had brought Elder 7 along. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to refine this giant dragon after sustaining such grievous injuries. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen silently channeled his dragon essence and commenced the absorption process. As the dragon's blood surged into his body, his bones, skin, and meridians were reinforced and transformed as if constructing a robust edifice. Simultaneously, his physical strength ascended at an astonishing pace, akin to being propelled by a rocket. 4,100 gene of might. 4,300 gene of might. 5,100 gene of might. Due to the previous barrel of dragon blood, much of which was utilized for healing wounds, this particular barrel was devoid of such use. Consequently, upon complete absorption, Luo Chen's strength astonishingly surged to 5,100 pounds of might, this effect stemming solely from the second barrel of dragon blood. 7th Elder, bring it on. Luo Chen exclaimed. Very well, the dragon blood shall be delivered shortly. Luo Nantian could only express his profound disbelief, silently pondering whether the young master's body was, in fact, human. Having absorbed such an abundance of dragon blood, it still appeared insufficient. His physique resembled an insatiable abyss, relentlessly consuming more. Subsequently, Luo Nantian once again slashed the dragon's body, increasing the blood flow. Once the barrel was filled, without hesitation, Luo Chen resumed his absorption. The precious and seldom seen dragon blood flowed into his being as if it were of no consequence, transforming into his formidable power. 5,200 pounds. 5,300 pounds. 5,400 pounds. Luo Chen absorbed it like a sponge, continually drawing in more. The following morning, as the horizon was kissed by a hint of dawn, Luo Chen finally sensed that the weight he could absorb had nearly reached its limit. At this moment, his physical strength had reached an impressive 6,800 pounds. With a long, resonant breath escaping his lips, his body felt as though it were encased in fine iron, emanating an aura of ferocity. Not only that, but his entire presence had grown significantly more powerful. Despite this, Luo Chen had yet to break through to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage and attain the realm of transformation mastery. Nevertheless, Luo Chen remained unperturbed. Drink. With a resounding shout, Luo Chen leapt from the wooden barrel, standing upon the open ground to practice his martial arts. His body resembled a great bow, taut and coiled, before suddenly releasing like a cannonball, crashing forcefully into a towering tree. The primate form of the 5-animal mimicry fist. With a thunderous crack, the majestic tree, standing 10 zhang tall, toppled with a deafening roar, its sturdy trunk splintering into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. Luo Chen's vitality surged, akin to the relentless waters of the Yellow River, rushing forth in an unending torrent. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Luo Chen moved like lightning, his fist striking with the ferocity of a tiger, creating afterimages as he darted through the arena, delivering blows that were both fierce and overwhelmingly powerful. He was employing the 5-animal mimicry fist to invigorate his vitality, fully absorbing the essence of dragon blood. It is well known that the energy contained within dragon blood is immensely potent and domineering. If one were to merely absorb it without refining it, it would not be long before Luo Chen could no longer take it in. Despite absorbing it throughout the night, he had only managed to take in 1/3 of its essence. Moreover, he had yet to even touch the dragon flesh and the dragon core, the magical nucleus. Thus, Luo Chen needed to seize every moment, every second, striving to refine the entirety of this unicorn red dragon within 3 days. Haha. As Luo Chen tirelessly practiced his martial arts, Luo Nantian could not help but smile broadly, his eyes glimmering with a profound anticipation. Yet, he did not rest. Instead, he set up a large pot and, from the formidable body of the one-horned crimson dragon, procured a considerable amount of dragon meat, which he began to simmer. To enhance the flavor, he added a generous portion of wild mountain peppers, along with wild ginger and wild garlic, to enrich the taste. Once the pot of dragon meat was thoroughly cooked, Luo Nantian called out, "Young master, breakfast is ready." "Understood, 7th elder," replied Luo Chen, inhaling the enticing aroma. He promptly ceased his practice, stood bare-chested, and strode forward with alacrity. "Here, start with a dragon leg to fortify your body." Luo Nantian offered a claw. Luo Chen accepted the dragon leg, his mouth twitching slightly as he mused that this was not a leg at all, but rather a claw. However, given the sheer size of the one-horned crimson dragon, a mere claw was equivalent to a dragon leg. Yet, Luo Chen did not mind. He sank his teeth into the dragon leg and began to devour it with gusto. With each bite, he consumed voraciously, reducing the massive pot of dragon meat, over 100 pounds, to mere scraps. As he indulged, a plume of white steam rose from his head. The essence contained within the flesh rapidly absorbed by his stomach, transforming into physical strength. He felt his power surge, 10 pounds, 20 pounds, 30 pounds until he ultimately accumulated over 180 pounds of newfound strength before he finally ceased, though not abundant. The effects of dragon meat are by no means inferior to that of dragon blood. While dragon blood alters one's lineage and constitution, dragon meat invigorates the internal organs. After consuming over 100 pounds of dragon meat, Luo Chen's internal organs are now significantly more robust than before. Even a sweeping strike from dragon claws would find it difficult to inflict damage. Indeed, who would have thought that dragon meat not only boasts exquisite flavor, but also enhances the resilience of one's internal organs and overall strength? This unique creature, the uniquely horned red dragon serpent, is truly a treasure trove. Luo Chen marveled once more, acutely aware that he was perpetually growing stronger from within. This sensation is truly exhilarating. "Young master, this is the dragon essence from the uniquely horned red dragon serpent, essentially a magic core. You should absorb it at once." Suddenly, Luo Nantian stepped forward, presenting a black orb that he held in his hands. This orb, enveloped in a delicate mist and roughly the size of a fist, emanated an astonishing aura of spiritual power, wild and formidable. Remarkably, this is a 5th-tier magic core, tantalizingly close to becoming a 6th-tier one. Seeing the seventh elder's thoughtful gesture warmed Luo Chen's heart, though he said nothing. He silently resolved to bestow upon Luo Nantian an opportunity to become a true master after their duel concluded. Thank you, seventh elder. Luo Chen expressed with a deep bow towards Luo Nantian, before taking the magic core and settling down on the grass to absorb its essence. As Luo Chen exerted his strength, the immense spiritual energy contained within the magic core surged forth like a torrential river, flowing through his palm and converging into his dantian. Consuming dragon blood, feasting on dragon flesh, and refining dragon essence, Luo Chen was incessantly elevating his realm and augmenting his power. Chapter 27. Frenzy Breakthrough. A colossal force. With the ceaseless influx of that vast and tempestuous spiritual energy into his dantian, not only did Luo Chen's dragon essence grow, but his physical strength also escalated rapidly. 7,000 gene of might. 7,300 gene of might. 7,500 gene of might. As his power ascended, Luo Chen's aura intensified, becoming increasingly formidable and fierce, reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast lurking within the valley. If this child continues to develop, he is destined to become an extraordinary hero of his generation, though he is still quite weak at present. Luo Nantian could already envision the scene of him commanding the world, laughing disdainfully at the heavens. Provided that Luo Chen does not fall. As long as I am here. Within these 3 days, even if it costs me my life, I shall not allow anyone to disturb the young master's cultivation. With such thoughts in mind, Luo Nantian ceased his astonishment and leaped onto a towering tree, keeping vigilant watch. At this moment, not only would he thwart any approaching individual, but even a mere mouse wandering by would be eliminated from 1,000 meters away, unable to approach Luo Chen in the slightest. Meanwhile, Luo Chen was indeed formidable. The fifth-tier magic core, brimming with terrifying spiritual energy, in his hands transformed into a sphere of energy, continuously releasing abundant spiritual power, gathering in his dantian and enhancing his physical strength. Simultaneously, at the Luo residence. Madam, this is exquisite bird's nest from the North Sea. Please do savor it. With great care, Luo Xiaodian placed a portion of the delicacy before Muwani, urging her to consume it to replenish her health. Although her condition was not dire, Muwani had indeed suffered and required nourishment. Regrettably, despite the delicately prepared bird's nest, she felt no appetite, her face etched with concern as she remarked, Tiangu, Chen has been out for a whole day and night. I wonder how he is faring? Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaodian sighed softly, replying, We have done all that we could. I hope Chen will not disappoint us. Tiangu, during the life-and-death battle, I wish. Regardless of whether Chen triumphs or falters, you must protect his life. Muwani suddenly declared, her teeth clenched. I too desire that, but Luo Xiaodian initially intended to refuse, yet upon witnessing his wife's earnest yearning, he nodded gravely. Very well, I shall do my utmost. Meanwhile, Luo Chen had absorbed a substantial quantity into his dantian, his physical strength surging to an impressive 8,800 pounds. This was merely the effect from the first day. The fifth-tier magic core truly was formidable. For a first or second-tier magic core, I could consume dozens in a single night and still feel unsatisfied. Yet with this fifth-tier magic core, after a full day, I have only absorbed 1/3. Tonight, I shall continue with the dragon blood medicinal bath. Even in sleep, I shall not cease my cultivation. Luo Chen contemplated silently. He was acutely aware of the urgency of his situation and was determined not to squander a moment of his training time. Young master, dinner is ready, echoed the voice of Luo Nantian. Simultaneously, an enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, infiltrating Luo Chen's nostrils. The delectable scent tantalized his taste buds, igniting a fervor within him. How delightful! Could it be dragon meat once more? Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he hastily concealed the magic core and approached the large cauldron. In a bid to enhance Luo Chen's absorption, Luo Nantian had prepared an impressive 200 pounds of dragon meat for this evening's feast, which included an array of internal organ delicacies. Dragon liver, gallbladder, heart, even tendons, each a treasure capable of fortifying the body and enhancing vitality. Although this approach risked damaging the dragon carcass and complicating the storage of dragon blood, Luo Nantian had already felled numerous towering trees and prepared several wooden barrels to contain the precious liquid. Thus, should Luo Chen wish to absorb it individually, the process would be greatly facilitated. Young master, today's dinner is replete with exquisite ingredients. To enhance the flavors, I even ventured into the city to procure a variety of seasonings. You must taste it. Luo Nantian exclaimed as he presented a wooden basin filled with an abundance of dragon meat and rich broth before Luo Chen. Upon inhaling the aroma, Luo Chen discovered that it was indeed far more enticing than the morning's fare, and, overwhelmed with emotion, he could hardly contain his eagerness to indulge. However, he did not hesitate. Instead, he seized the wooden basin, let out a roar, and sank his teeth into a piece of dragon heart, devouring it voraciously. Generally speaking, an ordinary person would struggle to consume such a substantial amount in a single meal. Yet, as a martial artist, Luo Chen possessed an enormous appetite. And coupled with his ability to refine the sustenance, it was not far-fetched to imagine that he could consume over 1,000 pounds in a day, should he disregard the consequences. As Luo Chen continued his relentless consumption, the more than 200 pounds of dragon meat swiftly vanished into his stomach, transforming into vital energy that significantly augmented his strength. Soon thereafter, a plume of white steam began to rise above his head, this time noticeably more intense, with a different density altogether. A rough estimate suggested that from this single meal, he had gained over 300 pounds of strength, primarily from the copious amounts of internal organs he had ingested. After finishing his meal, Luo Chen did not rush to rest. Instead, he stretched his limbs and commenced practicing the 5-animal mimicry fist in the open space, continuing until he was drenched in sweat. Only then did he cease his movements and leap into the large wooden tub, immediately beginning his dragon blood medicinal bath. At that moment, having practiced the 5-animal mimicry fist, he was soaked in perspiration, with his pores wide open, making it the perfect time for absorption. As anticipated, upon immersing himself in the tub, his body, akin to a sponge, greedily and swiftly absorbed the rich dragon blood, which seamlessly integrated into his limbs and bones, enhancing his strength. 9,200 pounds of might, 9,300 pounds of might, 9,800 pounds of might. As he absorbed the energy, Luo Chen experienced a remarkable enhancement in his physical prowess. Despite having absorbed for an entire day, his body felt no signs of bloating. Rather, it was insatiably eager, akin to parched farmland yearning for the nourishing touch of rain. In an effort to expedite the process, Luo Chen activated his Dragon Yuan power, hastening his absorption rate. To further amplify his capabilities, he grasped the magic core in his hand, drawing in the immense and tumultuous spiritual energy as if he were a colossal whale consuming water. Consequently, his absorption speed became astonishing, as his body perpetually assimilated the dragon's blood, transforming his very veins, while his Dantian relentlessly devoured the spiritual energy contained within the magic core. It felt as though Luo Chen had metamorphosed into a black hole, voraciously consuming 2 distinct forms of energy. Witnessing this, Luo Nantian could not help but gasp in astonishment. Truth be told, it was his first encounter with someone audacious enough to absorb the wild energy of the magic core at such a terrifying speed while simultaneously drawing in dragon blood. Did Luo Chen not fear the risk of explosion? Yet, it appeared that he felt no hint of danger. Instead, he reveled in the experience and even wished to accelerate further. This revelation left Luo Nantian secretly astounded, pondering what extraordinary cultivation technique his young master had mastered to achieve such unprecedented prowess, so domineering and formidable. However, the more formidable Luo Chen became, the more satisfied Luo Nantian felt. Observing Luo Chen's remarkable progress, he even contemplated whether to prepare some dragon meat to further fuel his ascent. Suddenly, as Luo Nantian's thoughts wandered, a resounding roar erupted from Luo Chen's body, and at that moment, his inner strength reached a new pinnacle. At last, he had transcended the threshold of 10,000 gene of power. Chapter 28, the first layer of the Dragon Emperor's body refinement technique, 10,000 gene of strength. I have finally broken through. A surge of joy coursed through Luo Chen's heart, and a glimmer of fervor sparkled in his eyes. This immense power signified a critical threshold. It meant that even without advancing to the realm of transformation, a single punch from him could crush experts of the Earth origin realm. Yet, this was still insufficient. Far from enough. Although my physical strength could indeed overpower those of the Earth origin realm, I had yet to genuinely enter the foundational layer of the Dragon Emperor's body refinement technique. This technique, truly deserving of its reputation as the foremost body refinement art of ancient times, had allowed me to attain such strength without yet mastering its basics. Luo Chen marveled to himself, not dwelling on it further, but instead continuing to absorb the dragon blood. Simultaneously, the torrent of dragon essence within him surged into motion, rapidly expanding his pores and enabling his entire body to greedily and swiftly absorb the dragon blood. Once the blood of the single-horned red dragon entered Luo Chen's body, it would be refined, transforming into physical power while continuously enhancing his bloodline. Moreover, the fifth-tier magic core in his hand relentlessly unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, coursing through his arm and into his dantian, elevating his dragon essence. It could be said that he was advancing from both within and without, propelling Luo Chen's cultivation to new heights. Boom. At last, when the dragon's primal energy and physical strength reached their zenith, a resounding roar emanated from within Luo Chen's body once more. The realm he had long suppressed finally yielded to a breakthrough. He had entered the transformation realm. Luo Chen had at last stepped into the domain of the transformation master. Simultaneously, the dragon's sovereign body technique ascended, achieving its first layer. His entire physique radiated a rejuvenated essence, enveloped in a faint golden luminescence. At this moment, should one wield an ordinary blade against Luo Chen, they would likely find themselves incapable of inflicting any harm. For the first layer of the dragon's sovereign body technique bestows upon him a physique akin to bronze and iron, impervious to blades. Unless one possessed a realm several times superior, it would be utterly impossible to cause him injury. Such is the formidable power of body refinement. As far as Luo Chen was aware, few had embarked on the path of body refinement in the Tianyuan Continent. Most devoted themselves to martial techniques and elemental energy to enhance their physical prowess. Yet Luo Chen was different. He not only traversed the path of body refinement, but also wielded a swordsmanship of astonishing finesse. Remarkably, he comprehended various intricate sword techniques without the necessity of practice. Thus, after his breakthrough, he remained serene, seated cross-legged within the wooden tub, absorbing dragon blood and devouring demon cores. Time was of the essence for him. He must seize every moment, every second, to elevate his realm. Such a disposition in the young master, if he were not to achieve greatness in the future, would be an affront to the natural order. Observing this, Luo Nantian marveled once again, seated cross-legged upon a distant tree, gazing at Luo Chen with admiration in his eyes. While a typical individual might be unable to sleep out of exhilaration after breaking through to the transformation master realm, Luo Chen was anything but ordinary. Not only was there no excitement, but rather a serene calmness enveloped him as he continued to enhance himself, solidifying his realm. Such composure made even this elder feel a twinge of inadequacy. As time ticked away, Luo Chen was diligently absorbing the dragon's blood, while Luo Nantian remained on high alert from a distance. No one was aware that within this secluded valley, Luo Chen was rapidly advancing. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Throughout this period, Luo Chen consistently consumed dragon's blood and flesh, refining dragon essence. Occasionally, fatigue would overtake him, prompting him to recline in the wooden tub for a brief respite, allowing his body to autonomously absorb the nutrients. At dawn each day, Luo Nantian would kindle a fire to prepare meals, cooking dragon meat for Luo Chen's enjoyment. When he felt sufficiently rejuvenated, he would practice the 5-animal imitation fist, facilitating the expulsion of impurities from his body through sweat to prevent any accumulation. Meanwhile, the colossal single-horned crimson dragon had been entirely refined by Luo Chen after those 3 days, leaving not a trace behind. Even the dragon's horn was sliced by Luo Nantian, who brewed a nourishing soup for Luo Chen to consume thoroughly, leaving no remnants. At this moment, Luo Chen sat cross-legged in the wooden tub, his expression one of utmost seriousness as he absorbed the 5th-tier magic core. Although he had already consumed the dragon's blood and flesh, the spiritual energy contained within the core was overwhelmingly vast, necessitating Luo Chen's final efforts. The 5th-tier magic beast core had transformed from the size of a fist to that of a pigeon's egg, yet the spiritual energy within remained formidable. Devour. I command you to devour. Luo Chen gritted his teeth, intensifying his devouring power, even summoning a small whirlwind within the palm of his hand. That immense and tempestuous spiritual energy surged like a torrent, continuously flowing into his dantian, merging and ultimately settling deep within. The 5th-tier magic core truly lived up to its reputation. It was the most refined essence within the body of the single-horned crimson dragon serpent. On Earth, this magic core was referred to as dragon essence, the quintessence of the dragon itself. After half an hour, a steady and profound breath escaped Luo Chen's lips, and the 5th-tier magic core disintegrated into dust, vanishing from sight. The benefits gained from refining an entire single-horned crimson dragon serpent were indeed substantial. His entire aura seemed transformed. Although his features remained unchanged, his skin had grown several times more resilient, with prominent veins subtly visible across his body. His arms, thighs, and abdomen were adorned with distinctly visible muscles, brimming with explosive power. Yet, he sensed that should he challenge a master of the Tianyuan realm, he might still fall short. As Luo Chen felt the surge of strength coursing through his body, a faint smile crossed his lips. In the span of 3 days, he had successfully refined an entire single-horned crimson dragon serpent, almost entirely consuming it. Thankfully, no one else had witnessed this spectacle, otherwise it would have surely terrified them. Chuckling softly, Luo Chen turned his gaze to Luo Nantian and said casually, "Elder 7, I have a bold idea. The young master doesn't mean to venture into the Beast Mountain range, does he?" Luo Nantian replied with a wry smile. "Is there a problem? Although you have transcended your limits, it appears that entering the Beast Mountain range is still insufficient." It is not that Luo Nantian underestimates Luo Chen, but the Beast Mountain range is notorious for its peril. Countless heroes have met their demise within its depths. Therefore, one must exercise caution before venturing here. Elder 7, rest assured, we shall merely explore the outskirts, never delving deeper. Luo Chen smiled lightly. Perhaps we might even hunt a few magical cores. Very well. If you wish to go, you must promise me to remain within 10 miles of the periphery and never venture further. Luo Nantian said with a serious expression. Thank you. Elder 7. Luo Chen expressed his heartfelt gratitude, understanding that Luo Nantian was acting out of concern for his well-being. Subsequently, the two tidied up the scene, burying all pots and utensils before departing the small valley in a carriage. Thud, thud. As the carriage sped along the official road, Luo Chen sat at the front, gazing at the approaching Beast Mountain range with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Rumbling. As they drew near, a cloud of dust billowed from the distance, as if some entity was swiftly approaching, and it seemed to be numerous. Could it be the Silver Moon Wolf? Luo Nantian controlled the carriage, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The Silver Moon Wolf, a second-tier magical beast, is known for its pack behavior, hunting in unison. This type of wolf boasts a silvery coat, making it exceptionally suitable for crafting brushes, yet it is also a ferocious magical wolf. Ah, how fortuitous. Luo Chen chuckled, leaping from the carriage and charging forward. Young master, be cautious. In the midst of the tumult, Luo Nen let out a fervent exclamation. Previously, he had marveled at the young man's calm demeanor, yet upon encountering the magical beasts, he discovered a spirited enthusiasm within him. Elder 7, feel free to observe, he reassured. However, Luo Chen appeared utterly unconcerned, his figure flickering as he darted into the midst of the wolf pack. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a powerful punch that sent a Silver Moon Wolf soaring through the air. Although these magical wolves were classified as second-tier beasts, rivaling the mastery of transformation, they were trivial in comparison to Luo Chen. They served merely as a means for him to hone his skills. The Silver Moon Wolves, despite being second-tier beasts, possessed their own sense of dignity. When one of their own was struck down, a spark of ferocity ignited within them. They lunged at Luo Chen, attacking him with wild abandon, their sharp fangs gleaming ominously. Yet, much to their astonishment, they soon realized that this seemingly human figure before them was, in fact, a formidable beast. Their razor-sharp teeth could not even pierce Luo Chen's skin. "Ha, come at me, you pups." He laughed heartily, delivering a flurry of punches that felled several Silver Moon Wolves to the ground, their legs stiffening momentarily before they succumbed to the embrace of death. Luo Chen practiced the Dragon Emperor's body technique, rendering his physique extraordinarily powerful. These second-tier magical beasts were, in his eyes, merely a collection of magic cores. With the aid of these cores, he anticipated enhancing his strength further before the duel commenced. With this thought in mind, Luo Chen unleashed several punches, effortlessly dispatching a few Silver Moon werewolves, which in his eyes were nothing but bare magical nuclei. Suddenly, as if sensing Luo Chen's prowess, a furious roar echoed from a nearby hillside, followed by a lightning-fast silver figure lunging toward him. Alarmed, Luo Nantian exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. It was the Silver Moon Werewolf King. The dread of facing a third-tier magical beast, comparable to a formidable presence in the Earth origin realm, weighed heavily on him. Luo Nantian felt a tightening in his chest at the sight of the Silver Moon Werewolf King and could barely suppress the urge to intervene. If anything were to happen to Luo Chen, he would bear the unbearable burden. Is it the Werewolf King? Come then. Yet, contrary to fear, Luo Chen felt exhilarated, laughing heartily as he charged forward. With a resounding impact, he drove a powerful fist into the head of the Silver Moon Werewolf King. The beast, refusing to yield, bit down on Luo Chen's waist. In its mind, it envisioned tearing Luo Chen apart. However, its sharp fangs merely left 2 faint trails of blood on his skin. With a thunderous crack, the force of Luo Chen's punch sent the massive creature soaring like a mere sandbag. Upon landing, the wolf's head spun in confusion, its sturdy legs trembling as if on the verge of collapse. With just a single punch, Luo Chen had rendered the third-tier magical beast utterly defenseless, nearly knocking it out cold. Astonishing. The young master possesses an innate strength. Luo Nantian could not help but exclaim, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. Such ferocity is simply astounding. Not only is his body as unyielding as steel, but his punches are overwhelmingly powerful as well. It appears that my concerns were entirely unwarranted. Haha. Luo Chen let out a hearty laugh and delivered another punch, forcefully bringing down the so-called third-tier magical beast, the Silver Moon Wolf King, to the ground. The Earth Origin Realm? To him, it was nothing more than child's play. The Wolf King has fallen. The remaining wolf cubs have no courage to fight. With pitiful whimpers, they scurried away, tails tucked between their legs. The battlefield was left strewn with the carcasses of magical wolves. Young master, with just 2 punches, you have subdued the Silver Moon Wolf King. It seems our chances of victory today have greatly increased. Luo Nantian said with a smile as he leaped down from the carriage, filled with anticipation. Very well, I shall gather it at once. Luo Nantian nodded, deftly wielding his long knife, swiftly extracting a second-tier magic core from the head of the Silver Moon Wolf. This magic core, though no larger than a pigeon's egg, contained a commendable amount of spiritual energy. For a second-tier magical beast, is equivalent to a transformation realm expert. As the carriage resumed its journey, Luo Chen settled within. Grasping the magic core, with a gentle closing of his eyes, he began to absorb its energy. Although the magic core of the Silver Moon Wolf was still quite ferocious and difficult to assimilate, its essence swiftly transformed into strands of spiritual power, merging into Luo Chen's Dantian, where it was rapidly refined, augmenting his physical strength. In pursuit of rapid enhancement of his abilities, Luo Chen was relentless, seizing every opportunity and devoting himself to continuous training. Today's battle promised to be a spectacle. Luo Nantian, driving the carriage, revealed a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Meanwhile, Luo Chen remained oblivious to these thoughts, fervently clutching the magic cores, greedily absorbing spiritual energy. 1, 2, 3. As the distance to Blackstone City diminished, the magic cores in his grasp steadily diminished as well. Though 13 magic cores seemed plentiful, to Luo Chen, it was far from sufficient. At the same time, at the city gates, a middle-aged man clad in silver armor grumbled incessantly, "Damn it, I've completed my task. Yet I must remain here at the city gates. This is truly vexing. Lord Luo, although you are a master of transformation, today is the day of the competition. The city lord has assigned you to guard this location to prevent Luo Chen from entering," a black-armored soldier remarked. "Though I am aware, it still irks me," Lord Luo retorted, his displeasure evident. To his surprise, this man was indeed Lord Luo. Suddenly, the sound of approaching hooves echoed, and a familiar carriage raced towards the city gates at remarkable speed. The curtain of the carriage bore a large character for Luo. It was the Luo family carriage. Startled, Lord Luo's expression hardened. "Stop that carriage," he commanded. "Yes." The black-armored soldiers replied respectfully, preparing to intervene. However, before they could act, a surge of sword energy erupted from within the carriage, striking Lord Luo's neck with lethal precision. With wide-open eyes, Lord Luo suddenly felt as if his head had detached from his body, instinctively raising his hand to cover it. However, he soon beheld his own body, followed by an encroaching darkness that enveloped him, plunging him into oblivion. A murder has occurred. Lord Luo has perished. His head has flown away. The armored soldiers, terrified, screamed in panic, too frightened to approach. They flitted about the city gate like headless flies. "You, Luo, have harmed my mother. I had graciously allowed you to live a few more days. Be content," came a voice from within the carriage. Upon hearing it, the coachman nodded, squinting and smiling. "I intended to take action myself, yet it seems the young master is swifter than I anticipated. This is not merely a difference in realms. Even the disparity in talent is vast." Meanwhile, at the drunken immortal pavilion, within an exquisitely luxurious private room, 3 individuals were seated. From this vantage point, They could gaze upon the life and death arena. These three were Xiao Xian'er, Fu Bo, and Lu Xuanji. Notably, the old man in black robes, Fu Bo, despite being seated, chose to position himself behind Xiao Xian'er, a subtle smile perpetually gracing his lips, akin to that of an ordinary steward. Master, do you think Brother Luo Chen will triumph today? Xiao Xian'er inquired, her enchanting eyes frequently glancing through the window towards the arena, her face betraying her anxiety. Thus, she held great anticipation for this duel. Xiao Xian'er wore an expression of palpable anxiety, her pearly teeth biting into her lip, her enchanting eyes wide open, fixated on the platform of life and death, lest she miss a single moment. At that moment, the area beneath the platform was teeming with spectators, overflowing with people. Not only had a significant portion of Blackstone City gathered, but the City Lord's manor and the Luo family were also present in full force. The other members of the City Lord's manor displayed expressions of haughty confidence, casting disdainful glances at the Luo family, with a subtle hint of murderous intent lurking in their gazes. Should they emerge victorious from this battle, the City Lord's manor would undoubtedly unleash a ruthless campaign to oppress the Luo family, for the vanquished must accept the fate of the defeated. Luo Xiaodian. The appointed time was swiftly approaching, yet Luo Chen had yet to make his appearance. Chapter 30. The Battle of Life and Death, 1 against 2. The newcomer was none other than Luo Chen himself. Had he not dallied at the city gate for a while, he would have arrived much sooner. Along the way, Luo Chen had swiftly absorbed and refined all the demon cores, transforming them into his own power. At this moment, his vitality surged. The Dragon Yuan force coursing through him like a mighty dragon, revealing its prowess, even in the face of a colossal elephant. He felt confident enough to strike it down with a single blow. The transformation realm? Luo Chen was in deep trouble. The two opponents were separated by a significant realm. Was he seeking punishment? Although Luo Chen was well versed in both martial and literary arts, possessing an exceptional talent for poetry, alas, his intellect seemed to falter. How could he dare to engage in a life and death struggle against those in the Earth origin realm with merely the transformation realm? Was this not courting disaster? Indeed, it appeared that Master Luo Chen was doomed. The duel seemed to grow increasingly intriguing. In Lu Xuanji's eyes, a glimmer of anticipation shone forth, and his keen eagle-like gaze remained fixed intently upon the arena. Standing protectively behind Xiao Xian'er, the old man in a black robe, Fu Bo, also rose to his feet. His eyes, typically as tranquil as a still pond, flickered with a hint of light. Like Xiao Xian'er, he too was bewildered by Luo Chen's decision to challenge two opponents simultaneously. Was he truly prepared to embrace reckless abandon? This Luo Chen has become increasingly enigmatic to me. Should he emerge victorious from this battle, it seems he may indeed earn the right to befriend the young lady. Fu Bo mused. His gaze unwaveringly focused on the life and death arena, a grave expression etched upon his face. Chinner, you must not come to harm. Luo Xiaodian and Mu Wani wore expressions of deep concern, while the other members of the Luo family clenched their fists, gritting their teeth as they fixated on the arena. Though the odds of victory appeared slim, one could only wonder if a miracle might unfold. This sword strikes with exquisite intent. This sword, illuminated by the moonlight, cuts with chilling clarity. This sword, imbued with a murderous aura, radiates an overwhelming sense of lethality. This sword carries an ethereal quality, embodying the haunting beauty of death. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced through Luo Chen's back, embedding itself deeply. What genius! Before me, he is but a mere wretch. Chapter 31. Challenging the City Lord of Duan in public. Truly formidable. From this day forth, it seems Master Luo Chen shall be recognized as the foremost genius of Blackstone City. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape, with many nearly having their eyes pop out of their sockets. They could hardly fathom that the strength of an individual could reach such astounding heights. This was no longer a duel of life and death, it was sheer annihilation. Moreover, Luo Chen was merely a 16-year-old youth. Such extraordinary talent, even within the grandeur of the central capital, would shine resplendently. Was this truly the culmination of his 3 days of seclusion? My heavens! Luo Xiaodian was equally astonished, his breath quickening in disbelief. He could scarcely believe that the boy standing on the stage was his own son. As he marveled, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the seventh elder, Luo Nantian, who nodded slightly in tacit acknowledgement. With this confirmation, Luo Xiaodian gazed at Luo Chen on the stage, no longer just filled with paternal pride but with tears of overwhelming joy. With a son of such caliber, even if he were to perish in battle today, He would have no regrets. When had Chin'er become so formidable? Muwani was equally astounded, her beautiful eyes reflecting not only astonishment but profound emotion. For her son's perceived shortcomings, she had traversed countless places and endured countless disdainful glances. The last time, in search of a rare herb. She even sought aid from her family, only to return empty-handed. Now, witnessing Luo Chen soar to greatness, displaying his genius by vanquishing another prodigy with a single punch. How could she, as his mother, not feel elated? How could she not be overjoyed? The members of the Luo family were equally animated, their expressions fervent, their eyes ablaze with excitement, their hearts racing with fervor. The younger generation, including Luo Hu and Luo Xiong, regarded Luo Chen as if he were their idol. To my surprise, within the confines of this small black stone city, a prodigy has indeed emerged. Upon recognizing Luo Chen's extraordinary talent, Lu Xuanji was nearly certain he must bring Luo Chen to the Star Academy for further cultivation. Furthermore, should anyone dare to obstruct him, he would not hesitate to forsake his dignity in order to abduct Luo Chen. Allowing such a genius to slip away would be the height of folly. With such exceptional abilities, he would be regarded as an unparalleled talent even within our Xiao family. Ah, who would have thought the young lady's discernment would be so astute? The elder in the black robe, known as Fu Bo, murmured softly, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes, though he concealed it behind a smile. Master, if given another opportunity, would you still assist Brother Luo Chen? Xiao Xian'er couldn't help but burst into a melodious laugh. She was well aware that the old men at the academy were desperate for talent. For years, the illustrious Star Academy had lagged behind the other two major institutions, enduring considerable humiliation. If they were to learn that a genius like Luo Chen had been allowed to escape, it would surely infuriate them to the point of fury. Those who dared to thwart my aspirations shall face dire consequences. As he spoke, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, indicating Lu Xuanji's unwavering resolve to secure Luo Chen for the Star Academy. Oh, I now find myself filled with anticipation for what events may unfold once Brother Luo Chen arrives at the Star Academy. Xiao Xian'er gazed ahead, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance, resembling the stars in the night sky, radiant and imbued with enchanting allure. Chapter 32. The might of a sword, isn't that akin to seeking death? Although Chin'er possesses extraordinary talent, he remains, after all, too young. Mu Wani's face was a tapestry of complex emotions, her heart racing in her throat. Truth be told, she yearned to rush onto the life and death stage and whisk Luo Chen away from this place. Yet, Mu Wani understood that she could not act upon that impulse, for she respected Luo Chen's choice. Her son, though still a child, had already begun to embody the essence of a man. With his tender spine, he upheld the dignity of the entire Luo family. Even if this battle led to Luo Chen's demise upon the life and death stage, the Luo family would not suffer disgrace. Instead, they would garner unparalleled renown and glory. As a mother, no matter how reluctant her heart felt, she would not impede Luo Chen. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a sphere of energy compressed to its zenith, which transformed into a roaring black dragon, charging fiercely toward Luo Chen. The black dragon break. Amidst the resounding roar, the black dragon swooped in with an astonishing display of power. The black dragon break? Quite intriguing. Fire ignited in Luo Chen's eyes, his fighting spirit surging. As the dragon essence within him surged forth, manifesting as waves of faint golden light that cascaded into his sword. Buzz! The sword resonated with a hum, the soft golden glow intensifying, and with a flick of the sword's tip, it transformed into a dazzling beam of sword light, crashing against the black dragon break. With a clash that reverberated through the air, both combatants were propelled backward, each staggering 5 steps, their blood surging, faces paling in the aftermath. In their initial encounter, they found themselves evenly matched. Witnessing the formidable might of this punch, the hearts of all the members of the Luo family were seized with trepidation, particularly that of the couple, Luo Xiaotian and his wife, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Not only the Luo family, but also the spectators below and those within the nearby drunken immortal pavilion, including Xiao Xian'er and Lu Xuanyi, were fixated on the scene, their expressions imbued with tension. Initially anticipating a clash of equals, the unexpected unfolded as Luo Chen unleashed his sword, which emitted hundreds upon thousands of sword qi from its tip. Each strand of this sword qi resembled a delicate golden sword, radiating an aura of sharpness and precision. This technique was a manifestation of the supreme swordsmanship Luo Chen had comprehended in his previous life, known as the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. Chapter 33. The Greatest Genius of Blackstone City. How could it be so powerful? As a master of the Tianyuan realm, he could hardly fathom his defeat at the hands of Luo Chen, especially since he had employed a high-level Earth-grade combat skill. In this moment, he felt an almost surreal notion that Luo Chen was not merely a youth, but rather a renowned sword master who had honed his craft over centuries. Henceforth, the title of the greatest genius of Blackstone City undoubtedly belonged to Master Luo Chen. Truly formidable. That last sword strike even compelled my own weapon to bow in submission. Should Master Luo Chen continue to grow, he is destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. Witnessing such an exquisite display of swordsmanship, astonishment and wonder filled the eyes of all present. Banishing their previous disdain and schadenfreude, replaced instead by envy, admiration, and a hint of fervor. Even those wielding long swords felt the weight of their blades, as if they were on the verge of unsheathing themselves and surrendering at Luo Chen's feet. This sword was undoubtedly capable of commanding the allegiance of 1,000 blades. At this moment, countless astonished, shocked, and reverential gazes, infused with a hint of fervor, converged upon Luo Chen once more. That singular figure, that solitary sword, seemed to have transformed into a divine entity, standing resolutely upon the stage of life and death. In the hearts of all, Luo Chen had become the universally acknowledged genius of Blackstone City. Following this battle, it was certain that the name of Luo Chen would echo throughout Blackstone City and beyond, reaching even the neighboring towns, heralding the emergence of an unparalleled prodigy. Was that sword truly unleashed by him? My son, Luo Chen, possesses such extraordinary talent that he has reached an almost monstrous level. Coupled with the covert assistance of that esteemed figure, our Luo family is bound for prosperity. Lost in such thoughts, Mu Wani's heart swelled with excitement. She could almost envision Luo Chen illuminating the Luo family name, liberating them from all oppression. In Lu Xuanji's mind, Luo Chen was no longer merely a genius, but a prodigious entity beyond compare. Such a marvel, even among geniuses, stood as a paragon. Suddenly, Lu Xuanji burst into hearty laughter, feeling immensely fortunate for having recognized Luo Chen's potential before anyone else and receiving his promise to join the Star Academy after this battle. In this light, he would be recognized as Luo Chen's benefactor. As this young man arrives at the Celestial Academy and unleashes a prodigious talent akin to a genius, those venerable elders will likely become envious to the point of madness. Contemplating this, Lu Xuanji could not help but smile with delight, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction that lifted his spirits considerably. That previous sword strike was truly exquisite. In the private chamber, it was not only Lu Xuanji who was filled with astonishment. Even the stunningly beautiful Xiao Xian'er wore an expression of surprise. She felt that all her shock and astonishment had been exhausted over these past few days. Standing in the pavilion, she gazed into the distance at Luo Chen's petite, yet resolute figure, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. She could not fathom, nor predict, the immense energy contained within that young body. Regardless of the formidable crises or challenges he encountered, he faced them with composure and strategic prowess. It felt as though he were not merely a youth, but a transcendent powerhouse. Yet, at the same time, Xiao Xian'er recognized that this was merely her illusion. Calm and unhurried, decisive in action, deeply affectionate, and endowed with extraordinary talent. This encapsulated Xiao Xian'er's impression of Luo Chen. Indeed, even her heart, which had never wavered or stirred before, seemed to show signs of softening after witnessing that sword which commanded a multitude of blades. "Brother Luo Chen," she murmured softly, her heart fluttering. However, upon noticing Lu Xuanji and Uncle Fu still present, the goddess-like beauty of her visage flushed slightly, and she quickly lowered her head. Her cheeks tinged with crimson, falling into a contemplative silence. Alas, it seems that this young lady might truly be bewitched this time. Although that young lad, Luo Chen, possesses extraordinary talent, he remains unworthy of the young lady until he matures. As her guardian, I must remain vigilant. Upon witnessing this, Uncle Fu couldn't help but sigh quietly, yet he refrained from elaborating, choosing instead to keep the matter in his heart, igniting a flicker of caution within him. Chapter 34. Visitors from the Duan family. No mercy in execution. As the middle-aged man clad in purple entered, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. The faint, earthy glow emanating from him seemed to resonate with the very essence of the land, both profound and potent. This was, indeed, a master of earthly energy. Heavens, a master of earth. The realization struck like lightning among the onlookers, who gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the purple-robed man. A master of earth, capable of wielding the very forces of the earth itself, instilled in them a deep sense of awe. Upon his entrance, Luo Chen too felt an immense pressure. The dense energy of the earth surged forth, compelling him to stagger back several steps. His sword trembled slightly in his grasp, as if gripped by fear. Nevertheless, Luo Chen clenched his teeth, standing tall and resolute, allowing his long hair to flow backward in the wind. He remained steadfast, unmoving as a mountain. Boom! The palm had yet to land, but the forceful gust had already reached him. The tumultuous wave of energy struck Luo Chen's face, sending tremors through his entire being, every pore quaking in fright. This was no longer a fair duel, but rather a sheer display of dominance. Should that palm connect, Luo Chen would likely be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh in an instant. Crack! However, in that fleeting moment, Luo Chen maintained a serene expression, standing motionless as he crushed the jade talisman held tightly in his palm. A master! Yet another formidable expert. The crowd erupted in astonishment once more, their faces betraying shock and trepidation, their bodies trembling slightly. Even Luo Chen himself felt a primal fear welling up within him. Had it not been for his commendable composure, he might have succumbed to the urge to kneel, although none could discern the realm of the newcomer. The visceral dread that permeated the air made it abundantly clear that this individual was undoubtedly a peerless powerhouse. Chapter 35. Must kill. Luo Chen smiled, and Lu Xuanji inquired. This battle has concluded. Can you set forth with me to the Star Academy today? Luo Chen. Brother, I've heard that the Academy's grand competition, held once every 3 years, is about to commence. If you enroll now, you might still participate. Securing the first place could grant you a 5th-tier magic core. Xiao Xian'er continued, her beautiful eyes brimming with anticipation. The 5th-tier magic core. A spark ignited within Luo Chen, having experienced the immense utility of magic cores. He comprehended deeply the extraordinary value of the 5th-tier core. Yet, he was currently no match for a 5th-tier magical beast. Thus joining the Star Academy had become an imperative. Luo Chen, do you really need to ponder such a fortunate opportunity? Moreover, with my presence, the moment you enroll in the Star Academy, you will be considered a student of the outer court. Chen. At that moment, the members of the Luo family surged forward, with Luo Xiaotian being the first to exclaim, his eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. None of the Luo family members anticipated that within just a few days, Luo Chen would rise to become the most prodigious talent in Blackstone City, and furthermore, establish a connection with the Starry Academy. Father, head of the Luo family, you have borne a remarkable son, Lu Xuanji remarked with a slight smile, an uncommon glimmer of envy flickering in his eyes. Hee, Elder Lu, you flatter me. Luo Xiaotian replied, somewhat taken aback, yet inwardly reveling in the pride of having such an accomplished son. It brought him immense satisfaction. Even his very bones felt lighter as he walked. Flattery? Haha, if I had a son like that, I would surely awaken from dreams with laughter. Lu Xuanji exclaimed heartily, clasping Luo Xiaotian's shoulder as if they were long-lost brothers, displaying utmost cordiality. Simultaneously, his demeanor served to inform everyone in Blackstone City that the Luo family had now forged ties with the Starry Academy. From this moment forward, anyone daring to challenge the Luo family would have to reckon with the Starry Academy first. Chapter 36. The Return of Duan Tianlong. What is this? The 9 parts return to Origin Shi? A flicker of astonishment crossed Luo Xiaotian's eyes. He had never imagined that this would be a technique. With his discerning gaze, he immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this skill. If diligently cultivated, it held the potential to propel one beyond the pinnacle of the heavenly origin realm and into the realm of the earthly Saint Master. Upon uncovering the intricacies of the 9 parts return to Origin Shi, Luo Xiaotian became wholly engrossed, his eyes fixed intently on the characters, sparkling with brilliance, as if radiant wisdom was pulsating within. Father, this is a unique martial art passed down to me by my master during my absence. I hope you will diligently practice it. Although it may not be an unparalleled technique, it is certainly sufficient to dominate Blackstone City. Observing my father's rapt attention, a smile involuntarily graced my lips. This 9-fold return to origin technique was originally the supreme martial art of the unparalleled master, Xiongba, from my previous life on Earth. The essence of the threefold return to origin lies in mastering the three formidable skills: the heavenly frost fist, the wind god leg, and the cloud-pushing palm, harmonizing them to achieve a state of perpetual vitality. However, Xiongba's version was merely the threefold return to origin. I have made slight modifications and incorporated several additional techniques, transforming it into the ninefold return to origin. The resulting power and speed have significantly improved, likely reaching the celestial level of martial arts, if not approaching the profound level. Subsequently, I meticulously crafted an exquisite blade technique and handed it to Luo Nantian. Blood blade technique? Young master, what is this? Luo Nantian was momentarily taken aback, his somewhat withered hands trembling in excitement at such an intricate technique. Seventh Elder, please accept this. If it weren't for your intervention these past few days, I might have perished beyond Blackstone City, I said with utmost reverence and sincerity. However, upon hearing this, Luo Nantian's face clouded with hesitation. He comprehended deeply how precious the blood blade technique truly was. It likely surpassed high-tier martial arts, perhaps even exceeding celestial level. Seventh Elder, please do not refuse. Given your unwavering loyalty to the Luo family, you are truly deserving of this technique. Luo Chen remarked with a smile. This blood blade technique carries immense significance. Originating from the hands of Nye Feng of the World Association, initially known as the Demon Blade technique, the eighth form is the Blood Blade Demon skill. I have made slight modifications and incorporated several extraordinary sword techniques, hence it is now referred to as the Blood Blade technique. With this art, I believe Luo Nantian will soon become a legendary figure in Blackstone City and the surrounding regions, instilling fear and respect, ensuring that no one dares to provoke the Luo family any longer. From this point forward, even in my absence, he will exert every effort to safeguard the Luo family. Subsequently, Luo Chen pinned several additional martial arts manuals, entrusting them to his father, Luo Xiaodian, for safekeeping. However, the majority consisted of earth-level and heaven-level combat techniques. With these skills at their disposal, even in Luo Chen's absence, the Luo family could swiftly rise to prominence, establishing themselves as the foremost family in Blackstone City. As for techniques of an even higher caliber, while he possessed them, he chose not to leave any behind. Luo Chen understood the implications of harboring such power. Soon after, Muwani took Luo Chen aside for a heartfelt conversation, offering gentle reminders to refrain from reckless behavior at Starry Academy, to ensure he was well-fed and warmly clothed, to seek guidance from seniors and mentors, and to avoid arrogance. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaodian stood by, observing. Although both parents wished for Luo Chen to remain in Blackstone City, they recognized its limitations. Given Luo Chen's exceptional talent, he needed to venture to grander horizons for fruitful development. In cultivation, the acquisition of resources is paramount, and attending Starry Academy would undoubtedly provide him with greater access to resources and broaden his horizons. After much urging, Muwani finally took hold of Luo Chen and helped him adjust his attire, affectionately saying, "Chun'er, as you head to the Star Academy, do remember to eat well, dress warmly, and refrain from kicking off your covers at night. Do you understand?" "Mother, you've already said that twice." "I'll remember." Luo Chen replied with a helpless smile, realizing for the first time how chatty his mother could be. Shortly thereafter, Muwani produced 3 crimson spirit herbs and, with great tenderness, continued, "Chun'er, here are 3 dragon saliva herbs. You should accept them." The sight of the dragon's saliva herbs sparked Luo Chen's excitement. As he practiced the Dragon Emperor's bodily art, what he needed most were items that could enhance his bloodline, and these herbs were precisely what he required. Unlike the dragon blood herbs, each dragon saliva herb was exceedingly rare, valued at no less than 100,000 taels of gold each in the market. To his astonishment, Muwani had presented him with 3. With these 3 herbs, Luo Chen's true dragon body would undoubtedly be further strengthened. "Chen'er, do you not like them?" Observing Luo Chen's dazed expression, a hint of anxiety surfaced on Muwani's graceful visage. "No, I truly appreciate them." "Thank you, mother," Luo Chen exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Bowing deeply to Muwani before finally placing the 3 dragon's saliva herbs into his storage ring, his heart brimming with emotion. A mother truly considers everything for her son. As a person of flesh and blood, how could Luo Chen not be moved? "All right, Chun'er, let us depart swiftly, lest Elder Lu and the others grow anxious." Luo Xiaodian waved his hand, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. As his son prepares for a journey, the father feels a profound sense of reluctance. though he does not outwardly express it as overtly as Muwani does. I understand, father. Luo Chen nods and promptly exits the study. Luo Xiaotian and the others quickly follow him out, arriving in the hallway where three individuals await: Lu Xuanji, Xiao Xiener, and a mysterious elder clad in black robes. Moreover, a majestic black eagle stands in the open space, its wings glinting with a chilling brilliance, reminiscent of countless blades, exuding an intimidating presence. Particularly striking are its piercing hawk-like eyes, which shimmer with a hint of bloodlust. This creature is none other than a fourth-tier flying magical beast, the snowy lightning eagle. The realization dawns upon all members of the Luo family, including Luo Xiaotian, who are secretly astonished that the Starry Academy possesses such grandeur. Employing a flying beast as a means of transportation and a snowy lightning eagle at that. Brother Chen, hurry up and come aboard. Xiao Xiener beckons to Luo Chen, her goddess-like visage turning slightly crimson as she addresses him in front of the Luo family. Despite her intelligence and grace, her stunning beauty betrays her with a subtle blush. Indeed, Chener, do ascend, Luo Xiaotian urges, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar. Understanding the unspoken sentiment, Luo Chen's face flushes slightly, yet he does not hesitate. Instead, he leaps onto the back of the snowy lightning eagle, finding his footing with ease. Let us embark. With a soft command from Lu Xuanji, the snow domain lightning eagle flapped its mighty wings, instantly stirring up a violent whirlwind in the courtyard. Then, its massive form soared into the sky, ascending like a bolt of lightning before the watchful eyes of the Luo family members, reaching an altitude of 1,000 meters. Shortly thereafter, the wings of the snow domain lightning eagle began to beat with increasing speed, and in no time, it transformed into a mere black dot, vanishing into the horizon. The scene was left with the Luo family members continuously waving their hands, their expressions a blend of hope and profound reluctance. Standing atop the back of the snow domain lightning eagle, Luo Chen found himself too preoccupied to think of the Luo family. He could only feel the tempestuous winds howling past his ears, causing him to sway precariously, barely maintaining his balance. Calm your mind. Steady your breath. He recited the heart purification mantra several times, quickly regaining his composure. He then realized that the feathers on the back of the snow domain lightning eagle were anything but soft. They felt as if forged from steel, with the black plumage not only remarkably sharp, but also glinting with a chilling brilliance. Indeed, magical beasts are truly formidable, resembling living war machines in every aspect. Luo Chen marveled inwardly, this being his inaugural encounter with a flying magical beast. Observing Luo Chen's initial flight atop the magical creature, Lu Xuanji could not help but nod in approval, noting the boy's evident curiosity rather than fear. This young man truly exemplified genius. His composure was remarkably steady. Unlike other scions from prominent families, who would likely cower in terror during their first flight, trembling and unable to move, Luo Chen displayed remarkable poise. Chapter 37. The Trial Stone. Three-tiered magical cores appeared in abundance, an impressive total of 12 pieces. Oh, suddenly, Luo Chen's breath became slightly rapid as he discovered. In the center of the storage space, two magic cores the size of infant fists. These two cores were, astonishingly, fourth-tier magic cores. While not as formidable as the fifth-tier magic core of the Unicorn Red Dragon, their combined power approached that level. The potential for immense enhancement in strength was undeniable. Luo Chen was both elated and astonished. He had not anticipated such a significant windfall upon examining the storage ring. With the addition of the 3 dragon spittle herbs, it could be said that he was in a state of abundant fortune. Thus, he was immediately filled with joy and inexplicable excitement, his heart brimming with anticipation for the journey to the Star Academy. Luo Chen, we have arrived at the Star Academy. A few hours later, as a melodious shout echoed through the sky, the snowy domain lightning eagle fluttered its wings and descended onto a spacious plaza. At that moment, the plaza was bustling with activity, teeming with numerous young individuals queuing to strike a massive azure stone. With each strike, a series of numbers would materialize on the stone, alongside the name of the participant. Among the crowd, there were both modestly dressed individuals and several noble young masters, yet regardless of their status, they all diligently and solemnly struck the azure stone. The numbers displayed on the stone would ultimately determine their eligibility to enter the Star Academy for cultivation. Li Daniu, 2,300 pounds of strength, test failed. Yidong, 3,100 pounds of strength, test successful. Gong Sunji, with an immense strength of 2,800 pounds, faced failure in the test. Chen Shuang'er, possessing a strength of 1,900 pounds, also met with failure. As the strikes continued, the results of each test appeared on the square. Those who succeeded were filled with exhilaration as they eagerly registered at the Star Academy, while the unsuccessful wore expressions of disappointment. Their heads hung low as they departed in silence. Before the Azure Stone, regardless of one's illustrious lineage, failure to pass the test barred entry to the Star Academy. Such is the rule of the Star Academy. What is this Azure Stone that possesses such extraordinary power? Luo Chen gazed in astonishment, curiosity evident on his face. Brother Luo Chen, that Azure Stone is the trial stone. Only those who have reached the mastery realm may come forth to test their strength. However, to gain admission to the Star Academy, one must demonstrate a strength of at least 3,000 pounds at the mastery realm. Xiao Xian'er explained with a glimmer in her eyes. Indeed, our Star Academy is the pinnacle of institutions within the Star Empire. If one cannot even attain 3,000 pounds of strength at the mastery realm, how can they claim the title of a prodigy worthy of entering the Star Academy? Lu Xuanji nodded, smiling as he spoke. The trial stone? I never imagined this was the trial stone. I wonder how immense the force of my strike would be, given my current strength? Luo Chen pondered, a surge of eagerness welling up within him. Theoretically, although he was in the early stages of the mastery realm, his strength had already reached an astonishing 14,000 pounds. If tested in public, the results would surely be astonishing, wouldn't they? Chapter 38. Seize every moment for cultivation. To be honest, as Luo Chen observed the multitude engaged in testing, he felt a strong urge to step forward and unleash a punch, eager to gauge the extent of his own strength. Unfortunately, upon noticing the eager expression on Luo Chen's face, Lu Xuanji could only smile helplessly and intervene. Luo Chen, you were recommended by me, and upon entering the academy, you are classified as an outer court student. Therefore, you need not participate in the testing. Outer court student? Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by this revelation. Observing his confusion, Xiao Xian'er could not help but giggle delicately, explaining, Brother Luo Chen, as a prestigious academy, Star Academy has its own stringent regulations. Although we are all students, there are still many distinctions among us. Most of those who require testing are merely registered students upon entering Star Academy. She continued, a hint of envy in her voice. In addition, there are distinctions between outer court students and inner court students. And you are quite fortunate, for you are classified as an outer court student right from the start. I see. Luo Chen thought to himself, surprised to discover such a system within Star Academy. With a twitch of his lips, he couldn't help but inquire, Sister Xian'er, what kind of student are you at Star Academy? Well, given my charming nature, I am, of course, an inner court student. Xiao Xian'er proudly lifted her delicate chin, her demeanor exuding confidence. You are actually an inner court student. Luo Chen found himself at a loss for words. However, upon glancing at Lu Xuanji, he was struck by a sudden realization. It would indeed be peculiar if Xiao Xian'er were not a student of the inner academy, considering her position among the senior members of the Star Academy. For Luo Chen, the designation of student held little significance. His primary focus was to seize the moment to enhance his abilities and strive for the acquisition of resources. This, after all, was the ultimate purpose of his enrollment at the Star Academy. As for techniques and combat skills, Luo Chen felt no immediate need for them. Moreover, Brother Luo Chen, Xiao Xian'er added, this trial stone requires a tremendous strength of at least 3,000 pounds to pass the test. As an outer academy student, if you wish to succeed, you will likely need to possess a strength of 10,000 pounds to have a chance. 10,000 pounds. Luo Chen murmured softly, instinctively inquiring, what is the highest record for this trial stone? The current record seems to have been set by the Academy's foremost genius, Yin Chixing, who reportedly achieved a staggering strength of 15,000 pounds. Xiao Xian'er reflected thoughtfully. This trial stone can withstand a maximum of 20,000 pounds. To reach 15,000 pounds at the stage of a transformation master is indeed a rare talent, Lu Xuanji remarked, his words imbued with admiration. 15,000 pounds? Huh. Luo Chen merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. If he were to disclose that he currently possessed nearly 14,000 pounds of strength, Lu Xuanji would likely be astounded. However, Luo Chen preferred to remain discreet, even if he were to showcase his talents. It would be prudent to do so only after gaining a deeper understanding of the Star Academy. Let us proceed. I shall escort you to the dean's office to complete your enrollment procedures, Lu Xuanji urged, seemingly unable to contain his excitement. Understood, Elder Lu, Luo Chen replied respectfully. Without lingering in the square, the four of them stepped into the Starry Academy, under the watchful eyes of testers and other students. Look, that is the young lady of the Xiao family, Xiao Xian'er. How exquisite she is. Indeed, Xian'er, despite her tender age, has already become an inner academy student. Her future is boundless. See, besides Xian'er, there is someone in the early stages of transformation. Is he merely a servant? What incredible luck! What servant? He appears to be nothing more than a companion for studies. In the early stages of transformation, I could crush him with a mere flick of my finger. Exactly. Such insignificant characters are hardly worthy of our attention. Whispers and discussions buzzed at the academy's entrance. Upon sighting Xiao Xian'er, many gazes sparkled with admiration, and numerous students from the outer academy were filled with fervor and infatuation. Even the testers could not conceal their excitement, wishing fervently to pass their assessments and join the Starry Academy immediately. A beauty like Xiao Xian'er inevitably draws attention wherever she goes. In contrast, Luo Chen found himself deprived of any opportunity for explanation, relegated to the status of a mere servant, a companion in studies, and even treated as a stepping stone beneath others' feet. After all, being in the early stages of transformation rendered him exceedingly weak among the gathered students. The least proficient were at the pinnacle of transformation. Even most of the testers had achieved at least the mid-stages of transformation, with aspirations to advance further. In response, Luo Chen could only express his helplessness with a shrug. Accompanied by Lu Xuanji and his entourage, he arrived at the dean's office to complete his enrollment procedures. The process of registering, receiving his school uniform, and arranging accommodation proceeded remarkably smoothly, thanks to Lu Xuanji's presence. Even though Luo Chen was merely at the early stage of transformation, the teachers did not utter a single word of dissent. Any hint of displeasure was artfully concealed. However, after completing the formalities, the dean surprisingly retained Lu Xuanji for a discussion on important matters, leaving only Xiao Xian'er to escort Luo Chen to the dormitory. Brother Luo Chen, after a long day of travel, you must be tired. I will come to find you tomorrow, she said sweetly, handing him the school uniform. The uniform, adorned with purple star patterns, appeared quite splendid and fit him perfectly. Thank you, Sister Xian'er, Luo Chen replied earnestly, realizing that without her assistance, his admission to the Star Academy would not have been so seamless. Brother Luo Chen, are we not friends? If you speak like that, it feels distant. Furthermore, the Academy's grand competition occurs every 3 years and is about to commence. I may need to trouble you before then. In any case, let us discuss it tomorrow when I visit, Xiao Xian'er said playfully, avoiding any semblance of arrogance. Understood, then I shall see you tomorrow. After donning the uniform and inspecting himself in the mirror, Luo Chen found it rather satisfactory, albeit somewhat ostentatious. Nevertheless, recognizing it as a school uniform, he decided to embrace it without hesitation. Immediately thereafter, Luo Chen retrieved a first-tier magic core from his storage ring. Sitting cross-legged upon his bed, he inhaled deeply, centering his thoughts and calming his spirit, diligently gathering the scattered fragments of his mind. The battle at the life and death platform, his arrival at the Star Academy, and the disdain of his peers, all seemed like fleeting shadows, temporarily cast aside. His singular focus now was to seize every precious moment for cultivation. Time, indeed, was what Luo Chen needed most. With a resolute gaze, he grasped the magic core and uttered a low incantation, directing his full attention to the absorption process. As he did so, the tumultuous spiritual energy within the first-tier magic core began to flow forth like a gentle stream, coalescing from the core's surface, coursing through his arm, and entering his lower abdomen, ultimately surging into his Dantian's energy sea. As before, regardless of the ferocity of this spiritual energy, upon encountering the Dragon Yuan energy, it swiftly assimilated, akin to a subject bowing before a sovereign. Although the spiritual energy contained within a single first-tier magic core was limited, the cumulative power derived from hundreds of these cores was indeed substantial. During the absorption, Luo Chen could distinctly perceive the pure Dragon Yuan energy within his Dantian becoming increasingly abundant and robust as it integrated with the influx of spiritual energy. Furthermore, his physical strength was escalating rapidly. 14,100 gene of might, 14,200 gene of might, 15,400 gene of might. As the energy from over 100 first-tier magic cores coalesced within him, his strength soared to an astonishing 15,400 gene. Remarkably, at this moment, Luo Chen was still merely in the early stages of transformation. Such immense strength can almost be deemed divine. The remarkable utility of the magic core is indeed substantial. Having absorbed over 100 first-tier magic cores, my power has surged by an astounding 1,400 pounds. Regrettably, despite my cultivation of the Dragon Emperor's dominance technique, the energy I require is exceedingly vast. Even after absorbing so many magic cores, I have yet to make a breakthrough. Feeling the formidable power within me, Luo Chen could not help but shake his head slightly, realizing that I must strive harder. Tonight, I shall attempt to break through to the mid-stage of transformation realm. With that, Luo Chen retrieved a second-tier magic core from his storage ring and focused intently, absorbing it with undivided attention. The second-tier magic core, truly a reservoir of the essence contained within second-tier magical beasts, unleashed a torrent of wild and surging spiritual energy. This energy flowed like a current, coursing through his arms and converging into his lower abdomen, penetrating deep into his dantian. Luo Chen felt a tightening sensation. He could distinctly perceive that the influx of spiritual energy had accelerated significantly. Nevertheless, even though the energy was vast, his dantian seemed capable of accommodating it all, like an ocean embracing countless rivers. Yet, as he absorbed, Luo Chen felt it insufficient, prompting him to intensify his absorption further. His body resembled an abyss, capable of consuming all spiritual energy, no matter how immense or turbulent. Chapter 39. The terrifying speed of absorption. The spiritual energy contained within the second-tier magic core is indeed incomparable. In comparison to the first-order magic cores, the second-order magic cores are not significantly superior. However, they boast a purity of spiritual energy that is both vast and profound. In fact, some pinnacle second-order magic cores rival the potency of third-order cores. Consequently, the benefits that Luo Chen reaps from absorbing these second-order cores are immense, akin to devouring formidable magical beasts. As he completely absorbed over 40 second-order magic cores, his strength surged to an astonishing 18,900 pounds. Had it not been for Luo Chen's practice of the Dragon Emperor's body technique, which demands an enormous amount of energy, growing exponentially with each advancement, his power might have soared even higher. Moreover, Luo Chen's absorption rate is truly astounding. For an ordinary individual, the process of absorbing magic cores, let alone second-order ones, would typically take several days. Following absorption, one must also refine the cores to utilize their energy effectively. Yet, Luo Chen is distinctly different. He requires no refining, merely the act of continuous absorption, allowing him to outpace others by several dozen times. In fact, he completed the absorption of such a multitude of second-order magic cores in just a few hours. The night is still young. Within my storage ring, there remain 8 third-order magic cores and 2 fourth-order ones. I aim to absorb them all before dawn. Additionally, there are 3 dragon saliva herbs. After calculating the time, Luo Chen realized it was still only the early hours of the morning. Thus, he retrieved a third-order magic core, closed his eyes, and with a serious demeanor, concentrated fully on the absorption process. Despite the significant increase in strength by several thousand pounds, Luo Chen felt it was still far from sufficient. Even his breakthrough to the mid-stage of transformation was still lacking considerably. Therefore, he resolved to continue absorbing. Simultaneously, he silently marveled at the Dragon Emperor's body technique, which undoubtedly deserved its reputation as the foremost ancient technique for body refinement. After absorbing such a vast quantity of demonic cores, there was not a hint of change, and he had yet to break through to the mid-stage of transformation. It appeared that after achieving this breakthrough, he would need to devise a strategy to rapidly acquire more resources. As he absorbed, a resonant humming sound reverberated through the room. The spiritual energy contained within the third-tier demonic cores was overwhelmingly vast and ferocious. Consequently, as Luo Chen began the absorption, the tumultuous spiritual energy coalesced into a torrent, continuously surging through his arms and into his dantian, where it settled. The spiritual energy within this torrent was indeed formidable. If outsiders were to witness Luo Chen absorbing the demonic cores at such a terrifying pace, they would likely be left agape in astonishment. Fortunately, within Luo Chen's body resided an exceptionally pure dragon essence. Otherwise, such an immense influx of spiritual energy would have surely overwhelmed him. As the spiritual energy from the third-tier demonic core flowed into Luo Chen's body, the core, roughly the size of an infant's fist, visibly diminished in size, shrinking in concentric circles. With each successive contraction, it signifies the equivalent of a third-tier magical beast having devoted several months of its essence. all transformed into energy within Luo Chen's body. It is essential to recognize that a third-tier magical beast corresponds to a master at the Earth origin realm. Considering that the physical prowess of magical beasts is significantly superior to that of humans. The combat strength of a third-tier magical beast is indeed comparable to that of a human master at the celestial origin realm. One can only imagine the immense benefits that absorbing a third-tier magic core brings to Luo Chen. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted from within Luo Chen, as his physical strength reached a critical juncture and subsequently broke through to a new pinnacle, 20,000 Jin of sheer might. It is almost inconceivable that Luo Chen, merely in the early stages of the transformation realm, could possess such extraordinary strength. And this is only the result of absorbing a single third-tier magic core. With a faint smile gracing his lips, Luo Chen did not rush into exultation. Instead, he promptly retrieved another third-tier magic core and began to absorb it with haste. For him, surpassing the threshold of 20,000 Jin was merely a natural progression. Furthermore, his current physique transcended the ordinary. He possessed the true dragon divine body, a constitution reserved solely for the ancient ancestral dragons. Not to mention, Luo Chen had also cultivated the primordial first body-refining divine art. Thus, the achievement of 20,000 Jin of might was merely the beginning. Consequently, as he absorbed the second third-tier magic core, Luo Chen clenched his teeth and intensified his absorption speed. To make the most of his time, he resolved to strive for a breakthrough to the mid-transformation realm by nightfall. Buzzing. As the absorption rate intensified, the third-tier magic core began to emit a faint hum. The immense and tumultuous spiritual energy surged forth like a torrential flood, continuously pouring into Luo Chen. Upon reaching his dantian, it would entirely merge, transforming into the energy of Luo Chen's body. Amidst this extreme absorption, rather than feeling any pain, Luo Chen's face was alight with excitement, for he could distinctly sense his physical strength and realm ascending rapidly and steadily. 20,300 Jin, 20,400 Jin, 21,800 Jin. At last, after absorbing 5 third-tier magic cores, his physical strength reached a critical juncture. It was as if a reservoir brimming with water suddenly released its gates. The surging dragon essence then coursed wildly through his meridians. Boom. As the dragon essence flowed through the extraordinary meridians, Luo Chen's body resonated with a thunderous roar, and his realm elevated to a new level. Mid-stage of transformation. After absorbing such a multitude of magic cores, Luo Chen finally broke through the early stage and ascended to mid-stage transformation. His entire being, in both presence and power, exhibited a remarkable enhancement, even exceeding his strength from Blackstone City by more than double. Hush! Slowly exhaling a cloud of murky, yet satisfying breath, Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Though his heart brimmed with uncontainable excitement, he refrained from succumbing to joy just yet. Grasping the third-tier magic core, he persisted without pause, plunging into frenzied absorption once more. The same sentiment echoed in his mind. What Luo Chen needed most at this moment was time. Despite having reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm, Luo Chen felt that it was still far from sufficient, particularly in a place like the Star Academy, where prodigies abound. He found himself merely at the bottom of the ranks, at least in terms of cultivation level. Thus, after breaking through to the mid-stage of the transformation realm and experiencing a significant enhancement in his physique, Luo Chen resolutely gritted his teeth and accelerated his absorption rate, eagerly drawing in the tumultuous and vast spiritual energy contained within the third-tier magic course. As the absorption process resumed, the already surging torrent of spiritual energy erupted once more, causing even the air to emit piercing howls as it was violently drawn in. The speed of absorption was truly astonishing and terrifying. 1 third-tier magic core, 2 third-tier magic cores, 3 third-tier magic cores. With each core consumed, Luo Chen's physical power surged significantly. During this process, 1 pinnacle third-tier magic core made him acutely aware that the immense spiritual energy it harbored was strikingly close to that of a 4th-tier magic core. However, that was not the crux of the matter. After several hours had elapsed, Luo Chen had completely absorbed the remaining 12 third-tier magic cores, elevating his strength to an extraordinary 23,300 pounds. As the individual experiencing this transformation, Luo Chen found himself at a loss for words. These low-tier magic cores, though seemingly insignificant, had collectively granted him an astounding increase of over 10,000 pounds of strength. This outcome astonishingly surpassed even the 5th-tier pinnacle magic core from the unicorn red dragon serpent by a considerable margin. It appeared that sometimes quantity could indeed triumph over quality. However, after acquiring such formidable power, Luo Chen remained composed, merely expressing a few exclamations before directing his gaze towards the 2 4th-tier magical cores. Although the number of these 4th-tier cores was scant, a mere 2, their quality and the fluctuations of spiritual energy they contained far surpassed those of 3rd-tier cores. Even these 2 4th-tier magical cores, when assessed, were comparable to many lower-tier cores. It is crucial to note that 4th-tier magical beasts are equivalent to formidable practitioners at the celestial origin realm among humans, and the spiritual energy contained within their cores is immensely vast, incomparable to that of 3rd-tier cores. Continuing onward, he resolved to absorb these 2 4th-tier magical cores before dawn. Without hesitation, he retrieved one of the 4th-tier cores from his storage ring, cradling it in his palm, and concentrated fully as he commenced the absorption process. As he absorbed the core, his physical strength began to surge at an astonishing rate. Chapter 40, A Further Breakthrough. 28,000 Jin. As Luo Chen intensified his absorption efforts, the ferociously abundant spiritual energy within the 4th-tier core transformed into a torrent, flowing into his dantian. In fact, due to the overwhelming volume of spiritual energy contained within the 4th-tier core, even with Luo Chen's utmost effort, the black core did not exhibit the expected concentric reduction. Instead, it continuously shed fragments. 23,600 Jin, 23,700 Jin. Each time the 4th-tier core diminished in size, Luo Chen's physical strength would surge by over 100 Jin. This rate of enhancement could easily be likened to being propelled by a rocket, and such a description would be entirely justified. Regrettably, at this moment, no one is witnessing the remarkable speed at which Luo Chen is enhancing his physical strength. If they were, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar within the Star Academy. His rate of improvement surpasses that of ordinary individuals by several magnitudes. At last, when Luo Chen's physical strength reached an astonishing 24,800 pounds, the 4th-tier magic core disintegrated into dust, vanishing without a trace. Nodding discreetly, Luo Chen smiled faintly and promptly produced another 4th-tier magic core, hastily absorbing its energy. With his previous experience, the absorption of the second 4th-tier magic core was evidently expedited. The wildly surging spiritual energy, no matter how tumultuous or immense, transformed into a docile essence upon entering Luo Chen's dantian, settling deep within to become part of his physical prowess. 26,400 pounds. Upon completing the absorption of the second 4th-tier magic core, Luo Chen's physical strength swelled to an impressive 26,400 pounds, a force formidable enough to be likened to a humanoid behemoth. This surge in power is entirely reasonable. Throughout the night, Luo Chen absorbed nearly 200 magic cores, which included not only 1st-tier and 2nd-tier cores, but also 3rd-tier and even 4th-tier ones. If he had only gained a few thousand pounds of strength, that would indeed be extraordinary. Absorbing these magic cores equates to Luo Chen harnessing the life essence of 200 magical beasts in a single evening. A staggering feat in itself. The magic nucleus is indeed a remarkable treasure, particularly the 4th-tier variety. Although I have only absorbed 2, the advantages conferred by a 4th-tier nucleus far surpass those of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tiers. Regrettably, I do not possess a 5th-tier nucleus, nor any of a higher rank. Were I to obtain one, my progress could be accelerated even further. In just one night, I have gained immense strength, exceeding 10,000 pounds. Rather than feeling prideful, Luo Chen's face is filled with anticipation, and within his expression flickers a glimmer of longing. Should he acquire a higher-tier magic nucleus, his power could ascend to a truly terrifying degree. Alas, for now, such aspirations remain mere fantasies. Having absorbed the magic nucleus, it is time to refine these 3 dragons' saliva herbs. Suddenly, Luo Chen flipped his palm, revealing 3 blood-red spiritual herbs cradled within. These are the exceedingly valuable dragons' saliva herbs. They primarily thrive in perilous regions, cherished by dragonkind for their unique fragrance. Consequently, many dragons often shed their saliva upon these herbs, imbuing them with a trace of divine dragon bloodline. If valued at market rates, each herb could fetch no less than 100,000 taels of gold. Moreover, within the realm of Tianyuan Continent, where myriad races coexist, the dragon clan stands as a formidable force. To procure a single dragon's saliva herb in dragon territory is fraught with danger. It is not uncommon for hundreds to lose their lives in pursuit of one. These 3 herbs likely represent the culmination of Mu Wani's dedication over many years within the Luo family. Mother, rest assured, now that I have arrived at the Star Academy, I shall elevate my abilities at the swiftest pace and become an unparalleled genius, sparing you from any further worry. With a soft murmur, Luo Chen took a deep breath and swiftly placed a dragon spore grass into his mouth, chewing it vigorously before swallowing it whole. Following that, he consumed 2 more dragon spore grasses in quick succession, masticating and ingesting them with fervor. Boom! As 3 dragon spore grasses settled within him, Luo Chen initially experienced a refreshing sensation spreading through his abdomen. However, it was soon eclipsed by the overwhelming surge of medicinal power, which erupted like a tumultuous wave, coursing through his limbs, bones, and meridians. The essence, imbued with a trace of the dragon's bloodline, circulated relentlessly through his veins, proving to be even more ferocious than the energy found within a magical core. In an instant, Luo Chen could distinctly perceive the violent medicinal force crashing within him, causing his countenance to contort in pain. It felt as though myriad miniature dragons were writhing through his meridians, recklessly colliding against any obstacle in their path, striking mercilessly. Thankfully, as a true dragon deity, he was able to withstand this onslaught. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed to unconsciousness from the sheer agony. Simultaneously, despite the ferocity of the medicinal power, the benefits it conferred were undeniably formidable. As the potent effects of the elixir coursed through his body multiple times, Luo Chen sensed that his true dragon divine body had become remarkably more resilient. His muscles seemed to radiate a divine essence, embodying explosive strength while simultaneously possessing heightened agility. If prior to consuming the dragon's saliva herb he resembled a humanoid behemoth, at this moment, he had transformed into a remarkably agile and nimble humanoid dragon. His sun-kissed skin shimmered with a subtle golden hue, exuding a sense of aesthetic beauty. Furthermore, after refining the medicinal power, the draconic bloodline and dragon essence within him had intensified significantly. Although outwardly he appeared unchanged, the essence of his being had undergone a profound transformation. Simultaneously, his physical might surged from an impressive 26,400 pounds to a staggering 28,000 pounds. With a mere flick of his hand, the air in the room began to tremble, akin to a colossal dragon stirring in the celestial expanse. Every movement he made tore through the air, creating reverberations that echoed across the heavens, a display of sheer terror. Indeed, the dragon race stands as one of the most formidable beings in existence. Were it not for the superior realm of humanity, one could easily surmise that the dragon race could dominate the world solely through their physical prowess. Now, my strength embodies both the power of the dragon lineage and the elevated status of humanity. As I felt the surging energy within, a glimmer of anticipation ignited in Luo Chen's eyes. In my previous life, though I possessed a high realm and formidable swordsmanship, I lamented the frailty of my physique. Now, I have rectified this shortcoming. At present, whether in ranged combat or close quarters, I am formidable. If I can grow rapidly, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle once more. Clenching my fist, my eyes blaze with fervor. Having lived 2 lives, my perspective has long diverged from that of the ordinary. If I were to continue practicing swordsmanship naively as I did in my previous life, striving to reach the zenith of sword mastery, it would merely lead me down the same old path, devoid of any significance. However, the situation is different now. My physical prowess is astonishingly strong, and my mastery of swordsmanship far surpasses that of my peers. Should my level be sufficiently high, I might even unleash cataclysmic sword techniques. Thus, my rebirth in this other world serves as a fortuitous opportunity for me. Brother Luo Chen, are you in your room? Just as I was contemplating, a sweet voice called from outside. Xiao Xiener, how early you are. I stepped forward to open the door, revealing none other than Xiao Xiener herself. Glancing at the sky, I realized that the sun had already climbed high. Unbeknownst to me, I had been cultivating throughout the night. Oh, it's still early. The sun is almost at its peak. Xiao Xiener playfully rolled her eyes at me and then inquired, Brother Luo Chen, do you have time today? I wish to hunt magical beasts in the Beast Mountain range. Will you accompany me? Hunting magical beasts? I was taken aback, but soon elation swept over me. I had been pondering how to acquire a magic core, and unexpectedly, Xiao Xiener extended an invitation. With a smile, I nodded. Let us go. I knew you wouldn't refuse me. Let us set off. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian'er was instantly elated, her charming visage radiant with excitement. It is worth noting that she had faced numerous rejections from Luo Chen before, thus, the thrill in her heart was utterly palpable now that he had finally consented. Without further ado, the two of them proceeded towards the grand entrance of the Star Academy, led by Xiao Xian'er. However, just as they departed from the dormitory, a voice filled with astonishment and tinged with anger suddenly erupted from behind them. Chapter 41. A single blow to fame in the Academy, Part 1, with the emergence of the voice. A young man clad in the Star Academy uniform appeared just outside the dormitory. He possessed striking features, his brows sharp and his eyes bright, exuding an air of arrogance akin to the dazzling stars above. His name, fitting his demeanor, was Sun Xinghe. Moreover, he was accompanied by several tall and haughty noble students. Although their number was few, they collectively emanated an imposing presence, causing the common students to recoil in fear, unable to meet their gaze. Young Master Sun. Soon, one of the tall noble students stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Regarding the individual you mentioned, I inquired about him upon his arrival yesterday. He is merely the young master of a rural family, not of noble lineage at all. Besides, he is only at the early stage of the transformation realm. After speaking, he scratched his head, a look of confusion crossing his face as he muttered under his breath, "Damn. This young man was merely at the initial stage of transformation yesterday. How could he have ascended to the mid-level overnight?" This individual is named Luo Chen, a devoted subordinate of Sun Xinghe. Of course, his relentless attachment to Sun Xinghe is primarily motivated by a desire for resources. In the Celestial Academy, beyond the pursuit of cultivation, students must contend for resources amongst themselves. Otherwise, spending a decade or more here would yield little in terms of success. Humph, what does it matter if he is at the mid-level of transformation? Before me, he is but a trifling existence. Sun Xinghe snorted dismissively, his disdain evident. How dare this mere mid-level practitioner associate so closely with senior Sister Xian'er? Does he not realize that she is my goddess? A mere insect daring to compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. How utterly detestable. As a fervent admirer of Xiao Xian'er, the moment Sun Xinghe saw Luo Chen in close proximity to her, he immediately harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him, even contemplating murder. Young Master Sun, he is but refuse. Why trouble yourself so? Luo Chen sneered, suggesting, I have heard that this Luo Chen did not pass the entrance test upon joining the academy. Surely, he lacks the necessary strength. Luo Chen, are you implying something? Sun Xinghe inquired, intrigued. Young Master Sun, is it not obvious? To pass the trial stone test, one must possess a minimum strength of 3,000 jin. Clearly, Luo Chen does not possess such power. Otherwise, why would he resort to the back door? If we merely compel him to undergo the test, Senior Sister Xian'er will surely lose interest in him. After speaking, he playfully winked at Sun Xinghe, his tone filled with mockery. Moreover, only a genius like young Master Sun deserves a beauty like Senior Sister Xian'er. Someone like Luo Chen, a worthless fool, should just stay in the sidelines. Haha, brilliant, truly brilliant. Sun Xinghe immediately nodded, excitedly clapping his hands. All right, let us do it your way. Young Master Sun is magnificent. Young Master Sun exudes an unparalleled charisma. Luo Chen continued to flatter, his face brimming with sycophancy. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the academy gate, Luo Chen assumed the two would directly set off for the Monster Mountain range, but to his surprise, Xiao Xian'er walked toward the left side of the gate. Sister Xian'er, what are you up to? This was also a privilege of the inner courtyard students. As she spoke, Xiao Xian'er entered a separate courtyard, and shortly thereafter, emerged leading a snow-white lion with 2 wings on its back. At the same time, this was a third-tier magical beast. This is the snowy winged mane lion? A flicker of astonishment crossed Luo Chen's eyes. He had not anticipated the extensive privileges of inner courtyard students, who could summon a third-tier flying magical beast from the Star Academy and travel freely. A brief glance revealed the words beast taming token inscribed on the token. So that was it. Luo Chen realized that if acquiring flying magical beasts were truly so easy, the royal city of Zhengdu would be swarming with them by now. Brother Luo Chen, let us go, Xiao Xian'er said, gripping the token as she leaped onto the back of the snowy winged mane lion, waving at Luo Chen from her perch on the broad lion's back. As Luo Chen's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, he stepped forward. At that moment, Xiao Xian'er sat before him. If he were to sit beside her, would it not imply that he intended to embrace her? Hold on. Suddenly, an irate shout echoed through the air. With the sound, Sun Xinghe and his companions appeared at the academy's entrance. their piercing gazes igniting with fervor upon spotting Xiao Xian'er. However, upon noticing Luo Chen, their expressions shifted to one of blatant disdain. Sun Xinghe, what brings you here? Xiao Xian'er inquired, a hint of surprise evident in her furrowed brow, clearly displeased by his presence. Senior Xian'er, how can you embark on a hunt for magical beasts without bringing along us junior students? Moreover, although your talents are unparalleled and you are already a student of the Inner Academy, having us by your side would surely allow you to acquire more magical cores. Sun Xinghe responded with a faint smile, his demeanor laced with politeness. Apologies, but I have already found my companions and do not require your company. Xiao Xian'er retorted, her delicate brows knitting together in irritation, unwilling to engage further in conversation. Senior Xian'er, I understand that you hold yourself in high esteem and look down upon the students from the Outer Academy. Nonetheless, we are certainly superior to this Luo Chen. Are we not? After a few probing remarks, Sun Xinghe's gaze finally settled on Luo Chen, his sharp eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. Sun Xinghe, what exactly are you plotting? Xiao Xian'er, astute and perceptive, quickly sensed the looming danger. These individuals had not come merely to disturb her, but rather to fixate on her brother, Luo Chen. In her eyes, Luo Chen was a genius who was by no means inferior to herself, possessing both literary and martial prowess. Although Luo Chen was merely at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, she held him in high regard without a hint of disdain, fiercely defending him. Witnessing Xiao Xian'er's anxious demeanor, Sun Xinghe's irritation grew, yet he refrained from expressing it immediately. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Luo Chen and sneered, Luo Chen, you are merely an outer court student, hiding behind Senior Xian'er like a coward. What skill is that? Upon hearing this, Luo Zhenyan quickly chimed in with a mocking laugh. How dare a mere transformation realm individual stand beside Senior Xian'er? Do you not have any shame? Indeed. You belong in the trash bin. Why not remain there to avoid embarrassment? They scoffed. I have heard that Luo Chen didn't even pass the entrance exam to join the Star Academy. Surely, he must have begged numerous people for this opportunity. Absolutely. To become an outer court student at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, one can only imagine how he must have groveled. How absurd. Truly, it was laughable. The other noble students also chuckled derisively, casting looks at Luo Chen as if he were a fool. As privileged students, they had long been accustomed to their dominance at the Star Academy, having bullied common students more times than they could count, to the point where it had become second nature to them. Mocking voices reached Luo Chen's ears, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. To be honest, given his perspective, he found it beneath him to engage in disputes with these noble students. Even Sun Xinghe held little significance in his eyes. However, these individuals were intent on humiliating him in front of Xiao Xian'er, which irked Luo Chen. After all, Xiao Xian'er was one of the few people he was relatively familiar with in the Star Academy. While losing face before her might not be a grave matter, it could ultimately lead to disdain. With a cold sneer, Luo Chen narrowed his eyes and inquired, So, it's Sun Xinghe, is it? You have much to say. But what is your true intention? Speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution. Intention? What intention could I possibly have? As a student from the external department, I merely wish to represent the named students and all external students in questioning why you were permitted to enter the Star Academy without participating in the tests. Is it perhaps due to your thicker skin? Sun Xinghe retorted with a cold laugh, each word articulated clearly as if he were upholding the Academy's regulations. Indeed. Upon hearing his words, many students passing by the Academy gate turned their attention towards them, including those taking the tests, who also cast their gazes upon Luo Chen. Yet, within their stares lingered not only resentment, but also a palpable fury. It appeared that the privileges Luo Chen possessed had incited public outrage. Chapter 42, A Single Punch to Fame, Reverberating Through the Academy. Part 2, Sun Xinghe was quite pleased with the impact of his words. He stood in the center, surveying the scene like a sovereign overlooking mere ants, his head held high as he cast a disdainful gaze upon Luo Chen, as if only he were worthy to stand alongside Xiao Xian'er, while Luo Chen, deemed worthless, should cower amidst refuse, trembling in fear. How absurd that Luo Chen, merely at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, managed to enter the Star Academy without passing the assessment. Such an injustice. Surely, this fellow must have taken an illicit path. For how else could he evade the test? Just look at his cowardly demeanor. He would likely struggle to lift even 2,000 pounds, let alone the 3,000 needed. It is bewildering who could lack such discernment. This is wholly unfair. Such detritus ought to be expelled from the academy. The students murmured in discontent, their faces etched with resentment. A few hot-headed individuals even clamored for Luo Chen's expulsion from the Star Academy. The majority among them had gained admission through rigorous testing, and the sudden emergence of an exception left them feeling aggrieved and incensed. In an instant, Luo Chen had become the target of collective scorn, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, reviled by all. Sun Xinghe, cease your incessant noise. As the situation escalated, Xiao Xian'er could not help but exclaim, her voice laced with fury. Whether Luo Chen qualifies for the Star Academy is none of your concern. Those with sense should step aside, or they shall find my wrath unrelenting. With her words, an overwhelming aura emanated from her, causing Sun Xinghe to stagger back a few paces, astonishment etched upon his face. As a student of the Inner Academy, Xiao Xian'er indeed possesses remarkable prowess. Merely unleashing a fraction of her aura was sufficient to intimidate Sun Xinghe. Ha ha ha. Observing this, Sun Xinghe not only refrained from anger but instead erupted in laughter, taunting Luo Chen, a turtle hiding its head. You truly are just that. Afraid to take the test, ultimately leaving it to Senior Xian'er to step forward? You are nothing but trash. As his words fell, an air of disdain and superiority emanated from him, subtly rivaling that of Xiao Xian'er. The pinnacle of the Earth Origin Realm. Indeed, the pinnacle of the Earth Origin Realm. Witnessing this scene, many students gasped, their gazes towards Sun Xinghe now tinged with newfound respect. The pinnacle of the Earth Origin Realm, among the Outer Academy students, is a position of unparalleled distinction, just a thread away from being an Inner Academy student. Thus, it is no wonder that Sun Xinghe could stand toe-to-toe with Xiao Xian'er. The pinnacle of the Earth Origin Realm? Since you wish for me to take the test, I shall demonstrate my strength to silence your incessant chatter, which has become quite tiresome. Just then, a calm, yet faint voice suddenly resonated through the arena. Simultaneously, a young man, under the watchful eyes of all, strode toward the colossal azure stone, the very trial stone itself. The one who spoke, of course, was Luo Chen. Initially, he intended to remain low-key, focusing on his cultivation, but unexpectedly found himself embroiled in trouble. Reluctantly, he decided to reveal a portion of his strength to silence the onlookers, while also showcasing his talent to garner attention. As long as someone garners attention, they are granted greater opportunities to acquire resources. What? You actually agreed to take the test? Upon witnessing Luo Chen stride towards the azure boulder, Sun Xinghe's expression darkened. He had believed that Luo Chen would remain a coward, yet unexpectedly, he stepped forward. However, it wasn't long before a cold smirk emerged on his face. What is he but a mid-stage transformation realm cultivator? Even if you possess exceptional talent, it is exceedingly difficult to achieve a strength of 3,000 pounds. If you fail the test later, I shall relish your embarrassment, especially in front of Senior Sister Xian. Ha ha. Sun Xinghe sneered, his face radiating confidence. Indeed, young Master Sun, if Luo Chen could pass the test, why would he need to resort to backdoor dealings? I suspect he is merely putting on an act, lacking the true capability. Luo Zhenyan also wore an expression of confidence, his gaze towards Luo Chen laced with mockery. Just a mid-stage transformation cultivator, daring to put on airs? Let us see how he embarrasses himself. Sun Xinghe nodded, disdainful laughter escaping him. Young Master Sun is astute. Young Master Sun is formidable. Luo Zhenyan further lauded him, nearly groveling at his feet. Not only the two of them, but many students, including those administering the test, displayed overt disdain and contempt. In their eyes, Luo Chen was exceedingly immature. Among them, numerous individuals had already reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, while Luo Chen was still merely mid-stage. In the small locale of Blackstone City, he might be considered a master, but within the halls of the Star Academy, he simply did not measure up. It could even be said that he was woefully inadequate. It is essential to understand that the standard for becoming an inner court student is to break through to the Earth Origin Realm. Is Brother Luo Chen about to make his move again? It seems a thrilling spectacle is about to unfold. While the crowd expressed their disdain, only Xiao Xian'er displayed a keen interest on her delicate face. Perched atop her snow-winged lion, she pouted her cherry-like lips, swaying gently as she exited the academy gates and approached the azure stone. Her petite fist waved slightly, as if cheering Luo Chen on. Tap, tap, tap. The azure stone was situated near the academy's entrance, and after just a brief walk, Luo Chen found himself before the trial stone, coming to a gradual halt. He had intended to give it a try yesterday, but alas, the opportunity eluded him. Unexpectedly, after a detour, he would still have to test himself on this very stone. Fixating his gaze upon the azure stone, A faint smile graced Luo Chen's lips, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of confidence. Had it been yesterday, he might have lacked the assurance to challenge the historical record, but today, he felt entirely capable. The moment was at hand. One could only wonder if Luo Chen would indeed succeed in the trial. As he entered the preparatory stance, all eyes turned towards him. Among them, Xiao Xian'er, Sun Xinghe, Luo Junyan, and the other students. Even the testers themselves focused intently on Luo Chen. Their eyes widened, fearful of missing a captivating moment, or more precisely, an embarrassing one. For everyone believed that Luo Chen was unlikely to pass the test. Boom. Just as the crowd scoffed, Luo Chen suddenly sprang into action. He clenched his palm into a fist, transforming it into a formidable punch. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air like a ferocious tiger unleashed, arriving before the towering azure stone, and delivered a fierce blow. Could it be a failure? Except for Xiao Xian'er, all others wore expressions of schadenfreude, and the faces of Sun Xinghe and his companions revealed a knowing look of as expected. However, before they could voice their derision, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. Boom! With an earth-shattering explosion, the lofty azure stone trembled slightly, shattering into countless fragments that scattered across the sky. After the thunderous roar, there was no trace of the trial stone left. Even the remnants had been reduced to mere pebbles, each as fine as grains of sand, with not a single piece intact. With just one punch, Luo Chen had obliterated the trial stone before the astonished crowd. It exploded. The trial stone actually exploded. My heavens, what kind of power is this that could annihilate the trial stone? It is known that the trial stone can withstand a staggering force of 20,000 pounds. Goodness, how terrifying. What manner of being is Luo Chen? Despite being merely at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, his strength is monstrous. By my word, is this individual even human? He is nothing short of a prodigy, a monster. To destroy the trial stone with a single punch is utterly unprecedented in our Star Academy. Truly one of a kind. Moreover, Luo Chen is still only at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Such extraordinary power, even when compared to Yan Qixing, pales significantly. The moment they witnessed Luo Chen's fist shatter the trial stone, a profound shock enveloped everyone, leaving them in a state of utter astonishment, unable to extricate themselves from the moment. It must be noted that this was indeed the trial stone, reinforced with a formidable array. Without an explosive force of unimaginable magnitude, it would have been utterly impossible to obliterate it. Yet, Luo Chen, with a singular blow, not only shattered it, but also sent fragments soaring into the air like a celestial storm. This spectacle was simply blinding to all observers. Unimaginable. Incredulous. Even after witnessing such a scene, a surreal sensation washed over everyone, as if they were ensnared in a vivid dream rather than reality. Chapter 43. Competing to accept disciples? When Luo Chen's fist annihilated the trial stone, all students, including the testers, were engulfed in shock, their faces frozen in a dazed expression, unable to comprehend the magnitude of the event. Such a staggering strike, if unleashed upon a person, would surely reduce them to mere fragments. Impossible, this cannot be. After an extended silence, Sun Xinghe finally managed to utter a disbelieving murmur, his mouth agape, as if his jaw might fall to the ground. In that instant, all disdain, mockery, and humiliation evaporated into thin air, replaced by sheer astonishment. Even he, a master of the Earth origin realm, felt his heart tremble at the awe-inspiring might of that blow. Is this person even human? Luo Junyan and the others appeared ashen-faced, their expressions filled with dread. Yet within their hearts lingered a trace of relief. One must remember, the backing of the Star Academy is the entire Star Empire, were it not for genuine prowess. How could Luo Chen have entered the Star Academy without undergoing any test? Has he truly become a student of the Outer Academy so effortlessly? Brother Luo Chen has indeed not disappointed me. He remains as formidable as ever. At that moment, the melodious and enchanting voice of Xiao Xian'er echoed through the gathering. Witnessing Luo Chen's display of prowess, she was not taken aback. Instead, her face radiated excitement. Sister Xian'er, let us depart. With a resigned shake of his head, Luo Chen stood with his fists withdrawn. Were it not for the pressure from Sun Xinghe and his companions, he would have preferred to conceal his abilities for a while longer. Nevertheless, revealing his extraordinary talent upon entering the Star Academy might prove beneficial for him. If he could gain admission to the Inner Academy sooner, that would be even better. With such thoughts in mind, he could not help but stride toward the snow-winged lion. As soon as he moved, Sun Xinghe recoiled in fright, his face a mask of terror. Why you? Don't come any closer. stopping in his tracks. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes. What's this? Are you afraid I might kill you? Did you not intend to attack me? Sun Xinghe gritted his teeth. My apologies, but I have no desire to take your life. Shaking his head, Luo Chen scoffed disdainfully. It's not that I lack the courage. Rather, it's because you simply do not merit my attention. With that parting remark, Luo Chen leapt gracefully onto the snow-winged lion, positioning himself behind the exquisite beauty, Xiao Xianer. Let us set forth. Xiao Xianer showed no hesitation, cheerfully calling out as she wielded the beast-taming order to command the snow-winged lion into the skies, swiftly disappearing into the horizon. Watching the two depart, Sun Xinghe stood frozen in place, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed, as if he had endured a profound humiliation. Young Master Sun, Luo Junyan and the others promptly gathered around, their faces brimming with concern. Despicable. Sun Xinghe cursed vehemently, never having anticipated that he, a peak Earth Realm cultivator, would betray such trepidation before a mere Transformation Realm intermediate. This realization filled him with both humiliation and resentment. Young Master Sun, what course of action should we pursue now? Luo Junyan inquired. What course of action? He's merely a Transformation Realm intermediate, is he not? Are we to cower before him, outnumbered, as we are by Earth Realm cultivators? With a defiant glare, Sun Xinghe's countenance twisted into a ferocious sneer. Luo Chen, you just wait. The next time I seize an opportunity, I'll make sure you regret the day you were born. Damn it, consider yourself fortunate today. I have a banquet to attend, otherwise. Umph. After a series of snorts, Sun Xinghe flounced his sleeves and hastily led his retinue away. For merely shattering the trial stone, he had already shattered the existing record. Simultaneously, the news of Luo Chen's feat of shattering the trial stone with a single punch spread like wildfire throughout the entire Star Academy. It reached not only the ears of numerous students but also several instructors, and even Lu Xuanji himself. A prodigy, regardless of their whereabouts, invariably attracts attention, especially within the hallowed halls of the Star Academy, a veritable crucible of talent. Despite Luo Chen's mere Transformation Realm intermediate cultivation, the might of his punch had already left many of his peers in awe and admiration. Concurrently, within the Star Academy, inside an office of unparalleled opulence, before him stood an elderly man clad in a white robe, attentively listening to reports from his subordinates. At first glance, he appeared to be an ordinary old man. However, the aura of nobility emanating from his brow was enough to deter direct gazes. This individual was none other than the esteemed headmaster of the Celestial Academy, Huangfu Zhenyang. Beside him sat a cultured middle-aged gentleman, savoring his tea with a beaming smile. Had Luo Chen been present, he would have recognized this man as Lu Xuanji. What? You say that Luo Chen shattered the trial stone with a single punch? Upon hearing the report, a look of astonishment suddenly crossed Huangfu Zhenyang's face, a rare flicker of excitement breaking the calm of his otherwise stoic demeanor. As the headmaster of the Celestial Academy, he fully understood the significance of someone in the mid-stage of the Transformation Realm managing to obliterate the trial stone with a single blow. This indicated that Luo Chen, despite being only in the mid-stage of the Transformation Realm, possessed a colossal strength of at least 20,000 pounds, a conservative estimate at best. Headmaster, I assure you, this is indeed true. To verify, I even went to the scene myself. The trial stone was indeed shattered, reduced to a myriad of fragments scattered across the ground, and numerous students witnessed the event. The reporter, a young teacher, recounted with conviction, providing additional corroborating evidence. Is that so? In addition to the students, were there others who witnessed this? Huangfu Zhenyang pressed, his expression revealing a hint of urgency. Yes, the young teacher nodded earnestly. Besides the students, many other testers were present. They all claimed that Luo Chen shattered the trial stone with just one punch. It is said that when he unleashed his power, he had not exerted his full strength. Not yet exerted his full strength. Huangfu Zhenyang couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. He found it unimaginable that a mere mid-stage Transformation Realm cultivator could harbor such formidable power within. Could this young man be a monster? Or perhaps an anomaly? Esteemed Dean, this matter has already spread throughout the Academy, and it is undoubtedly not a fabrication. If you have doubts, you may inquire further. The young teacher spoke with utmost reverence. No need to inquire further. Merely a mid-stage Transformation Realm cultivator has shattered the trial stone. It seems this individual is indeed a once-in-a-millennium genius. Had I known of his astonishing talent at the time of his enrollment, I should have paid closer attention. Perhaps I could have taken him on as a disciple. As he spoke, Huangfu Zhenyang cast a glance at Lu Xuanji, his eyes betraying a hint of regret. At that moment, Lu Xuanji's cultured voice resonated, accompanied by a gentle smile and a touch of teasing. I distinctly recall that yesterday, after that young man Luo Chen completed his enrollment procedures, you cautioned me against making hasty recommendations. Lu Xuanji Yu. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Xingyang couldn't help but reveal a wry smile, shaking his head as he replied, "That matter is in the past. Why bring it up now?" The thought of this incident caused Huangfu Xingyang to silently lament. Had he known Luo Chen possessed such extraordinary talent, he would have gone to great lengths to keep him by his side, even if it meant resorting to tricks. With such talent, a little guidance could transform him into an unparalleled genius. I apologize, but though time has passed, I still remember. Director Huangfu, Yin Chixing has already become your disciple. You surely wouldn't attempt to claim him as your own, would you? Lu Xuanji stated in an exceedingly assertive tone. Claim a disciple? Huh. If I recall correctly, during the application process, Luo Chen mentioned that he had not yet taken a master, did he not? Director Huangfu Zhengyang appeared utterly unconcerned, stroking his beard with an odd expression, clearly already contemplating how to seize the disciple for himself. My goodness, Director Huangfu, you cannot truly be considering competing with me for a disciple, can you? Lu Xuanji exclaimed, rising from his seat in indignation. Elder Lu, do refrain from such agitation. As the saying goes, a worthy disciple belongs to the one with virtue. As Luo Chen has yet to take a master, you are merely his recommender. On what grounds can you assert that Luo Chen is your disciple? Director Huangfu smiled as he countered. So, you are resolutely determined to compete with me for a disciple. Then, Lu Xuanji scoffed, inwardly cursing the audacity. Had he known it would come to this, he would have never recommended anyone. He should have taken Luo Chen as his disciple back in Blackstone City to prevent the esteemed director from setting his sights on him. The old adage rings true. One fears not the thief but the thief's covetous gaze. With a prodigious talent such as Luo Chen, which teacher would not desire him, let alone the esteemed director? Chapter 44. The Elder's Attention. Although Lu Xuanji had anticipated the astonishment of the old-timers within the academy, he did not expect them to so swiftly develop a yearning to claim disciples. Elder Lu, you are overthinking this. Though he harbored thoughts of seizing the talent, Dean Huangfu did not reveal his intentions, instead smiling as he remarked, though Luo Chen possesses exceptional talent, he is still merely in the mid-stage of transformation. Let us not dwell on this matter. At that moment, Huangfu Xingyang waved his hand and continued with a grin. This young man, despite his extraordinary gifts, has only just begun his studies. Even if we consider taking on disciples, we must wait until after the Academy's grand competition. Otherwise, the other youngsters may feel a sense of imbalance. With another wave of his hand, he added, "Come, let us enjoy some tea. Rest assured, I shall not act recklessly. I will merely keep a closer eye on this lad." Lu Xuanji nodded in agreement, a hint of confident smile gracing his lips. Seize him? Huh. I have been keeping a watchful eye on Luo Chen. Can you truly outmaneuver me? Meanwhile, in Dean Huangfu's heart, he mused, Humph, this Lu Xuanji is quite cautious, fearing I might snatch away his disciple. While sipping tea, Huangfu Xingyang indulged in these delightful thoughts. As the dean, he wielded considerable power, and when it came to claiming disciples, he was resolute. Students competed fiercely for various resources, and naturally, teachers sought to claim talented individuals as well. Having a prodigious disciple within the Star Academy undoubtedly conferred great prestige. Yes, it is settled. Soon, Dean Huangfu resolved to secretly turn his attention toward Luo Chen. This disciple, he was determined to claim. It wasn't solely him. Within the Star Academy, numerous venerable figures who had caught wind of the news were also stirred, with many even discreetly investigating Luo Chen's origins. Regardless of their clandestine inquiries, after weighing the pros and cons, many concluded that taking Luo Chen as a disciple would undoubtedly be an extraordinary boon. For the more they learned of Luo Chen, the more astonished these elders became. According to the reports, this young man had apparently cultivated for less than a month. Before the age of 16, he had been considered utterly useless. Yet, in less than a month of cultivation, he had reached the mid-foundation establishment stage and shattered the trial stone with a single punch. Such talent, even in the celestial origin continent, would be a dazzling prodigy. That Lu Xuanji is truly fortunate to have discovered such an unparalleled genius. This is no mere talent. It is an absolute prodigy. It seems we must pay closer attention to this young man. After the Academy's grand competition, I too shall attempt to take him as a disciple. Though the odds may be slim, what if I succeed? Indeed, if this child grows, he may surpass us all. Merely at the mid-transformation realm, he shattered the trial stone with a single punch, shattering the Star Academy's historical record. Intriguing. Various formidable thoughts intertwined in the skies above the Star Academy. Each individual who engaged in this exchange of thoughts was an incredibly formidable presence within the Star Academy. It is important to note that the Star Academy is the most prestigious institution in the entire Star Empire, and countless powerful figures reside within its walls. Though they typically kept a low profile, the incident of Luo Chen shattering the trial stone with a single punch stirred their interest, prompting them to pay attention. Even powerful figures seek disciples, as this signifies a legacy and continuity. Simultaneously, news of Luo Chen's remarkable feat at the Academy's entrance swiftly permeated every corner of the Star Academy. Not only did numerous registered students become aware of it, but even the students from the Outer Academy were left astounded. Once the news spread, any doubts regarding Luo Chen's admission to the Star Academy without undergoing a test dissipated. With just one punch, he shattered the trial stone, showcasing a talent that not only surpassed the admission standards but also placed him among the ranks of extraordinary geniuses. It would indeed be an absurdity if such a gifted individual were denied entry into the Star Academy. Furthermore, upon the dissemination of this news, Elder Lu Xuanji found himself the object of intense envy from many within the Academy. It appeared that my discernment and fortune were truly exceptional, he mused, a wide grin spreading across his face as he reveled in the admiration of his peers. After ascending into the sky, Luo Chen and Xiao Sienna rode atop the snow-winged main lion, gracefully soaring several thousand meters above, making their way towards the Beast Mountain range. At this juncture, Luo Chen was finally afforded the opportunity to fully appreciate the grandeur of the Star Academy and to behold the true magnificence of the central capital royal city. The Star Academy, a vast institution of learning, was nestled against the mountains on the outskirts of the central capital royal city. Gazing inward from the Academy's entrance, one could observe various edifices and several imposing halls, akin to stars scattered across the Milky Way, stretching towards the heavens in perfect order. Upon closer inspection, these architectural clusters formed an immense hexagram, which, if Luo Chen was not mistaken, was a grand formation. The central capital royal city was even more expansive. Even from the sky, the entire city stretched beyond the horizon, its bustling streets and ant-like throngs of people densely packed and extending for hundreds of miles. This single city was home to at least several 100 million inhabitants. Truly, the central capital royal city lived up to its reputation as one of the most flourishing metropolises in the Star Empire. Compared to it, Black Rock City was but a mere hamlet. So, this is the central capital royal city? It is indeed vast, Luo Chen murmured softly, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Although the great cities of Earth were immense, they paled in comparison to the central capital royal city. As he mused, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Unbeknownst to him, a blush had crept onto Xiao Sienna's exquisite face. Her cheeks flushed like ripe, succulent strawberries, her shyness palpable. Her long eyelashes fluttered incessantly, as if overcome with bashfulness. Sienna, what troubles you? Luo Chen inquired, his voice laced with concern. Luo Chen, could you please sit back a little? Xiao Sienna replied, her enchanting eyes narrowing slightly, a blush creeping across her cheeks as she lowered her gaze. Her exquisite features seemed almost to bury themselves into her chest. Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly grasped the situation. Xiao Sienna was seated in front of him, their bodies inadvertently pressed closely together. Despite the fact that they were riding on the back of the snow-winged lion, neither harbored any inappropriate thoughts, yet the intimacy of the moment was undeniable. This was the first time in his life that Luo Chen had been so close to a female companion. In the past, the maids of the Luo family had merely assisted him with dressing and bathing. Such close proximity was indeed a novel experience. As the realization dawned upon him, a faint blush tinted Luo Chen's cheeks. He couldn't help but steal a glance at Xiao Sienna, noticing her long eyelashes fluttering gently, her stunning face adorned with a deep flush, radiating a captivating charm. Her eyes, as clear as spring water, sparkled with an indescribable shyness. Clearing his throat instinctively, Luo Chen quickly averted his gaze, shifting his body slightly backward to create a modicum of space between them. He was certain that if this continued, Sienna would surely faint from embarrassment amidst the vast sky. It seemed they were both experiencing this for the first time. This young lady, having grown up so much, seemed to have never been in such close proximity to the opposite sex before, especially not in the skies, one after the other, embracing and intimately touching. Chapter 45, The Outskirts of the Beast Mountains. All right, I understand. Xiao Xian'er stuck out her pink tongue, showing no trace of her usual ladylike demeanor in front of Luo Chen. Suddenly, a faint white light surged from the beast-taming order, and the snow-winged maned lion, as if receiving some command, immediately flapped its wings and increased its speed. As a flying beast, although only a third-tier creature, the snow-winged maned lion was incredibly swift, covering hundreds of miles in just over 2 hours. As the Beast Mountains came into view, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in Luo Chen's eyes. He could almost see numerous beast cores laid out before him. The reason why the Beast Mountains are near Blackstone City and also on the outskirts of the central royal city is quite simple. The Beast Mountains are incredibly vast, stretching across 3 empires. The endless, seemingly infinite mountain range spans the heavens and the earth, and even though Blackstone City and the central royal city are far apart, they are both within the reach of the Beast Mountains. However, Blackstone City is too remote, while this area is closer to the central part of the mountains. Moreover, the safety factor near the central royal city is significantly higher than that of Blackstone City. Under the supervision of the Star Academy, this part of the mountains has even become the Academy's backyard, where many students choose to train, hunt for beast cores, and enhance their cultivation levels. Moreover, within this mountain range, there exists a formation of isolation, preventing any magical beasts of the 5th tier or above from entering this region. Thus, this mountainous area is considerably safer. Even the most ruthless criminals tend to steer clear of it. As expected, upon arrival, Luo Chen discovered numerous footprints at the foot of the mountain, while students from the Star Academy flitted between the trees, some exuding notably powerful auras. Little lion, you may go play by yourself for now. Summon you when we are ready to depart. After landing, Xiao Xian'er gently patted the snowy-maned lion, allowing it to forage on its own. As long as she held the beast-taming order, she could call it back at any moment. Sister Xian'er, let us venture into the mountains, suggested Luo Chen with a subtle nod. Indeed, it has been quite some time since I last hunted magical beasts. With Uncle Fu absent today, I must seize this opportunity to hone my combat skills. Initially, they anticipated that their expedition into the magical beast mountains would yield numerous beasts and a wealth of magical cores. However, to their astonishment, upon entering the mountains, they found not a single magical beast in sight. Furthermore, not even a wild animal graced their vision. Frustrated by this turn of events, Luo Chen and his companion pressed deeper into the mountains, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Not only were there no traces of magical beasts, but human footprints also grew increasingly scarce. Could it be that all the magical beasts have been hunted to extinction? Alas, what misfortune! Little did we expect our long journey would lead us to a beast tide. With all the magical beasts fled, what are we to hunt? At the moment when both individuals were enveloped in confusion, a sudden murmur of discourse emanated from the front. As a man, Luo Chen believed it was his prerogative to inquire first. Thus, before Xiao Xian'er could speak, he stepped forward to pose his question. The student, taken aback momentarily, cast a surprised glance at Luo Chen and, upon realizing he was merely at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, nodded and remarked, "Young man, you must be a newcomer from the Outer Academy." Following this, he let out a faint sigh, his expression clouded with discontent. His demeanor toward Luo Chen remained relatively courteous, as in his eyes, Luo Chen was merely a weakling among the group of Outer Academy students. The lowest cultivation level was at the early stage of the Earth Origin realm, while he himself had reached the mid-stage of that same realm. Such a cultivation level, while not exceedingly high within the Star Academy, was at least above average. Consequently, this student viewed Luo Chen, with his mere mid-stage transformation realm, as nothing more than a freshman. Understanding the situation, Luo Chen felt no offense. Instead, he performed a respectful bow and inquired politely, "May I ask your esteemed name, senior?" "Haha, I am called Qin Fei Bai." The student chuckled modestly. After responding, he could not help but tease, "Little brother, with your only mid-stage transformation realm, you dare to venture into the Beast Mountain range for trials? You possess quite the audacity. Might I know your name?" "Well, I merely wish to test my luck." Luo Chen replied with a smile, his expression humble. After all, it was their first meeting, and he preferred to maintain a low profile. "I am Luo Chen, Luo from Luo Chen and Chen from Xingchen." "Luo Chen, what a splendid name." Qin Fei Bai nodded appreciatively, remarking on the young man's demeanor. Although his cultivation level was not particularly high, he displayed commendable politeness. Indeed, he appeared quite presentable, clearly a fine specimen of youth. The other students chuckled softly, quickly integrating into the atmosphere. as they bore no animosity towards Luo Chen and saw no need to engage in bravado. Being seniors, they had no inclination to bully their junior upon first meeting, nor was there any necessity for such behavior. I understand, senior sister, Luo Chen said, feeling a slight flush of embarrassment, pondering how this senior, Zhuolengan, was less of a woman and more of a formidable girl. As seniors, I believe it is essential for us to assist juniors like you, especially someone as courteous as yourself, Chen Feng added, his face alight with a smile. It's hard to tell if his politeness is genuine, he chuckled. However, upon witnessing the closeness between Luo Chen and Xiao Xianer, especially as she affectionately referred to him as brother, the others were taken aback once more, their expressions shifting to something rather peculiar. They had initially thought Luo Chen to be an insignificant figure, only to discover he harbored an air of mystery. Suddenly, before they could ponder further, a piercing roar erupted from the depths of the forest, followed by a tremor shaking the ground beneath them. In an instant, a massive, pitch-black figure surged forth, lunging towards them with ferocity. Its bloodthirsty and greedy eyes glinted with a cruel light, indicating that Luo Chen and his companions had unwittingly become prey in its sight. This was dire. It was the iron-armored savage ape, a fourth-tier magical beast. Qin Fei Bai exclaimed in astonishment, his expression more solemn than ever before. As a master of the Earth Origin realm, he immediately recognized that the entity before them was a fourth-tier magical beast. In terms of human strength, a fourth-tier beast equates to the Celestial Origin realm. Chapter 46. Provocation: A fourth-tier magical beast? The iron-armed savage ape? Upon hearing this, not only Qin Fei Bai, but also the others present paled slightly. Their earlier composure and calmness vanished without a trace, replaced by a countenance filled with gravity and a hint of trepidation. They had assumed that all the magical beasts had fled, yet they were confronted with a lone straggler. What should they do? With a delicate shout, she summoned her inner energy, enveloping her pristine white sword in a faint glow. Her cascading hair danced around her, creating a scene of ethereal beauty, as if she were a celestial being. Subsequently, with a powerful thrust of her sword, Xiao Xianer unleashed a brilliant beam of sword light toward the charging iron-armed savage ape. Boom! Despite her petite stature, resembling a neighborly girl, when the white sword struck the iron-armed savage ape, it momentarily halted its advance, then staggered backward several steps, a fierce gash appearing on its massive form. As a fourth-tier magical beast, the iron-armed savage ape had not anticipated being wounded by a mere girl, its bloodthirsty eyes revealing a glimmer of shock. Xianer, the senior sister, is truly formidable. Witnessing this, not only Qin Fei Bai, but also the others were left in awe, astonished that Xiao Xianer possessed not only breathtaking beauty, but also such formidable strength. With merely the might of a single sword, she was able to contend evenly with a fourth-tier magical beast, even inflicting injury upon the iron-armed violent ape. Truly, the students of the Inner Academy are exceptional, exhibiting such formidable strength. It appears that Sister Xianer is also a master in her own right. Luo Chen was equally astonished. He had presumed that Xiao Xianer required his protection, only to discover her remarkable prowess. Upon further reflection, Luo Chen found this realization fitting. As a disciple of Elder Lu Xuanji, it would indeed be peculiar if Xiao Xianer were lacking in skill. However, as a fourth-tier magical beast renowned for its physical strength, how could the iron-armed violent ape be so easily vanquished? It let out a deafening roar, frantically beating its chest with both arms, and its body began to swell inch by inch, expanding even further from its already colossal size. Particularly, the muscles on its arms, chest, and thighs bulged outward, appearing exceedingly menacing and ferocious. Infuriated by its injury, the iron-armed violent ape charged forward with a steady and heavy gait, clearly possessing a degree of intelligence, as it understood the tactic of eliminating the weaker foes before confronting the stronger ones. Only by doing so could it ensure the demise of all adversaries. Ice Vein Divine Sword. Begone! With a glimmer of brilliance in her captivating eyes, Xiao Xianer's sword trembled once more. In a moment of urgency, she unleashed a combat technique at an astonishing speed. As the snow-white sword quivered, a layer of piercing cold ice enveloped the blade, not only shimmering with a chilling radiance, but also possessing a razor-sharp edge that evoked an involuntary shiver in those who beheld it. In no time, Xiao Xianer stood resolutely before Luo Chen, engaging in a fierce battle with the iron-armed brutal ape. As a student of the Inner Academy, her unwavering presence was crucial. Otherwise, a mere encounter could spell disaster, leaving the Outer Academy students and Luo Chen gravely injured or worse. Duan Yuxuan, in a moment of desperation, called for mercy but wasted no time in retreating, swiftly distancing himself from the perilous zone to stand beside Xiao Xianer. His gaze, filled with indignation, darted towards Luo Chen, and he could not contain his vitriol. Fool, what are you staring at? If it weren't for the need to protect you, would Qin Fei Bai and the others be in danger? If you have any sense, get lost. Your mere presence irritates me. Afterward, he turned to Xiao Xianer with a disingenuous smile, tauntingly adding, Sister Xianer, this Luo Chen is clearly a useless wretch. What right does he have to walk beside you? In my opinion, it's best he keeps his distance to avoid hindering our efforts to slay the iron-armed brutal ape. Haha, isn't that so? Chapter 47, A Leg That Sweeps All Away. As the colossal fist descended, it not only aimed at Luo Chen, but also threatened to engulf Xiao Xianer. Sister Xianer, quickly dodge, cried Qin Fei Bai and his companions, their faces etched with concern. The iron-armed brutal ape was a formidable fourth-tier magical beast, and the force of its punch was likely to exceed 10,000 pounds. Should it connect, the two would surely be reduced to mere pulp in an instant. Although she possessed the confidence to evade the blow, doing so would place Luo Chen in peril. Therefore, even at the cost of her own safety, she resolved to withstand the strike. Sister Xianer, allow me to take this. Just as Xiao Xianer was poised to draw her sword, a calm voice resonated from behind her. At that moment, Luo Chen moved swiftly, positioning himself before her. Though Luo Chen's stature was not particularly imposing, and he appeared somewhat frail due to his poor health in earlier years, when he stood in front of Xiao Xianer, she suddenly perceived him as extraordinarily tall and remarkably formidable. Indeed, the silhouette of her brother Luo Chen was quite handsome. Are you really going to? Qin Fei Bai blinked in disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend the scene before him, before rubbing his eyes to gain clarity. Once the truth dawned upon him, his already pale complexion turned to one of utter incredulity. Junior brother Luo Chen, you must move aside. You stand no chance against the iron-armed beast. Left Lung Han exclaimed urgently. To her, Luo Chen, being merely in the mid-stage of transformation, had only reached this perilous place in the monster beast mountain range through Xiao Xianer's assistance. The formidable iron-armed beast, a fourth-tier monster, could likely dispatch Luo Chen with a single blow. Indeed, junior brother Luo Chen, you must retreat. To perish at the hands of the iron-armed beast would be a senseless demise. Shen Feng echoed, as a senior. He too wished to avert the tragic fate awaiting Luo Chen. The three of them, filled with a mix of apprehension and fury, unanimously recognized that Luo Chen was no match for the iron-armed beast. In their eyes, someone at the mid-stage of transformation was akin to a mere child. If they themselves could not contend with the iron-armed beast, how could Luo Chen possibly stand a chance? However, despite their escalating anxiety, it was too late to intervene. With a thunderous roar, the iron-armed beast unleashed a devastating punch. Alas, in the ensuing moment, the elation etched upon his countenance abruptly solidified, metamorphosing into a blank stare. A resounding boom echoed. For at this juncture, Luo Chen finally stirred. A disdainful smile played upon his lips as he propelled himself upward with a forceful thrust. Soaring into the air, he then gathered his momentum, unleashing a sweeping kick. This seemingly simple and unadorned leg maneuver belied an immense power, compressed to its utmost limit. As the kick neared the iron-armed brute ape, the very air began to subtly vibrate. It transcended mere legwork, resembling a cannonball launched with lethal intent. Heavens! What manner of leg technique is this? Qin Fei Bai and his companions exclaimed once more, their faces betraying a hint of astonishment. They could scarcely fathom how Luo Chen could generate such an astonishing kick. It was as if he had transcended humanity, becoming a monstrous entity. Is this youth even human? Regardless of their astonishment, Luo Chen's kick landed squarely upon the iron-armed brute ape, unleashing a cataclysmic force. A deafening roar erupted as a staggering 28,000 gene of force detonated, sending shockwaves through the surroundings. Before their very eyes, the iron-armed brute ape's colossal form transformed into a projectile, hurtling backward with irresistible momentum. Bereft of any capacity to resist, the brute ape crashed violently, felling towering trees in its wake. At last, after colliding with several towering trees, it came to a halt beneath a colossal rock. Upon landing, the iron-armed savage ape emitted a series of cracking sounds, unmistakably indicating that its spine had been ruthlessly shattered by Luo Chen's kick. Judging by the sound, it had likely been reduced to splinters. With just a single kick, Luo Chen had sent the massive iron-armed savage ape sprawling. Gasping for breath, the beast's bloodthirsty eyes were filled with disbelief. It had never anticipated that it could not even defeat a mid-stage human cultivator. What terrified it even more was the revelation that this individual bore the aura of the Dragon Clan. A fourth-tier magical beast? It was hardly impressive. With a scoff, Luo Chen did not relent. Instead, he rushed forward, standing atop the chest of the iron-armed savage ape, delivering yet another kick to its neck. Crack! With the sound of splintering bones, the ape's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, and it fell silent. Silence. An overwhelming quiet enveloped the scene after the iron-armed savage ape met its demise, leaving the audience speechless for a prolonged moment. Suddenly, several incredulous gazes fell upon Luo Chen, particularly that of Qin Feibai, whose eyes widened as if they were two copper bells. To him, this spectacle resembled an ant triumphing over an elephant. What is dominance? This is dominance. What is formidable? This is it. Just moments ago, they had all believed that Luo Chen was doomed, yet, in the blink of an eye, he had executed a crushing counterattack. The contrast was staggering. At this juncture, Qin Feibai and his companions finally comprehended why Xiao Xianer, despite being an older classmate, addressed Luo Chen as Brother Luo Chen. It turned out that this individual had been concealing his true abilities all along. The realization was a stinging blow to their pride. Had they known Luo Chen possessed such formidable power, they would never have presumptuously claimed seniority. Qin Feibai chuckled wryly, a mixture of astonishment and awkwardness washing over him. He secretly rejoiced that he had treated Luo Chen with courtesy, for incurring the wrath of such a formidable figure would undoubtedly have been a nightmare. Zuoling Chen, her eyes narrowed in amusement, cast a different gaze upon Luo Chen, one tinged with both surprise and allure. Her earlier flirtation had been playful, but now, she found herself genuinely captivated. Chen Feng, his face etched with disbelief, was utterly astounded. The fact that Luo Chen, merely at the intermediate stage of the transformation realm, could send the iron-armed demonic ape flying with a single kick implied that he was even more prodigious than Yin Qixing. Xiao Xianer, her beautiful eyes blinking, displayed no shock, but rather a hint of surprise. In her estimation, Luo Chen's feat of sending the iron-armed demonic ape soaring was to be expected. However, the fact that the ape had crashed through several trees in its flight was indeed astonishing. Brother Luo Chen, it seems you have become increasingly formidable. She recalls that during their time in Blackstone City, Luo Chen was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he has managed to send the iron-armed violent ape flying with a single kick. Chapter 48. Once again, a stunning display, astonishing everyone. Chapter 49. The misfortunate Duan Yushuan. The beast tide represents the collective activity of magical beasts within the Beast Mountain range. Following each beast tide, territories undergo a thorough cleansing. The weak perish amidst the chaos, while the strong devour the weak, survive, reclaim their territories, and propagate the next generation, recuperating for the impending beast tide. In this realm, the principle of survival is the law of the jungle. The weak are preyed upon, while the fittest thrive. Thus, when the beast tide approaches, a solemn expression settles upon the faces of all present, for if they do not depart swiftly, they too shall become fodder for the magical beasts. Junior Luo Chen swallowed hard, and with a pallid countenance, Qin Fei was the first to speak. The beast tide is imminent. We are no match for it. We must leave at once. Indeed, although the magical beasts in this region are all within the 5th tier, the sheer number charging towards them could easily overwhelm them in the blink of an eye. A deep-seated apprehension flickered in Zuolingen's eyes, particularly at the thought of such a multitude of beasts surging forth. Merely envisioning such a scene was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Let us hurry. Time waits for no one, Chen Feng urged, realizing that thoughts of hunting magical beasts had long since been cast aside. Preserving their lives was now paramount. Agreed. Luo Chen nodded with a smile, yet he did not hasten to depart. Instead, he picked up the broken sword and approached the corpse of the iron-armed violent ape. With a deft motion, he pierced its lower abdomen, extracting a magic core the size of an infant's fist, which he then held in his hand. Following this, he swiftly divided the corpse into 5 portions, using the broken sword to present each piece before the other 4 individuals. He directly stored one portion in his storage ring and said with a grin, Senior Qin, Senior Zhua, and Senior Chen, please accept these pieces of meat. The flesh of a 4th-tier magical beast, especially that of the iron-armed violent ape, can indeed provide substantial benefits. Junior Luo Chen, this iron-armed violent ape is your trophy. How can we possibly accept? Qin Fei quickly declined, while Zuolingen and Chen Feng also shook their heads. In their view, The iron-armed violent ape had been slain solely by Luo Chen, and it would be inappropriate for them to share the beast's flesh. Moreover, as seniors, they felt a sense of embarrassment in doing so. Brother Luo Chen, all of this is your spoils, and that fourth-tier magic core rightfully belongs to you. I cannot accept it. Xiao Xian'er's heart trembled, yet she immediately refused as well, for this was indeed the truth. Had it not been for Luo Chen's intervention, not only would they have been unable to capture the iron-armed violent ape, but even their own lives would have been at stake. How could she possibly claim such a vast share of the spoils, including the most precious fourth-tier magic core? Xian'er, please accept this. If it weren't for your timely intervention against the iron-armed beast, I might not have had the opportunity to strike at all. Moreover, you are the sole expert of the heavenly origin realm among us, Luo Chen asserted, unceremoniously placing the fourth-tier magic core into Xiao Xian'er's hands. It was not that Luo Chen was being overly generous. Rather, he genuinely believed that the magic core rightfully belonged to Xiao Xian'er. Had she not borrowed the flying magical beast from the academy to bring him to the monster mountain, he might never have had the chance to encounter the beasts, let alone hunt them or acquire numerous magic cores. Additionally, as a master of the heavenly origin realm, Xiao Xian'er had indeed withstood the majority of the attacks, consistently safeguarding Luo Chen. He had always remembered this kindness. Very well, since that is the case, I shall accept it. Xiao Xian'er glanced at Luo Chen with a hint of complexity in her gaze, lightly biting her lip. Ultimately, she activated her storage ring, stowing away the fourth-tier magic core along with some meat. Although she did not express much verbally, her heart was brimming with joy and gratitude. It turned out that Brother Luo Chen was not only skilled in both literature and martial arts, but also quite considerate. With this thought, her gaze towards Luo Chen grew increasingly fond, and a sense of delight began to blossom within her, accompanied by a subtle hint of affection stirring in her heart. Luo Chen, see you at the academy, Chen Feng said somewhat earnestly. After cupping his hands in a respectful gesture towards Luo Chen, he swiftly departed. Yet he had already etched Luo Chen's kindness deeply in his heart. Humph, it seems that Sister's voice trying to entice Brother Luo Chen. How despicable. Xiao Xian'er fiercely waved her small hand without hesitation. After producing the beast taming order, she swiftly issued a command. In no time, a purple figure descended from the heavens. Landing gracefully before the two, it was none other than the snow-winged main lion. Without delay, Xiao Xian'er leaped onto its back, her delicate face slightly blushing as she beckoned to Luo Chen. Come on, Brother Luo Chen. I understand, Sister Xian'er. Luo Chen replied with a carefree smile. Not at all bothered. With a gentle leap, he mounted the lion's back, settling behind Xiao Xian'er. In that instant, the enchanting fragrance emanating from the beautiful maiden mingled with an ambiguous atmosphere between them, creating an intoxicating ambience. Had it not been for the subtle understanding they had already established, they might have found themselves blushing and racing hearts once more. Chapter 50. An unexpected discovery, it must be said. The speed of the snow-winged main lion was truly astonishing. Within mere seconds, they spotted the figures of Qin Feibai and his companions, swiftly overtaking them. This sight prompted Luo Chen to silently marvel. Indeed, the inner courtyard students are different. They travel accompanied by flying magical beasts, while those from the outer courtyard must toil and run for half a day, utterly exhausted. The inner courtyard students reach their destination in just 2 hours, and in utmost comfort. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Luo Chen couldn't help but shake his head slightly, his expression filled with contemplation. What was the purpose of joining the Star Academy? It was nothing more than to vie for opportunities, to compete for resources, and to grasp that fleeting chance of seeking the path to greatness. For the inner courtyard students, a single step ahead meant perpetual advancement, and the gap would only continue to widen. It seems that after this expedition into the monster beast mountain range, I must contemplate alternative methods to acquire more resources. Once the beast tide concludes, I shall embark on my own journey. Luo Chen mused to himself. Perhaps other students might hesitate to venture here alone, for even though barriers protect this area from beasts above the 5th rank, the 4th rank monsters, like the iron-armed gorilla encountered earlier, are far from being trifles. However, he is different. Luo Chen possesses the Dragon Emperor's dominance technique, which grants him confidence in preserving his life as long as he does not encounter a beast tide. Consequently, he can freely hunt the lower-ranked monsters. Suddenly, as he pondered, Luo Chen felt a peculiar aura emanating from below, drawing him in with an undeniable allure. Having cultivated the Dragon Emperor's dominance technique, he sensed a faint bloodline connection to the dragon clan, stirring a flicker of excitement within him. Could it be that there is a solitary dragon down there? Sister Xian'er, please halt. Luo Chen called out urgently. Oh, Xiao Xian'er paused momentarily, yet without hesitation, she commanded the snow-winged lion to stop midair. Her beautiful eyes, tinged with confusion, turned to Luo Chen as she furrowed her brow. Brother Luo Chen, what is it? Sister Xian'er, I am feeling a bit unwell. Might we descend for a moment? Luo Chen replied, clutching his stomach with a hint of embarrassment. Unsure if a dragon was indeed below, he chose to withhold the truth for the time being. He gestured towards the spot that had captivated him, awkwardly adding, there are quite a few stones down there. It should suffice. I see, very well. Xiao Xian'er blushed slightly and swiftly directed the beast-taming token downwards, prompting the snow-winged lion to descend and land gracefully upon the rocky terrain below. Immediately thereafter, Luo Chen leaped from the back of the lion and landed upon a colossal stone. Meanwhile, Xiao Xian'er guided the snow-winged main lion back into the skies, vigilantly surveying the distant horizon to keep watch for Luo Chen. Despite their close bond, Xiao Xian'er opted to maintain a degree of distance in this situation. Ahem. After all, they were not yet a couple, and thus, a hint of awkwardness lingered in the air. Upon his perch on the massive rock, Luo Chen wore an expression of calmness, yet soon his gaze flickered, and a grave demeanor settled upon his countenance. This stone forest was situated in the heart of the mountain range, filled with jagged and menacing boulders that presented a truly terrifying sight. Many formidable magical beasts often chose such steep and clandestine locations for their cultivation. It was unlikely that an ordinary person would dare to land here were it not for the outbreak of a beast tide. Even more peculiar were the numerous caverns of varying sizes nestled among the rugged stones, from which a strong gust of wind could be felt, either rushing in or bursting forth, creating a chaotic flow of air around the area. It was uncertain what kind of monstrous entity lay hidden within. Luo Chen closed his eyes to attune himself to the surroundings and murmured softly, I can distinctly sense the alluring aura drawing me towards the cavern. It appears that it has yet to detect my presence. The Dragon Emperor's body technique proved to be as formidable as claimed. I can sense the dragon lineage. Yet they remain unaware of my existence, though the nature of the entity concealed within the cavern remains a mystery. The extraordinary prowess of the Dragon Emperor's body technique left Luo Chen in quiet awe. Truly, this technique deserved its reputation as the foremost body refinement art of ancient times. Not only does it strengthen the body, but it also possesses remarkable utility. With this thought in mind, Luo Chen bent his body and transformed into a gecko, cautiously and slowly traversing the cave walls as he ventured deeper within. This technique, known as the gecko wall gliding art, is an exceptionally profound skill on Earth, and at this moment it was perfectly suited for infiltrating the cave. Meanwhile, in the sky, Xiao Xian'er stood vigilant, entirely oblivious to Luo Chen's disappearance into the cave, assuming he was merely hiding in some corner to address an urgent matter. As he delved into the cave, Luo Chen exercised utmost caution with every movement. He endeavored to suppress any sound. Even his breathing seemed to fade into near silence. Drip, drop. The cave was adorned with numerous stalactites, each releasing droplets of water, creating an eerie ambience. The interior was shrouded in darkness, so dense that one could not see their own hand before their face, instilling a profound sense of dread. The deeper he ventured, the narrower the passage became, yet Luo Chen persisted, guided by the faint resonance of his bloodline, pushing onward. Finally, as the connection intensified, the constricted cave suddenly opened into a spacious area, revealing a broad expanse. Luo Chen surmised that he had entered the heart of the mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Faintly, he could perceive a surging, heated breath emanating from within. To his astonishment, it was not a mere creature, but an enormous magical beast. The creature before him possessed the head of a lion, antlers of a deer, the eyes of a tiger, the body of a moose, scales of a dragon, and the tail of an ox. Its entire form was enveloped in scales, and what was truly terrifying was that flickers of crimson flames danced upon those scales, completely engulfing this beast in fire. This entity was, astonishingly, a fire-treading Qilin beast, a pinnacle of the fourth tier, a Qilin. Indeed, it was a fire-treading Qilin beast. An ancient aberration. Luo Chen's breath quickened instantly, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Even the blood coursing through his veins seemed to simmer with the emergence of this fire-treading Qilin beast. He could distinctly sense that if he could capture and refine this beast, his dragon god physique would undergo a fundamental transformation. Not only that, but his power would surge to unprecedented heights, reaching an entirely new echelon. It was crucial to note that the fire-treading Qilin beast was an ancient aberration. remarkably close to the dragon lineage, with its bloodline steeped in draconic essence. Setting aside the magical core, just a single drop of Qilin blood contained an energy so formidable that it could not be absorbed directly, it could only be refined gradually. Thus, upon discovering this fire-treading Qilin beast, Luo Chen was instantly overcome with excitement, almost unable to resist the urge to leap forward and subdue this ancient aberration. He had not anticipated such a remarkable discovery within the region of the Beast Mountain range. This single find was worth thousands of magical cores, if not more. However, despite his exhilaration, Luo Chen's countenance gradually cooled, becoming laden with gravity and seriousness. The Firefoot Qilin beast, though a treasure, is equally difficult to handle. Having reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier and seemingly on the verge of breaking through to a 5th-tier magical beast, its combat prowess likely rivals that of the peak of the Tianyuan realm, and it is perhaps even perilously close to the level of a Grand Earth Master. With his vast experience from 2 lifetimes and an exceptionally rich arsenal of combat techniques, he is confident that, with a little ingenuity, he can devise a means to capture this Firefoot Qilin beast. Just as he was contemplating this, a surge of intense spiritual energy emanated from ahead. Luo Chen focused his gaze once more, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens, this is Chapter 51, The Shao Family. Initially, the discovery of a Firefoot Qilin beast was enough to fill Luo Chen with elation. However, upon sensing the spiritual energy surge, his heart nearly leapt from his chest. This is a soul fruit. Furthermore, it is a specimen that has grown to its utmost limit, on the verge of ripening. As its name suggests, the soul fruit is a spiritual herb capable of enhancing one's soul. Not only does the soul fruit augment the soul, but it also improves one's innate aptitude. With enhanced aptitude, one can cultivate at a remarkable pace, and the benefits of mastering various techniques and combat skills are unimaginably advantageous. Consequently, the soul fruit is often priceless within the Starry Empire, with a single piece fetching upwards of 1,000,000 gold taels. The crux of the matter is that this item is exceedingly precious, typically reserved for personal use, and would not be sold lightly. Moreover, considering the current beast tied outside, is the Firefoot Qilin beast here preparing to indulge in it for itself? At last, I comprehend why the Firefoot Qilin beast would defy the rules of its kind to remain here. It is in anticipation of the ripening of the soul fruit. Once this fruit reaches maturity, it will enable the beast to ascend to a 5th-tier magical creature, thus becoming the true sovereign of this realm. Suddenly, a spark of enlightenment ignited in Luo Chen's mind. He finally grasped the reason for the Firefoot Qilin beast's presence in the cave. It was all for the sake of this soul fruit. Moreover, judging by the fruit's ripeness, it was likely to mature within 3 days. This implies that I must devise a strategy to capture the Firefoot Qilin beast within this time frame. Otherwise, once it ascends to a position of power, my chances will be irrevocably lost. With this realization, Luo Chen blinked, a sense of urgency welling up within him. 3 days. He had a mere 3 days to prepare. Beyond this limit, the difficulty would undoubtedly escalate exponentially. 3 days, you say? Excellent. Gazing at the soul fruit, which emanated waves of spiritual energy, alongside the slumbering Firefoot Qilin beast, Luo Chen clenched his fist, determination gleaming in his eyes. Although 3 days is a fleeting moment, it is sufficient for him to make considerable preparations. Cultivation. Since fate has bestowed upon me a chance to start anew and granted such a significant opportunity, I must seize it with unwavering resolve. The Firefoot Qilin beast is a primordial anomaly. The soul fruit is a treasure I must obtain. Within 3 days, I shall return to this place. Luo Chen's heart roared with fervor, his gaze burning with unprecedented intensity. Swiftly, his figure darted forth from the cave, and throughout the entire episode, the slumbering Fire Qilin beast remained oblivious to Luo Chen's presence. Luo Chen, brother. With a melodious call, the snow-winged lion descended from the heavens, landing atop a colossal boulder. Shao Xiener, mounted upon the lion's back, urged with palpable urgency, "Hurry up. The beast tide is approaching. We must depart immediately." Understood. Luo Chen nodded, leaping gracefully onto the lion's back. With a resounding roar, the snow-winged lion unfurled its majestic wings and soared rapidly into the sky, vanishing amidst the stone forest at an astonishing pace. Luo Chen cast a glance downward, etching the memory of this stone forest deeply into his mind, his fists clenched resolutely, his eyes brimming with determination. Approximately 2 hours later, at the Shao residence. As a prominent family within the royal capital, the Shao estate sprawled across an expansive area. Its opulent architecture standing tall in the city, a testament to the family's profound heritage. Even the guards at the entrance were predominantly masters of the transformation realm. In Blackstone City, such individuals were indeed formidable experts. Thus, I extend my gratitude to Uncle Fu, Luo Chen said with utmost respect, bowing courteously. Though Uncle Fu appeared to be an ordinary elder, Luo Chen understood that he likely possessed skills rivaling those of Lu Xuanji. Consequently, he maintained a degree of reverence. Luo Chen, brother, let us enter. Shao Xianer, unperturbed by such thoughts, enthusiastically grasped Luo Chen's hand, leading him into the Shao household. Upon entering the Shao residence, Luo Chen was astonished to discover that the interior was not as forbidding as its exterior suggested. Instead, it was a veritable haven of chirping birds and fragrant blossoms, adorned with an abundance of potted plants and a myriad of flowers, rendering the Shao family estate reminiscent of a delightful garden rather than a secluded mansion. Young Master Chen, brother Luo Chen. However, upon their arrival, the several guards were taken aback, their faces betraying a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. To them, Luo Chen was merely a mid-stage cultivator, someone of lesser standing, yet they were utterly unprepared for the level of esteem he received from Elder Fu and the young lady. Could it be that Luo Chen hailed from a prestigious family? Yet, in the royal city of Zhongdu, they had never heard of a Luo family or anyone by the name of Luo Chen. Was it possible that this young man was simply fortunate enough to have made an acquaintance with the young lady? Regardless, it was clear that anyone favored by her was not someone they could afford to provoke. The Shao guards contemplated this quietly, etching Luo Chen's appearance deeply into their memories. Upon arriving at the Shao residence, Luo Chen had anticipated that his lower cultivation might lead to disdain. However, to his surprise, the Shao family members were not only respectful, but exceedingly courteous, particularly the female relatives, who gazed at Luo Chen with glimmers of delight in their eyes. Had it not been for the presence of Shao Xianer, they would have eagerly approached him for conversation. Moreover, even the younger children regarded Luo Chen with a blend of curiosity and a touch of admiration. Sister Xianer, do I have flowers blooming on my face? I perceive a peculiar glint in the eyes of your kin from the Shao family. I wonder, what could be the reason? A giggle escaped Shao Xianer, her exquisite face adorned with a playful expression. Have you forgotten the verses, brother? Could their gazes be attributed to those very poems? A hearty laugh echoed through the hall as a middle-aged man strode in, accompanied by a youth clad in white. This was Shao Zhan, the current patriarch of the Shao family. Beside him stood Shao Chen, Xianer's elder brother, his gaze imbued with curiosity and a hint of admiration. Father, brother Chen, what brings you here? Xianer inquired. Such talent at a tender age portends a brilliant future. Though merely at the intermediate stage of the transformation realm, achieving such a feat in a place like Blackrock City is truly remarkable. Shao Chen nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with awe. It is a pleasure to meet you, Luo Chen. I have long been an admirer of your verses. Esteemed Shao Patriarch, brother Shao Chen, my words are but trifles, unworthy of your attention. Luo Chen performed a courteous bow, displaying no semblance of arrogance. Rather, he exuded humility. After all, the Shao family is a prestigious lineage, far surpassing the Luo family in standing. Simultaneously, he understood that in the Starry Empire, although many hold a fondness for poetry and greatly esteem cultured individuals, this remains a mere diversion. To genuinely earn the respect of others, one must rely on authentic strength. Only true prowess can serve as the foundation for one's standing in society. At such a young age, exhibiting such modesty, it appears my daughter Xian's judgment is indeed commendable. Shao Zhan nodded slightly, increasingly pleased with Luo Chen. However, Shao Chen seemed indifferent to this. He gazed at Luo Chen with curiosity and inquired, Luo Chen, I am quite fond of your romantic poem. Might you be willing to compose a calligraphy piece for me? Rest assured, if you agree, I shall ensure you do not suffer any loss. Chapter 52. The meeting of talented scholars and beauties. It turns out that both father and son of the Shao family had appeared simultaneously, all because of Luo Chen. More precisely, they had come for the poetry. Otherwise, given Luo Chen's status, it would hardly warrant the presence of these two significant figures from the Shao family. The Shao family is a prominent clan in the royal city of Zhongdu, a true aristocracy. So, Shao Chen seeks a calligraphy piece? Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback, surprised to find that his poetry had even reached the royal city of Zhongdu and garnered the favor of the Shao family. Indeed, Shao Chen nodded, a wry smile appearing on his lips. To be candid, I have been entrusted by a noble from the imperial capital. She has a great admiration for your romantic poem and specifically instructed me to ensure it is penned by you personally. Therefore, I humbly request your assistance. Given the circumstances, Xiao Chun treated Luo Chen with utmost courtesy. Indeed, Xiao Zhan was equally excited, rubbing his hands together as he eagerly said, "Young Master Luo, if it is not too much trouble, could you possibly write 2 copies? My wife also holds great affection for that poem, so you understand." After speaking, he winked at Xiao Xian'er repeatedly, as if fearing that Luo Chen might decline, hoping Xiao Xian'er could act as an intermediary. After all, as men of letters, they possessed the pride inherent to their craft. If Luo Chen were to refuse, they would truly be at a loss. Moreover, the individual before them was a friend of his daughter. Xiao Xian'er could not contain a soft giggle, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. After casting a disapproving glance at her father and brother, she turned her gaze to Luo Chen and sweetly implored, "Brother Luo Chen, although this may pose a challenge, would you be so kind as to assist me in this matter?" Since Sister Xian'er had taken the initiative, he thought it fitting to make a modest attempt in return for her kindness. This favor was something that Luo Chen had long cherished in his heart. He was indeed the type to repay kindness. As for that noble person from the imperial capital, Luo Chen did not even know who it was, and thus, he felt no inclination to dwell on it. After all, if someone desired it, he would simply write 1 copy. The imperial capital, being the heart of the emperor's domain, represented an ethereal realm to Luo Chen. This is an adult matter. You need not concern yourself. Small? How could I be small? I am the same age as Brother Luo Chen, Xiao Xian'er declared with pride. This caused Xiao Zhan's face to flush once more. However, in Luo Chen's presence, he refrained from expressing his displeasure, merely shooting a few admonishing glances at Xiao Xian'er before relenting. Expeditiously, Xiao Chun procured writing implements, including brushes, ink, paper, and an inkstone. To expedite matters further, he personally stood at the desk, grinding the ink himself, much to the astonishment of the servants, who wondered what had possessed the young master to act so unusually. Once the inkstone was replete with ink, Xiao Chun himself presented the brush to Luo Chen, eagerly stating, "Young Master Luo Chen, the script for composing love poems should be the same as the last time." "What was that script called again?" "That is the semi-cursive script," Luo Chen elucidated with a smile. "Semi-cursive script?" Xiao Chen echoed, momentarily stunned, murmuring, "I don't seem to have ever heard of it before." "That is because I created it myself. Naturally, you would not have heard of it." Luo Chen chuckled inwardly, reflecting that the semi-cursive script originated from Earth, and it would indeed be peculiar if they had encountered it. Simultaneously, as he grasped the brush, he was inwardly astonished, realizing it was yet another Silver Moon Skywolf brush. However, this particular brush possessed certain distinctions. The one in Blackrock City was crafted from the tail-tip hair of a rank 2 magical beast, the Silver Moon Skywolf, utilizing its essence, whereas the one before him was not made from the tail of an ordinary Silver Moon Skywolf, but from that of a Silver Moon Skywolf King. The Silver Moon Skywolf King was, in fact, a rank 3 magical beast. Extracting the essence from its tail-tip hair would undoubtedly entail the wastage of numerous Skywolf King corpses. The Xiao family was indeed extraordinary. "Young Master Luo Chen, please commence," Xiao Zhan urged, his anticipation mounting. "It matters not if it is not perfectly written, as long as it is penned by your own hand." Xiao Chen's countenance was equally expectant. "I am truly exasperated by the 2 of you," Xiao Xian'er pouted, expressing her speechlessness and slight protestation. "Since that is the case, I shall present my humble offering." Luo Chen's expression turned solemn, and he proceeded to dip the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf brush into the inkstone. His face filled with earnestness as he began to write on the paper. In his past life, Luo Chen was exceptionally skilled in poetry and prose. Thus, writing 2 love poems in the running script was effortless and facile. Once the 2 love poems were completed, the scholarly aura and the majestic, unrestrained characters manifested upon the white paper, not only meticulously neat, but also possessing immense aesthetic appeal. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," as expected of a young prodigy. "Your calligraphy alone is sufficient for a career in the imperial court." Xiao Zhan was overjoyed, hastily accepting a copy of the love poem, praising it as if it were a priceless treasure, his keen eyes filled with surprise. He had not anticipated that Luo Chen, at such a young age, could create such aesthetically pleasing characters. Such talent fully deserved the title of poetry immortal. Of course, this appellation was not solely of his making, but had been widely circulated and established in the central capital royal city. "Not bad, not bad," With this calligraphy, I can fulfill the noble person's commission. Xiao Chen also wore a look of elation, not expecting Luo Chen's running script to be even better than he had imagined. At the same time, he secretly mused that if Luo Chen could indeed gain the favor of that great figure, he would likely soar to great heights and become an influential figure in the central capital royal city. With a grand gesture, Xiao Chen stored the calligraphy book in his storage ring and inquired, "Young Master Luo Chen, since your literary talent is so remarkable, might you be free this evening?" "I do have some free time, but may I ask what it is that you require, Brother Xiao?" Luo Chen responded, his sole aim being to devise a way to acquire the fiery Qilin beast. Thus, aside from gathering materials, he found himself rather unoccupied. This evening, Hongyun Tower is hosting a gathering of talented scholars and beautiful maidens, with numerous noble young masters and students from the Star Academy in attendance. With your literary prowess, you should certainly give it a try. After all, such events often come with a share of rewards. Xiao Chen urged enthusiastically. Rewards? Luo Chen's interest was piqued. He knew that at such lavish banquets, the noble young masters were exceedingly generous, and attending might yield unexpected gains. "What do you think? Are you interested?" Xiao Chen asked. Luo Chen nodded. "If there are indeed treasures to be found, I shall give it a try." "Excellent. In that case, we shall go together." A satisfied smile graced Xiao Chen's face, and his gaze towards Luo Chen grew increasingly appreciative. "I wish to join as well. You cannot leave me behind." Xiaoxianer interjected eagerly. "Rest assured, for such a grand affair, we shall certainly attend together," Xiao Chen replied with a gentle smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of affection for his sister. It was clear within the Xiao family that not only did Xiao Zhan dote on Xiaoxianer, but her brother too. "Humph, that is more like it." Xiao Xiener's willow leaf eyebrows arched, a glimmer of anticipation gracing her goddess-like countenance, for if Luo Chen's poetry could achieve renown within the royal capital of Zhongdu, his name would swiftly reverberate throughout the entire Star Empire. "Chinner," Xiao Zhan instructed, "young Master Luo Chen has been of such great assistance to us. Upon our arrival at the Grand Fortune Pavilion, regardless of the circumstances, you must ensure his safety. Do you understand?" "Understood, Father." Xiao Chen respectfully acknowledged, his expression turning solemn. Subsequently, Xiao Zhan turned his gaze towards Luo Chen, saying with a smile, "Furthermore, young Master Luo Chen, as you are a friend of our Xiao family, we shall also extend our protection to your Luo family." Chapter 53, Gathering of Prominent Families, Royal Capital Grand Assembly. After departing from the Xiao residence, Xiao Xiener continued to ride upon her snow-winged, maned lion, gliding through the lower altitude. Meanwhile, Luo Chen, together with Xiao Chen, was seated within an exceedingly opulent carriage, en route to the Grand Fortune Pavilion to partake in the gathering of talented scholars and beautiful women. Upon arrival, Luo Chen discerned that the Grand Fortune Pavilion was not a mere tavern, but rather a secluded courtyard, adorned with pavilions, flora, streams, and a faint mist permeating the surroundings, evoking a semblance of a celestial realm. This discovery caused Luo Chen's eyes to gleam, as he mused that such an arrangement bore a striking resemblance to the exclusive clubs of his former life, albeit elevated in grandeur by several orders of magnitude. At this moment, within the Grand Fortune Pavilion, numerous scions of prominent families had congregated, and even some ladies of esteemed status had graced the occasion with their presence. For it must be known that the gathering of talented scholars and beautiful women was a grand assembly of the royal capital, and to achieve renown here was tantamount to achieving renown throughout the entirety of the Star Empire. Fortune favors the fortunate. If one catches the eye of a prominent figure and receives even a modicum of nurturing, they may ascend to the ranks of remarkable prowess. Thus, aside from the esteemed young lords and ladies, many stewards and attendants, armed with paper and pen, stand ever ready to transcribe. Their expressions are imbued with anticipation and fervor. Should they succeed in recording exquisite poetry, substantial rewards would surely follow. "Look, is that not Master Xiao Chen? And there is Miss Xiener." Suddenly, a stir ripples through the crowd as both Xiao Chen and Xiao Xiener make their entrance into the Hongyun Tower. A wave of astonishment sweeps across many faces, their gazes revealing glimmers of admiration. Yet, the majority of attention is drawn to Xiao Xiener. This is not merely a case of favoring the fairer sex, but rather, Xiao Xiener possesses an extraordinary beauty that is simply unparalleled. Without even mentioning her alluring figure, her unique aura captivates all. As she glides gracefully, it is as though a celestial being has descended from the heavens to grace the scene. Such beauty is truly a rare gem, an exquisite treasure of the mortal realm. Indeed, Upon beholding Xiao Xian'er, many aristocratic young men find their breaths quickening, their eyes ablaze with fervent desire. Were it not for Xiao Chen's presence, they would have been unable to restrain themselves from approaching her, seizing the opportunity to make their own presence felt. In stark contrast, Luo Chen, standing beside Xiao Xian'er, has nearly become invisible, and due to his mid-level cultivation, many even perceive him as nothing more than a mere scholar-s attendant. A scholar-s attendant? What does that entail? Merely a companion in study. In response, Luo Chen remained unfazed, merely shrugging his shoulders in resignation as he followed behind the two individuals, entering the venue and selecting a secluded corner to sit. The delicate curve of her lips blossomed into a playful smile as Xiao Xian'er couldn't help but cover her mouth in a fit of giggles. Brother Luo Chen, they all treat you like a transparent person. How amusing. Cough, cough. After all, my realm is rather low, so it's quite unavoidable, Luo Chen remarked, rubbing his nose. A faint bitter smile gracing his lips. Despite his dominance in Blackstone City, here in the royal city of Zhongdu, he was but an inconspicuous existence, unknown to all. However, Xiao Xian'er suddenly brightened with anticipation, laughing sweetly. When they see Brother Luo Chen's talent, they will surely be astonished, won't they? Hee. I am rather looking forward to it now. Indeed, with Master Luo Chen's remarkable abilities, although he might not secure the first place at the Talent and Beauty Conference, achieving a spot in the top 10 should be well within reach. Xiao Chen also smiled, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. In his view, if Luo Chen could secure a place in the top 10, it would already be a significant achievement. As for the top 3, or even the first, such thoughts felt almost blasphemous. It is essential to consider that each of the distinguished young masters present were well-versed scholars. To stand out among them and claim a position in the top 10 was no small feat. The top 10, you say? Luo Chen chuckled softly, a hint of amusement flitting across his lips. If I so desired, even the first place would pose no challenge. The key lies in whether there is anything at this gathering that stirs my heart. Everyone, look. Young Master Sun Xinghe has also arrived. Sun Xinghe is certainly a paragon among the students of the Outer Academy, possessing strength that places him among the top 3. Suddenly, a gasp ripples through the crowd as a strikingly handsome young nobleman with sharp brows and bright eyes strides into the arena, clad in the uniform of the Star Academy. He exudes an air of subtle arrogance, as if his prowess were unparalleled. This distinguished individual is none other than Sun Xinghe, a standout among the Outer Academy students and the esteemed heir of the Sun family, holding a position of great privilege. As he basks in the admiration surrounding him, Sun Xinghe nods in satisfaction, elegantly fanning himself with a folding fan before casually selecting a seat. Following his arrival, the tables nearby bow respectfully, their occupants displaying faces filled with reverence. Observing this, Sun Xinghe's satisfaction deepens, and a palpable sense of pride radiates from his countenance. Young Master Sun, look. That Luo Chen has actually arrived, a venomous voice suddenly interjects, belonging to none other than Luo Zhenyan. As a devoted sycophant of Sun Xinghe, he promptly reports upon spotting Luo Chen. What? That little wretch Luo Chen is here too? Sun Xinghe's brow furrows, and he follows Luo Zhenyan's pointed finger to a corner where he soon locates Luo Chen. In an instant, the satisfaction on his face vanishes, replaced by anger and deep-seated resentment. Damn it, this brat just won't quit. After avoiding disgrace at the academy gates, he dares to show up at the gathering of talented individuals? Did that vile cur genuinely believe his baseborn status permitted him access to any locale he fancied? Sun Xinghe, consumed by wrath, would have gladly run the scoundrel through were Xiao Chen not present. Why was that troublemaker perpetually underfoot? Young Master Sun, the gathering of gifted scholars and beauties is about to commence. Why expend our energy on such a dog? With a disdainful snort, he shifted his gaze from Luo Chen to Xiao Xian'er, his eyes gleaming with fervent desire. Behold, Prince Punkuan has arrived. Heavens, even Yin Chixing is present. Who would have imagined that this year's assembly would be graced by these two luminaries? A fresh wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Even the scions of affluent families were taken aback, and a hint of deference flickered across Sun Xinghe's face. Luo Zhenyan and his ilk were even more obsequious, their expressions ones of abject humility. Following the chorus of astonishment, a youth clad in golden robes, a golden coronet upon his head, strode purposefully into the hall, making his way to the central dais, where he seated himself with regal composure. This young man, named Ho Punkuan, was the son of the divine martial king, known as Prince Punkuan. Not only was he of noble birth and distinguished lineage, but he was also a prodigy in his own right. Despite his youth, He had already attained the pinnacle of the earthly origin realm, hailed as the foremost among the outer court students of the Star Academy. His arrival caused an immediate sensation throughout the assembly. Despite his tender years, should Ho Pengkuan mature, he would almost certainly inherit his father's title, enter the imperial court, and become a powerful marquis who could influence the political landscape. Indeed, he even proclaimed that he would one day surpass his father and become a prince, thus earning the moniker Young Prince Pengkuan among the populace. Upon his arrival, who present would not show deference and admiration. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across the sky, and a barefoot youth descended like a falling star onto the center of the gathering, promptly taking a seat in the middle. This seemingly ordinary lad, unkempt and disheveled with casually strewn hair, was none other than Yin Chixing, the foremost prodigy of Star Academy. Moreover, he was the personal disciple of the esteemed dean. Even more formidable was the fact that during his time in the transformation realm, he possessed a staggering 15,000 pounds of brute strength, earning him the title of the strongest being within Star Academy. Now, he had advanced to the celestial origin realm. Both his strength and cultivation were unfathomable, leaving others in awe. If young Prince Pengkuan was a star, then he was the radiant moon, constantly emitting light, dazzling, and inspiring reverence. Young Prince, Senior Yin, I did not anticipate your presence here. My deepest respects. Sun Xinghe hastily stepped forward, offering his respectful greetings. Despite his own impressive background, he paled in comparison to these two figures. Ho Pengkuan cast a sidelong glance at him, a playful smirk gracing his lips, before gesturing towards the empty seat beside him. Sun Xinghe, since you're here, you may as well take a seat here. Thank you, young prince. Sun Xinghe, filled with delight, promptly seated himself, his face a mask of astonishment. His sycophantic gaze flitted toward Luo Chen from time to time, a hint of pride lifting the corners of his mouth, as if sharing a table with Prince Pengkuan and Yin Chixing was a monumental honor. Meanwhile, Luo Chen could only retreat to a corner, gazing up at his own insignificance. This sensation rendered Sun Xinghe as though he were floating among the clouds, ethereal and buoyant. Observing that Sun Xinghe had taken a central position, many young heirs cast envious glances, tinged with regret, silently cursing themselves for not being more proactive in extending greetings, thereby earning the favor of these two extraordinary talents. Chapter 54. The Five Elements Talisman Paper. With the arrival of Prince Kunping and Yin Chixing, the atmosphere became increasingly vibrant. Numerous young aristocrats approached to offer their respects, displaying the deference due to such esteemed guests. As the son of a prince, Ho Pengkuan exhibited remarkable social skills, effortlessly rallying a group of noble youths with a few well-chosen words, thereby transforming the gathering into a lively affair, with him and Yin Chixing at the helm. Although seated at the same table as Prince Kunping, Yin Chixing spoke little, preferring to sip his wine in silence, which only deepened the air of mystery surrounding him. As the evening progressed, with the wine flowing and the dishes served, the ambience intensified. Many young nobles clamored for Prince Kunping to take on the role of host. As a representative, Sun Xinghe stepped into the arena, greeting the crowd with a respectful gesture, and spoke first. Prince Pengkuan, given your esteemed status and your reputation as the foremost expert from the Outer Academy, it is only fitting that you pose the questions for us to answer. Is it not the wish of all? Indeed, Prince Pengkuan, please present the questions. If you choose not to, who else would possess the right to do so? Young Prince, we eagerly await your queries. The young gentleman echoed this sentiment, and even the young ladies from noble families wore expressions of anticipation. It was indeed a consensus that Prince Pengkuan should be the one to pose the questions. I am but a youth, lacking in virtue and capability to preside over this gathering of talented individuals, Luo Pengkuan remarked. In my humble opinion, let Miss Yenner take the lead in posing the questions. Luo Pengkuan stood up, shaking his head in resignation, and waved his hand to indicate his refusal. His fervent gaze then shifted to Xiao Yenner, earnestly inviting her. Miss Yenner, as the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, would it not be more appropriate for you to present the questions? What? Allow the eldest daughter of the Xiao family to pose the questions. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their gazes shifting to Xiao Yenner, then back to Luo Pengkuan. The expressions on their faces became somewhat peculiar, as it seemed that Prince Pengkuan was quite taken with Miss Yenner as well. Luo Pengkuan, if you intend to present the questions, do so quickly, and do not shift the focus onto my sister, lest you provoke my ire. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold, his displeasure evident. Despite Prince Pengkuan's formidable presence, Xiao Chen remained unperturbed. Brother Xiao Chen, Miss Yenner, as the esteemed eldest daughter of the Xiao family. Offering her the opportunity to pose a question is merely a gesture of my goodwill. Why must you appear so displeased? However, Ho Pengkuan remained unfazed. His gaze fixated on Xiao Xian'er as he politely inquired before the assembly, "Miss Xian'er, do you not agree?" Xiao Chun, feeling helpless, shook his head. Given that the matter had been presented so plainly, he could not express anger on behalf of his sister, regardless of his protective instincts. Prince Pengkuan, while I possess the qualification to pose a question, I find myself rather fatigued today and thus lack the interest to do so. Perhaps you might consider posing the question yourself. Xiao Xian'er gently declined, subtly inching closer to Luo Chen, as if she sought solace solely in his presence. Ah. Since Miss Xian'er holds no interest, I shall take it upon myself to pose a question. Ho Pengkuan had never genuinely intended for Xiao Xian'er to pose a question. He merely wished to garner favor in the presence of beauty. However, upon observing Xiao Xian'er's evident reliance on Luo Chen, his expression shifted slightly, darkening with a hint of malice, as if a fierce glint surged within his eyes. In an instant, he comprehended that Xiao Xian'er's refusal stemmed not from fatigue, but rather from the presence of that unremarkable young man beside her. Who could this individual be? Merely in the mid-stage of transformation, and yet he has won the favor of Miss Xian'er? Moreover, Xiao Chen is exceedingly courteous towards him? Could it be that this individual is a scion of a prominent family? Or perhaps, like myself, he is a scion of nobility? Ho Pengkuan's expression turned perplexed, his countenance as dark as murky waters. If this were indeed the case, he would need to devise a strategy to wrest Xiao Xian'er from Luo Chen's grasp. Throughout history, heroes have been enamored with beautiful maidens. Who could resist the allure of a stunning beauty like Xiao Xian'er? Several months prior, Ho Pengkuan had resolved to win Xiao Xian'er's affections at the gathering of talented scholars and beautiful maidens, intending to propose to the Xiao family thereafter. Yet, unexpectedly, Luo Chen had emerged as an unforeseen rival. With a smile, Ho Pengkuan inclined his head towards Luo Chen, politely inquiring, "Esteemed junior, may I ask to which noble family you belong? How is it that you are seated alongside Miss Xian'er?" Noticing Luo Chen clad in the attire of the Star Academy, he instinctively regarded him as a junior. Are you addressing me?" Luo Chen replied, momentarily taken aback, his expression one of bemusement. "Hee. You are the only one seated with Miss Xian'er in this entire venue, so it is undoubtedly you I am inquiring about," Ho Pengkuan stated with feigned nonchalance. "I am Luo Chen, of the Luo family," came Luo Chen's understated response. "The Luo family? That Luo family?" Ho Pengkuan's brow furrowed, his mind racing in search of recognition. Yet he realized he had never heard of such a family. "Young prince, do not trouble yourself over it. The Luo family is hardly a prominent lineage. Merely a small clan from a remote town." Suddenly, Sun Xinghe stepped forward, sneering as he elucidated. "So, he's merely a scion of a minor family." Ho Pengkuan's realization dawned upon him. While maintaining an outwardly composed facade, he secretly reveled in mirth. How could a mere scion of a small family dare to vie for Xiao Xian'er's affections against him? Grateful for his politeness, I realized it was merely a waste of expression. While contemplating this, Ho Pengkuan remarked, "Although you hail from a minor family, since you are brought by Miss Xian'er, you are indeed my friend. If you are interested, you may participate in the quiz later." After uttering these words, he waved his sleeve and turned away, never casting another glance at Luo Chen, epitomizing disdain to the utmost degree. How intriguing, Luo Chen mused, unperturbed, a smile forming at the corners of his eyes. To him, Ho Pengkuan was merely a genius born of alchemical abundance, hardly a figure to fear. Were it not for the princely aura he bore, such a person would have met their demise 100 times over in the wilderness. "Luo Chen, this fellow seems to hold you in contempt," remarked Xiao Xian'er, stifling a laugh, her enchanting gaze laced with a hint of mockery. Luo Chen shrugged, exclaiming, "Having a beauty by my side is quite troublesome. No matter where I am, I seem to attract attention. It is truly vexing." "Oh dear, Luo Chen, are you expressing disdain for me?" Xiao Xian'er sniffled, her lovely eyes shimmering with unshed tears, a picture of innocent grievance, as if her beauty were a fault. Gently patting her head, Luo Chen reassured her, "Disdain? How could that be? While it is indeed a bit of a bother, having someone pay attention to me does seem to have its merits, right?" Upon hearing these words, Xiao Xian'er was instantly filled with joy. The look of grievance vanished without a trace, replaced by elation, and her heart fluttered with a subtle delight. It seemed that the attention from Luo Chen brought her immense happiness. "Young Master Luo Chen, if you're confident, feel free to answer the questions," she declared. "If Ho Pengkuan dares to utter any harsh words, I shall be the first to defend you." At that moment, Luo Chen interjected, observing the intimacy between Luo Chen and Xiao. Instead of feeling displeased, he felt a sense of approval and was even quite protective of Luo Chen. The Xiao family, a prestigious lineage, had no need to rely on marriage to enhance their standing. Moreover, Luo Chen believed that his sister's choice of friends was her own affair. As her brother, he had no right to interfere, provided Luo Chen was not a bad person. Brother Luo Chen, I shall remember that. After all, I represent the Xiao family on this occasion. If I happen to answer a few poems correctly, it would surely elevate our family's reputation. Luo Chen nodded in agreement. That is splendid. Luo Chen felt a surge of excitement. If the Xiao family could shine at the talent gathering, it would undoubtedly be a favorable outcome. Heavens! 5 elements talisman paper? It is truly 5 elements talisman paper. Upon witnessing these colorful slips of paper, the entire audience erupted with exhilaration. They had not anticipated that merely in the first round, Hopunkuin would present such a treasure. It is important to note that standard talisman paper is typically used to craft low, medium, or high-grade spiritual talismans, whereas the 5 elements talisman paper can be utilized to create even more advanced 5 elements spiritual talismans. The 5 elements talisman possesses the remarkable ability to store 5 distinctly different elemental forces, its potency far surpassing that of high-grade talismans, transcending the realm of auxiliary artifacts to become a true weapon. The 5 elements talisman paper is exceedingly rare. Even among prominent families, it is seldom encountered, with each sheet valued at over 100,000 taels of gold. This illustrates the immense rarity and preciousness of the 5 elements talisman paper. Upon discovering this item, Luo Chen felt a surge of excitement within him. He was preparing to gather materials to craft talismans for dealing with the fire-treading Chilan beast in the Monster Beast mountain range, only to unexpectedly encounter 3 sheets of 5 elements talisman paper at the Talented Scholars and Beautiful Maidens Conference. What a stroke of fortune, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure without any effort. Chapter 55, A Gathering of Heroes. A clash of dragons and tigers. The 5 elements talisman paper is not only in high demand by others, but it is equally essential for Luo Chen. With this item in hand, his chances of capturing the fire-treading Chilan beast would undoubtedly increase. Who would have thought he would come across such a valuable treasure at the conference? These 3 sheets of 5 elements talisman paper are mine for the taking. However, although I possess the ability to refine high-grade talismans, I must not reveal this capability just yet. I must proceed with caution. Luo Chen murmured softly, his eyes shimmering with excitement, a truly unexpected windfall. It appears that Prince Pinkuin is quite astute, producing the 5 elements talisman paper rather than the 5 elements talisman itself. Should I acquire this talisman paper, I may very well find myself in a position of needing to seek his assistance. Luo Chen, however, let out a cold snort, succinctly uncovering the crux of the matter. Indeed, while Prince Pinkuin appears courteous, he is, in reality, a remarkably shrewd individual. Xiao nodded in agreement. They were indeed correct. Although the 5 elements talisman paper appeared to be precious, without a senior talisman master, one would inevitably find themselves relying on Hopunkuin. Such esteemed talisman masters were exceedingly rare. Within the entirety of the royal city, there existed but a handful. Should one acquire the 5 elements talisman paper yet lack the means to utilize it, the situation would be quite awkward. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the talisman paper, the entire assembly could not help but express their astonishment. Some even gasped, their faces flushed with excitement, their eyes fixed intently upon the 3 sheets of 5 elements talisman paper. Who would not covet such a treasure? Even Sun Xinghe's gaze burned with fervor, his heart racing with anticipation. Only Yin Chixing remained seated, quietly savoring his fruit wine, casting not even a cursory glance at the talisman paper, as if it were beneath his notice. His presence at the Talented Scholars and Beauties Gala seemed merely to partake in the festivities. Hopunkuin was quite pleased with the crowd's reaction. With a chuckle, he proclaimed, "Now that you have all beheld this treasure, I shall present my challenge." With that, a quaint azure longsword suddenly materialized in his hand, which he wielded to inscribe 2 striking characters upon the wall. Ask of love. These 2 simple words carried profound significance, elusive in their meaning. Indeed, you have not misheard. The first challenge of this Talented Scholars and Beauties Gala is to ask of love. Should anyone compose a poem on this theme that satisfies me, they shall be rewarded with the 3 sheets of 5 elements talisman paper. Without limitations on word count or theme, the emphasis must be on the subject matter. With his sword sheathed, Hopunkuin stood proudly in the center and proclaimed, "A question of love? I did not anticipate that the first inquiry would concern such sentiment. Upon hearing this, all present bowed their heads in contemplation, as a flurry of poetry and verses raced through their minds, each striving to answer swiftly and claim victory. Suddenly, Sun Xinghe stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect, and said, "Though this question is challenging, I have composed similar love poems before, and I would like to give it a try. Since you are confident, then please proceed." Ho Pengkuan replied calmly. "Thank you, Your Highness." Sun Xinghe nodded, and with a gleam in his eyes, he recited aloud. The beauty rolls up her beaded curtain, seated in deep thought, her brows furrowed. Only the traces of tears remain. Yet I know not whom her heart resents. After finishing, he added, "This poem is titled Resentment and Love, and I humbly present it." Resentment and Love? What a poignant title. As soon as his poem was delivered, a wave of applause erupted from the audience. Sun Xinghe, after all, was a young master from a prominent family, well versed in knowledge. Although he often peered through cracks to observe others, it was undeniable that his response to the question was remarkably clever. By framing resentment and love against the inquiry of love, he achieved a harmonious interplay, perfectly executed. Quite good. Ho Pengkuan nodded slightly, offering his approval. Sun Xinghe, your poem Resentment and Love has met my standards. Both your choice of words and your rhyme scheme are of exceptional quality. Now, is there anyone else who wishes to take on the challenge? The young prince. The stout man declared his willingness to step forward for a trial. Suddenly, a robust voice resonated from the audience. As a burly figure pushed through the crowd and approached the center, clasping his hands in greeting. Xiong Tao? Although you are not the heir of a prominent family, but rather an independent practitioner, if you wish to give it a try, then by all means, proceed. Ho Pengkuan nodded, exuding the aura of a host. Thank you, young prince. The stout man once again cupped his fists and proclaimed with a booming voice. There is a beauty, unforgettable upon sight. A day without seeing her. My thoughts whirl like a tempest. Enter my realm of yearning. Know of my sorrowful longing. Longing for you endlessly, memories linger, brief encounters stretch into infinity. Upon concluding his verse, he laughed heartily, his voice echoing throughout the venue. This poem is titled Drunken Longing, composed during my travels across the seas. Pray, forgive my humble attempt. Despite his modest words, a hint of pride flickered upon his face, revealing his evident confidence in his creation. Drunken longing? It sounds decent enough. Regrettably, due to my unfamiliarity with this individual, I found little interest. After a slight nod, I casually remarked, this poem does exhibit remarkable talent, yet it pales in comparison to Sun Xinghe's work, lacking the essence of inquiring into emotions. You, the burly man faltered, a flash of irritation darting across his gaze. However, sensing the shift in mood among several audience members, he quickly shook his head, offering a forced smile. It appears I, Xiong, have been overly presumptuous. Very well, if I fail to capture the young prince's admiration, I shall take the role of a mere spectator. Having uttered these words, he retreated into the throng, effectively forfeiting his turn. Now then, inquired in a sonorous voice that resonated throughout the venue. Who else dares to venture forth and test their mettle? In response, a prolonged silence descended upon the assembly. The crowd exchanged glances, each face mirroring a shared astonishment. They had initially perceived the challenge as relatively straightforward. Yet it seemed that even the burly man's exceptional verse had failed to impress the discerning eye of the esteemed young prince. Consequently, those with more pedestrian compositions wisely chose to keep their efforts to themselves, deeming it futile to even attempt a recitation. Since no one else wishes to try, remarked with a faint smile playing upon his lips, I shall endeavor to offer my own humble attempt. Upon hearing this, S' interest was piqued, and he swiftly interjected, Your Highness. While it is true that you are the one who posed the question, as a celebrated talent renowned throughout the capital, your personal demonstration would undoubtedly be a sight to behold, bringing unparalleled honor to our humble. In that case, acquiesced, I shall, with some reluctance, give it a try. With a flourish, brandished his sword, unleashing a dazzling display of swordplay. I have composed a love poem entitled, he announced, Observe closely. With a measured yet incisive swordsmanship, he inscribed the poem. Then, turning his gaze upon, he bowed respectfully, stating, I dedicate this poem to our most enchanting and peerless miss, with the hope that it finds favor in her eyes. Upon the recitation of this poem, the audience was enveloped in a profound astonishment, gazing at the verses displayed upon the wall, as if entrapped within the exquisite realm of its beauty. This poem encapsulated themes of affection, melancholy, and the ethereal imagery of mandarin ducks and fairies, all representing the most exquisite elements of existence. It was nothing short of sublime. Furthermore, this poem was dedicated to Xiao Xian'er, and in doing so, Ho Pengkuan had effectively declared his love publicly. What a splendid expression of admiration for the mandarin ducks, devoid of envy for the celestial beings. How marvelous, truly marvelous. Little did anyone anticipate that Prince Pengkuan possessed such remarkable talent. The spectators were thoroughly astonished, their gazes fixed upon Ho Pengkuan, each pair of eyes reflecting sheer amazement. The young ladies from noble families nearly collectively turned their attention towards Xiao Xian'er, their eyes ablaze with envy, nearly driven to madness by their admiration. With merely a single poem, Ho Pengkuan had captivated the hearts of all present. Upon the emergence of your poem, Tianyuan, Prince, it is certain that this gathering of talented individuals and beautiful maidens will resonate throughout the capital. Admiration, admiration. Sun Xinghe promptly offered his flattery, his face adorned with sycophancy, while Luo Chen and others, without hesitation, joined in a chorus of extravagant praise, nearly elevating Ho Pengkuan to the heavens. Initially, upon encountering Ho Pengkuan, they had abandoned the notion of vying for the top position. However, with this newfound opportunity, they were eager to curry favor with the illustrious prince. With Prince Pengkuan's protection, they could easily navigate their way through the esteemed Star Academy in the future. Meanwhile, upon hearing this poem, Yin Qixing's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, as if he too was astonished by Ho Pengkuan's extraordinary talent. Poetry and song, though not a contest of martial prowess, represent an undeniably significant skill. Within the Celestial Empire, despite its profound martial traditions, governance is predominantly in the hands of literati. Exceptional martial ability does not necessarily equate to effective statecraft or the management of national affairs. Consequently, those of remarkable talent often receive the empire's attention, and may even be invited to serve within the royal court. Moreover, the reputation of scholars holds great importance in the Celestial Empire. For instance, should a renowned poet fall victim to a master of the celestial realm on the streets, it would not take long for that master to find himself abandoned in the wilderness, pursued relentlessly by countless adversaries. Even escaping to the farthest corners of the earth would be futile, for the act of killing a literatus incurs the enmity of the entire Celestial Empire. Thus, when Ho Pengkuan displayed his talents, even someone as proud as Yin Qixing could not help but regard him with a measure of astonishment. Ah, esteemed guests, I beg your indulgence. Seeing the shock upon the faces of the crowd, Ho Pengkuan sheathed his sword and waved the 3 talismans of the 5 elements. Smiling as he inquired, "Is there anyone else who wishes to take a chance? If not, I shall claim victory in the first round." The young prince, with his extraordinary gifts and prodigious talent, undoubtedly deserves the win. Sun Xinghe quickly interjected, his face a mask of flattery. Indeed, aside from the young prince, who else could possibly answer the first question? The young prince has rightfully secured victory in the first round. The crowd echoed, voicing no dissent. It was not mere sycophancy. Rather, the poem Tianyuan was indeed a work of remarkable brilliance, compelling their genuine admiration. That Ho Pengkuan is truly shameless, devising the questions himself only to seize 3 5 elements talismans. Xiao Chen scoffed, his face a mask of displeasure. Indeed, I concur that he is quite unscrupulous. Xiao Xian'er added with a nod, her delicate features betraying no hint of joy despite being the poem's heroine. However, their words were scarcely uttered when a voice, brimming with arrogance and self-assurance, resonated, reaching every ear present. "May I be permitted to attempt the challenge?" As the voice subsided, a refined-looking youth stepped into the arena, standing before the assembled throng. Chapter 56, Talent Supreme, Unmatched in the Realm. The instant this young man entered, a wave of astonished gazes descended upon him, each pair of eyes widening in careful scrutiny. The youth was not particularly tall, but possessed a striking elegance, his fair skin tinged with a subtle tan, indicative of robust health, lacking the dashing handsomeness of Sun Xinghe and the overbearing pride of Ho Pengkuan. His mere presence exuded an aura akin to a refreshing spring breeze. The newcomer was none other than Luo Chen. Having observed from the audience for an extended period, his eagerness had reached its zenith, particularly upon witnessing Ho Pengkuan's attempt to once again claim the 3 5 elements talismans. Thus, he immediately rose to the occasion. These 5 elements talismans were his for the taking. Is that not Luo Chen, the young master from that minor clan? What brings him here? Could it be that he intends to challenge Prince Pengkuan? Ignorance is indeed bliss, a mere country bumpkin audacious enough to challenge Prince Penkuan? Where does he find such audacity? Yet, upon discerning Luo Chen, many faces contorted in disdain, unable to suppress their low chuckles. Even with members of the Shao family present, they remained utterly unperturbed. After all, while they held the Shao family in reverence, they had no such regard for Luo Chen. In their eyes, he was merely the scion of a modest family, lacking in any substantial experience. His attendance at the gathering of talented individuals was solely due to the backing of the Shao family. Otherwise, he wouldn't even possess the right to sit, relegated instead to standing like a servant. At this moment, Luo Chen dared to challenge Prince Penkuan's celestial dust affinity. Was he not courting disaster? Or had he, upon seeing the 5 elements talisman, lost his senses in a fit of excitement? Luo Chen, how unexpected it is to see you. A flicker of surprise passed through Ho Penkuan's eyes. To him, this young man was merely a minor noble, devoid of any real insight. The rural artifacts he brought forth would hardly garner attention in the royal city. Just a mere scion, and he truly believes himself a genius. Sun Xing scoffed, his contempt unabashedly displayed across his features. He had always held disdain for Luo Chen, and witnessing his public humiliation provided an irresistible opportunity for mockery. This country bumpkin dares to embarrass himself at a gathering of the gifted? Does he intend to perform a rustic love song? Haha, trash belongs in the trash bin. Luo Chen, Prince Penkuan previously suggested you could come up to try your hand. Merely a courteous remark, but who would have thought you'd actually take the bait? Do you not possess even a modicum of self-awareness regarding your own status? In the mid-stage of the transformation realm, one is hardly more than a mere doorkeeper. Yet here stands someone daring to present themselves in such a farcical manner. It is truly laughable. Luo Chen, the subject of their mockery, found himself the target of scornful gazes from Luo Junyan and his companions, who regarded him as nothing more than a comical spectacle. Indeed, while it was true that Luo Chen possessed the strength to shatter trial stones with a single punch, he remained merely a mid-stage transformation realm practitioner. No matter his prowess, within the hallowed halls of Star Academy, he was regarded as among the lowest tier of existence. Without the backing of the Shao family, to these external students, he was merely a jester, unworthy of the stage at the Talent and Beauty Conference. As these sentiments echoed throughout the crowd, many faces transformed into expressions of realization, followed by pointed fingers and expressions of disdain. Is he not just a country bumpkin? They murmured. How dare he disgrace himself at such a prestigious gathering? What audacity! Amidst the cacophony of derision, Luo Chen stood firm, his demeanor as tranquil as a clear sky. With a light chuckle, he addressed the assembly. Prince Penkuan, this Talent and Beauty Conference is intended for all to showcase their abilities. I must inquire, do your previous words still hold weight? Indeed, they do, replied Ho Penkuan, feigning politeness despite his evident disdain. The question I posed is open to all. Anyone who can answer may step forward to attempt it. Even if one were to embarrass themselves, it would be of no consequence. Luo Chen, if you possess the confidence, then by all means, give it a try. His words were laced with subtlety, yet there was no mistaking Ho Penkuan's contempt for Luo Chen, an attitude brimming with condescension. Upon hearing this, Yin Qixing's brows slightly furrowed as he lifted his gaze, casting a glance at Luo Chen, seemingly astonished. How could a mere country gentleman dare to embarrass himself at the gathering of talents and nobility in the grand city of Zhongdu? Was this audacity born from confidence or ignorance? It was infuriating. How despicable of Ho Penkuan to look down upon others so disdainfully. Xiao Xianer, unable to bear the scene, pouted her cherry lips and exclaimed, Brother, shall we take Brother Luo Chen away? I truly cannot endure this wretched place any longer. Calm down, sister, Xiao Chen interjected, his eyes glinting with determination. Luo Chen represents our Shao family. Since he dares to step forward, he must possess some assurance. I believe we should place our trust in him. If we take him away now, it would be akin to retreating in the face of adversity, which would only bring greater shame. Despite understanding this, Xiao Xianer could not help but shake her small fist in frustration, her enchanting yet delicate eyes flickering with concern as they remained fixed on Luo Chen, anxious that he might falter or fail to respond. This was a gathering of illustrious talents, after all, with numerous renowned figures and noble youths in attendance. To suffer public humiliation in such a venue would be notorious, reverberating throughout the entire city. Let us observe for now. If Luo Chen is unable to answer, we can leave then, and it would not be too late. Xiao Chen remarked, his gaze unwaveringly focused on Luo Chen, awaiting his words. One must speak with elegance amidst the vast layers of clouds and the twilight, snow-capped mountains. To whom shall my solitary shadow wander? With that, Luo Chen bowed slightly to the assembly and calmly declared, I humbly present myself. What? The poem, initially met with skepticism and derision, soon captivated the audience as the verses, steeped in the complexities of love and sorrow, unfolded. Faces that once wore expressions of disdain transformed into masks of astonishment as each listener stood entranced. What had been presumed to be a simple rustic composition revealed itself to be a masterwork of unparalleled brilliance. My goodness, what sort of poetry is this? The depth of emotion expressed is astounding. Upon hearing these lines, I felt an overwhelming urge to embrace love myself. Can it truly be that Luo Chen hails from the countryside? This poem, it possesses an ethereal quality that renders any comparison, particularly with Sun Xinghe, utterly insignificant. What experiences must Luo Chen have endured to craft such a profoundly emotional piece at the tender age of 16? Could it be that he is not a mere country boy, but rather someone from the palace? Yet, even the most learned scholars of the court could scarcely produce a work infused with such heartfelt sentiment. It is simply exquisite. This singular poem alone is sufficient to overshadow all others. Following the initial shock, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, their eyes reflecting disbelief and admiration. They pondered the nature of Luo Chen's experiences that could inspire such a deeply felt composition. The emotions within the poem transported them, allowing them to envision themselves as lovers, willing to sacrifice everything for love. Moreover, such an extraordinary piece is destined to spread like wildfire throughout the capital of Zhongdu, and perhaps even across the entire Star Empire. Could this young man truly be a poetic genius? Otherwise, how could he possess such extraordinary talent and defy the heavens? Especially upon hearing such exquisite and deeply heartfelt poetry. The gazes of all towards Luo Chen transformed dramatically. At this moment, no one dared to label him merely as a country gentleman. A person of such remarkable talent could only emerge from esteemed noble families or scholarly lineages. Even though Luo Chen's status remained humble in the eyes of the crowd, his figure had ascended to an imposing stature. This was no longer mere brute strength. It was a manifestation of unparalleled genius. What is love in this world? It compels one to pledge their very life. Xiao Xian'er murmured softly, her enchanting eyes filled with astonishment. Although she had previously witnessed Luo Chen's brilliance, witnessing it once more left her utterly amazed. What kind of mind does this fellow possess? How could he be so extraordinarily gifted? Is his mind perhaps a repository of knowledge? It is truly unexpected. Mr. Luo Chen possesses such remarkable talent. Once this love poem circulates, it is bound to echo throughout the entire royal city, is it not? No, I must hastily transcribe it and present it to that noble individual. Xiao Chen exclaimed in awe, swiftly retrieving paper and pen from his storage ring, diligently copying it in public, utterly unconcerned even with his sister by his side. This is impossible. Could it be that this lad, Luo Chen, is a prodigy? Not only is his innate talent formidable, but his brilliance is equally astonishing. It is not just him. Even Sun Xinghe and Luo Zhenyan are left in utter shock, their eyes fixated on Luo Chen, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Mouths agape like fish gasping for air, stunned into silence, unable to utter a single word of derision. Such exceptional talent and remarkable poetic prowess, should they dare to mock him publicly, they would surely be deemed foolish. This young man, clearly a country lord, possesses poetry of such extraordinary caliber. Ho Pengkuan's expression fluctuates, his eyes glinting with a cold light, filled with astonishment. Despite his disdain for Luo Chen, he cannot deny the poem's superiority in both theme and artistry, eclipsing his own and indeed reigning supreme. As the heir of the royal mansion, Ho Pengkuan is a person of considerable pride. Though he harbors resentment, he cannot dismiss the truth, his demeanor darkening with an air of contempt. He is not afraid. Rather, he is disdainful. To encounter such a gifted individual at the gathering of talented scholars and beautiful maidens is unexpected. Every word and line of this poem is nothing short of exquisite. Standing in the crowd, the burly man Xiong Tao is equally astonished. His gaze towards Luo Chen now tinged with admiration. How intriguing! Yin Chixing murmurs softly, lifting his gaze, unable to resist regarding Luo Chen with newfound respect. He had expected the gathering to be filled with those seeking fame and reputation, but he was surprised to find such a prodigy as Luo Chen emerging from the crowd. Though the martial prowess of Luo Chen remains unknown, this single poem is sufficient to command the respect of Yin Chixing. Remarkable, indeed. Let us not dwell on the profound essence of the line. What is love in this world, that it compels one to pledge life and death? The mere juxtaposition of joy and sorrow, of parting and reunion, allows me to truly grasp the essence of encounters, farewells, elation, and anguish. It is truly exquisite. Each word of this poem is imbued with profound significance, woven together to create a masterpiece. Has Luo Chen perused the royal library? How could he possess such insight? Indeed, such a divine creation cannot be the result of mere happenstance. It must stem from an astonishing breadth of reading and innate talent. In comparison to Luo Chen, we are utterly humbled. Could he be the contemporary immortal poet? Ah, it dawns on me. The author of the poignant poem Once I Have Crossed the Vast Sea. No water can compare. Apart from the peaks of Wushan, no clouds can be found, is also Luo Chen. Good heavens, could he truly be the same individual? Immediately, the young gentlemen of noble lineage were equally astonished, praising him fervently. At this gathering of talented individuals, noble birth is of little consequence. What truly matters is one's intellect. In the wake of such an extraordinary poem, they swiftly altered their allegiances toward Luo Chen. Scholars possess an innate pride that cannot be matched by mere aristocrats. Historically, poets and sages have always been esteemed guests of the nobility. Even within the palace, when the emperor encounters them, he bestows upon them a measure of respect. This transcends mere martial superiority. It is a testament to the reverence accorded to literary figures. Amidst the astonishment, it did not take long for someone to recognize that Luo Chen was, in fact, the author of the questioning love poem. This work had already spread throughout the royal capital not long ago. You are indeed the author of Questioning Love. How utterly impressive! How utterly impressive! As the applause resonated, Xiong Tao stepped forth from the throng, bowing respectfully to Luo Chen. Given that you possess such extraordinary talent to compose such a remarkable poem, it is only natural that I express my admiration. Li, once the gathering of talented individuals concludes, devise a means to invite young Master Luo Chen out. I wish to. Ahem, meet him. Liang Hongstin declared, as soon as the banquet concludes, you must fetch young Master Luo Chen. Should he refuse, you must bring him by whatever means necessary. Old Zhang, think of a way to see if you can get in touch with young Master Luo Chen. I desire. Soon, these noble ladies found themselves unable to resist the allure of Luo Chen's beauty, each discreetly issuing commands to initiate contact with him. It is essential to note that there is but one young Master Luo Chen. Once this opportunity is lost, it may never return. Faced with such scarcity, they promptly sprang into action. Meanwhile, Luo Chen, due to the poem, instantly became the center of attention, akin to a coveted delicacy. In the wake of the astonished murmurs, Luo Chen maintained an expression of calm composure, as if this were merely a trivial matter. In truth, the poem was not his own creation, but rather a remnant of memories from a past life. As one endowed with the recollections of two existences, answering this riddle posed no challenge for Luo Chen. After a faint smile, Luo Chen turned to the host and inquired with a grin, Prince Punkuan, am I to consider my answer satisfactory? Satisfactory. It barely meets my expectations, replied Ho Punkuan, his lips twitching. Though he was reluctant in his heart, he dared not voice his discontent. To publicly discredit such a talented poem would surely tarnish his reputation across the entire royal city of Zhongdu in no time. Then, may I receive the 3 sheets of elemental talisman paper? Luo Chen asked, for Prince Punkuan, as the host, retained the ultimate authority, despite his flawless response to the question. Ho Punkuan furrowed his brows, hesitating. Truth be told, he was extremely unwilling to hand over the 3 sheets of elemental talisman paper to Luo Chen. Yet he feared the infamy that would ensue from denying such a deserving candidate. With a grim expression, he found himself unable to reach a decision. Ho Punkuan, I neglected to mention that Luo Chen represents our Xiao family. His poem is undeniably the best. Xiao Chen suddenly emerged from the crowd, sneering. Indeed, Brother Luo Chen's poem is not only flawless, but also emphasizes the theme beautifully. If he cannot receive the elemental talisman paper, one must question who else is worthy. Xiao Xiener also chimed in, her beautiful eyes narrowing, clearly determined to support Luo Chen in obtaining the talisman paper. Yes, Master Luo Chen's poem is astonishing and has secured first place. If such an immortal piece cannot claim the top honor, it would be an affront to reason. Prince Punkuan, what are you still hesitating for? The audience exclaimed, with even the majority of elite young men and noble ladies expressing unanimous support for Luo Chen. This heartfelt poem had profoundly moved them. Thus, during the judgment, They all deemed Luo Chen most deserving of the 5 elemental talismans. Even Yin Chixing slightly nodded in tacit approval, his curious gaze fixed on Luo Chen, brimming with intrigue. Humph, no matter how talented this poem may be, who can attest that it was indeed penned by Luo Chen? Perhaps it is merely a borrowed work. Suddenly, Sun Xing has stepped forward, pointing at Luo Chen and sneering. Sun Xing's assertion held merit. Ho Pengkuan cast a look of approval at Sun Xinghe and then added, if that were the case, wouldn't it be premature for us to jump to conclusions? After a brief pause, he spoke grandly. However, I, Prince Pengkuan, care not for these 3 elemental talismans. Even should there be any deceit involved, I remain indifferent, for this poem is simply exquisite. It is worth my investment of 3 elemental talismans. With those words, he flipped his hand and produced the 3 elemental talismans, promptly tossing them towards Luo Chen as a fulfillment of his promise. Luo Chen understood profoundly that only strength is the foundation for survival in the Starry Empire. Thus, he must seize every moment, diligently enhancing his power. Only by becoming formidable can he seize his destiny firmly within his grasp. Humph, Ho Pengkuan, you still possess a modicum of integrity. Otherwise, I would have been compelled to unleash my wrath. Xiao Xianer let out a sigh of relief, fearing that Ho Pengkuan might resort to underhanded tactics. With the Xiao family backing us, would he dare to breach his word? Xiao Chen scoffed lightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Luo Chen's astonishing talent displayed at the gathering of talented individuals had significantly elevated the reputation of the Xiao family. Consequently, his gaze towards Luo Chen grew increasingly appreciative. However, despite the 3 sheets of elemental talismans, Ho Pengkuan had no intention of letting Luo Chen off the hook. With a flick of his hand, he revealed 3 magical cores, each the size of an infant's fist, pulsating with immense spiritual energy. To their astonishment, these were 3 4th-tier magical cores, equivalent to the prowess of a human practitioner at the celestial origin realm. Not only were they of exorbitant value, but the overwhelming spiritual force emanating from the cores induced a sensation of suffocation, making one yearn to grasp them and absorb their energy completely. With a cold smirk, Ho Pengkuan clutched the magical cores, his eyes icy as he fixed his gaze on Luo Chen. Narrowing his eyes, he taunted, Luo Chen, although you have acquired the elemental talismans, they were merely bestowed upon you by me. I have another question. I wonder if you dare to answer it in front of everyone? If you succeed, I shall gift you these 3 4th-tier magical cores without reservation. What say you? Upon uttering this, he stood in the center, resembling a monarch surveying a beggar, his eyes brimming with disdain and profound mockery. Chapter 58, another challenging question. A clash of wits. My heavens, 4th-tier magical cores. 3 4th-tier magic cores. It seems that Prince Pengkuan is resolutely determined to stand against Luo Chen. Indeed, Luo Chen's ability to flawlessly answer a question is truly impressive. However, should he fail to respond to the second question, suspicions of cheating may arise. Conversely, if he succeeds, it would affirm that this heartfelt poem is indeed his own creation, especially since it was composed on the spot. Upon witnessing the 3 4th-tier magic cores, the crowd was left both astonished and utterly shocked, leading them to whisper among themselves in hushed tones. Although they recognized Luo Chen's remarkable talent, Sun Xing's reminder cast a shadow of doubt on him. After all, for someone so young to craft such profound and experienced verses is rather extraordinary. Ho Pengkuan, is that quite enough? Do you truly believe that the Xiao family is without influence? Boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, an overwhelming aura erupted from Xiao Chen, sending powerful shockwaves that caused many to retreat in alarm. Unexpectedly, for the sake of Luo Chen, the young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Chen, had become enraged. Indeed, Ho Pengkuan, you are a well-read individual, and you surely understand how arduous it is to create a poem that stands the test of time. What, pray tell, is the meaning behind your relentless pressure? Are you attempting to bully my brother Luo Chen without consulting me first? Boom. As her voice rang out, an astonishing force emanated from Xiao Xianer, causing even the tables and chairs around them to tremble. Ho Pengkuan's initial attempts to suppress were swiftly followed by provocations towards Luo Chen, igniting intense anger and discontent in both of them. As the 2 formidable masters of the Tianyuan realm simultaneously unleashed their overwhelming presence, the atmosphere became tumultuous. A spectacle of sheer power. What? For the sake of Luo Chen, Master Xiao Chun and Miss Xianer actually became incensed. My heavens. The entire assembly was once more taken aback, Even the expression on Xiong Tao's face was one of disbelief. It was astonishing to realize the esteemed position Luo Chen held within the Xiao family and their determination to protect him. Both the young master Xiao Chun and the young lady Xiao Xian'er erupted with vigor, prepared to cause a disturbance at the gathering of talented scholars and beautiful maidens. Consequently, Luo Chen's stature in the hearts of the onlookers ascended to another level. At this moment, even if Luo Chen were to refuse to answer any questions, not a single person would dare utter a word against him. With the Xiao family backing him, anyone in the Zhongdu royal city who dared to bully Luo Chen would need to carefully consider their own capabilities. Young Master Xiao Chun, Miss Xian'er, please do not be so agitated. This gathering of talented scholars and beautiful maidens is merely a contest of poetry, not a duel. Sun Xing's heart raced as he hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Is it not just another question? It is not a matter of combat. Why the excessive anger? Furthermore, if Luo Chen truly possesses skills, would he not fear the scrutiny of Prince Pengkuan? Indeed. Prince Ho Pengkuan nodded in agreement, his voice cold. If you manage to answer the first question, you should be able to tackle the second, unless you lack genuine talent. As he spoke, he toyed with the fourth-tier magic core in his hand, tossing it effortlessly, particularly relishing the sight of Xiao Chen and Xian'er's anxiety, which only solidified his conviction that Luo Chen may indeed be devoid of any true capability. If that were the case, why would they appear so anxious? Four-tiered magic cores, and there are 3 of them at once. Standing amidst the crowd, Luo Chen displayed no signs of panic. Rather, he felt a subtle thrill within. With every slight elevation in his realm, he required a substantial amount of magic cores and the essence of heaven and earth. Thus, these 3 four-tiered magic cores were undoubtedly a monumental stroke of fortune, unexpectedly bestowed upon him. It is important to note that Luo Chen bore the weight of 2 eras of civilization upon his shoulders. Merely answering questions was a trivial matter. He was confident in his ability to handle it. Little did he anticipate that, having failed to procure magic cores in the Beast Mountain range, he would instead encounter them at this gathering of talented individuals, and they were 4-tiered magic cores at that. This young prince of Pengkuan seems resolute in his intent to humiliate me. However, the more arrogant he becomes, the greater my opportunity to acquire these 3 4-tiered magic cores. As for the questions, I, Luo Chen, have never feared anyone. Amidst the surprise, Luo Chen's determination solidified. He couldn't help but glance at Xiao Chun and Xiao Xian'er, then winked at them, signaling them to remain calm and observe the unfolding events. Upon noticing that Luo Chen not only showed no fear, but also playfully winked at her, Xiao Chun and Xiao Xian'er were momentarily taken aback. A look of realization spread across Xiao Xian'er's face as she suddenly recalled that Luo Chen was capable of composing love poems. If he was unruffled, why should she be anxious? Truly, a case of unnecessary worry over trivial matters. Upon reflection, Xiao Xian'er's imposing presence diminished, her astonishing aura fading into obscurity, transforming her into an unparalleled beauty, radiating an ethereal charm. She exuded grace and elegance, captivating all who beheld her. Humph! Xiao Chen also let out a cold snort, retracting his own aura, yet his piercing gaze swept across the gathering, imbued with an implicit warning. In the face of such circumstances, others might find their legs trembling. Yet Luo Chen remained composed, his expression unyielding even in the face of imminent calamity. Luo Chen. Ho Pengkuan flicked his fingers and said nonchalantly, "So, what will it be? Will you answer or not? Just give me a word. With the Xiao family backing you today, even if you cannot respond, I shall not hold it against you." Yet, despite his words, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Should Luo Chen refuse, he would not act against him, but would instead deliver a scathing humiliation, erasing the reputation Luo Chen had painstakingly built, even branding him a cheat. "Since the young prince is so intrigued, I shall indulge this curiosity," Luo Chen replied coolly. "Is that truly the case?" Ho Pengkuan exclaimed with delight, having contemplated how to compel Luo Chen to acquiesce, yet this young man had voluntarily agreed. "Everyone is watching. Do you truly believe I would jest?" Luo Chen shrugged innocently, though in his heart, he yearned to answer the questions posed. However, in an effort to maintain a low profile, he feigned innocence and reluctantly acquiesced. "Hee, although your appearance leaves much to be desired, your audacity alone merits my offering you another challenge." Upon hearing this, Ho Pengkuan couldn't help but compliment Luo Chen. Then he adopted a serious demeanor, his face etched with gravity as he inquired, "Since you have agreed, I shall commence with the questions. Are you prepared?" "I am ready. Please pose your question." Luo Chen replied, his expression turning solemn as well. Observing both individuals assuming their stances, the audience held their breath, eyes wide with anticipation. Those standing at the back even found themselves tiptoeing, eager not to miss any thrilling moments. Swish, swish, swish. The stewards and attendants on the periphery, clutching their paper and pens, wore expressions of deep concentration, intent on capturing every detail of this captivating scene. Oh, I initially hoped to see my brother Luo Chen showcase his talents before we departed, yet it seems we have inadvertently stirred up trouble. I sincerely hope that the questions posed by Ho Pengkuin are not overly difficult. Xiao Xian'er wore a tense expression, despite her confidence in Luo Chen. She knew that since Ho Pengkuin was willing to wager 3 fourth-tier magic cores, his questions would undoubtedly be exceedingly challenging. It is worth noting that a 4th-tier magic core is equivalent to that of a master at the human yuan realm. Even for scions of prominent families like themselves, parting with just one would be a significant sacrifice. Moreover, Ho Pengkuin had produced 3 4th-tier magic cores at once. Let us hope that his questions are not too arduous. Regardless of whether he can obtain the 4th-tier magic core, as long as he passes the test. Xiao Chun wore a serious expression, uttering these words. Yet deep down, he was acutely aware that if this challenge were not difficult, it would indeed be a peculiar matter. Merely a country bumpkin. And he dares to contend with us? Soon enough, he shall not know how he met his demise. Heh. Sun Xinghe and the others scoffed repeatedly, their eyes brimming with mockery, their faces adorned with the expression of a cat toying with a mouse. Luo Chen, pay attention. Sure enough, after a brief pause, Ho Pengkuin narrowed his eyes and publicly declared, my subject is her. Chapter 59, the 4th-tier magic core in hand. The mere mention of the word her caused everyone to subtly shake their heads, acknowledging the challenge as exceedingly difficult. Moreover, it was not merely difficult, but exceptionally so. For instance, if Luo Chen were to compose a poem about his beloved, and Ho Pengkuin insisted that her referred to a daughter, wouldn't Luo Chen be at a loss? By this logic, no matter which her Luo Chen chose to write about, Ho Pengkuin would undoubtedly refute it. Consequently, wouldn't Luo Chen be destined to lose without a doubt? Remarkable, truly remarkable. Upon hearing the daunting question, others were taken aback. Yet Sun Xinghe raised his thumb in silent admiration. Prince Pengkuin, as expected of the heir to the royal mansion. He has posed such a clever question, with this challenge. Even if Prince Pengkuin wished for Luo Chen to triumph, it would likely be an impossible feat indeed. Luo Junyan also appeared pleasantly surprised, murmuring, had I known Prince Pengkuin was so astute, I would not have allowed Luo Chen to gain 3 sheets of 5 elements talisman paper. What a waste. Indeed. How precious are the 5 elements talisman papers? How could this country bumpkin be given a chance? What a waste of talent. To challenge us. This Luo Chen is hardly worthy of consideration. Truly impressive. With this question, Luo Chen is destined to fail. The others could not help but smirk, their faces brimming with mockery. To them, Luo Chen was merely a rural young master. Even if he had fortuitously answered the question on emotions, he would stand no chance against this one. Not only them, but it is likely that no one present could answer this question. The power to decide lay firmly in the hands of Ho Pengkuin. If you answer beloved, incorrect. If you answer mother, also incorrect. No matter the response, it would be wrong. As for her, this question is rather intriguing. Upon hearing it, Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback, and then a peculiar expression flickered across his face. Despite the apparent difficulty of the question, it was hardly a challenge in Luo Chen's eyes. With a quick turn of his thoughts, several answers sprang to mind. Initially, he contemplated responding with a few exquisite ancient poems, but after further consideration, he decided on a simpler lyric instead. A lyric, being somewhat straightforward, would arouse far less suspicion. Well then, Luo Chen, have you arrived at an answer? Ho Pengkuin, however, was not inclined to grant Luo Chen any leeway. After posing the question, he waited merely a few seconds before demanding an answer. Should Luo Chen fail to respond in this brief window, it would mean his defeat. Have you thought it through? Luo Chen nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. Was Ho Pengkuin anxious? In truth, he was even more so than this fellow. Then pray tell, what is the answer? Ho Pengkuin's eyes narrowed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, albeit tinged with a chill and a hint of mockery. As if he believed he had the upper hand regardless of what Luo Chen might say. My answer is, the flickering lights. Luo Chen replied nonchalantly. The flickering lights? What nonsense is this? Ho Pengkuan frowned. The flickering lights is a line from a poem. Luo Chen mused for a moment before proclaiming, "The east wind releases blossoms by the 1,000 trees, and the stars fall like rain." The BMWs and intricately carved carriages fill the fragrant streets. The sound of the phoenix flute stirs as the jade pot glimmers. And the fish and dragons dance through the night. Moths flit among the snowy willows, adorned with golden threads. Laughter and whispers carry the subtle fragrance away. Not only did he perfectly encapsulate the theme, but he also spontaneously crafted a piece of exquisite poetry on the spot. This poem was destined to become an epic masterpiece, reverberating throughout the city and even the entire starry empire. They could hardly fathom what extraordinary thoughts resided in Luo Chen's mind. To casually compose a work of such epic caliber, could this fellow truly be a prodigy? Apart from labeling him a prodigy, they could think of no other rationale to explain Luo Chen's remarkable talent. Impossible. This cannot be. Sun Xinghe's face fell, his expression exceedingly grim. He had thought Luo Chen would be humiliated, yet unexpectedly, Luo Chen not only avoided disgrace, but produced a timeless masterpiece instead. Could this lad truly be a prodigy? Luo Junyan murmured under his breath, his face a blend of resentment and astonishment. I knew brother Luo Chen would never let us down. Xiao Xianer, with her petite fists raised and a countenance brimming with joy, once again bore witness to Luo Chen's remarkable prowess. She felt as though the astonishment of her lifetime was nearing depletion, yet this mattered little. The greater Luo Chen's brilliance, the more elated she became. After all, he was her beloved brother, Luo Chen. Could it be that his mind housed an entire library? No, I must hastily transcribe this. The essence of this poem is so profound that it is bound to please that esteemed individual even more, murmured Xiao Chun, as she promptly retrieved paper and pen to record the verses. Meanwhile, the stewards and attendants, inspired by the moment, swiftly transcribed the poem with great fervor, ensuring it was documented without delay. It was likely that by nightfall, this poem would reverberate throughout the entire capital city of Zhongdu, and perhaps even create a sensation across the entire starry empire. As for the magnitude of the impact that would ensue from such a stir, no one could fathom at this moment. However, it was certain that the news of an unparalleled prodigy among talented scholars and beautiful maidens would spread rapidly to every corner of Zhongdu. Although fame is intangible and elusive, once it takes flight, it can yield unforeseen consequences. For instance, as the noble young ladies gazed upon Luo Chen after witnessing yet another epic poem, their looks transformed from mere admiration to fervent enthusiasm and reverence, illustrating the immense power of renown. Even upon witnessing Luo Chen's extraordinary talent, a solemn expression surfaced on Yin Qixing's face. Perhaps Luo Chen's prowess did not astonish Yin Qixing, yet he recognized that this young man, at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, had the capability to shatter a trial stone with a single punch. Such prodigious talent, when compared to his own, was undeniably formidable. Now, observing Luo Chen's brilliance and exceptional wisdom, Yin Qixing could not help but think that if this young man were to mature, he would undoubtedly become a formidable rival. However, at this moment, it seemed he was still far from sufficient. It was unexpected that those old fogies at the academy had managed to recruit yet another genius. Regrettably, Luo Chen was merely at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Therefore, the title of champion in this year's academy competition was already within his grasp, as he had reached the pinnacle of the heavenly origin realm. Shaking his head slightly, Yin Qixing soon felt at ease. No matter how strong Luo Chen was, he remained at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, and although he might reign supreme among the students of the outer academy, he still appeared too juvenile in Yin Qixing's eyes. Perhaps with just a single move, Yin Qixing could defeat Luo Chen. Thus, he harbored no concerns about Luo Chen contending for the title of champion in the academy competition. Meanwhile, Luo Chen remained oblivious to Yin Qixing's thoughts, focusing instead on Ho Pengkuan, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, "Prince Pengkuan, my answer has been determined. I wonder how you perceive it?" "Humph. Consider yourself fortunate." Ho Pengkuan snorted coldly. Despite his inner reluctance, he could not deny that Luo Chen's verse had indeed navigated the challenge with remarkable finesse. With a swift motion of his palm, he hurled 3 fourth-tier magic cores towards Luo Chen. However, this time, driven by anger, he did not merely toss them. Instead, he forcefully flung them, transforming the cores into streaks of light that almost catapulted towards Luo Chen. The immense force contained within those magic cores was likely far beyond 10,000 genes. How infuriating! Ho Pengkuan, knowing he dared not confront directly, resorted to underhanded tactics. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold as he prepared to retaliate. Huh, your speed is impressive, but alas, it won't harm me. Luo Chen responded with a serene smile, his palm subtly shifting into a claw-like form. With remarkable speed, he intercepted the luminous projectiles mid-flight. The colossal force dissipated into nothingness under his grasp, rendering it non-existent. The 3 fourth-tier magic cores then fell into Luo Chen's hands. Gripping the cores, Luo Chen felt an exhilarating rush, especially as he sensed the vast energy within them. A smirk of satisfaction crept upon his lips. With these 3 fourth-tier magic cores, his chances of subduing the Fire Kirin beast had significantly increased. What? This young man? Merely at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, how could his strength be so formidable? Ho Penkuen's expression changed, a grave look emerging on his face. A mere transformation realm practitioner managed to withstand his furious attack, indicating that Luo Chen's power surpassed even 10,000 genes. At such a level, he was not far from Ho Penkuen himself. Chapter 60. Yin Qixing's Confrontation. The more astonished he became, the colder Ho Penkuen's demeanor grew. He fixed his gaze on Luo Chen, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. As the foremost expert of the Foreign Language Institute, how could he allow a newcomer to overshadow him? With a fierce expression, Ho Penkuen boldly declared before the crowd, I did not expect that within our Star Academy. Another youthful genius has emerged. Luo Chen, since you have concealed your true strength, let us engage in a contest during the upcoming Academy competition to determine who is superior. What? Prince Penkuen is actually challenging Luo Chen in the Academy competition? This is quite intriguing. Prince Penkuen has already reached the pinnacle of the Earth origin realm, while Luo Chen is merely at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Is this not an obvious case of taking advantage of someone? Indeed, this spells trouble for Luo Chen. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment resonated from the audience. Although everyone admired Luo Chen's exceptional talent and innate abilities, he remained merely at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, a status considered the lowest tier within the Star Academy. Even among registered students, most possess the strength of the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Mid-stage of the transformation realm? How weak. 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 So very weak. Since Prince Penkuen is interested, let us battle in the Academy competition, he said with a calm demeanor. Remarkably, Luo Chen did not refuse. Instead, he responded with an air of tranquility, remaining as unyielding as a mountain even in the face of Prince Penkuen's challenge. What? Luo Chen actually accepted? Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in surprise once more, many gazing at Luo Chen with expressions of disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Luo Chen, merely at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, would dare to accept a challenge from someone at the pinnacle of the Earth origin realm. Where did this courage stem from? Or perhaps, did he possess some form of hidden strength? With such thoughts, everyone couldn't help but harbor quiet anticipation. The Grand Academy competition was a momentous event held once every 3 years at the Star Academy, where numerous prodigies and exceptionally talented individuals would emerge. Would Luo Chen ultimately become a dark horse? Excellent. Splendid. Ho Penkuen momentarily froze, a flicker of indecision passing through his eyes, yet soon he raised his head, looking down upon Luo Chen with disdain, scoffing, Since you possess such boldness, I shall defeat you openly in the Academy competition, allowing everyone to witness what a true genius is. With that declaration, Ho Penkuen swept his long sleeves and strode away from Hongyan Building with an air of confidence, his noble gaze filled solely with contempt. At this moment, Luo Chen had garnered immense fame at the gathering of talented scholars and beautiful maidens, and despite Ho Penkuen's inner displeasure, he would not dare to take action publicly. He wished to avoid the reputation of being petty. However, once the Academy competition commenced, he could eliminate Luo Chen without fear of reproach. After all, he was the son of a noble family, holding a prestigious status. And apart from Yin Qixing and the slight caution he felt towards the Xiao family, he truly regarded no one else with any seriousness. Humph. Was he not merely a country bumpkin? How dared he vie for the spotlight at the gathering of talented scholars? And to have caught the favor of Miss Yenner? Damn it. When the Academy competition begins, I shall relish in your downfall. You fool. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Ho Penkuen's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. As Prince Penkuen departed, those bodyguards and Sun Xinghe hastily followed in his wake. Being the foremost expert of the outer court and a prince, he naturally attracted numerous aspirants keen to associate with him, and Sun Xinghe was evidently among them. Humph. This Ho Penkuen, despite his evident inadequacies, still dares to make grandiose claims. The Academy's grand competition is determined by random drawing. Does he truly believe he can act with impunity? Xiao Xian'er snorted proudly, stepping forward to whisper beside Luo Chen. Indeed, the Star Academy is the pinnacle of our star empire and cannot be trifled with by Ho Pengkuan. Xiao Chen also approached with a gentle smile, assuring, rest easy, young Master Luo. Even if Ho Pengkuan harbors ill intentions, with the Xiao family in your corner, he would not dare to act against you. Do not worry, brother. I will be present during the Academy's grand competition, and should Ho Pengkuan attempt to take advantage of the situation, I will certainly intervene. Xiao Xian'er declared earnestly. Xiao Chun nodded in agreement, saying, very well. If you cannot handle it, inform me. He then patted Luo Chen's shoulder and remarked with a light smile. Young Master Luo, I never expected that today's gathering of talents would see you steal the spotlight entirely, even causing Prince Pengkuan to concede in your presence, feeling inferior. Ah, it is merely luck. The topics presented by Ho Pengkuan were those I excel at. Luo Chen replied modestly. He was not one to bask in arrogance merely for showcasing a few poetic verses. Having lived 2 lives, he understood profoundly that only strength is the foundation for standing firm within the Star Empire. Fame, no matter how grand, is but a superficial possession. In desolate wilderness, a mere expert could easily vanquish it. Therefore, the pressing matter is to seize the moment and enhance oneself. Indeed, one would not expect such humility from you. Xiao Chen smiled. The more modest Luo Chen appeared, the more satisfaction it brought him. His gaze towards Luo Chen subtly began to resemble that of a brother-in-law's. Young Master Luo Chen. Suddenly, a voice, tranquil yet exceedingly indifferent, resonated unexpectedly from behind the trio. Yin Chixing? Luo Chen turned to look, a grave expression emerging on his face as he clasped his hands in greeting, smiling. May I inquire what insights you have, Brother Yin? You are remarkably strong. Yin Chixing rose, stepping forward with a calm and steady demeanor until he stood before Luo Chen. Yet, he uttered only 3 words, his countenance filled with solemnity. Before Luo Chen, he exhibited no trace of arrogance. Rather, he approached with great caution. I am strong. Luo Chen was taken aback, seemingly perplexed as to why Yin Chixing would make such a statement. Could it be that he discerned something? Indeed, you possess extraordinary strength. Yin Chixing nodded, speaking in a measured tone. If I am not mistaken, you must be concealing a significant portion of your power. To have shattered the trial stone with merely mid-stage transformation, your might is likely far beyond 20,000 pounds, perhaps even greater. As he spoke, his face reflected a mix of admiration and disillusionment. To wield such strength at mid-stage transformation is, even by my youthful standards, quite impressive. Alas, you are still only at mid-stage transformation. You are not my match. Unexpectedly, Yin Chixing possesses such extraordinary insight, managing to discern the truth amidst the facade. Luo Chen felt a surge of astonishment within, yet his countenance bore no trace of displeasure. Instead, he nodded in acknowledgement, conceding, indeed, with your exceptional talent, I am presently no match for you. At this moment, Yin Chixing had already reached the pinnacle of the heavenly origin realm, merely a step away from ascending to the earthly Saint Master level. Thus, despite Luo Chen's formidable strength, he could not deny that he still lacked a measure of finesse. The essence of a wise individual lies in self-awareness, and Luo Chen exemplified this quality. However, he added, I will await your arrival. In an instant, Yin Chixing transformed into a fleeting shadow, gliding silently 100 meters away, his confident yet subtly proud voice echoing back. In just a few days, the grand competition of the Academy will commence. Should you manage to defeat Ho Pengkuan, I shall engage you in battle. Though you are merely in the mid-stage of the transformation realm, you are nonetheless worthy of being my opponent, Yin Chixing concluded. As those final words lingered, the ephemeral figure gradually dissipated. Truly, a genius is indeed a genius. Even their movement techniques are refined to an exquisite degree. It is astonishing that even Yin Chixing regards you as a rival. Xiao Chen could not help but exclaim in admiration for someone as proud as he. In the presence of Yin Chixing, maintained a hint of respect, knowing that Yin Chixing is the foremost genius of the Star Academy. Should this individual continue to grow, it is almost certain that he will become an unparalleled master. Humph, yet what of Yin Chixing? Brother Luo Chen will undoubtedly defeat Ho Pengkuan, Xiao Xian'er murmured, her voice lacking conviction, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. As a fellow student of the inner court, she understood better than anyone the formidable nature of Yin Chixing. A worthy opponent? Heh, intriguing indeed. Luo Chen chuckled lightly, a glimmer of interest illuminating his eyes. The more powerful Yin Chixing became, the more intrigued he felt. After all, The journey of cultivation would be rather dull without a few formidable adversaries. At this moment, what Luo Chen required most was time. With this thought in mind, he inclined his hands towards Xiao Chun and Xiao Xianer, saying calmly, "Brother Xiao Chun and Sister Xianer, let us take our leave." Since the Star Academy was located within the royal city of Zhongdu, Xiao Xianer typically resided with the Xiao family. To put it in earthly terms, she was a day student, while Luo Chen was a boarder. One lived at home, while the other stayed at school. However, just as they were about to part ways, Xiao Chun unexpectedly handed Luo Chen a Zeatonwood box. Upon opening it, surprise flickered in Luo Chen's eyes, to his astonishment. It contained 2 4th-grade magic cores, one of which was sourced from the iron-armed savage ape. "Brother Xiao Chun, what does this mean?" Luo Chen inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Chapter 61. Reputation spreads, initial brilliance revealed. Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, earlier at the Xiao residence. "Did I not mention that if you helped me compose a calligraphy piece, I would reward you? This is that reward. Indeed, Brother Luo Chen, you must not decline. For this is also my father's intention," Xiao Xianer added, urging him. Both individuals wore genuine smiles, gazing at Luo Chen with earnest hope that he would accept their offering. With a sense of resignation, Luo Chen nodded and said, "Very well, I shall accept it." As he spoke, he subtly flicked his wrist, causing the wooden box of rosewood to vanish into his storage ring. Internally, Luo Chen marveled at the fact that merely 2 calligraphy scrolls could be exchanged for 2 4th-tier magic cores. Naturally, this also reflected the goodwill of the Xiao family. A kindness he would not forget. Now that you are a person of renown, shouldn't you be on your way? If you linger too long, those noble ladies will catch up, and my sister will surely become envious. Xiao Chen jested, waving his hand dismissively. "Brother, what nonsense are you speaking? Be careful, or I shall hit you." Xiao Xianer pouted, her cherry-like lips puffing up. Unable to restrain herself, she stamped her foot, her delicate fists flailing as if she genuinely intended to give Xiao Chen a thrashing. However, her enchanting willow-like brows quivered slightly, betraying a hint of playful charm beneath her feigned anger. Unbeknownst to them, while she appeared upset, she secretly agreed with him. Luo Chen, however, had no time to ponder their banner. Turning around, he noticed a number of noble ladies, along with their attendants, had indeed pursued him. He hastily clasped his hands together and declared, "Brother Xiao, Sister Xianer, let us cherish our friendship and meet again on another day." In an instant, before his words fully registered, he transformed into a gust of wind, racing towards the direction of the Star Academy. If he delayed any longer, he might find it impossible to depart. Indeed, "Young Master Luo Chen, please wait." A voice called out, "My young lady is the daughter of the He family, of noble status and distinguished lineage. She wishes to invite you for a private conversation. Do not depart. For my lady is the daughter of the esteemed Left Chancellor, Sima Xian. She has proclaimed her desire to meet you. I beseech you, noble Lord Luo Chen, to grace us with your presence. Wait for me, dear sir, for I am but your fervent admirer." In the presence of such a talented individual as Lord Luo Chen, the notions of pride and modesty are cast aside by these noble ladies. They would willingly sacrifice everything, not merely for an invitation in public, but for a private rendezvous with Lord Luo Chen. Those 2 heartfelt poems have undoubtedly left an indelible impact on their hearts. It must be said, the sentiments of women are indeed unique. They are willing to risk everything for love. Moreover, Lord Luo Chen is truly deserving of such devotion. Regrettably, he harbors no interest in such pursuits. Upon hearing these entreaties, he hastens away, for he has no time for romance amidst his rigorous training. In a mere flicker, he vanished from the eager gazes of the noble maidens, leaving only his elegant and ethereal silhouette behind, reminiscent of a poet's words. "I departed softly, just as I arrived softly, waving goodbye without taking a single cloud with me." Yet, even after his departure, whether in the immediate vicinity or at the gathering of talented scholars and beautiful maidens, the verses of Lord Luo Chen continued to resonate, accompanied by various rumors. Those 2 love poems are perpetually circulating, gaining momentum throughout the entire capital of Zhongdu. And it is only a matter of time before the entire Starry Empire is swept into a frenzy. Although the Starry Empire values martial prowess immensely, it equally cherishes talent. How could someone as extraordinarily gifted as Luo Chen remain obscure, despite being merely at the mid-stage of the transformation realm? His reputation alone is sufficient to draw the attention of many. Furthermore, this gathering of talented individuals is Luo Chen's inaugural opportunity to shine in the royal city of Zhongdu. Though still quite youthful, he has already garnered significant attention, including that of the Xiao family. It is anticipated that by the conclusion of the banquet, the name Luo Chen will resonate with many, although his primary desire is to acquire the 5-element spirit talismans and magic cores. He never intended to attain fame across the entire royal city of Zhongdu. Yet, the outcome remains the same. Perhaps this is what they call an unintended success. In comparison to Xiao Xianer, those noble ladies are but superficial embellishments. While I have composed 2 exquisite love poems, it is solely due to the recollections from my past life. Thus, I must not allow myself a moment of complacency. What I must prioritize now is to diligently cultivate and elevate myself. Luo Chen murmured to himself, fully aware that possessing memories from 2 lives, he understands that strength is the foundation for establishing oneself in the Starry Empire. Without power, he amounts to nothing. Hence, he must seize the moment to cultivate. With a flourish of his hand, 3 4th-tier magic cores materialized in his palm, accompanied by a Zeton wood box. Upon opening it, 2 additional 4th-tier magic cores appeared before him. While these 4 magic cores may not suffice to propel him to the pinnacle of the transformation realm, they undoubtedly bring him closer. Sigh. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen set aside the other 3 4th-tier magic cores and picked up another one. He activated his Dragon Yuan energy and began the absorption process. The doors and windows of the room were tightly shut, leaving no one aware that Luo Chen, upon his return, had immediately resumed his cultivation. The 4th-tier magic core, undeniably comparable to the essence of human Tianyuan realm masters, contained an immense amount of violent spiritual energy. Despite Luo Chen fully engaging his body and mind and intensifying his absorption efforts, the turbulent spiritual energy emanating from the surface of the 4th-tier magic core continued to surge forth, strand by strand, entering his body and transforming into the purest form of energy. Simultaneously, his Dragon Yuan energy was gradually strengthening through this relentless absorption. 1 strand, 2 strands, 3 strands. The violent spiritual energy, akin to fine threads, flew out like a ball of yarn, coursing through Luo Chen's arms and into his dantian. He could distinctly feel his strength increasing with each absorption. 28,100 pounds, 28,200 pounds, 28,800 pounds. Upon completing the absorption of the first 4th-tier magic core, Luo Chen's strength surged to a staggering 28,800 pounds. He could hardly believe that just from this first core, his power had augmented by a full 800 pounds. Could it be that this 4th-tier magic core was already exceedingly close to that of a 5th tier? It is essential to understand that the spiritual energy contained within a magic core is not fixed. The more formidable the magical beast, the more terrifying the energy within its core. For instance, a 4th-tier magical beast that has cultivated for 50 years holds a different essence than one that has cultivated for 40 years, despite both possessing 4th-tier cores. This disparity leads to varying levels of spiritual energy within cores of the same tier. With a faint smile, Luo Chen grasped another 4th-tier magic core, closed his eyes, and focused intently on absorption. As the process commenced, the core began to tremble slightly, and the ferocious spiritual energy surged forth like fine threads, flowing steadily through his arm and gathering in his dantian. Even though the energy from a 4th-tier core is notoriously violent, requiring preparation and caution even for experts at the Tianyuan realm, where one might absorb only a minuscule amount each day and refine it before daring to take in more, Luo Chen was different. He could absorb the energy directly without the need for refinement. Regardless of the intensity of the spiritual energy, upon encountering the dragon origin force, it transformed into a meek essence, almost as gentle as a lamb, seamlessly merging into Luo Chen's being as the most primal and pure energy, residing within his dantian. 600 pounds? Though it was slightly less than anticipated, it was still satisfactory. Luo Chen, undeterred, murmured softly to himself and reached for a 3rd magic core, calming his mind and swiftly continuing the absorption process. To him, the exact increase in his immense strength held little significance. What mattered was his continuous self-improvement. As he absorbed the power, his strength began to surge uncontrollably, escalating at a frenzied pace. In Chapter 62, Lu Xuanji's reminder resonates. After absorbing the 3rd 4th-tier magic core, Luo Chen augmented his strength by an additional 600 pounds, propelling his physical power to an astonishing 30,000 pounds. Such formidable might, within the realm of transformation, could almost be likened to divine strength. It is noteworthy that typical experts in the celestial origin realm lack such power, yet Luo Chen, merely in the mid-stage of transformation, has achieved such godly prowess. Truly, it is terrifying. Despite this, Luo Chen has yet to enter the late stage of transformation, nor has he broken through to the pinnacle. The Dragon Emperor's body technique, while powerful, presents immense challenges with each breakthrough. It is astonishing that, despite reaching 30,000 pounds of strength, he has not yet transcended the peak of transformation. To advance to the Earth Origin realm is an even greater challenge. Shaking his head, a hint of helplessness crossed Luo Chen's face. This ancient supreme body refining technique, while domineering and profound, demands an immense amount of spiritual energy for each breakthrough. This implies that Luo Chen must acquire vast resources and accumulate them continuously for every advancement. However, the greater the difficulty, the more it signifies the Dragon Emperor's body technique's unparalleled strength. Requires vast spiritual energy, does it? I, Luo Chen, have never feared anyone. Whether in my past life or this one, it remains unchanged. With a low growl, Luo Chen grasped the fourth-tier magic core, gritted his teeth, and once more began to absorb vigorously. As the absorption commenced once more, the immense spiritual energy flowed like a boundless ocean, continuously transforming into thread-like strands that converged into Luo Chen's dantian, thereby augmenting his physical prowess. The fourth-tier magic core is tantamount to the power of a master at the celestial origin realm. Each core absorbed is equivalent to elevating Luo Chen's cultivation by the equivalent of an esteemed practitioner in that realm. It could even be asserted that each fourth-tier magic core holds the potential to replace decades of arduous training. Remarkably, Luo Chen consumed 4 such cores in a single session of cultivation, a lavish act that would be deemed extravagant even among the princes of the Starry Empire. Furthermore, even for the princes, absorbing a single fourth-tier magic core typically necessitates several days of effort. Yet, Luo Chen's astonishing rate of absorption, utilizing 4 cores at once, is nothing short of astounding. Should this spectacle fall under the gaze of ancient beings, it would surely leave them utterly astounded. In stark contrast to Luo Chen, their pace of cultivation appears almost glacial. Fortunately, at this moment, no one bore witness to this extraordinary feat, nor did anyone possess knowledge of it. Boom. Amidst the frenzied absorption, the fourth-tier magic core finally disintegrated into dust, vanishing from sight. Without hesitation, Luo Chen produced the 5th fourth-tier magic core and, with determination, began the process of absorption anew. Instantly, within the 4th-tier magic core, the tumultuous and exceedingly dense spiritual energy began to dissipate rapidly. The slender tendrils of spiritual force surged frantically into Luo Chen's abdomen, visibly drawing the core down in concentric circles, diminishing from the size of an infant's fist to that of a walnut, and ultimately to that of a grain of rice. 30,100 pounds, 30,200 pounds, 30,700 pounds. Upon the completion of absorbing the 5th fourth-tier magic core, Luo Chen's physical strength surged by an astonishing 700 pounds. Although the enhancement in his power became less pronounced after surpassing the 30,000 threshold. When the 4th-tier magic core was reduced to powder and vanished from sight, Luo Chen opened his eyes and, with a mere clench of his fist, could distinctly feel the explosive energy coursing within him, poised to unleash tremendous might. It is noteworthy that Luo Chen, currently in the mid-stage of transformation, possessed such divine strength that even against those in the late stages of the celestial origin realm, he would stand undaunted. As for the Earth Origin realm, he could easily crush it with a flick of his hand. Nevertheless, although Luo Chen remained in the mid-stage of transformation, he bore little difference from those in the late stages, and it is plausible that with sufficient accumulation, he might leap across 2 small realms in his next breakthrough, directly stepping into the pinnacle of transformation, for he has consistently suppressed his advancement, choosing instead to gather more power. The Dragon Emperor's dominating body technique truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost ancient body-refining divine skill. The ancient ancestral dragon, in its youth, likely achieved invincibility among its peers, even capable of battling beyond its rank. Regrettably, I find myself still at the 1st tier, yet to transcend to the 2nd. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen murmured softly to himself, I wonder what transformations await upon breaking through to the 2nd tier, since the nature of these changes remains unknown. This thought merely flitted through his mind before he shook his head, dismissing it from further contemplation. Subsequently, Luo Chen flipped his palm and retrieved 3 colorful pieces of paper. Examining them closely, these were the 5 Elements Talisman papers. As the name implies, these papers can harness 5 distinctly different energies, each color corresponding to a specific energy type. Should these 5 elements talisman papers be transformed into 5 elements spiritual talismans, their potency would naturally be magnified, evolving into true weapons. In the Tianyuan Continent, ordinary spiritual talismans are primarily utilized as auxiliary artifacts, and even high-grade talismans remain confined to this supportive role. However, the 5 elements spiritual talismans stand apart. When the 5 energies converge and erupt, their power can rival that of a peak expert in the Tianyuan realm. Indeed, if the level of the 5 elements spiritual talismans is sufficiently high, they could even contend with beings of the caliber of the earthly sage. Why, you may ask? Because the striking force of an earthly sage encompasses the might of the earth itself, with each move wielding tremendous power. The 5 elements spiritual talismans align perfectly with this force. These 3 sheets of elemental talisman paper, if they were to fall into the hands of another, could at most be crafted into a singular talisman, one that could rival the abilities of a master at the celestial origin realm. However, in my possession, should I succeed in refining them, I fear they might at least match the prowess of a grand earth sage. Clutching the elemental talisman paper, Luo Chen mused. Although it possesses only a single strike's worth of power, it will suffice to contend with that blazing fire Qilin beast. Yet, despite being merely a peak 4th-tier creature, once it enters a frenzy and unleashes its innate abilities, it can surpass even the pinnacle of the celestial origin realm. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the grand earth sage, to confront such an ancient aberration, I must exercise utmost caution. Resolving this in his mind, Luo Chen decided to rest for the night. At dawn, he would gather his materials and venture forth to the monster beast mountain range. Knock, knock. Before he could recline, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Luo Chen rose and opened the door, only to find Lu Xuanji standing outside, his countenance imbued with an air of elegance yet tinged with gravity. Elder Lu, what brings you here? Luo Chen inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Lu Xuanji stroked his beard and chuckled. You rascal, have you let fame go to your head so soon? Is it not natural for me to seek you out? The elder's visit was indeed an honor. Please, come in, Luo Chen urged with utmost respect, promptly ushering Lu Xuanji into his quarters. He sensed that the elder had something significant to discuss. Indeed, Lu Xuanji replied with a slight nod, stepping further inside. However, for the sake of security, he closed the door behind him, which only heightened Luo Chen's astonishment. Elder Lu, is there truly a pressing matter that requires the door to be closed for discussion? Luo Chen casually found a seat, and, with a grave expression, Lu Xuanji said, You must have guessed. I have come here with an urgent matter to remind you. Elder Lu, please speak. I am listening. Luo Chen nodded, his own expression equally serious, for if even Lu Xuanji was so cautious, it must indeed be a significant issue. Luo Chen, although you have recently enjoyed great success at the Star Academy and in the royal city of Zhongdu, which is commendable, I will not hinder your progress. For the more talented you are, the more you are likely to attract attention and gain abundant resources. Lu Xuanji continued solemnly. However, there is one matter I must bring to your attention. Yes, please proceed. Luo Chen nodded slightly, remaining silent while attentively listening. Chapter 63. The Heart-Burning Array of 9 Tribulations, Duan Family. You all wait and see, as long as I, Luo Chen, enhance my strength. I will not allow you to lay a finger on anyone from the Luo family, not even a single hair, nor a brick or a tile. Luo Chen's heart roared with fury, his eyes ablaze with an intensity of murderous intent he had never felt before. He yearned more than ever to elevate his power. Good. Very well. After calming himself, Luo Chen suppressed the tumult in his heart, gestured respectfully to Lu Xuanji, and expressed his gratitude. Elder Lu, thank you for your warning. Had you not come to inform me, I fear I would still be in the dark. Though Lu Xuanji had not spoken of it that day, Luo Chen was already profoundly grateful that Lu Xuanji could protect the Luo family. I am your advocate, and safeguarding the Luo family is indeed my duty. Lu Xuanji exhaled in relief and then reminded, in just a few days, the grand competition of the academy will commence. If you manage to secure first place, not only will you be awarded a 5th-tier magic core, but you will also earn an opportunity to enter the treasure pavilion to exchange for a precious item. During your visit to the pavilion, you can utilize this chance to acquire the 9 Calamities Heart-Burning Array. With this formation, while it may not completely withstand the attacks of the Earth Saint, it can certainly hold out for several days. If the Luo family can endure for that duration, I will be able to intervene, ensuring their safety. As he spoke, a glimmer of anticipation shone in Lu Xuanji's eyes as he regarded Luo Chen. Truthfully, He had come here primarily to foster a closer relationship under the guise of a friendly reminder, hoping to prevent Luo Chen from seeking mentorship elsewhere after the competition. The 9 Calamities heart-burning array? With such a formation, can it indeed provide temporary protection for the Luo family? Luo Chen murmured softly, his gaze turning resolutely steadfast. Now that he was aware of the existence of such a formation, winning first place in the academy competition had become his unwavering goal. It is worth noting that at this moment, Luo Chen possessed an astonishing strength of 30,700 pounds, rendering him nearly invincible among the outer courtyard students. Although he could not yet claim dominance among the inner courtyard students, he still had several days to prepare, and the fire-treading Qilin beast presented a perfect opportunity. Very well, you should rest now. I shall not disturb you further. With those words, Lu Xuanji turned and departed from the dormitory, feeling that his reminder had sufficed. And there was no reason for him to linger any longer. From beginning to end, he never mentioned the matter of accepting disciples, instead fostering a sense of gratitude in Luo Chen. If the time for decision were to come, it is likely that Luo Chen would prioritize himself. One cannot help but acknowledge the wisdom that comes with age. However, as he watched elder Lu Xuanji depart, Luo Chen felt no trace of drowsiness. Rather, his face bore an expression of solemnity and urgency. Glancing at the sky, he realized it was already past midnight. Resolutely, he stepped out of the dormitory and made his way towards the library. Since preparation was essential, he deemed it necessary to familiarize himself with the Tianyuan Continent and the Starry Empire. Upon arriving at the library, Luo Chen discovered that, due to the early hour, there was not a single student present. Only an elderly man clad in a blue robe sat at the entrance, keeping watch. This old man appeared to be dozing off, his head bobbing rhythmically, adorned with a jade crown, creating a rather comical sight. "Senior," Luo Chen called softly as he approached. What is it?" The blue-robed elder shook his head, struggling to lift his eyelids, and peered at Luo Chen with a furrowed brow. "May I inquire, Senior, if I am allowed to enter and read?" Luo Chen gestured towards the interior. The elder glanced at the purple star pattern emblazoned on Luo Chen's uniform and nodded casually, saying, "You may enter, but you are only permitted to explore the first floor. The upper levels are accessible only during the daytime." Within the Starry Academy, there are 3 categories of students: registered students, outer court students, and inner court students. Each category is distinguished by its own star pattern on their uniforms: the blue star pattern, the purple star pattern, and the golden star pattern, respectively. As a student from the Foreign Language Institute, Luo Chen's uniform was adorned with purple star patterns. "Senior, this is my first visit to the library, and I am quite unfamiliar with many things." The old man in the blue robe, momentarily taken aback while clutching the gold ticket, soon found his gaze towards Luo Chen becoming more amiable, the weariness on his face dissipating as enthusiasm took its place. "Senior, I merely wish to treat you to a modest drink. There are no ulterior motives." Luo Chen bowed again, his expression one of utmost respect. "Ah, splendid, splendid." The blue-robed elder chuckled, his satisfaction growing, and he stroked his beard before inquiring, "Now, young man, what is it that you wish to see?" "Senior, I am seeking information regarding the maps of the Tianyuan Continent, as well as knowledge about magical beasts and spiritual herbs. I wonder if the library possesses such materials?" Luo Chen asked. "You have quite the discerning eye for a first-time visitor, aiming for the most precious volumes." The blue-robed elder expressed mild surprise, pondering for a few moments before continuing. "To your right from the entrance, in the second row, the 19th compartment. Also, to the left from the main door. In the topmost row, the first compartment contains the materials you seek." "In that case, I thank you, Senior." Luo Chen clasped his hands in gratitude and stepped inside. Although he was well aware that the second floor likely held various techniques and combat skills, he had no need for such things. As long as he could thoroughly study a few crucial tomes on the ground floor, that would suffice. Soon, under the guidance of the elder in the azure robe, Luo Chen meandered through the first floor hall and discovered 3 tomes: Chronicles of the Stars, a brief geography of the Tianyuan Continent, and compendium of all things. Without the elder's direction, it is likely that Luo Chen would have been utterly lost. Clutching these 3 substantial volumes, he casually selected a spot to sit and began his reading in the library's grand hall. The first book, Chronicles of the Stars, delved into the history, biographies, and anecdotes of illustrious figures within the Star Empire. As he perused its pages, Luo Chen finally grasped the essence of the Star Empire and the geographical significance of Blackstone City. This knowledge would undoubtedly facilitate his future travels within the Star Empire. Upon finishing the first volume, Luo Chen eagerly reached for the second, A Brief Geography of the Tianyuan Continent. This book proved to be quite remarkable. Through his reading, Luo Chen discovered that, aside from the Star Empire, the Tianyuan Continent was home to two other empires, the Holy Empire and the Yalan Empire. Together, these three great empires formed a tripartite balance of power, dividing the entire continent among themselves. Intriguingly, a mountain range known as the Beastmaster Mountains traversed the heart of these three empires, serving to separate them. Were it not for the presence of the Beastmaster Mountains, conflicts and countless disputes would likely erupt among the empires. It is precisely due to this formidable range that the three empires currently coexist in a state of peace, with even some exchanges taking place among them. However, this is not the focal point of the narrative. After perusing the brief geography of the Tianyuan Continent, Luo Chen discovered that, in addition to the Tianyuan Continent, this world seemingly harbors several other realms, such as the vast seas. Beyond the oceans, there exist the demon realm and the monster realm, among others. Moreover, within these exotic territories, numerous other races coexist alongside humanity. It can be said that this world is a vibrant tapestry of diverse races, where the strong prevail, flourishing to an extraordinary degree. And no one has ever comprehended the true vastness of this realm. Chapter 64. The Royal City Market. Upon completing the second book, Luo Chen found it utterly unimaginable what a bustling and expansive world could accommodate such a multitude of races. Could it be that this world is truly boundless? He never anticipated that he had traversed into such a colossal universe. In comparison to Earth, this realm not only thrives to an unparalleled extent, but is also home to countless powerful beings. Blackstone City, merely a speck of dust in this grand world. Shaking his head slightly, Luo Chen lamented, even the central capital Royal City is no different. It is merely a tad larger. Having touched upon a fragment of this world, Luo Chen finally comprehended the insignificance of his existence. Although he had cultivated the Dragon Emperor's body technique, achieving a physical strength of 30,000 pounds, in this world, and even within the Starry Empire, he remained exceedingly weak. Fortunately, no one had discovered that he was a traveler from another realm. As long as he perseveres, there is undoubtedly hope for rapid growth, allowing him to stand proudly on the Tianyuan continent and ascend to the pinnacle once again. Within the tome titled The Compendium of All Things, the majority of the discourse revolves around various magical beasts and the annotations of spiritual herbs, elucidating the behaviors and preferences of these creatures. Although this may seem of little significance, Luo Chen's expression is one of utmost seriousness and concentration as he peruses the pages. Before long, he uncovers the entry regarding the fire-treading Qilin beast. The fire-treading Qilin beast is an ancient and rare species, closely akin to the dragon lineage. Each individual of this extraordinary beast is exceedingly precious and remarkably scarce, possessing within their magical cores an unparalleled reservoir of ferocious spiritual energy. Every part of their being is akin to a treasure. Notably, the blood of the fire-treading Qilin is a striking blue rather than the conventional red, exhibiting a remarkable viscosity. Each droplet of Qilin blood bears a striking resemblance to dragon blood, making it impossible to absorb or refine directly. Typically, it is utilized in the concoction of elixirs or the crafting of poisons. For humanity, while dragon blood is immensely nourishing, it cannot be assimilated. Reckless attempts at refinement may result in the creation of lethal toxins, leading to catastrophic demise. The notion that ordinary humans cannot absorb such essence? But I can. Upon reaching this juncture, Luo Chen could not help but smile faintly, a sense of anticipation washing over him. Having refined the blood of the one-horned crimson dragon serpent, my true dragon divine body has gained considerable potency, enhancing my physical strength by several thousand pounds. Yet, I ponder what the effects of absorbing this Qilin blood will be. With these thoughts lingering, Luo Chen continued his exploration. Soon, he stumbled upon a critical insight. Despite the formidable nature of the fire-treading Qilin beast, renowned as invincible among its peers, it harbors a grave weakness, an insatiable fondness for blood bodhi. Blood bodhi is a rare and precious spiritual fruit, renowned for its remarkable healing properties. Within the royal city of Zhongdu, each piece commands a value exceeding 10,000 taels of gold. Moreover, certain vintage blood bodhi can even enhance one's cultivation. It is no wonder that the fire Kirin beast is so fond of consuming blood bodhi. In fact, the allure of a single blood bodhi can incite the fire Kirin beast to engage in deadly conflicts, sparking fierce battles amongst themselves. The temptation that blood bodhi presents to the fire Kirin beast is truly lethal. How intriguing. Since the fire-curing beast has such an affinity for blood-booty, I shall make it a point to procure a few while I am out purchasing my brush. As Luo Chen exited the library, the elderly man in the green robe produced a flask of murky wine, tilted his head back, and took a swig. He murmured to himself, "What an interesting young lad." While others come to the library seeking martial techniques and combat skills, this boy only seeks knowledge. How amusing. Elder June, I wish to acquire a fire-type combat technique. Here is a small token of my appreciation. A mere trifle. Suddenly, a student adorned in purple star patterns approached, presenting a stack of gold notes with a face full of respect and anticipation. The expression of the elderly man abruptly turned cold, and he barked. "Combat techniques are located on the second floor. Go find them yourself, and do not disturb me. Leave." With that, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, sending the outer courtyard student staggering back a dozen steps before he managed to regain his balance, his face paling in fear. "Elder June, I apologize." The student quickly bowed deeply and hurried up to the second floor, not daring to utter a sound. Today's wine seems rather delightful." The old man in the green robe swayed his wine jug, imbibing with great interest, occasionally murmuring to himself, reflecting on how the young ones have become increasingly adept at navigating the intricacies of life. However, he lamented that such amusing characters have become increasingly rare. The Wanqing Market, situated on the outskirts of the city, is a bustling hub of activity, home to numerous shops and frequented by a multitude of visitors. Merchants from affluent families within the city and those from surrounding towns flock here to procure goods or to peddle their wares. In simple terms, the Wanqing Market offers a veritable treasure trove. Provided one possesses wealth, anything can be acquired, even human lives. As he wandered through the market, Luo Chen curiously surveyed the shops. Although they appeared similar to those in Blackstone City, the decor and the quality of merchandise were vastly superior. For instance, high-grade spiritual talismans were exceedingly rare in Blackstone City, commanding prices between 80 and 100 taels of gold for a single piece. Yet in the Wanqing Market, high-grade spiritual talismans were ubiquitous, with prices remaining quite reasonable, typically around 80 taels of gold each. Should one be fortunate enough to encounter a sale, a high-grade spiritual talisman could be obtained for just over 70 taels of gold. Truly, the central capital Wanqing lived up to its reputation as a grand city, distinct in every regard. As Luo Chen mused upon this, he felt a sense of awe. Now that he had arrived in the central capital Wanqing, he understood the necessity of adjusting his mindset and starting anew. He arrived at the marketplace with two purposes. First, to purchase a brush for crafting talismans, and second, to seek out any blood-booty, which he might procure. Indeed, the bustling crowd exemplified the harsh law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, even within this modest marketplace. Observing the two exquisite female slaves standing in terror amidst the throng, Luo Chen could not help but shake his head slightly. Although he felt a stirring of desire, he recognized that he was not yet in a position to indulge. "Esteemed young master, you must be a student from the Outer Academy of the Star Academy, am I correct? Our shop has just received a remarkable set of flame dragon battle armor. Would you care to take a look?" Suddenly, a young attendant seized Luo Chen's attention, persistently signaling with enthusiasm. Noticing Luo Chen clad in the purple star-patterned uniform of the Star Academy's Outer Academy, the attendant's face radiated eagerness and longing. If Luo Chen were to purchase even the most basic set of armor, the attendant would earn a handsome commission. Regrettably, after merely casting a glance at the armor, Luo Chen shook his head and replied, "I apologize, but I am not interested." Just that fleeting glimpse revealed to him that while the armors appeared formidable, they were essentially mere adornments. In the heat of battle, outcomes could be determined in an instant. Protective armor? At such moments, it could prove to be more of a hindrance than a help. Moreover, with a wealth of combat experience filling his mind, many techniques he employed emphasized speed. Thus, he held no interest in battle armor. "Young master, even if you do not intend to make a purchase, it would be delightful for you to simply come in and take a look. Rest assured, there are no charges for your visit, and we offer an array of fruits and snacks for your enjoyment." The young attendant, unwilling to relent, continued to tug at Luo Chen's sleeve, eager for him to enter the shop. "I'm truly not interested," Luo Chen replied, waving his hand dismissively before turning away from the establishment. Since he had no inclination to engage, he decided against wasting their time. Alas, another prime opportunity slips away. The young attendant sighed, his lips curling in frustration as he turned toward the next gentleman, enthusiastically launching into his pitch. After departing from the shop, Luo Chen meandered through the market, which, despite its modest appearance, proved quite exhausting to navigate. He visited over a dozen stores, yet he failed to find the coveted blood booty. However, in the second shop, he successfully acquired a brush. To maximize the potency of the 5 elements talisman paper, Luo Chen deliberately chose a silver moonwolf pin, crafted from the fur of the Wolf King, which cost him a staggering 80,000 taels of gold. Even for someone of Luo Chen's considerable wealth, the price stung quite a bit. Suddenly, he paused before a humble stall, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features. Although the stall appeared rather rudimentary, cluttered with an assortment of odd and varied items, Luo Chen could distinctly sense a particular object subtly drawing his attention. Could there be a treasure among these wares? His heart raced as he focused intently, his gaze sharpening with anticipation. Upon closer inspection, a glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. Chapter 65. Components of spiritual artifacts. Upon the stall lay an array of peculiar and bizarre items, among which a pair of broad and thick black greaves inexplicably captivated Luo Chen. These greaves, shrouded in an ominous darkness, appeared to be forged from iron, resembling a metallic ornament, albeit with signs of wear and tear. Logically, one would not deem such an object to be a treasure from any perspective. Yet Luo Chen found himself inexplicably drawn to them. The black greaves exuded an air of mystery, he mused. Typically, ornaments are prized for their aesthetic appeal, yet these greaves were undeniably unappealing. Contemplating this, Luo Chen stepped forward, grasping one of the greaves and weighing it in his hand, only to discover a surprising heft. Upon rough estimation, this single greave weighed well over 100 pounds, meaning the pair could easily surpass 200 pounds. At this revelation, those nearby erupted into laughter, their faces adorned with mockery. "Indeed, Granny Greenflower, are you attempting to deceive him with your youth?" One jested. "I advise you to speak the truth and sell it as mere ornamentation." Another chimed in, their expressions brimming with derision. Yes, quite right. Young sir, do not fall prey to Granny Greenflower's trickery. She has a notorious reputation for devouring without leaving bones. Others chimed in, adding to the cacophony of scorn. Hearing this, the elderly man in green garb wore a displeased expression, yet his words remained defiant. What ornamentation? These greaves are undoubtedly a treasure. Perhaps they are even a spiritual artifact. If you lack insight, refrain from making baseless claims. A spiritual artifact, indeed. I perceive this to be an extraordinary artifact. Immediately, others joined in the conversation, and those nearby burst into hearty laughter, their faces radiating joy. Of course, their remarks were not intended to belittle the elderly man in the green robe, but rather to caution Luo Chen not to be deceived by her. Thank you all for your kindness, Luo Chen expressed, acknowledging the crowd with a respectful fist salute. However, he swiftly continued, although I cannot ascertain whether these black leg guards are indeed a spiritual item, I find myself rather fond of them. With that, he turned to the elderly woman in the green robe and politely inquired, Madam, may I ask how much you intend to sell these black leg guards for? Ah, young sir, you certainly possess keen insight. The elderly woman exhaled heavily, pausing to collect herself before candidly stating, I originally acquired these black leg guards for 5 taels of silver. If you could allow me a modest profit, I would part with them for 8 taels. Furthermore, despite their tattered appearance, Luo Chen sensed that these leg guards were likely far more than they seemed. They might very well be a component of a spiritual artifact or battle armor, having lost their counterparts during a tumultuous conflict. In the realm of Tianyuan, spiritual artifacts are exceedingly rare, and even the most inferior ones are valued at no less than 1 million taels of gold. At this moment, could it be possible for Luo Chen to procure a component of a spiritual artifact for merely 8 taels of silver? A component of an unknown spiritual artifact, no less? Dear madam, may I first have the opportunity to test these blackleg guards? Luo Chen inquired. Although it was inexpensive, he still wished to test it before making a purchase. No worries, feel free to give it a try. The old man in green robe waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, dear elder. Luo Chen nodded, then bent down to pick up the pair of black-leg guards and slipped them onto his calves. Instantly, he felt a slight heaviness, as if his entire being had sunk down. A surge of vitality coursed through him. Ah, I had no idea these leg guards possessed such remarkable properties. Although he could not pinpoint the exact magic of the guards, he soon realized that their considerable weight actually increased his burden, allowing for continual physical training. It was worth noting that Luo Chen was currently practicing the Dragon Emperor's dominance technique, which necessitated various training tools to aid in his physical conditioning. These black leg guards weighed over 200 pounds combined, making them perfectly suitable. Luo Chen recalled that on Earth, many individuals enjoyed strapping sandbags to their legs to create additional weight, thus enhancing the difficulty of running and effectively training their leg muscles. This method of physical conditioning significantly benefited both ankle endurance and the agility of one's footwork. If Luo Chen donned these leg guards, he could train his body at any moment. After merely testing them, he resolutely decided to purchase the guards, regardless of their true nature as a magical artifact. Nodding to himself, Luo Chen spoke, "Elder Greenflower, I shall take these leg guards. However, I do not possess 8 taels of silver at the moment. Would 1 tael of gold suffice? In the realm of Tianyuan, 1 tael of gold is equivalent to 10 taels of silver. However, Luo Chen seldom resorted to silver for transactions. In a moment of desperation, he retrieved a small gold ingot from his storage ring and presented it before the elderly man in a green robe. 1 tael of gold? The old man's eyes lit up with joy, and any reluctance vanished. Well, since the young master is so generous, I shall shamelessly accept this. He eagerly took the gold ingot, his face brimming with excitement. Truly, this young master was magnanimous. While others demanded 8 taels of silver, he offered 1 tael of gold. Granny Green was fortunate indeed to encounter such a wealthy patron. The surrounding vendors, filled with envy, ceased their mockery of the elderly man. Although 1 tael of gold was not an exorbitant sum, for these small traders, every bit counted. They could not compete with those larger establishments that raked in tens of thousands of taels of gold daily. After settling the payment, Luo Chen did not leave immediately. Instead, he gave a slight shake to his storage ring, retrieving the leg guards, and then inquired, "Granny Green, may I seek your insight on a matter?" "Young master, you have indeed come to the right person," the elderly man declared, thumping his chest with confidence. "Though my wares are limited when it comes to information, I dare say I am the best in this marketplace. None would claim otherwise." Upon hearing this, the vendors nodded in agreement, refraining from any jests, suggesting the old man's claim held merit. Luo Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart but maintained a composed demeanor as he asked, "Might you know where I can find blood bodhi for sale in this market?" Blood bodhi? The elderly man in the green robe was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that Luo Chen wished to acquire such a rare item. However, upon witnessing Luo Chen's generous demeanor, she felt compelled to share all she knew. Her voice hoarse yet tinged with a hint of weariness as she explained, "Blood bodhi is exceedingly rare. To my knowledge, only the Treasure Pavilion possesses it." Afterward, she elaborated. The Treasure Pavilion is a renowned establishment within the Star Empire, with several branches, including a few in our Zhongdu royal city. It is said that at last month's auction, they showcased several blood bodhi. If you inquire now, there might still be some in stock. The name Treasure Pavilion resonated with Luo Chen, as he had encountered it earlier in the Star Chronicles. He had not anticipated finding a branch within the royal city's market. "Young master, do visit the Treasure Pavilion. If they do not have it, it is likely that it is truly unavailable. The Treasure Pavilion is located in the southern part of the market." The elderly woman gestured southward, offering her guidance. "Thank you, esteemed lady," Luo Chen replied with a slight nod, then performed a courteous bow before departing the stall, under the envious gaze of the surrounding vendors, and proceeded southward. Before long, he had distanced himself from the bustling market. Once he confirmed that no one was paying him heed, he abruptly turned and slipped into a narrow alley, retrieving a pair of black greaves to don upon his calves. A weight exceeding 200 pounds suddenly encased his legs, causing Luo Chen's entire being to sink downwards, rendering his movement sluggish even while walking. Yet, not a trace of agony marred his countenance. Rather, he reveled in the experience. The sensation of continuously growing stronger was truly exhilarating. With heavy steps, Luo Chen made his way out of the alley, heading southward. Initially, his strides were laborious and exceedingly slow, but as he continued onward, he found his gait subtly becoming more buoyant. It is noteworthy that Luo Chen currently possessed an immense strength of over 30,000 pounds. Bearing an additional weight of over 200 pounds upon his legs was strenuous, yet not unbearable. Consequently, it did not take long for him to acclimatize to this burden. Once his strides regained their steadiness and returned to normal, he lifted his gaze and discovered that the Treasure Pavilion was already within sight. Chapter 66. The Treasure Pavilion, situated to the south of the bustling market. The Treasure Pavilion stood as a grand establishment, its towering structure far surpassing that of neighboring buildings, a testament to its formidable strength and exceptional status. Amusingly, despite being located in such a vibrant area, the pavilion was teeming with visitors, while nearby shops remained eerily quiet, creating a stark contrast. "May I inquire, do you have any blood bodhi?" Luo Chen inquired directly, recognizing that in such a place, there was no need for pretense. "Indeed, we do. But may I ask how many you desire, young master?" The woman in the green attire beamed with delight, her charming smile growing ever more radiant. This blood bodhi was indeed a spiritual fruit. Although its rank was not exceedingly high, its value was considerable. 3 pieces, thought Luo Chen, speaking directly. 3 pieces? While our treasure pavilion does possess blood bodhi, I must remind you, esteemed sir, that each one requires 40,000 taels of gold. The woman in green replied, her smile unwavering. Luo Chen nodded in understanding and said calmly, "If you have them, please bring them forth. I require 3 pieces." In no time, the woman returned, cradling a zetonwood box. As the box opened, 3 crimson spiritual fruits appeared before Luo Chen's eyes. "So this is the blood bodhi." His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he examined them closely. Lying quietly within the box, each fruit emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy. Even without consumption, Luo Chen could sense the profound spiritual power contained within these diminutive blood bodhi. If one were injured, a single piece would suffice for swift healing. If unscathed, the blood bodhi could enhance one's cultivation. Truly, this fruit lived up to its esteemed reputation. 40,000 taels of gold for each, is it? Very well. Upon beholding the blood bodhi, Luo Chen was swift to settle the payment. He retrieved a stack of gold notes from his storage ring and handed them to the woman in green. 1,200,000 taels in total. With over 600,000 taels still remaining in his storage, parting with 12,000 caused him no distress whatsoever. Such generosity, esteemed sir. Simultaneously, your spending limit has surpassed 100,000 taels of gold. At our treasure pavilion, we are delighted to present you with a silver membership card. Henceforth, you may enjoy a discount of 10% on your purchases. Having acquired what he sought, Luo Chen prepared to take his leave when, unexpectedly, a broad hand rested upon his shoulder. Luo Chen's expression darkened, and instinctively he was poised to retaliate, only to discover 3 familiar figures standing behind him. To his astonishment, it was none other than Qin Feibai, Zhuo Long Han, and Chen Feng. "Luo Chen, my junior, what brings you to the treasure pavilion?" Qin Feibai inquired first. Then, as if struck by a revelation, added, "I see now. You must have come to sell the corpse of the iron-armed savage ape, right? What a coincidence that we should meet here. The corpse of the iron-armed savage ape? For sale?" Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback, a significant question mark hovering above his head. "What? Is that not the case?" Qin Feibai responded with astonishment, while Zhuo Long Han and Chen Feng wore equally perplexed expressions. If Luo Chen was not there to sell the iron-armed savage ape's corpse, then what was his purpose? "Senior Qin, is it really possible to sell the corpse of the iron-armed savage ape? I thought it was only suitable for roasting," Luo Chen retorted. Qin Feibai's lips twitched as he regarded Luo Chen, akin to observing a rare and wondrous flower. However, upon further reflection, he understood that Luo Chen had only recently enrolled and was unfamiliar with many matters, which was entirely understandable. Thus, he patiently elucidated, "Of course it can be sold. The remains of a 4th-tier magical beast are not only valuable for their flesh and blood, certain materials from its body are also essential for crafting. Hence, they can indeed be sold." "I see now. Moreover, the prices offered are significantly higher than those found elsewhere." The young woman in the azure attire felt a surge of excitement, astonished to discover that Luo Chen possessed such treasures. "Luo Chen, my junior, you haven't sold that corpse of the iron-armed violent ape, have you?" Qin Feibai gazed intently at Luo Chen, a hint of urgency etched on his face. "Indeed, the iron-armed violent ape is a 4th-tier magical beast, and both its flesh and bodily materials are exceedingly precious. You wouldn't have truly roasted it, would you?" Zhuo Longhan appeared equally anxious, fearing that Luo Chen might have acted foolishly. "Surely, my junior wouldn't be that reckless. Considering it has only been a day since our expedition to the Beast Mountain." Chen Feng hastily interjected, observing the trio's tense expressions, all concerned for his well-being. Luo Chen felt a wave of gratitude swell within him. He nodded and smiled. "I haven't sold it. I attended the talent and beauty gathering yesterday. I simply didn't have the time." "That's a relief. Truly a relief." Qin Feibai exhaled, a look of envy surfacing on his countenance as he exclaimed, "Luo Chen, my junior, I never imagined your talents were so extraordinary, and your brilliance so remarkable. To know you is indeed an honor for the 3 of us." Even as Chun Feng and Qin Fei Bai witnessed Zhuo Longhan beginning to flirt with Luo Chen, their expressions bore no trace of discontent. Rather, they appeared entirely accepting of the situation. Were it not for their male identities, they might have been compelled to join in the flirtation themselves. What? This fellow is Luo Chen? Well, to one's astonishment, the renowned poet of the capital, known as the Poet Immortal, was unexpectedly found within the treasure pavilion. Young Master Luo Chen, my young lady desires to invite you. Upon hearing these words, numerous individuals engaged in activities within the pavilion immediately turned their attention, their gazes swiftly fixating upon Luo Chen. One particular steward clad in black promptly recalled his young lady's instructions and approached to inquire further. In an instant, Luo Chen became the focal point of everyone's interest. In the eyes of the crowd, he had undeniably assumed the title of Poet Immortal, witnessing such enthusiasm from the onlookers. And feeling the gentle tugging sensation on his arm, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a slight embarrassment. Truth be told, he had never aspired to be a Poet Immortal. His sole intention was to acquire the 5-element talisman and the 4th-tier magic core. After extricating the senior sister, Long Han, from his arm, Luo Chen turned to the young woman in green attire and said, "My lady, might we change our location? It is rather crowded here, and even with the corpses of high-tier magical beasts, it would be inconvenient to conduct our sale." "Certainly. Please follow me," the young woman in green eagerly responded, leading Luo Chen and his companions through the throngs of people towards a private room. "Hold on." Just as they began to move, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from outside, followed by several students clad in purple star-pattern uniforms entering the treasure pavilion with derisive smirks. Chapter 67. The struggle for the storage ring. Simultaneously, aside from Sun Xinghe, Luo Zhenyan and others had also arrived, their mocking gazes resembling wolves amidst a flock of sheep, brimming with disdain and contempt. "Sun Xinghe, what brings you here?" Zhuo Lingyan exhibited a countenance fraught with anxiety, acutely aware that these individuals were clearly not harbingers of goodwill. Indeed, those with benevolent intentions seldom arrive unbidden. "Surely, we have not wronged you in any way?" Chun Feng inquired hastily, beads of perspiration forming in his palms. "Do you not possess even a modicum of awareness regarding my presence here?" Sun Xinghe retorted with a derisive smile. "Luo Chen, yesterday at the Talents and Beauties gathering, it was a splendid occasion for the esteemed Prince Punkuan to shine, yet you chose to flaunt your abilities at the banquet. Can you not comprehend how utterly absurd and ignorant you appear?" "Indeed," Luo Zhenyan echoed with a sneer, his gaze fixed not on Qin Fei Bai and his companions, but rather on Luo Chen, mockingly stating, "What stature does the Prince Punkuan hold that he would stoop to contend with a base individual such as yourself? However, as friends, we can no longer stand idly by." Following this proclamation, he issued a furious command, his voice dripping with malice. "Come forth, surround Luo Chen, and seize his storage ring publicly. To have obtained treasures from Prince Punkuan and still dare to patronize the treasure pavilion? Do you take us for fools? To offend the prince and still seek to shop here? Truly, ignorance breeds no fear. What is he but a mere country bumpkin? Does he truly consider himself a genius? Such folly. A poet? I deem that utter nonsense. Luo Chen, in the face of absolute strength, you are not but a trifling nuisance." The other students from the outer court erupted in derisive laughter as they advanced, encircling Luo Chen, their faces adorned with mocking expressions. In their eyes, Luo Chen was merely a country lad, insignificant in the grand city of Zhongdu, a mere plaything for their whims. They felt emboldened to bully him at will, even within the hallowed halls of the treasure pavilion. Were it not for the consideration that Luo Chen was a student from the outer academy of the Star Academy, they might have escalated their actions far beyond merely pilfering his storage ring, perhaps even seeking to eliminate him entirely to prevent any future repercussions. As they encircled Luo Chen with mocking sneers, Qin Fei and Bai, filled with urgency and frustration, found themselves powerless. The might of the Sun family was simply too formidable for these common students to confront. Opposing them would render their lives at the Star Academy unbearable. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, Qin Fei stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Luo Chen, gritting his teeth as he addressed Sun Xinghe. "We are all students of the Star Academy. Do you not value the bonds of camaraderie? How dare you lay a hand on junior Luo Chen? He has only just joined the Star Academy and is still quite inexperienced. Even if you were to seize his storage ring, there is likely nothing of worth within." Chun Feng, known for his straightforwardness, implored for mercy in defense of Luo Chen, clearly demonstrating their solidarity. Silence. Sun Xinghe's expression darkened, unwilling to engage further in conversation. Suddenly, He darted forward like a phantom, covering the distance of several meters in an instant, and with a thunderous clap, struck Chen Feng squarely in the chest. Bang! A heavy blow struck his chest, causing Chen Feng to emit a muffled groan as he transformed into a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward and crashing against the wall of the hall. Upon hitting the ground, he coughed violently, spewing forth a mouthful of crimson blood, his complexion paling dramatically, clearly indicating he had sustained significant injury. To his astonishment, in a bid to suppress Luo Chen, Sun Xinghe wasted no time in launching an attack on Chen Feng. Today, Luo Chen must surrender his storage ring, relinquishing the 2 4th-tier magic cores and the elemental talismans. Otherwise, none of you shall leave here unharmed. After injuring Chen Feng, Sun Xinghe exhibited no semblance of remorse. Instead, he remained in the center of the room, relentlessly pressuring Luo Chen with an air of arrogance and disdain. His expression, replete with contempt, conveyed nothing but disdain. Moreover, he was merely seeking a storage ring, not committing murder. Despite Luo Chen's considerable reputation, no one in the royal city of Zhongdu dared to utter a word against him. Coughing up blood repeatedly, Chen Feng's face turned a ghastly shade of gray, struggling to maintain his footing. Yet, he resolutely positioned himself in front of Luo Chen, gritting his teeth and refusing to yield. "Senior Chen Feng," Luo Chen exclaimed, hastily stepping forward to support him. The previous events transpired with such swiftness that even he could scarcely comprehend Sun Xinghe's audacity in attacking Chen Feng in front of everyone, especially within the confines of the treasure pavilion. Witnessing Chen Feng's grievous injury ignited a terrifying killing intent within Luo Chen's gaze, and his expression grew chillingly cold, reminiscent of the frigid winds of the netherworld, piercing and devoid of warmth. Though Luo Chen and Chen Feng were not well acquainted, the fact that Chen Feng had sustained such grievous injuries for Luo Chen's sake was not something Luo Chen could easily overlook at this moment. "Luo Chen, heed my advice and surrender the storage ring promptly. Otherwise, I assure you, I shall not hesitate to strike, be it Chen Feng or even Qin Feibai." Sun Xinghe stood in the center, his countenance brimming with arrogance, exerting an overwhelming pressure upon Luo Chen. With a thunderous roar, his formidable aura erupted, radiating a powerful presence that spread from beneath his feet like a tempest, awe-inspiring in its might. The prowess of the top 3 students from the outer courtyard was indeed not to be underestimated. "Sun Xinghe, you truly possess a heart of ruthlessness. This is the domain of the treasure pavilion. Are you truly willing to turn a blind eye to such actions?" Zwolingen exclaimed, casting her gaze towards the woman in green. "This is the treasure pavilion. Is Sun Xinghe truly attempting to seize something here? Will you not intervene?" The woman in green responded hastily, her expression betraying her alarm, for she had never anticipated that Sun Xinghe would dare to brazenly attempt to snatch a storage ring within the confines of the treasure pavilion. "Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Get lost." At her words, Sun Xinghe's expression darkened, and his formidable aura swiftly redirected towards Zwolingen and the woman in green. A formidable pressure surged forth, causing both Zwolingen and the woman in green to change their expressions drastically. They could distinctly feel that this overwhelming aura was as if it were an unstoppable force, invincible in its path. If it were to bear down upon them, they would surely suffer grievous injuries. They could hardly fathom that Sun Xinghe could be so brazen, lacking any sense of chivalry, daring to strike at 2 frail women in public. However, just as this immense pressure was about to envelop them, a sudden and even more potent force erupted, colliding against the initial pressure. The clash produced a deep, resonant sound, and Sun Xinghe staggered back a few steps. Astonishment etched across his face. His once arrogant gaze was now fixed upon Luo Chen, filled with disbelief. The individual who had unleashed this countering force was none other than Luo Chen. To his astonishment, he had merely released his aura and was able to stand toe-to-toe with Sun Xinghe, perhaps even surpassing him. Good, Sun Xinghe exclaimed, his voice dripping with mockery. "Luo Chen, you can no longer restrain yourself and have chosen to act, have you? Today, I shall witness the extent of your abilities that embolden you to oppose the esteemed Prince Pinguin, rather than anger." A sinister smile spread across Sun Xinghe's face as a tidal wave of battle intent surged within him. With each utterance of good, his aura swelled progressively, akin to an enraged iron-arm ape, amplifying both its presence and might. The moment the formidable aura of a peak master of the Yuan realm erupted within the hall of the treasure pavilion, a tempestuous wind swept through, sending everyone as hair billowing wildly. "Sun Xinghe, you may attempt to seize my storage ring, which is of little consequence, but you must absolutely not. under any circumstances. Lay a hand on Senior Chinfeng. Moreover, the audacity to even contemplate harming Senior's Welengan is utterly despicable. Luo Chen's voice thundered with fury. An overwhelming force emanating from him, though he contained his aura, channeling all his power inward, poised for an imminent confrontation with Sun Xinghe. How could he tolerate such insolence? Even if his uncle could endure it, his aunt certainly could not. Luo Chen, you shall lie down. Sun Xinghe bellowed, erupting like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains. Launching himself forward with a leg strike that bore down with the weight of a mountain, poised to crush. Chapter 68. Inferior Spirit Tool, Qi Feng Sword. The attack commenced. Sun Xinghe charged at Luo Chen. The crowd gasped in astonishment, taken aback by Sun Xinghe's brazen audacity, as he launched a swift kick at Luo Chen without a word, unleashing a formidable force. Should this strike connect, Luo Chen would undeniably be brought to the ground. It is crucial to note that Sun Xinghe stood at the pinnacle of the Earth Origin realm, while Luo Chen was merely in the mid-stage of the Transformation realm. This transcended the realm of a fair duel. It was sheer domination. Sun Xinghe, halt. Luo Chen, quickly evade. Qin Feibai and Zhuo Lengan shouted urgently, their faces etched with concern. Even Qin Feng appeared anxious, desperate to warn Luo Chen, yet his grievous injuries rendered him incapable of voicing a word, leaving him to helplessly watch as Sun Xinghe's leg approached Luo Chen with devastating intent. The forceful kick descended from above, crushing everything in its path. Even the air emitted a piercing shriek, as though it could not withstand such overwhelming power. This strike was undeniably formidable. Sun Xinghe truly lived up to his reputation as a genius. The might of his leg was nothing short of terrifying. It was over for Luo Chen. He would surely be brought down. In the audience, astonished gasps filled the air, for such a vigorous attack could scarcely be resisted. Not even by those at the pinnacle of the realm. And here was Luo Chen, merely at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. How could he possibly endure this? The consequences of failing to do so were all too clear. He would indeed fall. This kick is known as the Gale Leg. Luo Chen. To be beneath my strike is a privilege in itself. As he launched his attack, Sun Xinghe let out a long howl, his expression brimming with confidence, as if he regarded Luo Chen as inconsequential. You are a genius. So am I. Moreover, the disparity in our realms is vast. It would be a miracle if you survived today. The Gale Leg? Quite intriguing. Yet, in the face of such a powerful strike, Luo Chen's demeanor remained remarkably calm. Not even the slightest change crossed his face. Just last night, he had surpassed 30,000 pounds of strength, and today he had yet to find someone to test it against. Who would have thought that Sun Xinghe would come charging in? Furthermore, he was currently encumbered by protective gear weighing over 200 pounds strapped to his legs. With this in mind, Luo Chen stood firm, waiting for Sun Xinghe to draw near, at which point his expression suddenly turned icy, and he executed a sweeping kick. Once again, it was the divine martial technique, the Wind God Leg. However, his leg appeared to move slowly, yet in reality, it possessed an astonishing speed, harboring a formidable force of 30,000 pounds. With the enhancement of the dragon origin power, the magnitude was likely far greater. Bang! The collision of their legs resulted in an explosive release of that immense force, all of which was concentrated upon Sun Xinghe's thigh. Indeed, the sheer power of the impact caused even the very air to tremble slightly. As the overwhelming force erupted, Sun Xinghe's expression shifted dramatically. He felt as though he had kicked a solid iron plate. The force struck him so fiercely that he let out a pained scream, his body hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into the crowd. His entire right leg was left bloodied, as if it were on the verge of breaking. In stark contrast, Luo Chen remained steadfast in his position, unwavering, and even maintained his kicking stance. The disparity was evident. How could this be? My heavens, the third-ranked student from the outer court, Sun Xinghe, could not withstand even a single kick from Luo Chen. Witnessing this, a look of astonishment flickered across the faces of all present, including Luo Zhenyan and his companions, who could hardly fathom that Luo Chen, merely in the mid-stage of the transformation realm, possessed the strength to contend with a pinnacle expert of the Earth origin realm. Could this young man truly be some kind of humanoid beast? Although he was only in the mid-stage of the transformation realm, how could his strength be so immense? As a pinnacle master of the Earth origin realm, Sun Xinghe's kick contained at least 10,000 pounds of force. Such power, even when compared to that of a heaven origin realm expert, was not to be underestimated. Yet, Luo Chen not only withstood it but also sent Sun Xinghe flying backward. The three of Qin Feibai were equally astonished, unable to fathom the sheer strength of Luo Chen, despite being merely at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. With a single kick, he had effortlessly overpowered even those at the pinnacle of the Earth origin realm. This prodigy was truly extraordinary. Cheating. Luo Chen, you must have cheated. Suddenly, Sun Xinghe bellowed, his gaze fixed intensely on Luo Chen. Teeth gritted as he exclaimed, "Why did my kick feel as though it struck an iron plate? Could it be that you possess some protective spiritual artifact? Otherwise, you could not possibly rival me. Resorting to excuses when faced with defeat? Your rationale is utterly feeble." Luo Chen retorted with a disdainful sneer. Very well, Sun Xinghe's expression darkened. Abruptly, he clenched his palm, and a shimmering long sword of azure light materialized within his grasp. He coldly declared, "Since you have employed a spiritual artifact, I shall use this inferior spiritual weapon, the azure-edged sword, to vanquish you. Let us see what you have to say then." Boom. As his words echoed, Sun Xinghe brandished the longsword, directing it toward Luo Chen. His internal energy surged with fervor, causing waves of piercing azure sword light to emanate from the blade, radiating an aura of boundless vitality that surged forth with immense power. To everyone's astonishment, Sun Xinghe had actually summoned an inferior spiritual artifact to contend with Luo Chen. The azure-edged sword? An inferior spiritual artifact indeed. The revelation of this sword sent a ripple of shock through the crowd, their expressions shifting subtly, while Luo Junyan and the others displayed palpable excitement. For with the emergence of this inferior spiritual artifact, Luo Chen's defeat seemed inevitable. Do not be deceived by the fact that the Qingfeng sword is merely a low-grade spiritual weapon. This blade can slice through iron like mud and take lives with the ease of chopping vegetables. Its worth exceeds 1,000,000 taels of gold. The Qingfeng sword, a low-grade spiritual weapon. Upon laying eyes on this sword, a grave expression emerged on Luo Chen's face. Despite his extraordinary strength, he dared not be arrogant in the presence of a spiritual weapon. When confronted with true spiritual implements, a moment's carelessness could result in the loss of limbs. Why are spiritual weapons so precious? It is precisely due to their ability to cut through iron effortlessly and their indomitable nature that they are classified as spiritual weapons. Otherwise, how could they command prices exceeding 1,000,000 taels of gold? Are you afraid? It is good that you are. Ignoring the injury to his leg, Sun Xinghe moved his long sword, striking out with the precision of a venomous serpent, aiming directly at Luo Chen's chest. His attack was executed with remarkable speed. In an instant, a flash of sword light appeared, and he was already before Luo Chen. The shimmering green sword condensed into a dazzling beam of light, carrying an overwhelming momentum as it sliced through the air and plunged into Luo Chen's chest. Had he succeeded? Sun Xinghe felt a surge of joy, only for his expression to shift suddenly as he realized that Luo Chen's figure was gradually dissipating, ultimately vanishing from sight. This was merely an afterimage. The might of spiritual weapons is indeed formidable. As the sound echoed, Luo Chen reappeared behind Sun Xinghe and unleashed a thunderous punch aimed at his back. "Since your speed is swift and your blade cuts through iron, I shall strike at your vulnerable rear. Attempt to ambush me? Not a chance." With a chilling sneer, Sun Xinghe swung his sword once more, the sharp blade suddenly twisting, akin to a maggot burrowing into bone, aimed directly at Luo Chen's fist. Luo Chen's expression shifted, instinctively realizing the futility of a direct confrontation with a spiritual weapon. Thus, he opted for a sweeping motion instead, delivering a forceful punch to the back of the blade. A clear, resonant sound rang out as the Qingfeng sword abruptly bent, vibrating violently. Had Luo Chen exerted a tad more strength, the sword might have shattered. Seeking death. Sun Xinghe's demeanor darkened, his murderous intent intensifying. With a fierce shout, he lunged forward again, launching a relentless assault on Luo Chen. Each strike was executed with cunning precision, targeting the vital points of Luo Chen's body. A single successful thrust would spell his immediate demise. Unexpectedly, in the heat of battle, Sun Xinghe seemed less concerned with seizing the storage ring and more intent on eliminating Luo Chen. He could unmistakably sense that Luo Chen was exceptionally formidable. If he did not eliminate him while he was still vulnerable, he would likely become a significant threat in the future. Meanwhile, Luo Chen adeptly maneuvered, evading the onslaught of the razor-sharp swordplay, all the while his eyes glimmering as he sought out Sun Xinghe's weaknesses. Although the Qingfeng sword was formidable, Luo Chen's mind was a reservoir of combat techniques, rich with memories from his previous life. Once unleashed, these techniques were executed with unparalleled finesse, a force not to be underestimated. In his 2 lifetimes, Luo Chen profoundly understood his own strengths. Thus, rather than clashing head-on with Sun Xinghe, He deftly employed his extensive combat skills to evade the relentless pursuit of the longsword. Each thrust came perilously close. Yet Luo Chen narrowly escaped with mere fractions of a second to spare. Damn it! Is dodging all you know how to do? Sun Xinghe bellowed in frustration, brandishing the Qingfeng sword once more as he launched a furious onslaught against Luo Chen. Today, if he did not vanquish Luo Chen, it would be impossible to quell the raging hatred within him. However, regardless of how Sun Xinghe lunged, swung, slashed, or struck, Luo Chen never engaged him directly. He continually sidestepped, seizing every opportunity to counterattack, catching Sun Xinghe off guard and exhausting his efforts. Were it not for a semblance of dignity, Sun Xinghe would have already summoned others to join him in a collective assault. Suddenly, as Sun Xinghe swung his longsword, he exposed a flaw in his defense. Luo Chen seized the moment, lunging forward with remarkable speed, delivering a swift punch to Sun Xinghe's abdomen. Ugh! Sun Xinghe let out a strangled cry, spewing bile, as his body flew back like a ragged sack, crashing once again into the air. Chapter 69. Shockwaves throughout the arena. As Sun Xinghe was propelled backward yet again, Luo Junyan rushed forward to catch him. Yet, despite successfully grasping Sun Xinghe, the force of the impact continued to drive them backward, causing Luo Junyan to stagger several steps, nearly losing his balance. The sheer power of Luo Chen was formidable. Even a single hit unleashed a cataclysmic force of 30,000 pounds. Had Sun Xinghe not been clad in armor, he would surely have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Defeated, Sun Xinghe had brought forth a low-grade spiritual weapon. Yet he was still vanquished. Witnessing this scene, astonishment etched itself upon the faces of all present. They had believed that with a low-grade spiritual weapon in hand, Sun Xinghe would be able to subdue Luo Chen, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Sun Xinghe, after a brief moment of arrogance, was once again sent flying by Luo Chen, crashing to the ground, his visage paling to an ashen hue. Luo Chen, in the mid-stage of the transformation realm, had astonishingly triumphed over an expert at the pinnacle of the Earth origin realm, shattering their preconceived notions. Since when had the mid-stage of the transformation realm become so formidable? As for Qin Feibai and his companions, they stood in utter bewilderment, mouths agape, their eyes nearly bulging like brass bells. The spectacle before them invoked an overwhelmingly surreal sensation. They had never anticipated that a pinnacle expert of the Earth origin realm would be so easily dispatched by Luo Chen. Young Master Sun. After barely regaining his footing, Luo Junyan hastily rushed forward to support Sun Xinghe once more, astonished that even Sun Xinghe had proven no match for Luo Chen. Impossible. This cannot be. I am clearly at the pinnacle of the Earth origin realm. How could I be defeated by someone in the mid-stage of the transformation realm? Blood trickled from Sun Xinghe's mouth, his hair disheveled, and his face was as pale as death, his gaze fixed on Luo Chen, filled with incredulity. What of the pinnacle of the Earth origin realm? Is it truly that formidable? Standing in the center of the arena, Luo Chen scoffed disdainfully. Had it not been for Sun Xinghe brandishing a low-grade spiritual weapon, he could have easily defeated him with a single strike. The Earth origin realm? Back in Blackstone City, Luo Chen had already proven capable of defeating such opponents. Now, he could crush them at will. Since we cannot prevail, let us all charge together. Suddenly, Sun Xinghe's expression turned icy as he bellowed, Luo Junyan, rally the brothers for a united assault. I refuse to believe that with our numbers, we cannot vanquish this little wretch today. Understood, young Master Sun. Luo Junyan nodded, and with a sweeping gesture, the throng of followers surged forward once more, encircling Luo Chen completely. As students from the outer academy, each was a master at the Earth origin realm, numbering at least a dozen. If they joined forces, even a mid-stage transformation realm expert would have to tread carefully, let alone a master at the celestial origin realm, who would surely retreat in disarray. Zuolengan offered a cautionary reminder, for in the Star Academy, who did not know that Luo Chen was recommended by Elder Lu Xuanji. Anyone daring to insult Luo Chen must ponder whether Elder Lu would approve, lest they face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, a flicker of deep apprehension crossed Sun Xinghe's eyes. However, having already suffered repeated failures, he cast aside such concerns and coldly chuckled, Fear not. I shall not kill Luo Chen. At most, I will leave him half dead. As long as he lives, even if Elder Lu Xuanji himself were to intervene, I would face no repercussions. With that, he waved his hand and commanded, Brothers, stop dawdling and charge forth. Let us subdue this insolent brat, and see if he dares to be arrogant again. Receiving the order, Luo Junyan and the others immediately pressed forward, lunging at Luo Chen, their avaricious gazes fixated upon the storage ring in his palm, each yearning for that coveted prize. What does it matter how many there are? I, Luo Chen, have never feared anyone. Luo Chen's countenance turned cold, and his body trembled slightly as the robust dragon essence surged within him, rapidly enveloping his entire being, preparing for a fierce battle. Thud, thud, thud. Witnessing the escalating turmoil, the onlookers instinctively retreated, their faces etched with concern. If these students from the outer academy banded together, even with the strength of 3 heads and 6 arms, it would likely spell disaster for Luo Chen. After all, these individuals were all masters of the Earth origin realm, each a prodigy capable of entering the Star Academy. None could be considered ordinary. United, they could likely overpower even those at the Celestial origin realm. Moreover, Sun Xinghe wielded a low-grade spiritual weapon in his hand. Cease this at once. Suddenly, a commanding voice thundered through the air, akin to a clap of thunder, reverberating throughout the venue. Following this, a fiery streak of light shot forth with astonishing speed. Before the figure even arrived, the overwhelming aura it exuded left everyone momentarily breathless, as if the very air had been snatched away. A master. Undoubtedly, a master. All eyes widened in astonishment as they turned towards the entrance, where the fiery streak landed, creating visible cracks in the ground upon impact. Then, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe emerged before the crowd. This man was imposing in stature, his eyes sharp as lightning, and his face appeared chiseled and defined, emanating an intensely powerful and searing aura. Who would have thought that the treasure pavilion housed such a formidable presence? It seemed he was merely a step away from becoming a grandmaster of the earth. Even though fury raged within his heart, for the sake of the Sun family's reputation, Steward 2 refrained from taking immediate action, his countenance shadowed with a palpable darkness. It was merely a matter of some damaged possessions. I shall compensate you with 20,000 gold notes. Sun Xinghe scoffed derisively, retrieving a stack of gold notes from his storage ring and flinging them towards Steward 2's humph. With a disdainful grunt, Steward 2 accepted the gold notes without protest, thus allowing the matter to be laid to rest. Observing this, a faint smile crept upon Sun Xinghe's lips as he narrowed his eyes and inquired, Steward 2, now that I have compensated you, might I request the privilege of dealing with this little scoundrel? He gestured towards Luo Chen with a pointed finger. Sun Xinghe, do not presume that I will spare you simply because I have accepted your gold notes. Begone. Steward 2 bellowed, exuding an overwhelming aura that pressed down upon Sun Xinghe. With a sudden shift in expression, Sun Xinghe coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. His injuries, already substantial, had now worsened. Steward 2. You Sun Xinghe could hardly fathom that after accepting the gold notes, Steward 2 would not only withhold assistance, but would instead threaten him. Gritting his teeth, an expression of grim resolve crossed his face as he retorted, Very well, the precious treasure pavilion shall not be forgotten by me, Sun Xinghe. With that, his vengeful gaze shifted back to Luo Chen, and he seethed, Luo Chen. The steward, Mr. 2, shook his head slightly, and then turned to Luo Chen with a look of profound regret. You are a valued guest of our treasure pavilion, and it is an unfortunate oversight that you face danger in our hall. On behalf of the entire treasure pavilion, I extend my sincerest apologies. With that, a genuine expression of remorse appeared on his face, and he handed 200,000 gold notes to Luo Chen. It is nothing, merely a trifling matter. Luo Chen replied nonchalantly, his gaze towards Mr. 2 imbued with a hint of appreciation. That's a relief. Mr. 2 exhaled, feeling a sense of ease wash over him. Had Luo Chen insisted on pursuing the matter, it would have tarnished the reputation of their treasure pavilion, as the fault lay with them. Mr. 2. This young master Luo Chen and his companions initially intended to sell the corpses of high-tier magical beasts, but unexpectedly, they were intercepted by young Master Sun, the woman in green reminded, not having forgotten the matter at hand. Oh, Mr. 2 expressed mild surprise and asked solemnly, Young friend Luo Chen, do you truly possess the corpses of high-tier magical beasts? If so, our treasure pavilion is prepared to make a generous offer. Indeed, we do have them, but this place is too crowded. Might we speak in a different location? Luo Chen inquired, wishing to keep his recent hunt of an iron-arm ape discreet to avoid attracting undue attention. Very well. Please follow me, Mr. 2 nodded, leading Luo Chen and his companions into a private chamber. Chapter 70, Crafting the 5 Elements Explosive Talisman. With Mr. 2 present, the ensuing matters would be much simpler. When Luo Chen and his companions each presented the carcass of the 4th-tier magical beast, the iron-armed gorilla, the manager, without hesitation, bestowed upon each of them 80,000 taels in gold notes. However, for Zwelingen, the amount was slightly reduced, receiving only 60,000 taels. Yet, Zwelingen seemed unperturbed, wearing a satisfied expression. In the eyes of the three, these gold notes were entirely a gift from Luo Chen, rendering Zwelingen indifferent to the discrepancy in sums. Luo Chen, too, was taken aback by the extraordinary value of the iron-armed gorilla's carcass. Thankfully, Qin Feibai had offered a timely reminder, otherwise he would have squandered 80,000 taels in vain. To express his apologies, after accepting the carcass, the manager also presented each of the three a silver card, elevating them to silver membership status as a form of recompense. Qin Feibai patted Luo Chen on the shoulder with an eager look, saying, "In just a few days, the Academy's grand competition will commence. You may very well secure the title of first among the Outer Academy students." First among the Outer Academy? Luo Chen inquired, puzzled. He had not been particularly invested in the competition, but securing the first position would grant him access to the Academy's treasure vault, allowing him to select the 9 Calamities Burning Heart formation, which would significantly bolster the safety of the Luo family. Indeed, Qin Feibai elucidated. Our Star Academy categorizes students into registered students, Outer Academy, and Inner Academy. Thus, the grand competition will naturally distinguish between the Inner and Outer Academies. Otherwise, how could the Outer Academy students possibly compete with those from the Inner Academy? It is essential to note that every individual who ascends to the Inner Academy is a master of the Tianyuan realm. Precisely. Zwelingen nodded in agreement and added, "As for the students of the Outer Academy, they are typically masters of the Earth origin realm. I was previously puzzled as to why you, possessing only mid-level transformation, could enter the Outer Academy. It turns out you were already comparable to the masters of the Earth origin realm." "Ah, I see," Luo Chen remarked, enlightenment dawning upon him. The reasoning was straightforward. Within the Star Academy, students are categorized into 3 distinct types. Registered students are generally masters of the transformation realm, most of whom have reached the pinnacle of this stage. With diligent effort, they can break through and swiftly transition to the Outer Academy. However, to become a registered student, one must meet a specific criterion, achieving a strength of 3,000 pounds during the transformation stage and passing the Trial Stones assessment. As for the students of the Outer Academy, they can enter at any time upon breaking through to the Earth origin realm. The path to becoming an Inner Academy student is far more arduous. Each Inner Academy student is a master of the Celestial origin realm, a status equivalent to that of a city lord in a place like Blackstone City. It is evident how challenging it is to attain the status of an Inner Academy student. Thus, it follows that in the Grand Academy competition, the registered students, Outer Academy students, and Inner Academy students compete in 3 separate rounds, ultimately determining the champion through mutual contests. This structure also provides opportunities for the students of the Outer and registered categories. Regrettably, the first place in every academy competition has invariably been claimed by a student from the Inner Academy. Never has there been a case where an Outer Academy or registered student has secured the top position. It is no wonder that at the talent and beauty gathering, Yen Chixing remarked that Luo Chen must first defeat Prince Punkuan to earn the chance to duel with him. Although you have triumphed over Sun Xinghe, Junior Luo Chen, do not underestimate Prince Punkuan. He is a formidable figure. His ascension to the pinnacle of the external academy is no mere coincidence. Did I not mention before? I possess a tome detailing the cultivation practices for both genders, and we ought to delve into it together. As she spoke, her delicate hand lingered on Luo Chen's chest, teasingly brushing against it. While the gesture seemed innocuous, there was an undeniable air of subtle flirtation and suggestion that wafted through the air, touching Luo Chen's heart. Particularly as he felt a tingling sensation emanating from his chest, Luo Chen found himself buoyed, as if he were soaring among the clouds. Momentarily disoriented and unable to discern direction, he harbored no doubt that should he acquiesce, the evening would prove to be profoundly intoxicating. Alas, this fleeting thought vanished as quickly as it had appeared, and Luo Chen swiftly regained his composure. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his spirit was far sturdier than the average person's, and he soon recognized that Senior Left Lingen was likely employing some form of enchantment. Perhaps it would be best to abstain, Senior Left, he replied, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he quickened his pace, moving ahead. Truth be told, he found her fervent demeanor somewhat overwhelming, uncertain whether she jested or was genuinely attempting to seduce him. For the sake of the Luo family, he must expedite his ascension in cultivation. Moreover, capturing the Fire Kirin beast was imperative, a task that could not be delayed. Should others discover it, it would be too late. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Luo Chen retrieved 3 vividly colored talisman papers and a silver brush from his storage ring, arranging them neatly upon the table. These 2 items were none other than the 5 elements talisman papers and the silver moon wolf brush. It was time to commence the alchemical process. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen placed one of the 5 elements talisman papers at the center of the table, gripping the brush with a serious demeanor, meticulously beginning his intricate drawing. The creation of such 5 elements talisman papers, transforming them into spiritual talismans, is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Merely sketching the spiritual talisman is insufficient. One must infuse the talisman paper with 5 distinctly different elemental energies: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Typically, the fabrication of a 5 elements spiritual talisman necessitates the collaborative efforts of 5 high-ranking talisman masters to achieve success. However, Luo Chen was an exception. His mind was a repository of various talisman techniques, each imbued with a level of profundity that far surpassed that of this world, complemented by his extensive experience. Therefore, for Luo Chen, crafting a 5 elements spiritual talisman was not particularly challenging. At this moment, however, Luo Chen was not merely producing an ordinary high-level spiritual talisman, but rather an even more advanced creation, the 5 elements explosive talisman. As the name implies, the 5 elements explosive talisman involves the complete amalgamation of 5 distinct elemental energies, culminating in a talisman imbued with the essence of the 5 elements. In simpler terms, the 5 elements explosive talisman is an upgraded version of the explosive talisman. As for its power, it is not merely a simple enhancement. Rather, its might multiplies exponentially, potentially reaching the striking force of a grand earth master. Such a prospect is indeed terrifying. Should such matters come to the attention of those illustrious families, or perhaps some ancient beings, they would undoubtedly be driven to madness. 4. Luo Chen has elevated the function of the elemental talisman to its utmost pinnacle, with a swift motion of the silver moon celestial wolf brush upon the elemental talisman. Within mere minutes, a 5-element spirit talisman was completed. Although it appeared somewhat eerie, adorned with various intricate patterns, the flame insignia stood out strikingly. Following this, he began to infuse it with elemental energy. Water elemental energy, arise. Luo Chen commanded, channeling the dragon elemental force within him, allowing it to surge forth through his fingertips. However, upon contact with the talisman, the dragon elemental force underwent an immediate transformation, morphing into gentle strands imbued with water attributes, all of which seeped into the talisman. Chapter 71. The Fire Unicorn Beast. Logically, the dragon elemental force should not possess water attributes. Yet, while crafting the 5 elements explosive talisman, Luo Chen inscribed a miniature conversion array upon the talisman, enabling the dragon elemental force to transmute into water elemental energy upon contact. This energy was continuously infused, becoming stored within. Thus, Luo Chen merely needed to perpetually channel the dragon elemental force into the talisman. As the water elemental energy flowed incessantly, the talisman gradually emanated a subtle wave of elemental energy, and its hue became increasingly vibrant. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Luo Chen's expression was serious and focused as he continuously infused a substantial amount of water elemental energy into the 5 elements spirit talisman. Fortunately, his dragon elemental energy was remarkably abundant. Otherwise, this endeavor alone would have depleted a significant portion of it. After a full half an hour, a flash of blue light flickered across the 5 elements spirit talisman, signaling that the water elemental energy was completely filled. Fire elemental energy, manifest. However, Luo Chen did not cease his efforts. Instead, he formed another hand seal, altering the elemental properties and transforming it into searing fire elemental energy, which he then infused into the talisman. Another half an hour passed, and the fire elemental energy was successfully injected. Metal elemental energy, manifest. With a soft command, Luo Chen once again shifted the elemental properties and continued to pour in energy. After another half hour, wood elemental energy, manifest. Earth elemental energy, manifest. With each low utterance, as soon as the elemental energy reached its capacity, Luo Chen promptly transformed its properties and infused it anew, perpetually cycling through the process. Finally, when all 5 distinct elemental energies had been accumulated within the talisman, a genuine 5 elements explosive talisman was successfully forged. It's done. Holding the first 5 elements explosive talisman, a glimmer of joy appeared in Luo Chen's eyes. Although he had expended a considerable amount of dragon elemental energy, He could distinctly sense the terrifying power contained within this talisman. Even before its use, he felt a shiver coursing through him. The might of a strike from a grandmaster of the earth is indeed formidable. Although the attack was somewhat singular, it could still annihilate numerous experts of the celestial origin realm. Moreover, the elemental energy within this 5 elements fire explosion talisman is derived from dragon elemental force, boasting a quality and level far superior to that of ordinary elemental energy, magnified several times. Thus, once the 5 elements fire explosion talisman detonates, its power is undeniably unimaginable, earth-shattering. However, having crafted merely one, it is likely insufficient. Subsequently, Luo Chen, with meticulous precision, retrieved 2 additional sheets of 5 elements talisman paper and placed them upon the table, commencing the refining process one by one. Despite the laborious and monotonous nature of the endeavor, Luo Chen maintained a serious expression, wholly absorbed in his work. The intricate incantations continuously transformed in his hands, temporarily altering the attributes of the elemental energy and infusing them into the talisman paper. By the time the remaining 2 5 elements fire explosion talismans were completed, night had enveloped the sky, leaving Luo Chen breathless, his complexion pale, with his dragon elemental force nearly depleted. With no time to examine the spiritual talismans, Luo Chen took a deep breath, seated himself cross-legged on the bed, and silently activated the Dragon Emperor's dominance technique, pressing his tongue against the roof of his mouth, sinking his energy into his dantian, and gradually beginning to inhale and exhale. With each breath, he absorbed the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, restoring his dragon elemental force. The 5 elements fire explosion talismans were indeed extraordinary, demanding an immense amount of elemental energy. Had it not been for Luo Chen's exceptionally profound accumulation, it is likely that he would not have been able to refine 3 talismans in just one day. However, despite his fatigue, to his astonishment, as Long Yuanli gradually recovered, Luo Chen discovered that not only had his Long Yuanli not diminished, but it had also significantly increased. This intense refinement process surprisingly had the effect of enhancing his Long Yuanli. If it were not for the scarcity of talisman paper, Luo Chen would have eagerly crafted several more to further augment his power. It is no wonder that those alchemists seldom engage in rigorous training yet manage to elevate their realms. It turns out that the art of alchemy and talisman crafting can also foster such advancements. Luo Chen murmured to himself, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. And soon his expression grew resolute, tinged with anticipation. Now that the 5 elements flame explosion talisman had been successfully forged, he resolved to venture into the monster beast mountain range that very night. Days had passed, and surely the beast tide must have receded by now. Even from his dormitory, with a keen gaze, Luo Chen could faintly discern the figures of dancers performing their graceful routines in the lofty pavilions. Moreover, the Starry Sky Academy was bustling with activity. From the surrounding dormitories, the sounds of chi cultivation and spirited exclamations resonated, indicating that the grand competition was drawing near, and all the students were fervently honing their skills, eager to showcase their prowess in the upcoming contest. The path of cultivation is inherently one of competition, especially in a place like the Starry Sky Academy, where prodigies converge. Everyone is compelled to strive earnestly, vying for opportunities, resources, and talent. A single step ahead can lead to a cascade of advantages. The most radiant geniuses undoubtedly secure the greatest resources, growing ever stronger, bringing glory to their families, until they become unparalleled masters, standing proud in their realms. With a silent clench of his fist, the brilliance flickered in Luo Chen's eyes. He uttered no words, but his figure swiftly moved under the moonlight as he departed from the Star Academy, cloaked by the silvery glow of the moon. He adopted an exceedingly peculiar and rapid gait, hastening towards the Beast Mountain range. This was an exceptionally swift technique known as the Snowfall Cloud Step. This method proved remarkably effective for both travel and combat. Driven by the urgency to reach the Beast Mountain range, Luo Chen could afford no distractions. Having lived 2 lives, he profoundly understood his advantages and recognized the necessity to seize them for rapid growth. The Fire Kirin beast presented a perfect opportunity, not to mention the divine soul fruit hidden within the cave. At a normal pace, it would have taken him half a day to reach the Beast Mountain range. But after invoking the Snowfall Cloud Step, he arrived at the outskirts in merely over 3 hours, an impressive speed, nearly akin to that of flying beasts. At last, I have returned to the Beast Mountain range. Gazing upon the terrain resembling a primeval forest, Luo Chen felt a surge of inspiration. He then took a decisive step forward, plunging into the depths of the forest. Navigating through the trees, guided by memory, he encountered formidable and enigmatic beasts along the way, yet he lingered not, continuing to employ his technique as he stealthily advanced towards the cave. His singular objective on this journey was none other than the fire Kirin beast. Deep within the primordial forest, after traversing for half an hour, Luo Chen finally beheld the magnificent stone forest, along with its multitude of caverns. The closer he approached, the more solemn his expression became, and even his footsteps turned remarkably light. The blazing Kirin beast, a pinnacle fourth-tier magical creature, remained unscathed and in an excellent state. Were it not for the 5 elements flame-burst talismans in his possession, Luo Chen would not have dared to come near. Upon reaching the entrance of the cavern, he briefly sensed the surroundings and, finding nothing unusual, adhered to the wall like a gecko, employing the gecko's wall-crawling technique. Cautiously inching his way inside, Luo Chen estimated that the soul fruit would likely ripen within the next couple of days. Thus, he had to exercise utmost caution to ensure that the blazing Kirin beast did not detect him. As he continued forward, he finally arrived at a spacious cavern. Lying low to the ground, his gaze fixed intently on the center. Fortunately, the blazing Kirin beast was still deeply asleep and had not awakened. While not far from it, the soul fruit emitted a faint yet discernible wave of spiritual energy. However, this energy seemed to intensify, indicating that it was perilously close to ripening. Indeed, the soul fruit could mature at any moment. Once the soul fruit reached maturity, the blazing Kirin beast would awaken without delay. Thus, Luo Chen had little time to spare. It was a matter of utmost urgency. As the heavy, yet subtly searing breaths echoed around him, Luo Chen's expression tightened, and his heart raced to the point of nearly leaping into his throat. Beneath the shroud of darkness, Luo Chen stealthily approached a massive boulder, concealing himself in the shadows. Holding his breath and calming his mind, he endeavored to suppress any sound. Even the very act of breathing was stifled. Should the fire Kirin beast succumb to temptation and consume the blood bodhi, Luo Chen would swiftly detonate the 5 elements flame explosion talisman, capturing this pinnacle 4th-tier magical beast. The condition was clear. The fire Kirin must yield to the allure of the blood bodhi. Suddenly, as the enticing aroma of the blood bodhi wafted into the cavern, the fire Kirin's brow twitched, and the flames upon its body surged and flickered. Gradually, its eyes opened, gazing toward the cave's entrance, where its enormous, bell-like eyes shimmered with a hint of bloodlust. It keenly sensed an extraordinarily captivating presence at the cave's threshold. In that fleeting moment, a crimson glimmer flashed in the fire Kirin's gaze, soon replaced by a flicker of confusion. Logically, such an unusual fragrance should not be present within the cave, especially one as cherished as the blood bodhi. It appeared there was more than one. As the sweet scent intensified, the fire Kirin could no longer resist the temptation, inhaling deeply through its nostrils. Its cavernous jaws began to salivate, fiery drool trickling through its teeth, clearly indicating the overwhelming allure it felt. After a moment of hesitation, the fire Kirin ultimately could not withstand the seduction. After meticulously scanning the cavern for any signs of danger and finding none, it confidently trotted forward, galloping towards the cave's entrance with remarkable swiftness. Upon encountering the 3 blood bodhi, the fire Kirin beast's eyes sparkled with delight. It pondered briefly, wondering which fool had carelessly left such exquisite delicacies abandoned in the cavern. Without a moment's hesitation, it opened its cavernous maw, seized one of the blood bodhi, and began to chew, savoring the taste with abandon. As an ancient aberration, the fire Kirin beast was already perilously close to being a divine beast, its bloodline strongly akin to that of dragons, rich and powerful. It possessed a natural immunity to various toxins, rendering it unafraid of any potential poison that might be hidden within the blood bodhi. After all, it could hardly be harmed. So why should it fear? Moreover, it was subtly aware that it had become the king of beasts in this region. Perhaps these were offerings from a considerate magical beast. With a resounding howl, it devoured all 3 blood bodhi, relishing each morsel. Even after finishing, the fire Kirin beast licked its lips in satisfaction, secretly vowing that once it ascended to the 5th tier and claimed its title as Beast King, it would gather an abundance of blood bodhi to indulge in its delights. However, while it reveled in its feast, it remained blissfully unaware of the shadowy figure stealthily maneuvering through the cavern, drawing closer to the soul fruit. It goes without saying that this individual was none other than Luo Chen. Upon noticing that the fire-Kirin beast exhibited no signs of vigilance and boldly feasted on the blood bodhi, Luo Chen seized the opportunity. He quickly approached the soul fruit, confirming its imminent ripeness, and without a second thought, reached out to pluck it into his grasp. At this moment, the fire-stride Qilin was positioned at the cave's entrance, 100 meters away from here. First, it plucked the soul fruit, aiming to prevent the enraged creature from destroying it in its fury. Having secured the soul fruit, Luo Chen's storage ring shimmered slightly as he stowed it away. Subsequently, he swiftly sought refuge in a shadowy corner, concealing himself once more. As he fled, the intense flames surrounding the fire-stride Qilin surged wildly, enveloping its entire form. The heat emanating from the flames was exceedingly high. Wherever it passed, wisps of green smoke arose, and even the rocks turned a deep crimson, as if they could barely withstand the scorching heat, on the verge of exploding. To the casual observer, the enraged fire-stride Qilin had transformed from a mere beast into a rolling mass of magma, radiating unparalleled heat. In an instant, Luo Chen recognized the gravity of the situation. The moment the Qilin charged forward, he deftly darted in the opposite direction into the tunnel, striving to employ his agility and escape the cave with utmost haste. However, while Luo Chen was swift, the fire-stride Qilin was swifter still. With a furious roar, upon discovering the presence of a human within the cavern, the creature's bloodthirsty eyes instantly turned a vivid crimson. Though it could not turn while in mid-flight, its massive, flame-wreathed tail swept angrily towards Luo Chen. With a thunderous crash, the Qilin's tail sliced through the air, producing a piercing shriek, akin to a cannonball, hurtling towards Luo Chen's waist with an unstoppable force. The wind goddess leg. Luo Chen's expression was exceedingly grave as he exerted every ounce of strength, fervently channeling his dragon essence into his thigh. With a powerful strike, he unleashed a devastating kick. Bang! Although both parties acted in haste, the moment their forces clashed, an incredibly dull yet sharp sound resonated, akin to the clash of blades, accompanied by sparks of danger erupting forth. Despite executing this formidable attack, the fire-treading Qilin continued its forward momentum, landing unscathed, not even sustaining a scratch. In stark contrast, Luo Chen's face paled dramatically, and he was propelled like a cannonball against the rock wall, embedding himself deeply within. After barely stabilizing himself, he expelled a mouthful of crimson blood. Furthermore, his internal energy surged violently, as if his very organs had shifted positions. Had it not been for the protective gear strapped to his thigh, his calves would surely have been severed by that blow. Overwhelmed by the insurmountable force, he realized with a jolt that escape was his only option. In that fleeting moment, Luo Chen comprehended the perilous situation he was in, should he fail to flee. The enraged fire-treading Qilin could annihilate him in an instant. Summoning all his strength, he broke free from the rock, employing his agility to dash towards the passage. Yet, the enraged Qilin would not allow him to escape so easily. A cruel glint flickered in its bloodthirsty gaze, and with a powerful leap, it transformed into a streak of light, reappearing behind Luo Chen, its claws swiping toward him once more. Boom! The claws swept through the air, stirring the vast expanse once more. Even before the hooves reached him, the searing flames had already rendered Luo Chen's scalp numb with heat. He found himself regretting his choice to provoke this pinnacle fourth-tier magical beast, an ancient aberration of sorts. It is crucial to note that the fire-treading Qilin beast is not to be compared with the unicorn red dragon serpent. The latter was already gravely injured and on the brink of death. In stark contrast, this fire-treading Qilin beast was unscathed and in its prime, verging on the status of a quasi-beast king. In terms of realm, it had ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial origin realm, rivaling even a trace of an Earth Saint Master. Meanwhile, Luo Chen was merely at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. How could he possibly contend with such a formidable opponent? Cursing under his breath, he resolved to fight back. In a moment of desperation, Luo Chen steeled his expression and swiftly veered to the right, narrowly evading the sweeping strike. He then retaliated with a palm strike, landing it upon the fire-treading Qilin beast's claw, utilizing the recoil to transform into a streak of light, continuing his descent toward the passageway. Alas, the fire-treading Qilin beast was swifter still. Its claws moved again, employing some arcane technique to span several meters, reappearing behind Luo Chen like a persistent shadow. With a thunderous grasp, it struck down once more. Bang! As the saying goes, one can evade the first day of the month, but not the 15th. When this blow landed solidly on Luo Chen's back, he staggered, as though struck by a freight truck, soaring high into the air. blood erupting from his mouth like a fountain. Had it not been for his cultivation of the Dragon Emperor's dominance technique, that strike would likely have claimed his life, reducing him to a mere puddle of flesh. After landing, Luo Chen lay at the entrance of the passage, his back a gruesome mess. His school uniform reduced to mere rags clinging to his body. Not a single patch of unblemished skin remained on his entire back. Moreover, his vertebrae were marred with fine cracks, leaving him uncertain if they were broken or shattered. More terrifying still, his body appeared to be sinking into the ground, compounded by his severe injuries, rendering him utterly immobile. This inability to move left him vulnerable, akin to fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of the fiery Chilan beast, which could either slaughter him or consume him, turning him into a delectable morsel. The fiery Chilan beast, indeed, lived up to its ancient lineage, exhibiting strength of such magnitude that he had no opportunity to detonate the 5 elements flame burst talisman. Luo Chen murmured softly, his eyes filled with despair, a profound sense of powerlessness spreading from his mind. The excruciating pain radiating from his back made him acutely aware that his spine was likely fractured, and he had lost all sensation in that part of his body. Roar! 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 Having subdued Luo Chen, the fiery Chilan beast let out a triumphant roar, its bloodthirsty eyes gleaming with pride, as if it relished in teaching this ignorant human a lesson. Upon detecting a hint of draconic essence emanating from Luo Chen, it even licked its lips, drooling slightly. It was intent on devouring Luo Chen. With that thought, the fiery Chilan beast strutted towards him, each step causing the earth to tremble ever so slightly beneath its immense weight. However, at that very moment, an unforeseen transformation occurred. Luo Chen, whose entire body had succumbed to numbness, suddenly tilted his head, pressing his mouth against the storage ring before him. The ring quivered slightly, and a golden fruit was effortlessly placed into his mouth without the need for his hands. He swiftly closed his jaws and bit down. Crack! With a resounding crunch, the golden fruit burst open, sending forth a spray of juice that cascaded down his throat and into his belly. Immediately, Luo Chen chewed desperately, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body as he rapidly shredded the fruit's flesh, swallowing both the pulp and the golden liquid. This golden fruit was undoubtedly the fabled soul fruit. Once the entire soul fruit had been ingested, an intensely scorching energy radiated from his abdomen, rekindling a flicker of strength within him. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen swiftly brought his fingers together, forming a spell. Roar! Almost simultaneously, the fire Kirin beast let out a thunderous roar, its gaze fixated on the soul fruit it had guarded for so long, now consumed by Luo Chen. Its triumphant eyes turned a furious crimson, and it opened its cavernous maw, lunging at Luo Chen. However, as soon as the fire Kirin beast moved, an eerie red light manifested above its abdomen, followed by a cataclysmic explosion that resonated throughout the cavern. Boom! The deafening blast reverberated, causing the entire cave to tremble, and countless rocks began to plummet. Lying in the pit, Luo Chen felt a veil of darkness envelop him, and he lost all consciousness. Chapter 73, Blood of the Chilan. The royal palace of the divine martial king, while the students of the Star Academy fervently prepared for the upcoming grand competition. The atmosphere within the royal palace was one of exuberance, with the sounds of revelry and merriment resounding throughout. At this moment, Hopenkuin, embracing a delicate beauty, sat upon the throne, engaging in lively banter and toasting with a group of affluent young lords. The banquet was lavishly adorned with fragrant fruit wines and an array of delectable dishes, including several rare beast meats. Among these noble youths, Sun Xinghe was notably present, albeit with a bandage wrapped around his right leg, presenting a rather pitiable sight. What? You have produced a low-grade spirit weapon, yet you were still defeated by Luo Chen. Suddenly, Hopenkuin's expression darkened, his gaze turning ominous. Upon hearing Sun Xinghe's report, he distinctly sensed that Luo Chen might prove to be a formidable opponent in the forthcoming academy competition. It was worth noting that Sun Xinghe possessed one of the top 3 strengths in the outer academy, and to have been bested by Luo Chen was a considerable threat to his status as the foremost expert of the outer academy. Young prince? Many witnessed the battle at the treasure pavilion today. If you doubt it, just ask Luo Zhenyan. Sun Xinghe's demeanor was filled with respect, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of resentment. His mention of Luo Chen before Prince Penkuin was merely an attempt to sow discord. Indeed, upon hearing this, Luo Zhenyan promptly remarked that Luo Chen must have learned some peculiar technique, as even Sun is no match for him. Even the martial skills had no opportunity to be unleashed. After saying this, he did not forget to embellish the details, reminding everyone, moreover, Luo Chen has declared that he intends to strive for the first place in this academy competition. Young prince, if Luo Chen aims for first place, does that not imply he seeks to usurp your throne and bask in the bountiful resources alone? I have heard that the champion of this academy competition will be rewarded with a 5th-tier magic core. Indeed. The victor will not only receive a 5th-tier magic core, but also gain an opportunity to enter the treasure vault and select a prize. If fortune favors him, he might even acquire a spirit artifact or perhaps an advanced martial skill. Luo Chen truly harbors grand ambitions, daring to aspire for the top position. Does he not realize that the foremost expert from the external academy is none other than the esteemed young Prince Peng Kuan? Merely a country bumpkin. What is he pretending for? If it were not for his poetic reputation, I would have longed to confront him. Damn it, if he claims the first place, does that not mean our young prince becomes second? What utter nonsense. The young masters from noble families expressed their indignation, their faces filled with outrage. Among them were several clad in the uniform of the Star Academy, though theirs bore distinct purple star patterns, indicating they were students from the external academy. The martial skills they spoke of are universally practiced techniques across the Tianyuan Continent. There are approximately 5 categories of martial skills, classified as Earth level, Heaven level, Profound level, Saint level, and Divine level skills. Most ordinary individuals cultivate Earth level skills, which possess moderate power and an equally average cultivation speed. The scions of noble families are diligently cultivating celestial-grade martial techniques. Such techniques not only allow for rapid advancement, but also possess unparalleled power, with attributes that vary greatly. Those capable of mastering celestial-grade techniques are invariably heirs of esteemed clans. Moreover, the majority of the distinguished young men present are engaged in the practice of these celestial techniques. As for the mysterious grade techniques, they are exceedingly rare. Their potency is astonishing and imbued with formidable capabilities. For instance, techniques that transform water into ice, condense ice into arrows, or converge fire into spheres and lightning into thunder, among other miraculous feats, are simply beyond verbal description. One must witness them firsthand to truly grasp the profound nature of mysterious grade techniques, which is why they earn their designation. As for the even more exalted sacred grade and divine grade techniques, they exist solely within the realm of legend. Each of these techniques possesses the potential for apocalyptic destruction. Without the requisite level of mastery, one cannot even hope to encounter them, let alone practice them. This Luo Chen truly does not comprehend the gravity of his situation. With a disdainful snort, Ho Pengkuan sneered. How dare he compete with me for supremacy? When the Academy's grand competition arrives, I shall surely take his head and use it as a ball to kick around. Were it not for him, Miss Yenner would have long been within my grasp. Indeed, had it not been for Luo Chen's remarkable performance at the Talented Scholars and Beauties event, Miss Yenner would likely have already grown close to the young prince. Sun Xinghe quickly echoed this sentiment, his eyes brimming with animosity. Luo Chen dares to upstage the young prince. He is doomed. Luo Junyent's expression mirrored the malice, as he too let out a cold laugh. Suddenly, Ho Pengkuan embraced the enchanting beauty in his arms and planted a kiss on her lips. Disdain etched across his face as he remarked, this Luo Chen, though exceptionally talented, is merely at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, a mere ant in my eyes. Despite his somewhat robust physique, he remains insignificant. When the time comes for the Academy's grand competition, I shall effortlessly extinguish him with a single strike. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he exclaimed, Come, let us drink. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. His voice resonated with unshakable confidence, as if he regarded Luo Chen as inconsequential. As the heir of the royal mansion, he was privy to resources beyond the wildest imagination of ordinary folk. Armed with advanced heavenly combat techniques and enchanted artifacts, rendering Luo Chen nothing more than an insignificant insect in his perception. On the surface, this assessment appeared undeniably accurate. Oh, the young prince is truly formidable. We are in awe. The gathered young masters, including Sun Xinghe, echoed in unison, raising their goblets and drinking heartily in exuberance, vowing to heed the young prince's words and revel until inebriation claimed them. Meanwhile, the graceful songstress continued her mesmerizing dance, elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. Yet, in the shadows, Sun Xinghe and Luo Junyent exchanged furtive glances, each reflecting a glimmer of conspiracy and malice in their eyes. Akin to serpents poised to strike at their long-coveted prey, in the depths of the Beast Mountain range, within the caverns. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Luo Chen gradually opened his eyes, only to be startled by the realization that he was buried beneath a heap of rubble. Not only that, but his face was shrouded in a thick layer of dust, which dulled the vibrant essence of his blood. Gritting his teeth, Luo Chen shook his head, mustering a modicum of strength to clear the stones away, eventually wriggling out from the pit. At that moment, he discovered that this vast cavern was largely concealed by an immense accumulation of rocks. Fortunately, having taken refuge in the pit, he narrowly escaped a fatal fate. Nevertheless, his body bore numerous bruises and scars. More alarmingly, the flesh on his back was a gruesome sight, marred and charred, resembling a grotesque canvas of darkness. Yet, in a bizarre twist, his spine, which had previously displayed numerous fractures, appeared to have healed completely, devoid of any marks. His internal organs also seemed to have regained considerable vitality. Despite a lingering sensation of tearing while walking, he was no longer bleeding. Furthermore, his soul seemed to have grown remarkably stronger. Thoughts flowed through his mind with the fluidity of mercury, rendering him astoundingly perceptive and intellectually agile. Vaguely, he sensed an augmentation in his awareness. Even while standing still, every movement around him was vividly captured in his sight. This transformation was not merely superficial but indicative of profound, intrinsic change. Truly, the soul fruit lived up to its extraordinary reputation. No wonder the fire-Kirin beast has guarded this soul fruit for so long within this molten cave. Unfortunately, I have already consumed the soul fruit, augmenting my spirit and enhancing my potential. Realizing this, Luo Chen felt a surge of joy, and even the excruciating pain creeping along his back seemed to lessen. However, amidst his elation, he did not forget his primary objective. After a brief respite, he finally uncovered the fire-Kirin beast beneath the rubble. Yet, at this moment, the once mighty creature lay subdued, half of its body trapped beneath the rocks, coldly gazing at Luo Chen. A gruesome wound marred its abdomen, from which flickering flames emanated, creating a sight both eerie and awe-inspiring. Indeed, this fire-Kirin beast lived up to its reputation as an ancient anomaly. Despite sustaining a grievous injury, it had not succumbed to death. Rather, it was gradually recovering. Alas, had it consumed the treasures of heaven and earth, it would have been the one to rise first. Not Luo Chen. A step ahead leads to a decisive advantage. At this moment, Luo Chen, having regained a measure of strength, possessed the capability to counterattack this peak fourth-tier beast, the fire-Kirin. Upon realizing this, the bloodthirsty glint in the beast's eyes began to fade, replaced by profound fear. Its massive, flame-wreathed form trembled imperceptibly. In the face of death, no matter how proud it once was, it remained utterly defenseless. Despite the dire circumstances, the fire-Kirin beast, in its desperation, opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of searing flames towards Luo Chen. Die! Luo Chen gritted his teeth, resolutely summoning a fragment of his strength. With his palm sharpened like a blade, he bent his body forward and struck decisively at the beast's jaw. A sharp crack echoed as the flames entwined with a rich blue blood erupted forth, engulfing Luo Chen in its deluge. This was indeed the true blood of the Kirin. Chapter 74, Refining Kirin Blood. A frantic breakthrough. To his astonishment, the blood of the fire-Kirin was blue. Moreover, wisps of flames danced upon its surface. A marvel to behold. As the vivid blue blood splattered across Luo Chen, he was immediately overwhelmed by waves of excruciating pain, accompanied by an intense warmth that coursed through his entire being, shrouding him completely. Strangely enough, after being drenched in Kirin blood, Luo Chen not only remained unscathed from burns, but even the damaged skin began to mend. Furthermore, his physical prowess began to ascend under the nurturing of the Kirin blood. This scene inevitably reminded Luo Chen of a legend from his previous life on Earth, where the martial deity Niafeng, after slaying the fire-Kirin in the Lingyun cave, was similarly drenched in Kirin blood, transforming misfortune into fortune, strengthening his physique, and evolving into an unparalleled powerhouse. Finally, it has perished. Luo Chen sighed, still wearing a look of lingering trepidation. However, he was quick to react, hastily retrieving a purple sandalwood bucket from his storage ring to collect the continuously overflowing blue Qilin blood. Strangely, although the fiery Qilin beast was immense, the quantity of Qilin blood seemed rather limited. It filled barely half a bucket before it was nearly exhausted. Even more peculiar was the fact that the azure liquid was still emitting flames, causing the sandalwood bucket to ignite. Luo Chen, in resignation, could only transfer the Qilin blood into his storage ring, which quelled the flames. Yet the blood continued to blaze. It was evident how intense the concentration of this blue Qilin blood was, although its realm did not compare to that of the singular horned red dragon serpent. Its bloodline purity was several times more potent. It was likely just a hair's breadth away from being a divine beast. The purity of this bloodline. I fear I cannot absorb it directly. Otherwise, my divine dragon body would surely burst. I must refine it gradually. Luo Chen felt a surge of astonishment. Fully aware of his limitations, the method of a dragon blood medicinal bath would likely prove ineffective. It seemed he would have to apply it onto his skin, absorbing it bit by bit, while utilizing his dragon essence to slowly refine it. Resolute in his decision, Luo Chen promptly fetched some clean water from his storage ring, poured it into the sandalwood bucket, and leaped in. After cleansing the grime and dust from his body, he discarded the water and, bare-chested, sat cross-legged within the bucket. Qilin blood, come forth. Immediately, Luo Chen gently shook his left palm, prompting the storage ring to react, and the blazing blue Qilin blood swiftly enveloped his entire hand. With a flourish, he spread the Qilin blood across his body, encasing himself in flames, transforming into a figure almost entirely composed of blood. Hiss. In that instant, Luo Chen distinctly felt the Qilin blood burrowing into his body, yet concurrently, a searing pain pierced through him, radiating from every part of his being. Contorting his face in agony, the pain was excruciating, akin to being set ablaze in fire. More terrifying still, the flames relentlessly infiltrated his pores, consuming him from within. The sensation was akin to traversing a mountain of blades, plunging into an ocean of fire, or being submerged in boiling oil. Even with Luo Chen's extraordinary fortitude, he grimaced in torment, desperately wishing to wipe away the Qilin blood, yet ultimately, he persevered. As the saying goes, one must endure the bitterest of hardships to rise above the rest. Given that he had lived 2 lifetimes, if Luo Chen could not comprehend this fundamental truth, what hope was there for him to start anew and ascend to greatness once more? Boom. Suddenly, as the agony reached its zenith, an explosive roar erupted from within Luo Chen, for the Qilin blood, upon penetrating his skin and encountering the dragon origin power, began to fuse and assimilate, becoming a source of strength within him. 30,800 pounds, 30,900 pounds, 31,000 pounds. As soon as the fusion commenced, Luo Chen's physical strength began to escalate at an astonishing rate. With each layer that the azure Qilin blood permeated, his power surged by hundreds of pounds. Not only that, but his bloodline density and life essence also began to gradually elevate. This enhancement, though not immediately visible on the surface, represented a profound transformation. Within the divine dragon body of Luo Chen, the potency of his dragon lineage became significantly more pronounced. Though this metamorphosis remained unseen, it promised a future where Luo Chen's cultivation would accelerate exponentially. Moreover, when the dragon essence began to circulate, it would flow ever more smoothly. After all, Luo Chen was not a true dragon, but rather possessed the essence of a true dragon's body. The stronger his bloodline strength, the more formidable his dragon essence would be. Despite the fact that the application of the Qilin blood was limited to merely 1 layer, the richness of its bloodline concentration was beyond comprehension. As the azure liquid completely infiltrated Luo Chen's pores, transforming into raw power, his strength reached an astounding 31,200 pounds. This initial application alone augmented his might by a remarkable 500 pounds, equivalent to a small 4th-tier magic core. Furthermore, it enhanced his bloodline concentration. In addition, the Qilin blood, upon merging with Luo Chen's body, visibly accelerated the healing of his back injuries. Even the obscured flesh began to regenerate, gradually transforming into a lustrous and healthy skin radiating a golden hue. More to come. Luo Chen felt a surge of delight within. Yet he did not pause for even a moment. Instead, he flipped his hand, revealing a palm suffused with azure blood, which he swiftly applied across his entire body. In an instant, an excruciating pain permeated through him, causing his expression to contort in agony. However, drawing from his previous experience, his visage appeared less grotesque. After enduring the torment for a few moments, he gradually returned to a state of tranquility. Even his breaths became steady and measured. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from within him. As the Qilin blood permeated, his physical strength and bloodline potency began to ascend at an astonishing rate. 31,300 gene, 31,400 gene, 31,700 gene. He had achieved an impressive increase of 500 gene in strength, stabilizing at that level. Furthermore, once the Qilin blood had fully integrated, An overwhelming sensation of euphoria surged through his body and mind, prompting an involuntary groan of pleasure from Luo Chen. What had begun as excruciating pain unexpectedly transformed into a delightful experience as he progressed. The sensation of rapidly augmenting his physical prowess and breaking through barriers was intoxicating. Luo Chen found himself gradually enamored with this exhilarating feeling. With newfound excitement, he flipped his hand once more, applying the blazing azure Qilin blood over his entire form, propelling himself to yet another remarkable enhancement. Boom! As the thunderous sound reverberated throughout him once again, another 500 gene of might surged into Luo Chen, all while consuming merely a few ounces of the Qilin blood. The ancient mythical beast truly lives up to its reputation as a creature akin to a divine entity, harboring within its being an exceptionally rich lineage of dragon blood. Merely a few drams of Qilin blood have such astonishing effects. This revelation prompted Luo Chen to silently marvel at his fortuitous discovery. Had he not unearthed it so early, it might have been seized by others. Such a tremendous boon is indeed an unexpected windfall. It is a truth universally acknowledged that fortune does not easily favor the unprepared. At this moment, having captured a fire Qilin beast, Luo Chen felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Throughout the annals of history in the Tianyuan Continent, no one has ever experienced such a frenzied breakthrough as Luo Chen, who not only enhances his physical prowess, but simultaneously augments the density of his bloodline. Moreover, his wounds rapidly healed, returning to their pristine state. Come, let us continue. Haha, bring it on. It's still not enough, far from it. With each thunderous exclamation, as the Qilin blood fully merged with Luo Chen's body, augmenting his physical strength by 500 pounds, he would roar once more, applying the fiery Qilin blood over his entire being and absorb it anew. In this high-intensity process of absorption, the effects were strikingly apparent. Naturally, within his storage ring, the small barrel of Qilin blood was vanishing at a visibly rapid pace. Fortunately, this spectacle went unnoticed by ancient beings or the elders of the Star Academy. Otherwise, they would surely have been left agape, their astonishment palpable, for Luo Chen's ascension is unprecedented in the Star Empire and the Tianyuan Continent, truly unparalleled. Moreover, were it not for Luo Chen's cultivation of the Dragon Emperor's dominance technique and his possession of the true dragon divine body, it is likely that no one would dare to absorb it so recklessly. For ordinary cultivators, although the blood of the Qilin is exceedingly precious, it is akin to a deadly poison. The concentration of that bloodline is simply too intense. Most would not even dare to touch it, let alone apply it all over their bodies and absorb it as Luo Chen did. Boom! Suddenly, when the thunderous roar echoed through the cave once more, the Qilin blood within the storage ring vanished entirely, transforming into Luo Chen's physical power. Consequently, his strength surged, ascending to a new pinnacle. Chapter 75. The Peak of Transformation. Even Luo Chen himself was astonished that after absorbing just a fraction of a barrel of Qilin blood, his physical power had soared to an astounding 40,000 pounds. Not only that, but the bloodline energy within him had become astonishingly dense. With each breath, he felt a profound and resilient sensation coursing throughout his body, as if the colossal dragon of the abyss were exhaling its breath of power in the depths of darkness. At this moment, both Luo Chen's realm and physical strength appeared to have reached their zenith, on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet, he still had not transcended the late stage of transformation. Even after augmenting his strength by approximately 10,000 pounds and enhancing his bloodline concentration significantly, he remained at a standstill, illustrating just how arduous the cultivation of the Dragon Emperor's dominance technique truly is. Nevertheless, even without a breakthrough, he was nearing the limits of his potential. Although I have yet to achieve a breakthrough, my strength is already sufficient to vanquish any adept at the Earth origin realm. Even in the face of a pinnacle practitioner at the celestial origin, I could effortlessly dominate. Clenching my fist, I sat cross-legged within the wooden tub, contemplating. I possess an entire fire-treading Qilin beast. Merely refining the Qilin blood is far from adequate. If I were to consume that Qilin meat and refine the demonic core, I might indeed ascend to the peak of the transformation realm. Despite not having broken through, I am in no rush, for I now hold an entire fire-treading Qilin beast. Moreover, prior to this, I devoured a soul fruit, which significantly enhanced both my absorption rate and physique, elevating me to several tiers above my former self. Nodding in quiet affirmation, I rose from the tub and approached the corpse of the fire-treading Qilin beast, scrutinizing it closely. I observed that, although the beast lay deceased and its blood had been entirely refined, faint wisps of flame still flickered from its body. The pinnacle fourth-tier demonic core remained embedded within, radiating a potent aura of spiritual energy, impressively vast. It is noteworthy that this fire-treading Qilin beast was on the verge of breaking through to a fifth-tier demonic beast. Thus, its core bore a striking resemblance to that of a fifth tier, despite still being classified as fourth tier, its size comparable to that of a fist. With a heavy sigh, Luo Chen immediately activated his palm blade and extracted the fist-sized magic core. He then harvested a considerable amount of beast meat from the body of the fire-treading Qilin. Within the cavern, he gathered some dry twigs and began to roast the meat. Although Luo Chen had not brought any exquisite condiments, his storage ring was well stocked with essentials such as salt and chili powder. It was only prudent to carry some necessities when venturing out. Despite his somewhat lacking skills in grilling, memories from a previous life allowed him to skillfully turn the meat, resulting in a delectable aroma wafting through the air. As the meat cooked, Luo Chen wasted no time in feasting upon it. The substantial chunks of meat quickly yielded to his ravenous bites, reducing to a savory pulp that slid down his throat. Truth be told, while the fire-treading Qilin appeared fierce, its flesh was remarkably delicious. Moreover, high-tier magical beasts typically contained abundant elemental energy, making the consumption of their meat highly beneficial. As he indulged, wisps of white steam began to rise from above his head, a clear indication that the beast meat was being digested. 10 pounds, 20 pounds, 30 pounds. Although the enhancement was gradual and the quantity modest, this increase not only bolstered his physical strength but also fortified his internal organs, rendering them more robust and stable. Particularly, vital organs such as the heart, liver, and lungs grew exceptionally strong, akin to small machines operating swiftly within his body. After consuming over 100 pounds of beast meat, all of it transformed into exquisite nourishment within Luo Chen's body. His physical strength surged by more than 300 pounds. Such results far surpassed those of the unique unicorn red dragon serpent. Although this fire-treading Qilin beast was merely at the pinnacle of the fourth tier, it was, after all, an ancient species endowed with an astonishingly rich bloodline. Therefore, the emergence of such effects was well within Luo Chen's expectations. With a heavy sigh, he settled himself upon a massive rock, indulging in the satisfaction of digestion. Despite the white steam rising from his head, creating an amusing sight, no one was present to witness it, and thus, Luo Chen paid it no mind. As the steam gradually dissipated, he retrieved the fourth-tier magic core, clasping it in his hand. With closed eyes, he activated his Dragon Yuan power and commenced absorption. Determined to expedite his personal advancement, Luo Chen seized every moment for cultivation. Tonight, he aimed to seize the opportunity to break through to the pinnacle of the transformation realm. As he absorbed the energy, the immense, tumultuous spiritual force within the fourth-tier magic core surged forth, coalescing into an intensely concentrated stream. This force coursed through his arms and delved into his lower abdomen, reaching his dantian. As always, regardless of the ferocity and turbulence of the spiritual energy, upon encountering the Dragon Yuan power, it submitted like a subject before a sovereign, swiftly integrating itself. In doing so, it not only enhanced the Dragon Yuan power but also transformed into Luo Chen's physical strength. 40,400 pounds, 40,500 pounds, 40,600 pounds. As the absorption continued, Luo Chen's physical strength began to ascend at an astonishing pace. His body akin to a colossal sponge, eagerly welcoming waves of spiritual energy without discrimination, voraciously absorbing it with an insatiable hunger. Time flowed relentlessly during this process, each second slipping away. Half an hour later, his strength reached an astonishing 41,600 pounds. Then, it surged to 41,800 pounds. When Luo Chen's physical power attained this remarkable figure, it was as though a certain constraint within him had been shattered, unleashing a tremendous roar. Boom! As the sound reverberated, the dragon essence within him surged forth, coursing through his meridians at an astonishing velocity. In this tumultuous flow, the dragon essence not only thickened significantly, but also experienced a remarkable enhancement in quality. Simultaneously, Luo Chen's realm transcended to the peak of the transformation stage. After accumulating such immense physical strength and enhancing the density of his bloodline, Luo Chen indeed broke through the later stages, advancing 2 minor realms to reach the pinnacle of transformation. He was now but a step away from the Earth origin realm. However, this step was exceedingly challenging to traverse. The Dragon Emperor's dominating body technique required a vast reservoir of spiritual energy for each breakthrough, necessitating continuous accumulation to facilitate progression. Merely for this singular breakthrough, Luo Chen amassed over 20,000 pounds of sheer strength to step into the pinnacle of transformation. This illustrates the arduous nature of Luo Chen's cultivation in the body refinement path. Nevertheless, the benefits gained upon reaching the pinnacle of transformation were immensely significant. Firstly, Luo Chen's physical power had become virtually invincible among his peers at the same level. Even more astonishing, Luo Chen possesses the ability to transcend levels in battle, effortlessly vanquishing any adept of the Earth origin realm. Furthermore, the practitioners of the heavenly origin realm, in Luo Chen's perception, no longer appear formidable. Ordinary heavenly origin experts have become mere trifles, unable to challenge him. Only those at the pinnacle of the heavenly origin realm are deemed worthy to contend with him. Even more alarming, those slightly weaker at this peak may find themselves outmatched by Luo Chen. It is only the exceptionally gifted and talented individuals who stand a chance. To regard the pinnacle of the transformation realm with disdain towards experts of both the Earth origin and heavenly origin realms, one would find Luo Chen to be a singular figure within the entire Star Empire capable of such a feat. This, indeed, exemplifies the might of the Dragon Emperor's dominance technique. Although I can now dismiss Earth origin experts and even disregard any heavenly origin practitioners, only those at the pinnacle of the heavenly origin realm hold the right to challenge me. Talents such as Yin Chixing have earned Luo Chen's respect and deserve careful consideration. Reflecting on this, Luo Chen shook his head to dispel his thoughts, inhaled deeply to calm his spirit, and grasped the magic core, diligently absorbing its power. In the dimly lit cavern, no one noticed that Luo Chen was rapidly elevating his abilities at a terrifying pace. Simultaneously, his absorption speed surpassed that of his early transformation stage by several folds. Such astonishing velocity is truly fearsome. Chapter 76. A colossal strength of 48,000 gene. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. During this time, aside from continuously absorbing the 4th-tier magic cores, Luo Chen would, at designated intervals, ignite a fire to roast meat, extracting chunks from the fire-curing beast to savor his meal. Though this may seem somewhat extravagant, Luo Chen is utterly unconcerned in his pursuit of elevation. After satisfying his hunger, he promptly engages in the practice of the 5-animal imitation fist, expelling impurities from his body. Once the white steam above his head dissipates, he immediately absorbs the magic core. This cycle continues endlessly, and throughout the entire process, Luo Chen feels not the slightest fatigue. Rather, he revels in it. As 5 days elapsed, the fire-treading Qilin beast was nearly consumed entirely by Luo Chen. Even the fist-sized magic core reduced to dust and vanished. Much like the refinement of the single-horned scarlet dragon serpent, he thoroughly refined the fire-treading Qilin beast, transforming it into physical strength. When the last trace of spiritual power from the 4th-tier magic core flowed into Luo Chen's dantian, his physical power surged to an astonishing 48,000 pounds. Such immense strength, within the realm of transformation, is nearly unparalleled. It is almost inconceivable that a mere peak of transformation could possess such terrifying power, approaching the limits even within the Tianyuan realm. No one is aware of the remarkable transformation that has taken place within Luo Chen during these 5 days, nor do they comprehend what has transpired here. Exiting the cave, Luo Chen surveyed his surroundings with keen perception, and upon confirming that no one was nearby, he swiftly employed the snowfall cloud-piercing steps, stealthily making his way toward the imperial city of Zhongdu. His movements are now over twice as swift as before, for both his physical strength and speed have seen tremendous enhancement. As he ran, the resonant roars of beasts echoed around him, revealing the presence of numerous 3rd and even 4th-tier magical beasts. If Luo Chen were to halt and engage in a hunt, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards, acquiring a multitude of high-tier magical cores. Upon hearing these sounds, Luo Chen's brows furrowed slightly, and his gaze flickered momentarily. To speak candidly, he too harbored the desire to pause, gather a collection of magical cores, and then continue on his way. His speed was nearly unparalleled, approaching a divine swiftness. Soon, the periphery of the Beast Mountain range was almost within reach. However, just as Luo Chen drew near the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range, a few figures clad in violet star-patterned uniforms caught his attention. They were several students from the outer academy. Momentarily stunned, Luo Chen slowed his pace, pausing briefly at the edge before gradually stepping out from the depths of the Beast Mountain range. At that moment, if anyone were to observe his speed, it would likely stir quite a commotion. Meanwhile, the outer academy students were also making their way towards the royal city of Zhongdu. Upon spotting Luo Chen, They merely nodded slightly before swiftly resuming their hurried journey. They even engaged in lively discussions concerning the upcoming inter-academy competition. This competition was not only a gathering of prodigies, but also featured many senior students who had long secluded themselves. It was said that a genius had emerged from our outer academy, named Luo Chen, who, despite being only in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, had shattered the trial stone with a single punch, showcasing remarkable prowess. The speaker, named Suhi, was an outer academy student, and as he spoke, a hint of envy and a touch of fervor emerged upon his countenance. Unfortunately, as soon as he uttered these words, he was immediately met with rebuttals from his companions. A student from the outer courtyard named Lu Yuan let out a cold laugh and remarked, "What is that Luo Chen worth? Even if he were to shatter the trial stone with a single punch, he remains merely at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. While he may reign supreme among the registered students within the outer courtyard, he hardly commands respect, let alone in the inner courtyard. That Luo Chen is utterly insignificant. Humph, just a mid-stage transformation realm practitioner? I dare say he wouldn't last a move against Prince Pengkuan. And I believe even we could effortlessly trample him." Indeed, their words resonated. Apart from Prince Pengkuan, there was also Yin Chixing in the inner courtyard. Senior Yin is undeniably a peerless genius within our stellar academy. Their companions retorted vehemently, their faces adorned with disdain. It was not that they held Luo Chen in contempt, but rather they expressed their thoughts as they came, which reflected their genuine sentiments. After all, they were all masters of the Earth origin realm, each capable of effortlessly overpowering Luo Chen. Thus, upon hearing someone boast of Luo Chen before them, their expressions were filled with scorn. It is essential to recognize that the Stellar Academy is a haven for prodigies. Everyone who comes here to cultivate is a remarkable talent in their own right. However, upon arriving at the Stellar Academy, their brilliance may be overshadowed, yet deep within, they are all individuals of great pride. Even so, when discussing figures like Yin Chixing and Prince Pengkuan, their faces still bore expressions of envy and admiration. Within the depths of their gaze, a flicker of fervor surged restlessly. Lao Gao and Senior Lu, I merely mentioned it in passing. There was truly no need for such excitement. Upon hearing this, Sui could not help but shrug helplessly, shaking his head as he remarked, "I brought up Luo Chen solely to inform everyone that he might possess considerable prowess among the named students. However, in our external academy, it seems insufficient. I suspect he must have taken some sort of shortcut to gain admission, haha. Su, your words carry weight. If not for some backdoor entry, how could Luo Chen possibly qualify for the external academy? The elders of the law enforcement hall are utterly neglectful. It is indeed unjust." At these words, the individuals present nodded in unison, their expressions reflecting a profound sense of agreement. Little did they realize that at this very moment, Luo Chen was walking right behind them. To think that I am perceived as such an entity in the eyes of my peers. Listening to the discussions, Luo Chen could not help but shake his head slightly, feeling a twinge of helplessness. Nevertheless, he bore no anger, his demeanor remaining calm and composed. After all, he was still merely a master at the transformation realm, an unalterable fact. Whether he could shine brightly in the upcoming academy competition remained to be seen. Suddenly, as Suhi hurried along, he glanced back at Luo Chen with a hint of curiosity and inquired, "You are only at the peak of the transformation realm. What brings you to the Monster Beast Mountains? Are you, like us, seeking to procure some magic cores to elevate your realm before the academy competition?" "Indeed. I have contemplated coming here to acquire some magic cores to enhance my realm," Luo Chen replied with a smile. Luo Chen nodded, neither servile nor arrogant. "Have you obtained a first or second-tier magic core?" Suhi inquired further. Luo Chen shook his head, replying, "No. I figured as much. With your peak proficiency, you merely came to broaden your horizons. Nevertheless, it's of no consequence. Focus on your cultivation." Suhi consoled, patting Luo Chen on the shoulder, a flicker of pity glimmering in his eyes. "Haha, in that case, I appreciate your concern, Senior." Luo Chen clasped his hands in gratitude. A first-tier magic core? A second-tier magic core? He indeed had not acquired any, for time was not on his side. In the few days he had been there, he had only refined a flame-hoofed Qilin beast, along with a fist-sized, peak fourth-tier magic core. All right, let us hasten our journey. The grand competition at the academy is about to commence. Suhi then reminded him, falling silent and concentrating on the road ahead. To him, Luo Chen was merely an inconspicuous figure among the outer academy students, and although a tinge of pity stirred within him, it hardly warranted further attention. After all, he lacked both the interest and the leisure. The other seniors barely cast a glance at Luo Chen, their expressions imbued with indifference. Meanwhile, Luo Chen, too, chose to refrain from idle chatter, quietly trailing behind the seniors, deliberately slowing his pace to avoid standing out. Several hours later, as a magnificent and towering academy came into view, a glimmer of anticipation sparked in Luo Chen's eyes. For the Starry Academy had finally arrived. Chapter 77. The Commencement of the Academy Competition, Part 1. Upon their arrival at the Starry Academy, Su He, Lu Yuan, and the others exchanged glances. And after a collective sigh of relief, they hurriedly entered the academy, their eyes brimming with urgency. Meanwhile, Luo Chen was completely overlooked, rendered invisible in their midst. Standing at the entrance, he was left with a look of helplessness. Indeed, as an inconsequential being, he felt the weight of insignificance. The students from the outer academy barely spared him a glance upon their arrival. Xiao Xian'er pouted, a hint of reproach evident on her delicate visage. I waited for you at the drawing location for a full half an hour. After realizing you were absent, I decided to wait for you here at the entrance. With that, she couldn't help but shoot Luo Chen a glare, huffing indignantly. I never expected you would actually run off. Oh, you've broken through to the pinnacle of the transformation realm. With an exclamation of surprise, a delightful expression blossomed on Xiao Xian'er's face as she discovered that Luo Chen had indeed advanced to the peak of the transformation realm. Sister Xian'er, you have already reached the late stage of the celestial origin realm. You're just a step away from the pinnacle of the celestial origin realm. Aren't you embarrassed to be astonished by my breakthrough to the peak of the transformation realm? Luo Chen retorted with a smile, his face adorned with a teasing expression. As anticipated, Xiao Xian'er's cheeks flushed crimson, and she stamped her foot, playfully scolding. Oh dear, brother Luo Chen, you mustn't tease me. After all, with so many resources from the Xiao family, if I can't even break through to the late stage of the celestial origin realm, that would be utterly laughable. With that said, she took charge, pulling Luo Chen along as she urged, come on, let us go inside. Hasten to draw lots. Delay any longer, and the opportunity may slip away. Very well, then, take your time. Luo Chen, resigned to his fate, allowed Xiao Xian'er to lead him through the throngs of onlookers into the academy's grand entrance, arriving at the plaza. At that moment, the square was teeming with numerous students, the vast majority of whom were commoners, although several noble students were interspersed among them. The faces of the commoners were predominantly etched with longing and anticipation, while the expressions of the noble students were suffused with pride, their glances occasionally sweeping disdainfully over their less fortunate peers. Thus, Luo Chen was pulled into the crowd by Xiao Xian'er, and in a state of bewilderment, he casually drew a lot, subsequently standing by to await the commencement of the Academy's great competition. Look, the young Prince Peng Kuan has arrived. The young Prince Peng Kuan is here? He is the foremost expert from the outer academy. Suddenly, a stir rippled through the crowd, and countless gazes converged upon a singular point, filled with fervor and a hint of envy. At the center of this attention stood a tall and strikingly poised youth adorned with a golden crown, who, amid a throng of admirers, sauntered forth with remarkable grace. In his hand, he elegantly waved a folding fan, epitomizing the demeanor of a noble gentleman. Following closely behind him were several young men, each bearing a sheathed sword at their waist, their faces replete with arrogance. It was evident that these individuals were none other than Sun Xinghe and his companions, and this golden-crowned youth was none other than Peng Kuan, the young prince. However, upon arriving at the venue, Peng Kuan did not draw lots. Instead, he scanned the crowd and ultimately fixed his gaze upon Luo Chen, a sardonic smile creeping across his face as he approached. What do you intend to do, Peng Kuan? Xiao Xian'er inquired, her expression darkening. She sensed that this individual bore ill intentions. After all, during the previous talented scholars and beautiful ladies gathering, Luo Chen had overshadowed Peng Kuan, and it was likely that Peng Kuan would seek to create trouble for him. Miss Xian'er, as the esteemed eldest daughter of the Xiao family, you needn't worry. I harbor no ill will, Peng Kuan replied smoothly, his demeanor exuding an air of congeniality. He then turned his attention back to Luo Chen, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. I merely wish to exchange a few words with this esteemed gentleman, Luo Chen. You. Xiao Xian'er clenched her teeth, itching to retort, yet Peng Kuan maintained his smile, his words impeccably crafted, leaving her at a loss for a response. Fear not, Sister Xian'er. Luo Chen stepped forward, meeting Peng Kuan's gaze with composure, and remarked coolly, what is it that His Highness wishes to convey? It is nothing of great import. I simply wish to advise you to prepare a coffin post-haste, lest you find yourself without a place to reside after the academy competition. Ho Pengkuan replied with a chilling laugh. What? The declaration that Ho Pengkuan suggested Luo Chen prepare a coffin sent shockwaves through the crowd. Even the dullest among them grasped the implication. Ho Pengkuan intended to bring about Luo Chen's demise. Moreover, no one could fathom why the illustrious Prince Pengkuan would resort to targeting an insignificant figure. Do they harbor any profound animosity towards one another? After all, most of those present have been diligently honing their skills within the academy or venturing out to hunt magical beasts, and thus are largely oblivious to the events that transpired at the gathering of talented scholars and exquisite maidens, leading to their palpable curiosity. It is worth noting that Ho Pengkuan holds the prestigious title of the top-ranked cultivator in the Outer Academy, and he is vaguely on par with Yin Chixing. However, due to their respective placements, one in the Inner Academy and the other in the Outer Academy, Ho Pengkuan has yet to claim the title of the Academy's foremost genius. Xiao Xianer stated coldly. My apologies, but the first match of the Academy competition today is indeed a duel between myself and Luo Chen. If you doubt my words, you shall witness it shortly, Ho Pengkuan asserted with unwavering confidence. What? The opening match of the Academy competition is actually a confrontation between you and my brother Luo Chen? Xiao Xianer's voice trembled, and her complexion paled slightly. While she held great faith in Luo Chen, Ho Pengkuan was the pinnacle master of the Outer Academy, a formidable presence at the peak of the Earth origin realm. He not only possessed advanced heavenly-grade combat techniques, but also wielded spiritual artifacts. Should Luo Chen encounter Ho Pengkuan in his first battle, it was likely that he would face defeat, thus forfeiting his chance at the finals. However, suddenly, Ho Pengkuan turned to Xiao Xianer and smiled gently, speaking with utmost politeness. For your sake, Miss Xianer, I shall refrain from killing Luo Chen. At worst, I shall merely sever his tendons, rendering him a mere husk of his former self. This young man possesses remarkable poetic talent, and it would be far better to preserve him for the purpose of composing verses for both you and me in the future. Upon finishing his words, he gazed at Xiao Xianer with an expression suffused with infinite tenderness, continuing, Miss Xianer, your esteemed Xiao family is a distinguished lineage. If you persist in mingling with such detritus, it will surely tarnish the family's reputation. Ho Pengkuan, my affairs do not require your intervention, Xiao Xianer retorted coldly. The more Ho Pengkuan feigned concern, the more it repulsed her. She was no fool. She had the autonomy to choose her companions without his meddling. Since Miss Xianer is displeased, I shall refrain from further comment. Noticing her discontent, Ho Pengkuan's expression darkened slightly. His haughty gaze then drifted toward Luo Chen as he remarked nonchalantly, Luo Chen, you are fortunate to be acquainted with Miss Xianer. Otherwise, today might have marked your demise. Is that so? In that case, I extend my gratitude for your mercy, young prince, Luo Chen replied indifferently. He recognized that Ho Pengkuan's display was merely an attempt to impress Xiao Xianer. However, the more arrogant Ho Pengkuan became, the more Xiao Xianer detested him. Having lived two lives, Luo Chen understood profoundly that an astute individual like Xiao Xianer detested arrogance and rudeness. Had Ho Pengkuan exhibited a modicum of humility, he might have garnered her favor. Yet, he was accustomed to his domineering ways and remained oblivious to the essence of politeness, only displaying a semblance of respect when confronted by those of higher status. In plain terms, Ho Pengkuan is the embodiment of arrogance, a man haughty with his talents, who preys on the weak while trembling before the strong. Rest assured, even if I show leniency today, you will inevitably be rendered a mere shell of a man. Ho Pengkuan let out a cold sneer, gesturing grandly with his long sleeves as he led Sun Xinghe and the others to the side, waiting with palpable anticipation for the commencement of the Academy's grand competition. It seemed that uttering another word to Luo Chen would diminish his own worth. Sun Xinghe, with a frigid gaze fixed upon Luo Chen, scoffed, You little brat, having encountered Prince Pengkuan, your demise is assured today. How dare you, a mere country bumpkin, aspire to rise among the elite? I see you are merely courting death. Luo Zhenyan also chuckled derisively, his face adorned with mockery. As for the others, their disdainful jeers and taunts poured forth like a relentless torrent upon Luo Chen. In their eyes, despite Luo Chen's considerable talent and decent endowments, he was in no way comparable to Prince Pengkuan. It was akin to pitting refuse against the brilliance of the sun and moon. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the crowd, accompanied by exclamations of astonishment, as all eyes turned toward the Academy's entrance, ablaze with fervent anticipation. Chapter 78, The Academy's Grand Competition commences, Part 2. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, a barefoot youth approached slowly, though disheveled and untidy, with hair in disarray. The sight of this barefoot boy ignited a profound respect and fervor in the eyes of all present. For this individual was none other than Yin Chixing, the most dazzling and unparalleled genius of the Star Academy. Moreover, Yin Chixing is a direct disciple of the esteemed dean. Not only that, he is undeniably the foremost expert among the students of the Stellar Academy, having reached the pinnacle of the celestial origin realm. Were it not for his desire to continue accumulating knowledge and strength, he would have surely ascended to the realm of the earthly sage and become an elder of the Academy. As long as Yin Chixing does not falter, it is nearly certain that he will become an unparalleled powerhouse. Upon his arrival, who would not feel envy? Who would not gaze at him with fervent admiration? Yet, amidst the throng of onlookers, Yin Chixing stepped into the arena and approached Luo Chen, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, "I did not expect to see you again, Senior Yin. In the Academy's grand competition, all must participate. How could I possibly refrain?" Luo Chen shrugged helplessly, surprised that Yin Chixing sought him out first upon his arrival. Could it be due to those verses? "I eagerly anticipate your performance in this year's Academy competition." As he spoke, a sudden gravity appeared on Yin Chixing's face. "I have noticed that you have grown substantially stronger." After saying this, he shook his head slightly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Although your realm is merely at the peak of the transformation stage, your power is something even I find difficult to fathom." It is merely a slight improvement prior to the Academy competition," Luo Chen humbly replied, aware that the competition had yet to commence and wishing to conceal too much of his strength. "A few days ago, Ho Punkuan, utilizing celestial-level combat skills and perhaps wielding a spiritual weapon, might have been qualified to engage in battle with you. However now, Yin Chixing scoffed, and suddenly, an astonishing battle intent surged within his eyes. "Although the grand competition had yet to commence, I shall await your challenge in the finals." His voice, though not particularly loud, carried an undeniable tone, as if he were already certain that Luo Chen would make it to the finals. What? Yin Chixing actually intends to wait for Luo Chen in the finals. Who exactly is this Luo Chen to elicit such seriousness from Yin Chixing? Yet, his realm is clearly only at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. It is perplexing. Just moments ago, Prince Punkuan sought out Luo Chen, and now Yin Chixing has also approached him. This lad possesses an ordinary realm, but seems exceptionally adept at attracting attention. In my opinion, he must be riding the coattails of Senior Siener. Although there were rumors a few days prior of a certain Luo Chen who shattered the trial stone with a single punch, could it possibly be this individual before us? While shattering the trial stone with a single blow is indeed impressive, being merely at the pinnacle of the transformation stage is still insufficient in the context of the Academy's grand competition. Indeed, if Luo Chen were to cultivate for a few more years, perhaps he could contend for the title of the top external disciple. As for this year's Academy competition, I suggest he reconsider. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students began to whisper among themselves. Despite many having heard of Luo Chen's name, regrettably, his realm remains too low, merely at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. At the pinnacle of transformation, among the named students, one might secure a modest position. However, in the grand competition of the Academy, they are but feeble presences. For every participant in this esteemed contest is undoubtedly at the late stage of the Earth origin realm. If not beyond, those beneath the late stage of Earth origin have largely forfeited their aspirations to compete. In fact, this year's Academy competition sees no named students registered at all. It is not due to cowardice, but rather an acute awareness of the overwhelming talent present, geniuses like Yin Chixing and Ho Punkuan casting their formidable shadows over the arena, leaving no room for others to harbor even the slightest desire to engage, let alone to register. Upon overhearing the discussions and witnessing the fervor in Yin Chixing's countenance, Luo Chen could not help but reveal a hint of exasperation. As the saying goes, the tree wishes to be still, yet the wind does not cease. Initially, Luo Chen had merely wished to quietly partake in the Academy competition, aiming for first place and then discreetly withdrawing. Yet, unforeseen circumstances had thrust him into the spotlight. Nevertheless, when faced with the moment, Luo Chen was no timid creature. He nodded and smiled, declaring, "Very well, let us determine our fates in the finals." With that, Yin Chixing laughed heartily, then propelled himself forward like a cannonball, landing upon a throne with steadfast grace, a flicker of pride illuminating his features. The throne, though modest, was positioned beneath a grander seat, the esteemed one reserved for the Academy's director. As a successor to the position of dean, Yin Qixing holds an extraordinary status within the Star Academy. Thus, he is entirely justified in occupying a seat beneath the throne, standing alongside the esteemed elders. Moreover, it is inevitable that Yin Qixing will ascend to the rank of an elder in the future. Therefore, his current position beneath the throne is entirely reasonable. Could he possibly be a worthy opponent for Yin Qixing in the finals? Just wait until he fails to even enter the finals. I shall relish in your humiliation. Indeed, the mere peak of the transformation realm, Prince Punkuan requires but a single strike to vanquish him. Sun Xinghan nodded in agreement, expressing his concurrence. Indeed, once the young prince makes his appearance, Luo Chen becomes utterly insignificant. Luo Chen, merely a troublemaker, poses no threat whatsoever. His poetic talent is but a minor achievement. In the great competition of the academy, Luo Chen amounts to naught. The other students, too, were quick to flatter, their faces contorted with disdain. They even felt that discussing Luo Chen further would diminish their stature, their expressions rife with disgust. Who exactly is this Luo Chen that he can capture the attention of these two prodigies? Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, another figure murmured softly, his eyes clouded with complexity. Were Luo Chen present, he would recognize this individual as Su He. He is merely at the peak of the transformation realm, relying on his favorable relationship with senior sister Xian to garner attention. Lu Yuan scoffed, his eyes brimming with contempt. Although Luo Chen has attracted the interest of two prodigies, in his view, he remains nothing more than an insignificant insect. Perhaps, Su He mused, shaking his head lightly. If Luo Chen were of a higher realm, he might regard him with greater respect. Alas, Luo Chen is merely at the peak of the transformation realm. Merely taken aback for a moment, Su He soon dismissed the thought, relegating Luo Chen to the realm of jest. Suddenly, the distant sky erupted with tumultuous winds and clouds, followed by several figures soaring through the air, alighting upon their respective thrones. At the forefront was none other than the esteemed headmaster of the Starry Academy, Huangfu Jingyang. Moreover, Lu Xuanji and a host of elders had also arrived, taking their places upon those thrones. The Academy's grand competition was a momentous occasion within the Starry Academy, and as senior members of the institution, these elders gathered to observe and select exceptionally gifted individuals to mentor. Yin Qixing, being the headmaster's disciple, was well aware of Lu Xuanji's keen interest in taking him as an apprentice, though it had never been explicitly stated. Perhaps this academy competition would serve as a pivotal opportunity. Seated upon the throne, Huangfu Jingyang exuded an air of authority, his voice booming as it resonated throughout the venue. He proclaimed, "This academy competition is a grand event for our Starry Academy. I shall preside over this year's competition." As he spoke, his gaze subtly swept across the audience, briefly resting on Luo Chen before shifting away. He continued in a measured tone. The champion of this competition shall receive a 5th-tier magic core, along with an opportunity to enter the treasure vault. The runner-up will be awarded a 4th-tier magic core and a high-grade heavenly combat technique. Furthermore, there will be 50 recipients of the 3rd-place prize. Each individual securing this honor will receive a heavenly combat technique. Boom. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a momentary silence, only to erupt moments later into a thunderous cheer, akin to a cataclysmic avalanche or tidal wave. Every face glowed with fervor, and excitement radiated from their expressions as they gazed at Director Huangfu, their eyes brimming with yearning and passion, their spirits ignited in a fervent enthusiasm. Just to penetrate the ranks of the top 50 would grant them a celestial-grade combat technique? It is worth noting that the majority of students present hailed from humble origins, predominantly practicing only terrestrial-grade techniques, and often of a rather rudimentary nature. However, the prospect of securing a heavenly-grade combat technique by merely breaking into the top 50 during this grand academy competition illuminated a glimmer of hope for their futures. Indeed, many, upon hearing this revelation, secretly vowed that they would strive, by any means necessary, to enter the top 50 and seize a celestial combat technique. Silence. Silence, please. Observing the students' fervent reactions, Huangfu Jingyang appeared quite pleased. With a gentle gesture of his hand, he commanded the assembly to quiet down, and soon, the students fell into a hushed anticipation. He continued, "Since everyone is so exhilarated, I shall refrain from unnecessary discourse. Let the academy competition commence." The first match of the competition was announced. Ho Punkuan would face off against Luo Chen. Chapter 79, The Elder's Disappointment. What? The inaugural battle pits Prince Punkuan against Luo Chen. The revelation sent shockwaves through the audience. their expressions a tapestry of astonishment. It was unexpected that Ho Pengkuan, the foremost expert of the Outer Academy, would make his entrance in the very first bout, while Luo Chen was merely an obscure contender. Thus, in this first battle, is it not a contest between the mightiest and the weakest? It is over. Luo Chen is finished. Indeed, encountering Prince Pengkuan in his inaugural match, Luo Chen is truly unfortunate. Haha, who would have thought that Prince Ho Pengkuan would face Luo Chen in his first bout? It seems Luo Chen is destined to lose. Amidst the shock, many could not help but shake their heads slightly, almost unanimously concluding that Luo Chen is doomed to defeat. For, from any perspective, Luo Chen is simply incomparable to Ho Pengkuan. In terms of status, Ho Pengkuan is a prince, of noble lineage and extraordinary heritage. Regarding cultivation, Ho Pengkuan stands at the pinnacle of the Earth origin realm, while Luo Chen merely reaches the peak of the transformation realm, a full realm apart. As for combat skills and spiritual artifacts, Ho Pengkuan utterly overwhelms Luo Chen, rendering any comparison moot. If Luo Chen does not lose, it would indeed be a peculiar anomaly. Sitting upon the throne, Huangfu Jingyang exuded an air of authority, a faint pressure emanating from him. Despite his deliberate attempts to suppress his aura, his voice resonated like thunder. Echoing throughout the assembly, the rules of the academy competition are determined by drawing lots, and this is merely a coincidence. Now, I invite the two contestants to the stage. As his words rang out, an undeniable authority manifested, suppressing the entire arena. Upon hearing this, the murmurs dissipated completely, and all students, including those from the inner academy, fell silent, their attention fixated on Ho Pengkuan and Luo Chen. Whoosh! Ho Pengkuan let out a hearty laugh, and with a swift step, transformed into a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the arena, fully embodying the demeanor of the foremost expert of the Outer Academy. Standing upon the stage, Ho Pengkuan clasped his fists in respect towards the elders seated on the throne, and then shifted his gaze downward, beckoning to Luo Chen with a casual curl of his finger, proclaiming with arrogance, "Come up, let us engage in battle." With a resounding clang, as his words echoed, a long sword suddenly manifested in his palm, its blade shimmering with a chilling brilliance, concealing an infinite sharpness within its essence. Heavens, this is actually a medium-grade spiritual weapon. Upon sighting the sword, the multitude of students below erupted in exclamations, their eyes wide with astonishment. Even the elders on the throne narrowed their eyes, their expressions revealing a hint of intrigue. Who would have thought that Ho Pengkuan would reveal a medium-grade spiritual weapon the moment he stepped onto the stage? In the Tianyuan Continent, even a low-grade spiritual weapon is exceedingly precious and highly valued, while medium-grade spiritual weapons are exceptionally rare. Only the offspring of prominent families might possess such treasures. Yet, Ho Pengkuan's weapon not only appeared remarkably sharp, but seemed to approach the quality of a high-grade spiritual weapon. With a resonant hum, Ho Pengkuan pointed his longsword towards Luo Chen and declared loudly, "Although you lack the qualification to be my opponent, I grant you the opportunity to surrender. It is for you to choose, fight or concede." To everyone's astonishment, Ho Pengkuan offered Luo Chen a chance to forfeit in front of the multitude. This was particularly surprising, considering he had previously vowed to sever Luo Chen's tendons before the competition commenced. Brother Luo Chen. Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Xian'er's exquisite eyes sparkled, involuntarily fixating on Luo Chen, her stunning visage marred by a veil of anxiety. Luo Chen was a prodigy, and so was Ho Pengkuan at this moment. Ho Pengkuan had also unveiled a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Could Luo Chen truly contend against him? Thus, amidst her tension, Xiao Xian'er's delicate face was suffused with concern. "Sister Xian'er, fret not," Luo Chen declared from the sidelines, taking a deep breath. Gradually, his tranquil demeanor turned steely. He gazed at Ho Pengkuan in the arena, a trace of pride flickering across his features as he coldly proclaimed, "If you seek battle, then let us engage. The term withdraw has yet to find a place in my life's lexicon." Boom. As his words resonated, an overwhelming aura erupted from Luo Chen. With a gentle push of his foot, he soared onto the stage, standing before Ho Pengkuan. Though he remained unarmed, his presence was formidable and matched Ho Pengkuan's intensity. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Ho Pengkuan, furious yet amused, had not anticipated Luo Chen's reckless bravado. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered across his handsome face as he pointed his sword at Luo Chen, sneering, "If you wish to become a cripple, allow me to grant your request." Boom. Upon concluding his statement, An overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from his figure. Enhanced by the spiritual artifact, his presence surpassed even that of Luo Chen, exuding such formidable might that the very arena was swept by a tempest. Amidst this gale, Ho Punkuen's long hair danced wildly, his garments fluttering gracefully, embodying the essence of a true warrior. His power was simply astonishing. The fierce winds surged toward Luo Chen, disheveling his hair and uniform, rendering him akin to a trembling partridge caught in a tempest, pitiable and disheveled, as if a mere flash of lightning could shatter him into countless fragments. Ho Punkuen, the young prince, was indeed formidable at such a level. It seemed unlikely that an average expert in the celestial origin realm could contend with him. Witnessing this, myriad expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of the onlookers, their gasps of awe echoing in waves. Such an immense aura even left some celestial origin experts feeling a tinge of inferiority. Indeed, Prince Punkuen was worthy of being the heir to the royal house, showcasing a prodigious talent of this caliber. Simultaneously, whispers began to circulate among the various thrones. While the elders' gazes flitted between Luo Chen and Ho Punkuen, their faces alight with anticipation. Lu Xuanji, too, was caught in this moment, though a rare hint of tension graced his features. For both Luo Chen and Ho Punkuen were geniuses in their own right. However, they were separated by a significant chasm in realms. Should a confrontation arise, it appeared that Luo Chen would have scant chances of victory. As the one who had introduced them, could Lu Xuanji possibly remain unperturbed? Even in Lu Xuanji's mind, he had already considered Luo Chen as a future disciple. This has become problematic. With a slight shake of his head, Lu Xuanji sighed softly. Although Luo Chen is a prodigious talent, he is still somewhat immature. If he were granted more time to transcend into the earthly realm, he might have been able to contend with Ho Punkuen. However, as it stands, at this thought, a wry smile crept onto Lu Xuanji's face. It seemed that Luo Chen's hopes of displaying his prowess during the Academy's grand competition were likely dashed. If he were to encounter anyone else, Luo Chen might have been able to emerge victorious, but against Ho Punkuen, he stood virtually no chance. Luo Chen was formidable, but Ho Punkuen seemed even more so. Elder Lu, Huangfu Xingyang interjected suddenly. His gaze swept over Luo Chen and the other, and with narrowed eyes, he inquired blandly, "In this battle, who do you believe has a greater chance of prevailing?" Although he posed the question in this manner, his gaze lingered on Luo Chen, with a glimmer of shrewdness flickering within his eyes. Ever since Luo Chen shattered the trial stone with a single punch, he had paid close attention to Luo Chen. Therefore, after the commencement of the grand competition, he had been extremely attentive. It was not that he favored Luo Chen, but rather that Dean Huangfu understood that Ho Punkuen, as a minor prince, had no need to seek a master, while Luo Chen, hailing from the countryside, was in dire need of one. Not only him, but upon Dean Huangfu's utterance, the other elders perked up their ears slightly and looked over, their eyes filled with keen interest. For within the Star Academy, there was more than one person who was paying attention to Luo Chen. Dean Huangfu, what will the outcome be? Isn't it quite apparent? Lu Xuanji let out a bitter smile and said helplessly, Luo Chen is at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, while Ho Punkuen has already entered the peak of the Earth origin realm. The disparity between them is indeed substantial, and I fear that in this battle, victory is undoubtedly destined for Ho Punkuen. Sighing at this, Huangfu Xingyang also nodded and remarked, if Luo Chen were to be given a few more months, he might stand a chance against Ho Punkuen. Unfortunately, he is still too inexperienced at this moment. It seems that the matter of accepting disciples must be postponed. Humph. Even if it must be delayed, it shall not be at your discretion. Lu Xuanji retorted coldly. Even if Luo Chen were to lose, his innate talent remains. I am acutely aware of the extraordinary potential he possesses. It is merely a matter of insufficient training time that renders him unable to contend with Ho Punkuen for now. Elder Lu, I reiterate that a good disciple rightfully belongs to the virtuous. Although Luo Chen may falter in this tournament, there is hope that he will secure a place among the top 3 in the next competition. As his recommender, how can you hoard all the glory? Huangfu Xingyang said with a faint smile, his face brimming with playful teasing. To think that even the esteemed dean would concede that Luo Chen might not be a match for Ho Punkuen in this battle, and that aspirations for the top 3 would have to be postponed until the next tournament. Indeed, while Luo Chen's talent is remarkable, he remains too immature. Given a few more months, I firmly believe he would not fall to Ho Punkuen. Even in defeat, it would not be so devastating. What a pity it is. Had we recognized Luo Chen's extraordinary talent sooner, and accepted him as a disciple earlier, perhaps he would not have faced defeat in this battle. Regrettably, at this moment, Luo Chen is merely at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, and it is feared that he is no match for Ho Pengkuan. This is self-evident. Presently, whether in terms of realm or combat skills, Ho Pengkuan overwhelmingly surpasses Luo Chen. Even from the perspective of momentum, he is far superior. A disparity of such magnitude in realms is akin to an insurmountable chasm. The other elders, too, express their disappointment. Despite their high hopes for Luo Chen, it appears that he has little chance in this academy competition. It seems they must temporarily shelve the idea of accepting him as a disciple and await the next academy competition for further consideration. To them, being merely at the pinnacle of the transformation realm renders him no more significant than an ant. Were it not for Lu Xuanji's endorsement, it is likely that Luo Chen would not even gain entry to the outer academy. At this juncture, how can one even contemplate defeating Ho Pengkuan or vying to take him as a disciple? Chapter 80, One Punch Defeats. Shocking the entire audience. Part 1. Perhaps due to Luo Chen's insufficient realm, the faces of the elders were etched with disappointment. Even Lu Xuanji wore a wry smile. It appears that Luo Chen's aspirations for recognition must await the next academy competition. Sighing softly, Lu Xuanji shook his head. Though reluctant, he could only accept this fate. Suddenly, an elder with white brows spoke. I have a word to share. I wonder if it is appropriate to voice it. It was Elder Mei. Huangfu Zhengyang nodded, his expression grave, and replied, If you have something to say, please do not hesitate. As he spoke, he subtly nodded towards the elder with white eyebrows, encouraging him to express his thoughts freely. After all, those present were all high-ranking officials of the Star Academy, colleagues who could voice their opinions publicly, provided they did not utter any seditious remarks. This elder, known for his white brows, held a rather distinguished position as an elder of the Enforcement Hall within the Star Academy. Thus, when he chose to speak, Huangfu Zhengyang naturally acquiesced. Although Luo Chen possessed astonishing talent, he remained merely at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. It was highly irregular for someone of his caliber to mingle among the outer academy students. Should he falter in this battle, I propose that his status as an outer academy student be revoked, demoting him to a mere nominal student. Elder Mei's voice was calm, yet tinged with severity. After all, every outer academy student was expected to be at least at the Earth origin realm. The sudden emergence of Luo Chen, a pinnacle transformation realm individual, among the outer academy students disrupted the established order of our Star Academy. What? To demote Luo Chen to a nominal student if he were to lose? Upon hearing this, the elders were taken aback, astonished that Elder Mei Hongyi had stepped forward at such a moment to uphold the authority of the Enforcement Hall. This was indeed the established protocol of the Star Academy. Without rules, there can be no order. Within the Star Academy, anyone who had not transcended the Earth origin realm was strictly prohibited from entering the outer academy and could only serve as a nominal student. However, Luo Chen, despite only being at the transformation realm, has entered the outer academy, which is evidently against the rules. Nevertheless, this has been sanctioned by the esteemed headmaster. Mei Hongyi's actions not only placed Lu Xuanji in an awkward position, but also put the headmaster in a predicament. Elder Mei, what do you mean by that? Luo Chen, in the mid-transformation stage, has already shattered the trial stone with a single punch. Does he not qualify to join the outer academy? Lu Xuanji's expression darkened as he was the first to speak up, his face filled with indignation. Elder Lu, while your anger is palpable, you must understand that this is not a personal matter. It is merely following protocol. Mei Hongyi replied coolly. You. Lu Xuanji faltered, his countenance growing increasingly grim. Although he was confident in his own capabilities, he was at a disadvantage as Mei was a member of the Law Enforcement Hall and wielded authority. Even if he felt dissatisfied, he had no grounds to refute. Observing this scene, the other elders nodded slightly, tacitly approving the decision, as it was indisputable that Luo Chen was at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Sigh. Even Huangfu Zhengyang let out a soft sigh and resignedly stated, If that is the case, let us adhere to Elder Mei's wishes and allow Luo Chen to enter as a registered disciple. This is not a demotion, but rather a different form of training. The headmaster is wise. Thus, on behalf of the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall, I extend my gratitude, Mei Hongyi said with delight, bowing respectfully to Headmaster Huangfu. If Luo Chen were to truly lose in this battle, it would indeed be a significant loss. Lu Xuanji let out a deep sigh, resigning himself to the situation despite his inner dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, for the sake of dignity, he squinted his eyes and gritted his teeth, addressing Elder Mei. Although Dean Huangfu has acquiesced to your suggestion for the sake of protocol, what if Luo Chen were to triumph over Ho Pengkuan? If Luo Chen defeats Ho Pengkuan, he shall undoubtedly be qualified to remain in the Outer Academy, and furthermore, should he best Yin Chixing, he would earn the right to enter the Inner Academy and become a student therein. Elder Mei Hongyi declared with an undeniable tone. Very well, very well, very well. Elder Mei, I trust you shall not forget the words you have spoken. Lu Xuanji's fury morphed into a bitter smile as he coldly snorted, choosing to refrain from further comment. Rest assured, I shall conduct myself with integrity and adhere strictly to the rules, ensuring that no one is wronged. Elder Mei slightly bowed his head, his countenance imbued with an air of authority. As an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, it was only natural for him to uphold the regulations of the Star Academy during the grand competition. He harbored no fear of Lu Xuanji or the other elders' opinions. Indeed, if Luo Chen were truly gifted, he would not hesitate to disregard his own reputation and forcibly take Luo Chen as his disciple. Alas, Luo Chen had yet to demonstrate such talent. In fact, he still seemed rather immature. Enough, suddenly interjected Huangfu Xingyang, raising his hand with great authority. The competition has commenced. Let us await the results before drawing any conclusions. Yes, esteemed Dean. The assembly of elders, including Lu Xuanji, nodded in unison, their gazes shifting towards the dueling platform, settling upon the figure of Luo Chen. Despite a shared sentiment that Luo Chen was unlikely to triumph over Ho Pengkuan, they were curious to witness how many exchanges Luo Chen could endure before succumbing to defeat. After all, Luo Chen had once shattered a trial stone with a single blow. Below the platform, Su He stood, his gaze fixed on Luo Chen, a hint of profound pity evident in his eyes. He shook his head, lamenting. I felt sorry for him on the road, but I never imagined his misfortune would reach this level. To encounter Ho Pengkuan in the first battle of the Academy competition. Indeed, Luo Chen is truly an unlucky fellow, Lu Yuan echoed, shaking his head with a sigh. The pinnacle of the transformation realm? I doubt he can withstand even a single move from Prince Pengkuan. It's quite pitiful. I wonder what stroke of fortune allowed Luo Chen to become so close to senior sister Xiener. Sui added, his face etched with bewilderment. In his view, Luo Chen was an insignificant character, leading him to question if Luo Chen's proximity to Xiao Xiener was solely due to his handsome appearance. If that were the case, Luo Chen's demise would be swift, for Ho Pengkuan was also a devoted admirer of Xiao Xiener. In the face of such rivalry, it was anticipated that Luo Chen would be swiftly defeated, humiliated, and cast from the platform. I surmise it's because he possesses a pleasing appearance and a flattering tongue. He concluded. Lu Yuan speculated idly, unable to conceive of a more plausible explanation. Presentable looks? A honeyed tongue? If this were indeed the case, then Luo Chen's defeat at the hands of Ho Pengkuan was all but assured, Su He remarked with palpable disdain. In that case, isn't Luo Chen just a gigolo? Lu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Su He nodded, stating, can you envision any other possibility besides that of a kept man? I never imagined that Luo Chen, with his ostensibly virile demeanor, would turn out to be a mere pretty face, Lu Yuan uttered, his countenance a mask of surprise, tinged with contempt and disdain. Listening to their discourse, their companions and the surrounding students alike nodded in tacit agreement, almost unanimously conceding that Luo Chen was unlikely to be a match for Ho Pengkuan, particularly given the latter's possession of a mid-grade spiritual weapon and his aura of soaring battle intent, which filled them with a profound sense of dread. Silence. A delicate yet sharp rebuke cut through the air. Could it be Senior Sister Xiener? Su He, Lu Yuan, and the others were momentarily taken aback. Before each betraying a hint of astonishment, their faces quickly adopting expressions of utmost reverence. Could the voice have belonged to Xiao Xiener? Moreover, Xiao Xiener's countenance seemed to betray a hint of fury. Could it be that Luo Chen and Senior Sister Xiener are truly entangled in some way? The few of you, it is one thing to speak amongst yourselves, but must you be so excessive? How could your limited understanding ever grasp the extent of Luo Chen's genius? Xiao Xiener stated icily, her peerless face etched with displeasure. Initially, she had been fixated on the spectacle unfolding in the arena, yet she was taken aback as the individuals grew increasingly outrageous, even labeling Luo Chen as a mere pretty boy. Consequently, Xiao Xiener could no longer contain herself and felt compelled to speak up in his defense. Since Senior Xiener has intervened, it is evident that Luo Chen cannot possibly be a mere pretty boy, Su He hastily remarked, though internally he harbored a growing disdain. For if Luo Chen were not a pretty boy, why would the esteemed senior Xiener, a figure of such prominence, come to the aid of someone as insignificant as him? Indeed, we are merely discussing matters. How could we possibly slander Luo Chen? Lu Yuan quickly chimed in, his face awash with reverence. Although they held no fear of Luo Chen, Xiao Xiener was akin to a goddess in their eyes. As students from the Outer Academy, regardless of their disdain for Luo Chen, they dared not disregard the words of the Inner Academy's Xiao Xiener. Observing this, Su He, Lu Yuan, and the others ceased their verbal jabs, yet their minds were rife with murmurs. Just moments ago, they were uncertain about Luo Chen's true nature. Now, with Xiao Xiener's endorsement, they were almost entirely convinced that Luo Chen was indeed a man living off the affections of others. What of a pretty boy? What is so remarkable about that? Damn it, if I were not lacking in looks compared to Luo Chen, I too would aspire to a life of such ease. In the arena, a resounding crash echoed. As Ho Punkuin's formidable power erupted, a tempestuous gale swept across the arena, intensified by the enhancement of his spiritual weapon. His aura was awe-inspiring, his eyes like lightning, resembling an invincible war god standing upon the platform. With a contemptuous sneer, Ho Punkuin pointed his sword at Luo Chen. His head held high, and coldly challenged, Luo Chen, come, face me in battle. With that, his overwhelming presence surged towards Luo Chen once more, domineering and seemingly unstoppable. Chapter 81, A One-Punch Victory, Shocking the Audience. Part 2. As the oppressive aura descended, Luo Chen's long hair danced wildly, and his clothes clung tightly to his body. Like a small boat tossed about in a storm. Why so much idle chatter? Come then, Luo Chen roared, standing firm in the arena. Though his presence was not as outwardly imposing, it was intensely restrained. His fists clenched tightly, as if containing boundless power, with veins bulging in his arms. A staggering 48,000 pounds of force lay dormant within his fists, waiting to be unleashed with earth-shattering impact. You have a death wish. Luo Chen, fall before me. With a resounding cry, Ho Punkuin wielded his sword with divine skill. The medium-grade spiritual weapon in his grasp crackled with searing sword, like concentrated flames coalescing at the tip. Then, with a swift movement, he lunged towards Luo Chen, sword in hand. Heaven rank battle skill, Grand Sun Universe sword. As the sword aura approached, Ho Punkuin let out a thunderous roar. The sword energy, radiant as the sun at its zenith, surged forth, imbued with fiery flames. Hurtling towards Luo Chen with an unstoppable force, akin to a deity slaying gods and a Buddha vanquishing Buddhas. The Great Sun Tianyuan sword. This was indeed a celestial-level martial technique. Upon witnessing this sword, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Countless eyes filled with awe as they beheld the swordplay. It was beyond belief that Ho Punkuin had mastered a celestial-level technique to such a degree, wielding the sword with divine precision while infusing flames into the sword energy. Even if Luo Chen managed to block the sword's path, he would still be unable to withstand the oncoming flames. It was astonishing that Ho Punkuin, with his very first move, unleashed a celestial-level technique. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the foremost expert of the Outer Academy. A casual strike bore such formidable might. The Great Sun Tianyuan sword? Quite intriguing. Luo Chen squinted, remaining steadfast in his position. As the sword aura drew near, his expression suddenly turned cold, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a punch. Boom. What appeared to be a simple fist contained an immense, compressed force. Incredibly, Luo Chen struck out barehanded, challenging the tip of a mid-grade spiritual weapon with his fist. Witnessing this, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, inwardly lamenting the recklessness of his actions. They could already envision the scene of Luo Chen's hand drenched in blood. Yet, when fist met sword, the anticipated outcome failed to materialize. Instead, a dazzling display of sparks erupted upon impact. It felt as though Luo Chen's fist was not flesh, but forged from steel. And this was the formidable strength of the body-refining technique. Having cultivated the Dragon Emperor's musculature had long since become akin to steel, possessing both extreme hardness and remarkable agility. Unless one's cultivation realm surpassed by several-fold, it would be nigh impossible to even inflict injury upon him. Bang! Subsequently, a colossal force of 48,000 pounds erupted, causing the long sword imbued with keen energy to tremble violently. Ultimately, it slipped from his grasp, soaring through the air. Moreover, S. countenance underwent a drastic change as he felt a numbing sensation coursing through his entire right arm, his grip nearly paralyzed. This is impossible, bellowed. his eyes brimming with disbelief. He had anticipated overwhelming. Yet, despite wielding a mid-grade spiritual artifact, he couldn't even wound's fist? Was the lad's fist not flesh and blood, but rather forged of steel? In truth, S. bewilderment was not unfounded, for throughout the entirety of the none had ever cultivated their physical form, let alone to the extent of achieving a body of bronze and iron. Consequently, S. physical prowess had overturned his very understanding of the world. Impossible? Chuckled derisively, his figure flickering, leaving behind an afterimage as he traversed the obstructions and arrived before. Immediately thereafter, his iron-hard fist shot forth, landing a devastating blow upon its chest with unstoppable momentum. Furthermore, as the fist struck, layers of frost enveloped its leading edge, a hoary frost akin to millennial-old ice, chilling to the extreme. Upon its emergence, the temperature within the arena seemed to plummet abruptly to freezing point. Once again, it was the divine technique of the martial god, the heavenly frost fist. However, augmented by an overwhelming force of 48,000 pounds, its power reached unprecedented heights. My goodness, what kind of martial art is this? Although the sun blazes overhead, why do I feel such an icy chill? Witnessing this, exclamations of astonishment erupted from the crowd, their gazes fixated on that single punch, as brimming with profound shock. It appeared unimaginable that Luo Chen, at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, could execute such a masterful strike. Not only did the temperature on the stage drop, but even the surrounding area seemed to succumb to the chill. This is dire. This punch is too formidable to confront head-on. In an instant, Ho Punkuin's expression turned gravely serious. Without his mid-grade spiritual weapon longsword, he was rendered incapable of countering. In a moment of desperation, he swiftly activated his storage ring and produced a beast-hide shield, raising it before him. This was indeed crafted from the skin of a swamp giant crocodile, the ultimate defense of a fourth-tier peak magical beast. Break for me. Yet Luo Chen remained unfazed, laughing heartily as he unleashed his punch, channeling the dragon's essence within him, which surged powerfully and converged into his fist. In an instant, the staggering force of 48,000 pounds struck the shield, causing an explosive release of energy exceeding even that. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded. Bang! Boom! As Luo Chen's fist collided with the shield, the black shield merely trembled slightly, akin to paper, shattering into countless fragments that scattered through the air, and the fist pierced through the obstruction, landing squarely on Ho Punkuin's chest. Yet that astonishing force condensed instantaneously before erupting with a resounding blast. Bang! Ho Punkuin's complexion changed dramatically, his body resembling a mere ragdoll, soaring backward without a moment's pause. Plummeting off the stage. Upon his chest, a layer of chilling frost manifested, freezing his entire meridian system and injuring his vital organs. Ugh! Soon after, Ho Punkuin expelled a mouthful of crimson blood, which gradually crystallized into ice as it left his lips. He lay sprawled on the ground, stripped of any semblance of princely dignity, reduced to a status lower than that of a beggar. The might of Luo Chen's fist was truly terrifying. What constitutes momentum? This is momentum. What embodies tyranny? This is the essence of true tyranny. What does it mean to slay gods and Buddhas alike? This is it. At this moment, before Luo Chen's seemingly invincible punch, the momentum that Ho Punkuin had previously amassed turned to naught, utterly insignificant. Whoosh! Even as Ho Punkuin crashed to the ground like a lifeless dog, coughing up several more mouthfuls of blood, the mid-grade spiritual sword finally fell from the air, embedding itself in the center of the arena. Young prince, quickly, save the young prince. Where is the life-prolonging elixir? Hurry, bring it forth. Observing the dire situation, several guards from the royal manor rushed forth in a frenzy, encircling Prince Punkuin, frantically shoving various medicinal pills into his mouth, without concern for cost. 4. Beneath that singular punch, Ho Punkuin was teetering on the brink of death. Mid-grade spiritual artifact? Excellent, truly remarkable. Advancing with deliberate steps, Luo Chen reached out and unsheathed the long sword, its presence unfamiliar yet intriguing in his grasp. This marked his inaugural encounter with a spiritual weapon, a serendipitous acquisition of a mid-grade artifact, perfectly suited to his martial style, secured with but a single, decisive action. As Luo Chen examined his prize, a tidal wave of astonishment reverberated through the assembled crowd. Eyes widened, seemingly bulging from their sockets, reflecting disbelief and wonder. Heavens! Luo Chen vanquished the esteemed Prince Punkuin with a solitary strike. One voice exclaimed, "Can he truly be merely at the pinnacle of the transformation realm?" It seems as though he surpasses even a master of the celestial origin realm in power. Ho Pengkuin appeared as a mere child before him, utterly incapable of resistance. Is Luo Chen some kind of prodigy? Another voice questioned, laced with incredulity. This is madness, sheer lunacy. This is no mere contest, it is utter annihilation. A brutal and complete subjugation. Even the armored hide's spiritual shield shattered under the force of Luo Chen's blow, a third voice observed. Did his punch possess a force of over 10,000 pounds? No, surely it far exceeds that threshold. Luo Chen is nothing short of a prodigy. A cacophony of exclamations erupted, swiftly engulfing the entire plaza. The students, their faces frozen in stunned disbelief, fixated on Luo Chen, who stood upon the platform. The scene unfolding before them was akin to an ant triumphing over an elephant, an improbable feat that defied comprehension. A sense of unreality permeated their thoughts. Was it not meant to be Ho Pengkuin who would vanquish Luo Chen, delivering a crushing defeat? Yet, the reality was the antithesis of their expectations. Luo Chen had sent Ho Pengkuin hurtling through the air with a single blow, executing a complete and utter reversal of fortune. This spectacle utterly subverted their understanding, leaving them in a state of bewildered shock. Their expressions were blank, their faces filled with terror. And some even had their eyes widened to an almost comical extent. When did the pinnacle of the transformation realm become so formidable? This was simply implausible. Yet, the reality unfolded before their very eyes. It wasn't just the students who were astounded. A chorus of bewildered and astonished voices echoed among the lofty thrones. Could it be? This Luo Chen. With a single strike, he actually managed to send Ho Pengkuin flying? Witnessing the astonishing blow, the esteemed elders exchanged glances. Their faces etched with surprise. Evidently, even they hadn't anticipated such a reversal. Not only had Luo Chen not been defeated, but he had actually overwhelmed Ho Pengkuin. Though the strike, in their estimation, wasn't overwhelmingly powerful, the sight of Luo Chen, a cultivator at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, sweeping aside a cultivator at the pinnacle of the earth origin realm, was a shocking sight. Luo Chen was indeed a prodigy, but Ho Pengkuin was also a remarkable talent. He possessed not only a high-grade heaven-tier combat skill, but also a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Despite all of this, he was defeated by Luo Chen, succumbing in a single exchange. Haha, I knew Luo Chen wouldn't disappoint me. Suddenly, a hearty burst of laughter erupted from one of the thrones. The source of the mirth was none other than Lu Xuanji. Chapter 82. The Elder's Astonishment. Amidst peals of laughter, Lu Xuanji's face was etched with elation. He had been under the apprehension that Luo Chen was on the verge of defeat, but to his astonishment, Luo Chen had presented him with an immense surprise. Not only had he vanquished Ho Pengkuin, but he had accomplished it with a solitary punch. This spectacle filled Lu Xuanji with both delight and astonishment, his refined countenance radiating with pride. Humph, you were just asserting that Luo Chen was likely incapable, unable to withstand even a single move from Ho Pengkuin, and even suggesting he be relegated to a nominal student. What say you now? You've been refuted. After his mirth subsided, Lu Xuanji hummed to himself, his face brimming with contentment. Were he not seated upon the throne, he would have been tempted to roar with laughter, unburdening his heart of its resentments. In his mind, he luxuriated in the thought, indeed, my judgment is impeccable. I discovered Luo Chen in Black Rock City and instantly recognized him as a peerless prodigy. This time, I have truly unearthed a treasure. He congratulated himself on his discerning eye, for otherwise, he would have suffered a significant loss. Even Huang Fuzheng nodded slightly, sighing softly. I had anticipated that Luo Chen would have to wait until the next academy competition to enter the top 3. I did not foresee that in this competition, he would already be so radiant, even capable of defeating Ho Pengkuin with a single blow. As he spoke, a look of admiration graced Huang Fuzhengyang's face. Even he had to concede that Luo Chen was indeed exceptionally gifted and remarkably formidable. Just moments prior, he too had believed that Luo Chen was unlikely to be a match for Ho Pengkuin, but unexpectedly, Luo Chen had not only defeated Ho Pengkuin but had even swept him aside. His innate aptitude elicited covert astonishment, coupled with undisguised admiration. Little did I anticipate such a misjudgment on my part. Swiftly, a lament of regret reverberated from the throne, emanating from none other than Mei Hongyi. His countenance was etched with chagrin and vexation as he bemoaned, I had contemplated relegating Luo Chen to the status of a probationary student, intending to provide him with additional experience. Alas, I had not foreseen that he already possessed the requisite qualifications for admission into the inner sanctum. As an elder of the Hall of Enforcement, Mei Hongyi was a stickler for adherence to regulations. Within the Star Academy, Any individual possessing the strength of the earthly origin realm was eligible for enrollment into the Outer Academy, while those wielding the power of the heavenly origin realm were entitled to enter the Inner Academy. At that moment, Luo Chen's single punch vanquished Hopunkuan, unequivocally demonstrating his command of the heavenly origin realm's might. Consequently, in Mei Hongyi's estimation, Luo Chen had already earned the right to access the Inner Academy. Simultaneously, Mei Hongyi harbored a secret remorse, lamenting that he had previously entertained the notion of demoting Luo Chen, such a prodigy, to the rank of a probationary student, which was utterly foolish. Should this matter become public knowledge, he, the elder of the Hall of Enforcement, would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. To relegate such a gifted student to the status of a probationary student would invite ridicule not only upon himself, but also upon the entire Star Academy. Elder Mei. Lu Xuanji interjected with a smug grin, inquiring with a twinkle in his eye, were you not just advocating for Luo Chen's demotion to a probationary student? What are your thoughts now? Do you still intend to demote him? Elder Lu, please refrain from jesting at my expense. Mei Hongyi let out a bitter laugh, his face etched with sorrow as he remarked, with such talent as Luo Chen possesses, it is inconceivable that he would merely remain in the Outer Academy. Even admission to the Inner Academy would pose no challenge whatsoever. After speaking, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes, and he audaciously inquired, by the way, Elder Lu, are you not the one who recommended Luo Chen? It seems he has yet to take on a mentor, has he not? I wonder if you might facilitate a private meeting between us, perhaps to discuss apprenticeship? Goodness, Elder Mei, you are being rather excessive. Another elder interjected, incredulity lacing his voice. If Luo Chen is to choose a mentor, it must surely commence with our Palace of Techniques. When did it become your prerogative in the Law Enforcement Hall? Have you no sense of propriety? Pray tell, who is it that sought to diminish Luo Chen, this unparalleled genius, to the status of a mere nominal student? Now, upon witnessing his extraordinary potential, you harbor ulterior motives? Let me be clear, that is utterly unacceptable. If Luo Chen is to seek a mentor, it must begin with our Hall of Merit. When will it be your Law Enforcement Hall's turn? Good heavens, even we core elders have yet to voice our opinions. And here you are, stirring the pot unnecessarily. As these words resonated, the other elders erupted in outrage, their faces flushed with indignation, glaring at Mei Hongyi as if he had committed an unspeakable offense. Witnessing Luo Chen's remarkable talent, they were all eager to discreetly take him under their wings. But to their astonishment, it was Mei Hongyi, an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, who had made the first move. This was a matter that even an uncle could tolerate, yet an aunt would certainly not abide. Not only the esteemed elders, but even Lu Xuanji's eyes suddenly brimmed with a flash of indignation. He widened his gaze, glaring fiercely at Mei Hongyi, as if he could hardly believe that this elder, in his capacity as a member of the Law Enforcement Hall, could be so shameless. How dare he attempt to usurp his disciple in front of so many witnesses? Mei Hongyi, Lu Xuanji bellowed, addressing him directly without the honorific, and coldly remarked, I am the one who recommended Luo Chen. I haven't even spoken up, yet you presume to take him as your apprentice? Let me make this abundantly clear. That will not happen. He scanned the crowd, gritting his teeth as he continued. If anyone is to take him on, it shall be me first. Only if Luo Chen disagrees do you stand a chance. Hee, Elder Lu. There's no need to be so agitated, Mei Hongyi replied nonchalantly, stroking his beard with an air of condescension. Since time immemorial, a worthy disciple naturally belongs to one of virtuous character. The choice of whom Luo Chen takes as a master is not yours to dictate. Should he not be afforded the opportunity to choose fairly, I, Mei, shall be the first to voice my dissent. Boom. As soon as the words left his lips, an overwhelming force erupted from Lu Xuanji, shaking the very clouds in the sky. In a bid to secure Luo Chen as his disciple, Lu Xuanji was willing to unleash his might, preparing to clash with Mei Hongyi before the assembly of elders. Boom. However, seeing Lu Xuanji display his power, Mei Hongyi was equally unyielding, immediately summoning an immense force that radiated from him, even intertwining with the essence of the heavens, coalescing into a wave of energy that surged forth to confront Lu Xuanji. Upon witnessing Luo Chen's unparalleled talent, Mei Hongyi, contrary to his usual demeanor, vehemently confronted Lu Xuanji, even in the presence of the esteemed dean. Observing this, the other elders, far from intervening, displayed a palpable eagerness, their eyes gleaming with intense anticipation. A surge of formidable auras emanated from their respective seats, signifying their intent to vie for the privilege of mentoring Luo Chen. Indeed, while talent scouts are aplenty, extraordinary individuals are rare. Luo Chen was unique, whereas the elders numbered in the dozens. Failure to act decisively would risk losing Luo Chen to another. Such a prodigious talent, destined to rival the likes of Yin Chixing, demanded immediate attention, lest the opportunity be squandered. Despite their lofty positions in the eyes of the students, these elders harbored a profound need for exceptional disciples, representing the perpetuation of their legacy. However, as the contention commenced, an overwhelming aura descended from the highest throne, instantly nullifying the presences of Lu Xuanji and Mei Hongyi. The source of this intervention was none other than Dean Huangfu Xingyang himself. Esteemed colleagues, Huangfu Xingyang declared, his eyes gleaming with authority, I understand your desire to mentor Luo Chen. However, with the academy competition still underway, is it not premature to engage in such a contest? Having uttered those words, he emitted a soft sigh and, deciding to be candid, stated, it is not merely you who aspire to take Luo Chen as a disciple. I, too, harbor the same desire. However, just as a nation adheres to its laws and a household to its rules, Luo Chen is singular. We cannot, in the presence of the students, engage in a brawl over him, can we? I assure you all that, subsequent to the conclusion of the Academy Grand Competition, each of you shall be granted an equitable opportunity for Luo Chen to make his own selection. At that juncture, you may all unveil your most cherished abilities, allowing Luo Chen to choose of his own volition. Should Luo Chen reach a decision, none shall voice any dissent. Having concluded, Huangfu Xingyang surveyed the assembled elders, his countenance imbued with both authority and an air of finality. This proposition, seemingly impartial, afforded everyone a chance. Yet, would the elders, consumed by their fervor, acquiesce? Chapter 83. Equitable contest. The dean's proposition, while ostensibly fair, was in reality a measure born of necessity. Indeed, even as he articulated it, Huangfu Xingyang was inwardly lamenting. Originally, he had intended to approach Luo Chen after the Academy Grand Competition, to accept him as a personal disciple, and to publicly announce this at the subsequent Academy Grand Competition. Alas, the best-laid plans often go awry. The lad had already showcased extraordinary talent at this year's competition, and now, he was compelled to compete with the elders. Huangfu Xingyang was simultaneously speechless, helpless, and secretly glared at Lu Xuanji and Mei Hongyi, his eyes filled with resentment. It's all the fault of these two troublemakers, who insisted on creating a commotion. Now, haven't they made a mess of things? Thus, the dean was greatly displeased. Upon hearing this, the esteemed elders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. However, they were also cognizant that all the elders present had witnessed Luo Chen's unparalleled talent and would likely vie for the opportunity to mentor him. Without a fair approach, their individual chances would be exceedingly slim. While this method caused them some consternation, it was deemed the most optimal solution. We of the Merit Hall are the first to endorse Dean Huangfu's proposal. However, we stipulate that only the elders present shall be eligible to compete. Otherwise, it would descend into chaos. Indeed, the sudden emergence of such a prodigious talent within our Star Academy will undoubtedly rouse those venerable figures who have remained in seclusion for years. We must not allow them to usurp our opportunity, for it is he who first beholds such genius who possesses the right to contend for it. Precisely. It is a rare occurrence for our Star Academy to produce such an extraordinary talent. If we fail to safeguard him adequately, others may seize the advantage. We of the Art Hall second the dean's proposition. Yes, Luo Chen was first discovered by us. Therefore, we are the rightful participants in this competition. No other elders shall be permitted to partake, lest they violate the established order. Assuredly, I concur. Swiftly, the elders, one by one, voiced their approval of the dean's suggestion. Yet, in their concurrence, they displayed a united front, collectively demanding that only they be permitted to compete, barring all other elders from participation. Indeed, within the Starfall Academy, there exist not only elders such as themselves, but also ancient beings of millennia past. Should word reach them and they join the fray, their chances of prevailing would be significantly diminished. Consequently, due to this battle, Luo Chen became highly sought after, an instant object of desire, inciting competition among the various elders. Facing the chorus of approval, Lu Xuanji couldn't help but scoff. Regardless of his displeasure, he had to concede to the decision, as it was the prevailing trend, and his dissent would be futile. Nevertheless, with a flourish of his sleeve, he coldly remarked, now that the dean has spoken on this matter, should Luo Chen choose me, do not attempt any underhanded tactics or clandestine sabotage. Lu Xuanji possessed immense confidence in himself. Not only had he provided protection to the Luo family during their time in Black Rock City, but his personal rapport with Luo Chen assured him that, if given the choice, the young man would likely select him. Elder Lu, as long as you agree to a fair competition, even if Luo Chen chooses you, the Hall of Law Enforcement will have no objections whatsoever, Mei Hongyi said with a smile. Though he spoke these words, he was already contemplating how to capture Luo Chen's attention, what treasures to offer, to entice him to join the Hall of Law Enforcement and become his personal disciple. These are your own words. I have not coerced you. Lu Xuanji chuckled coldly, his mind swirling with contemplation. Although he shared a close rapport with Luo Chen, he couldn't shake off the fear that Luo might be momentarily swayed, lured by the other elders. Therefore, in his quest to secure Luo as his disciple, he was prepared to invest significantly, unearthing his most treasured possessions. Not only he, but the other elders also displayed expressions of deep contemplation, their eyes glinting with shrewdness. Coughing lightly, Wang Fu Zhengyang expressed both resignation and mild disapproval as he gently shook his head. He raised his hand to command attention, his voice resonating throughout the assembly as he stated, "Esteemed colleagues, the Academy's grand competition has yet to conclude. Let us focus on the contest for now. Only after its conclusion shall we engage in our competition, understood?" Of course, their intentions were not driven by any nefarious desires, but rather a keen interest in observing the techniques Luo Chen had mastered or speculating about his preferences and treasures. Among them was also the esteemed Dean, Huang Fuzhengyang. Throughout this entire affair, Yin Chixing, seated at the very bottom, maintained an unperturbed demeanor, revealing no signs of disturbance. Not even a whisper escaped his lips. The earlier discord had been effectively stifled by the elders. After all, such matters were best kept private among the elders. It would be utterly embarrassing for the younger generation to become aware of it. At this moment, Yin Chixing's heart raced with astonishment. He had not anticipated Luo Chen's exceptional prowess, which far exceeded his expectations. Yin Chixing sat upon a modest throne, gazing down at the arena, his eyes brimming with astonishment. With the pinnacle of the transformation realm, he had effortlessly defeated an opponent at the apex of the Earth origin realm with a single strike. Such innate talent, even within the esteemed Star Academy, is an extraordinary rarity. Even I cannot help but express my admiration. As he spoke, a palpable sense of battle fervor flickered in Yin Chixing's eyes, yet it was soon overshadowed by a hint of regret. Alas, what a pity! While you are undeniably strong, you remain merely at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Nonetheless, even at this level, you are worthy of a duel with me, for you are a rival acknowledged by Yin Chixing himself. With these words, the fire of combat in his eyes dissipated, giving way to profound anticipation. He eagerly awaited the moment when Luo Chen would advance to the finals for their confrontation. In the audience, not only were the elders astonished, but countless students were also left in awe, including Su He and Lu Yuan. Witnessing Luo Chen send Hopenkuan flying with a single punch, their expressions turned blank, their gazes distant, as if they had witnessed an ant slay a great elephant before the crowd. In their eyes, Hopenkuan was an idol, a figure of immense prestige. Wielding a spiritual weapon, and most importantly, he was an unparalleled genius. From every perspective, Hopenkuan was utterly flawless, destined to triumph over Luo Chen. Yet reality had delivered a harsh slap to their faces, plunging them into a profound disbelief from which they could not easily escape. What a humiliating blow it was. At last, as the awe-inspiring exclamations resembling mountains and seas resonated in his ears, a look of astonishment gradually emerged on Su He's face. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed in utter disbelief, "It turns out that Luo Chen is far from being insignificant. He is a genius, an unparalleled prodigy, even more resplendent than Prince Pengkuan." Su He lamented, "Not only did I misjudge him, but so did you." Lu Yuan sighed bitterly, expressing his helplessness. "Just moments ago, we were deriding Luo Chen as a mere pretty face. Who would have thought he is, in fact, a remarkable genius? Indeed, I now comprehend why esteemed individuals like Senior Sister Sienna are so close to Luo Chen. Could it be that she seeks her own demise? Yet, it appears he is not courting death, but rather gaining experience." Contemplating this, Su He was once again struck by astonishment, feeling a chill run down his spine. After all, how could Luo Chen, merely at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, dare to venture into the monster beast mountain range alone? Was he truly a prodigy beyond comprehension? Had we known of Luo Chen's extraordinary talents, we should have endeavored to cultivate a relationship with him while we were still on the periphery of the mountain range. Lu Yuan lamented, glancing at Xiao Xian'er with a sigh, muttering softly, Alas, it is now too late. Oh, how I regret it. I wonder how Luo Chen has cultivated to become so formidable, he mused, his face reflecting a deep yearning. Indeed, could Luo Chen truly be a prodigy? He is astonishingly powerful. Had I known of his capabilities, I would have sought his friendship long ago. Regrettably, it is too late to express anything now. With merely a single strike, he has vanquished a peak expert of the Earth origin realm. Such extraordinary talent surely qualifies him for admission into the Inner Academy. Let us cease our lamentations, for excessive words only bring tears. From this point onward, we must refrain from peering through the cracks of the door, as it often leads to underestimating others, especially when encountering a prodigy like Luo Chen. Had we forged an alliance earlier, would we not then stride confidently within the Star Academy? The remaining students from the Outer Academy wore expressions of awe and astonishment, and at this moment, they finally grasped that Luo Chen was far from an insignificant being, but rather a celestial genius whom even they, as masters of the Earth origin realm, must revere. Indeed, in their eyes, Luo Chen already possessed the qualifications to enter the Inner Academy. Suddenly, amidst the chorus of admiration, a melodious voice, filled with surprise, rang out. The speaker was none other than Xiao Xianer. Chapter 84. The Pressure from Yin Chixing. Initially, it seemed that Luo Chen might face defeat. Yet Xiao Xianer was unexpectedly astounded to witness him once again shattering her perceptions, as he effortlessly defeated Ho Punkuan with a single blow. Remarkably, when Ho Punkuan fell from the stage, Luo Chen emerged without a scratch. I had thought that Luo Chen would be defeated. To her astonishment, he remained as formidable as ever. With delicate fingers gently tapping her chest, Xiao Xianer, filled with surprise, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. This was due to Ho Punkuan's ominous words, declaring that should Luo Chen be defeated, he would sever Luo Chen's tendons, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Such a fate was unfathomable to her, thus she was consumed by worry and anxiety. However, upon witnessing Luo Chen effortlessly vanquish Ho Punkuan with a single punch, her initial shock transformed into pure joy, illuminating her exquisite face with delight. It was reminiscent of their time in Blackstone City, where Luo Chen had never once disappointed her. This medium-grade spiritual weapon appears to be quite remarkable. Standing in the arena, Luo Chen was oblivious to the astonishment of the onlookers, his gaze fixated on the long sword, his expression brimming with excitement. To him, sending Ho Punkuan flying was merely a trivial feat during the mid-stage of the transformation realm. He had already been capable of overpowering those at the pinnacle of the Earth origin realm. Now, having ascended to the peak of the transformation realm, only those at the pinnacle of the heavenly origin realm could pose a challenge to him. Luo Chen, I truly did not expect you to conceal your strength so deeply. Suddenly, a voice filled with malice echoed from the crowd. It was Ho Punkuan, who, with the assistance of several subordinates, managed to rise slowly, though his face remained pale and he was gravely injured, unable to continue fighting. Conceal? You overestimate yourself, Luo Chen replied, gripping the long sword and shaking his head slightly. It is not that I have hidden my strength, but rather, you are simply too weak. Very well. Upon hearing this, Ho Punkuan's face flushed with humiliation. He cast a resentful glance at Luo Chen and gritted his teeth, declaring, I, Ho, shall remember this humiliation. With a flourish of his long sleeves, he commanded, let us depart. Yes, your highness. Several attendants hurriedly supported Ho Punkuan, parting the crowd as they exited the square, even neglecting to request the mid-grade spiritual artifact from Luo Chen. The onlookers were astonished. When Ho Punkuan arrived, he was like a star surrounded by the moon, yet he left in such a disheveled state. In this battle, Luo Chen emerged victorious. Suddenly, a voice of authority resonated from the throne, echoing throughout the arena. As the sound reached him, Luo Chen nodded slightly, first bowing to the crowd, then leaping gracefully down from the platform to stand before Xiao Xianer. Luo Chen Gich. Xiao Xianer cheered, her eyes brimming with delight. Her exquisite face flushed with excitement, resembling a perfectly ripened peach, exuding a touch of dewy charm and allure. Did I frighten you, Sienna? Luo Chen gently patted her little head, inquiring. Although he felt confident in his abilities, the vast disparity in strength might have caused her concern, perhaps even leading her to hear many unkind remarks. No, not at all. Xiao Xianer shook her head. Despite having heard a fair share of gossip, she dismissed it, not wanting Luo Chen to be burdened by such trifles, for they meant little in the grand scheme of things. Although Luo Chen triumphed over Ho Punkuan, this was merely the initial battle. Who can say whether another dark horse might emerge during the academy competition to astonish the audience? The Star Academy stands as the premier institution within the Star Empire. Despite the existence of two other academies, Star Academy remains the pinnacle of excellence. Within its halls, geniuses abound, and it is not unusual for a few exceptionally talented individuals to appear. However, someone as extraordinary as Luo Chen is exceedingly rare. That is reassuring. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He certainly did not wish for Xiao Xian'er to face any ostracism due to him, especially since she is one of his few friends within Star Academy and their bond is particularly strong. I find myself suddenly eager to see whether you, Brother Luo Chen, can indeed reach the finals. If you can make it to the finals, you would have the opportunity to contend with Yin Qixing. As she spoke, a glimmer of anticipation graced Xiao Xian'er's exquisite countenance. In the academy competition, regardless of whether they are external or internal students, anyone reaching the finals and securing first place earns the right to face Yin Qixing. Yin Qixing is undeniably the foremost genius within Star Academy. To engage in combat with Yin Qixing, even achieving a draw would grant one admission into the inner academy. Moreover, one would attract considerable attention and the admiration of the elders. Should one exhibit sufficient talent, it is even possible for an elder to take a liking and accept them as a personal disciple. Thus, the aspiration to battle Yin Qixing has become the fervent goal of all the students. Despite Xiao Xian'er harboring little interest in Yin Qixing, she nonetheless hoped that Luo Chen could advance to the finals and engage in a public duel with him. As for herself, having already secured her position as an inner courtyard student, the significance of achieving first place and entering the finals seemed to diminish. A battle against Yin Qixing, one might say? A soft chuckle escaped Luo Chen's lips, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. To be candid, had it not been for the allure of the Nine Calamities Burning Heart formation, he would prefer to refrain from clashing with Yin Qixing at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. This individual truly proved to be a formidable adversary, especially now. While Luo Chen stood at the peak of the transformation realm, Yin Qixing had already reached the zenith of the celestial origin realm, thus instilling considerable pressure upon Luo Chen. However, his ambition for the Nine Calamities Burning Heart formation compelled him to confront Yin Qixing. As Luo Chen pondered, a familiar voice suddenly resonated. He turned to discover Qin Feibai, Zuolangan, and Chen Feng approaching. Notably, their auras appeared significantly more potent than just a few days prior, indicating their rigorous preparations and substantial enhancement of strength. Among them, Qin Feibai had even broken through to the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm, advancing into the late stage. Senior Qin, Senior Zhua, Senior Chen, it's wonderful to see you. Luo Chen greeted them with a respectful nod, displaying utmost courtesy, undeterred by his recent triumph over Ho Punkuan, and maintaining a humble regard for his friends. Upon hearing his words, Qin Feibai and the others exchanged glances, visibly taken aback, especially Chen Feng, the earnest one among them, who appeared somewhat bashful. With a bitter smile, Qin Feibai was the first to speak. Luo Chen, your talent is truly extraordinary. In this battle, you effortlessly defeated Prince Punkuan with a single punch, yet you still refer to us as seniors. It makes me feel somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, after this year's academy competition, I might even have to call you my senior. Zuolangan covered her mouth with a delicate laugh. Within her enchanting eyes, a hint of flirtation sparkled. Even Xiao Xian'er, who stood nearby, remained unfazed, her gaze fervent as she leaned slightly closer to Luo Chen, revealing her intentions as transparently as Sima Zhao's ambitions. Indeed, Chen Feng nodded, a look of wonder on his face. Had I known you were this formidable, I would have refrained from taking on the role of a senior. Luo Chen, we are all comrades here. The title is merely a formality, so there is no need for you to feel overly concerned. Luo Chen replied calmly. Having lived two lives, he understood profoundly the wisdom of acting with humility while maintaining a low profile. To let one's ego soar merely because of a single victory would be akin to courting disaster. The three exchanged helpless glances, and finally, Qin Feibai nodded in resignation, saying, since you put it that way, let us reluctantly accept the role of seniors. Upon finishing his words, a grave expression involuntarily appeared on his face. Luo Chen, with your prowess, you are almost guaranteed to reach the finals. However, should you face Yin Qixing, you must exercise caution. It is said that Yin Qixing possessed a formidable strength of 15,000 pounds even during his transformation phase, setting a historic record at the Star Academy. Now, having ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial origin realm, I wonder, do you feel confident about facing him? Asked Zuolangan. In my opinion, Although Luo Chen's chances may be slim, he should strive to do his best, Chen Feng interjected to offer reassurance. In his view, Luo Chen was merely at the peak of the transformation phase, whereas Yin Qixing had already reached the pinnacle of the celestial origin realm, representing a significant gap of two major realms. The outcome of the finals seemed rather predictable. Yin Qixing was not to be compared with Ho Punkuan. He was a true prodigy, a genius born from rigorous training, rather than someone who had relied solely on medicinal enhancements. Furthermore, his cultivation level surpassed that of Luo Chen. Thus, both Chen Feng and Qin Feibai, along with others, were genuinely concerned for Luo Chen, prompting them to inquire about his situation. Confidence? Well, I am uncertain. However, if I have the opportunity to enter the finals, I shall certainly give it my all, Luo Chen humbly replied. Despite Yin Qixing's exceptional talent, he had never feared anyone. Moreover, he possessed an extensive repertoire of combat techniques and the memories of 2 lifetimes. Battling beyond his current tier was not a daunting task. It merely depended on discovering the true extent of Yin Qixing's extraordinary capabilities. As an outsider, Luo Chen would certainly not underestimate the local prodigies. After all, on the Tianyuan Continent, myriad races coexist, and geniuses are as plentiful as the stars in the sky. Should Luo Chen let his guard down, he might find himself unaware of his own demise. Even during the academy competition, he would remain vigilant. Indeed, as long as he could reach the finals, Luo Chen would give his all. After all, he is but a mortal, not a deity, and it is impossible for him to remain invincible forever. Xiao Xian'er remarked, her brow furrowed with deep concern. Perhaps her worry stemmed from her profound care for Luo Chen. Yes, as long as he could enter the finals. Giving his utmost would suffice. Luo Chen, at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, would already be formidable if he made it to the finals. Who wouldn't desire to defeat Yin Qixing? Even I yearn for it. However, if he cannot triumph, he must not force himself. They all echoed in agreement. After all, anything could happen in the academy competition. While Luo Chen's talent is extraordinary, he is still somewhat inexperienced. If he were a master of the Earth origin realm, the trio would harbor a glimmer of hope, but at merely the peak of the transformation realm, their strengths were quite comparable, both being mid-level Earth origin realm practitioners. Once the battle commenced, the two exchanged blows fiercely, and as they both gasped for breath, the young girl suddenly produced a blood-red whip and lashed it at her opponent, sending him tumbling off the stage and rolling beneath the feet of other students. In this clash, Su Yuma emerged victorious. Upon the throne, the resonant voice of Dean Huangfu reverberated throughout the hall, echoing from afar. I concede. The young maiden clasped her fists in salute to the audience below, then gracefully leaped down from the arena, a hint of disdain lingering on her visage. Such is the nature of the Academy's grand competition, intense and unforgiving. Only the victors can bask in the triumph of laughter in the end. Sister Xian'er, though Su Yuma possesses some merit, she pales in comparison to your brilliance, remarked Luo Chen with a slight smile, teasingly. Nevertheless, this Su Yuma is commendable in her own right. Xiao Xian'er remained unfazed, her lovely face alight with anticipation. Watching the academy competition makes me yearn to take the stage myself. Alas, my opponents are not from the outer academy, but from the inner sanctum. Fear not, you shall undoubtedly reach the finals. Luo Chen reassured her. Despite her appearance, resembling a delicate flower, Xiao Xian'er was, in fact, a formidable practitioner at the late stage of the celestial origin realm, merely a step away from reaching its pinnacle. Within the Star Academy, she was akin to a revered senior. Even some inner academy students could not contend with her, coupled with her extraordinary talent. Luo Chen harbored no concerns regarding Xiao Xian'er as potential defeat, unless she were to encounter an exceptional prodigy. Indeed, Sister Xian'er, at merely 16 years of age, has already reached the late stage of the celestial origin realm. Such extraordinary talent places her in close pursuit of Yin Qixing. Qin Feibai nodded, his tone imbued with envy. It is noteworthy that both he and Xiao Xian'er are of the same age, yet she has already attained the late stage of the celestial origin realm, while he remains at the early stage. The comparison is truly disheartening. He chuckled, pondering whether Sister Xian'er would maintain her prowess once she stepped onto the arena. In his opinion, given her exceptional aptitude, she should face no significant challenges unless she encounters a prodigy like Luo Chen. Chen Feng, being rather straightforward, held a rather simplistic view. He believed that Xiao Xian'er's remarkable talent would indeed lead her to the finals with relative ease. Subsequently, several more talented individuals ascended the stage to engage in combat. However, This year's competition featured a scarcity of registered participants, resulting in the majority of battles being fought by students from the outer and inner academies. One cannot deny that Starry Sky Academy, as a prestigious institution, is home to an abundance of gifted individuals, and the battles were nothing short of spectacular, showcasing a plethora of Earth-level combat techniques. Occasionally, a heavenly-level technique would emerge, eliciting gasps of astonishment and envy from the spectators. Regrettably, despite the multitude of talents present, none could rival the extraordinary brilliance of Luo Chen. While these prodigies were indeed formidable, their talents remained within a comprehensible range, unlike Luo Chen, who could effortlessly conquer adversaries of higher tiers. As time flowed inexorably, the matches continued to unfold. The next battle, Xiao Xian'er faces Sun Xinghe. Suddenly, amidst a thunderous roar, a voice imbued with boundless authority reverberated through the air. What? The upcoming duel is indeed between Xiao Xian'er and Sun Xinghe. Isn't Sun Xinghe a student of the Outer Academy? How could he possibly contend with a student from the Inner Academy? Although he possesses one of the top 3 strengths in the Outer Academy, this seems to defy all conventions. Upon hearing this announcement, the spectators were taken aback, including Luo Chen and others, who displayed astonishment on their faces. A look of disbelief flickered in Xiao Xian'er's eyes, as if she had never anticipated that her first match would be against Sun Xinghe. It is worth noting that in the grand competition of the academy, the fights are typically between students of the same academy, with the top contenders facing off in the final round. Yet, unexpectedly, Xiao Xian'er's initial battle is against Sun Xinghe, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Some even completely bewildered. Whoosh! As the astonishment echoed, a formidable figure suddenly ascended to the platform, standing boldly before all. This figure then emanated a powerful and chilling aura that suppressed the entire arena. This was no longer the Earth origin realm, but rather the celestial origin realm. It was astonishing to discover that Sun Xinghe had actually entered the celestial origin realm prior to the academy competition, and furthermore, he was at the mid-stage of this realm. Boom! The aura erupted, layers of frost forming that even froze the ground beneath. It was unclear what secret technique Sun Xinghe had employed to elevate his presence to the pinnacle of the celestial origin realm. Such might surely surpass that of Xiao Xian'er. My goodness, Sun Xinghe has actually transcended into the celestial origin realm? Thus, does that not mean he is a student of the inner court? Moreover, how could his aura be so formidable? The spectators below were left in awe, witnessing Sun Xinghe's astonishing presence. Each face was etched with shock, their eyes reflecting disbelief as waves of incredulity surged forth. Such a powerful aura, even within the inner court, would constitute an extraordinary existence. At this moment, who could remain unshaken? Who could refrain from admiration? Senior Sister Xian'er, come forth and engage me in battle, Sun Xinghe declared, his gaze electrifying as it fixed upon Xiao Xian'er, his face brimming with pride. Though fortune has placed me against you, Senior Sister Xian'er, I shall demonstrate who is truly stronger between myself and Luo Chen. Is that so? Xiao Xian'er replied with a melodic command, her feet propelling her into the arena. Standing before Sun Xinghe, although she did not unleash a thunderous might, her aura was undeniably extraordinary, akin to a celestial being descending into the mortal realm upon the stage. With a swift motion, a pristine white sword materialized in her palm, its tip directed at Sun Xinghe, her eyes alight with fierce combat spirit. As the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Xian'er was no mere soft target to be trifled with. Despite her adorably earnest demeanor around Luo Chen, she was not to be underestimated when roused to anger. Very well, indeed. Observing Xiao Xian'er's exceptional presence, Sun Xinghe's gaze intensified with fervor, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. He clasped his hands in respect, proclaiming, Senior Sister Xian'er, I beg your pardon. Swish, swish, swish. As the words fell, Sun Xinghe's figure flickered, transforming into multiple afterimages that danced around Xiao Xian'er. It appeared as though several versions of Sun Xinghe had emerged upon the arena, each silhouette vanishing in an instant, only to reappear in another location, elusive and indefensible. The celestial martial technique, Meteor Sword. Suddenly, a long howl resonated from behind Xiao Xian'er. Immediately, Sun Xinghe's incessantly flickering form came to a halt behind her. Then, with a swift draw of his sword, he struck like a meteor descending from the heavens, wielding an overwhelming force that threatened to obliterate everything in its path, thrusting a sword towards Xiao Xian'er's back. Before the blade could reach its target, the fierce sword aura had already sent Xiao Xian'er's garments fluttering wildly. Ice Vein Divine Sword, break for me. Xiao Xian'er exclaimed with fierce determination, unperturbed. Her snow-white longsword trembled, transforming into a blade of frost and cold, cleaving forward. This, too, was a celestial martial technique. Boom. The two swords clashed, resulting in a thunderous explosion that erupted from the arena, dazzling sparks instantly radiating from the point of impact. Chapter 86. The Might of the Inner Courtyard Students. Sparks flew. A resounding roar echoed, and the fierce winds surged tumultuously across the arena. The power of the inner courtyard students in combat was indeed terrifying. As the thunderous sound reverberated, a shiver coursed through the spines of all present, each person succumbing to the illusion that this was not merely a clash between two humans, but rather a fierce confrontation between two formidable beasts. Especially when sparks erupted, there was no doubt in anyone's mind that if the combatants exerted themselves a tad more, the ethereal sword would quiver and shatter. Such power. This battle resembled a true clash of prodigies, intense and ferocious, verging on the ruthless. However, after the initial collision, both parties staggered back a few steps. Yet, to everyone's surprise, a flush of determination graced Xiao Xian'er's face, fueling her resolve rather than diminishing it. In stark contrast, although Sun Xinghe's aura had surged to the pinnacle of the heavenly origin realm, his countenance was pale, as if he were on the brink of succumbing to her strike. From the sidelines, Luo Chen observed Xiao Xian'er's magnificent display of prowess, feeling a stirring within him. His eyes wide with astonishment. He had never anticipated that once unleashed, Xiao Xian'er would exhibit such remarkable strength. The reputation of the inner courtyard students was indeed well-deserved. Moments earlier, he had harbored concerns that Xiao Xian'er might suffer injury or even be defeated by Sun Xinghe. It now appeared that his worries had been unfounded. Sun Xinghe, I had thought you formidable, yet it seems you merely consumed a blood spirit fruit to temporarily elevate your cultivation? Such conduct hardly warrants comparison with my esteemed brother. Luo Chen. Xiao Xian'er scoffed disdainfully, her snow-white sword vibrating with renewed vigor. With a resonant hum, as the sword danced, an imposing frost dragon materialized before Xiao Xian'er, its entire form exuding a piercing chill and the sharp essence of icy sword energy. The frost dragon of the ice vein divine sword. Xiao Xian'er issued a sharp command, directing the tip of her sword towards Sun Xinghe. Instantly, the colossal frost dragon unleashed a thunderous roar as it lunged at him with its gaping maw. This was no mere celestial-level skill. It was an advanced, mysterious-level technique. The Xiao family, indeed, lived up to its reputation as a prominent clan in the royal city of Zhongdu, possessing such formidable, mysterious-level abilities. With each step, Sun Xinghe retreated, overwhelmed by the ferocity of the frost dragon's assault. He found himself devoid of any thoughts of resistance, his spirit waning as if swept away by a torrential tide. I concede, he uttered almost reflexively, publicly surrendering without a moment's hesitation. With those words, the frost dragon halted before him, yet its head remained poised, roaring defiantly, unleashing an overwhelming wave of energy that battered Sun Xinghe's face, contorting his features. His long hair billowed wildly in the tempestuous winds. It was only when his complexion turned ashen, devoid of any color, that the dragon dissipated into countless shards of ice, vanishing from sight. The might of a mysterious-level technique was indeed formidable, capable of transforming into elements of earth, fire, and wind, and producing various manifestations. The frost dragon was not a mere creature. It was an entity forged from condensed ice, ultimately wielded by the wielder's will for both ranged and close combat. Even among mysterious-level techniques, it stood as a paragon of unparalleled mastery. Xian'er, the senior sister, astonishingly unleashed a profound-level combat skill. Witnessing this spectacle, countless individuals were left in awe, their fervent gazes fixated upon Xiao Xian'er. Among the crowd, admiration mingled with astonishment filled the eyes of all present. As the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Xian'er embodied perfection in both status and beauty, and at this moment, she showcased her extraordinary talent. Who could contain their delight? Who could remain unperturbed? Who could resist adoration? Moreover, Xiao Xian'er herself was akin to a divine being. Under the scrutiny of so many captivated eyes, Xiao Xian'er seemed to radiate an ethereal presence. Standing upon the arena, she wore a serene expression, gently shaking her head as she remarked, Sun Xinghe, a true genius is not forged through the accumulation of elixirs. Brother, with a melodious cry, a girl clad in white suddenly leaped onto the platform, embracing Sun Xinghe and then swiftly descending. To everyone's astonishment, this white-clad maiden was none other than Su Yuma. Xiao Xian'er, the humiliation of today shall be etched in the annals of the Su family. With a piercing gaze, Su Yuma shot a look of intense hatred at Xiao Xian'er before her attention shifted to Luo Chen, her voice cold as she declared, "And you, Luo Chen, shall also be remembered. Were it not for you, my brother would not have succumbed to madness, consuming the blood spirit fruit to ascend to the arena for battle. In the future, I shall repay this debt tenfold." With those words, Su Yuma cradled Sun Xinghe and, in a fleeting motion, vanished into the throngs of the crowd, departing from the scene. Humph, what of the Su family? Do we, the Xiao family, fear the Su family? Xiao Xian'er scoffed, her expression one of disdain. If it were Ho Punkuan, she might have felt some trepidation, but the Su family simply did not warrant her consideration. The Xiao family, a prominent clan in the royal city of Zhongdu, boasted a profound heritage and an entrenched influence, rivaling even the most esteemed families in the imperial capital. As the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Xian'er had no reason to fear a mere minor family like the Sus. While the Su family might hold some standing in Zhongdu, they were still beneath her notice. "Xian'er, in my opinion, we must not underestimate Su Yuma. If possible, exercise caution," Luo Chen remarked, his face betraying a hint of seriousness. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he understood well the complexities of dealing with cunning adversaries. Perhaps the Su family posed no substantial threat, yet if Su Yuma were to employ covert schemes or set traps, it could become an insurmountable challenge. Thus, upon sensing her ill intentions, Luo Chen promptly committed her appearance and distinguishing features to memory. While it is said that many pests do not cause discomfort, one must remain vigilant against the malice of others. "I understand. I will be careful." Xiao Xian'er playfully stuck out her pink tongue, displaying none of the airs of a young lady before Luo Chen, instead appearing quite amiable, reminiscent of a neighborly girl. Upon witnessing this, Qin Feibai and the others were momentarily struck dumb, their eyes brimming with envy. They had not anticipated that Xiao Xian'er would share such a close relationship with Luo Chen. The esteemed Xian'er not only displayed remarkable obedience and understanding before Luo Chen, but also appeared utterly compliant, hanging on his every word. Only Zuolingan wore a complex expression. As she gazed at Luo Chen and Xiao Xian'er, a subtle hint of disappointment crept across her enchanting visage. However, Qin Feibai soon stepped forward, his face alight with admiration, exclaiming, "Xian'er, your foundation is solid. With just a few moves, you have defeated Sun Xinghe. Truly impressive." Indeed. Even a peak practitioner of the Tianyuan realm was bested by Xian'er. It was clear that even within the inner academy, she held a prominent position. Chen Feng, nodding in agreement, regarded Xiao Xian'er with eyes filled with adoration. Humph. If it weren't for Sun Xinghe's foolishness, how could she have achieved such prowess? Zuolingan echoed with a scoff, her expression a blend of astonishment and an edge of sharpness. Giggles escaped from Xiao Xian'er, as her keen intellect discerned Zuolingan's underlying meaning. Yet, rather than feeling anger, she wore a proud grin, particularly in the presence of her brother Luo Chen. Basking in the praise of others, even her heart fluttered with a hint of joy. Clearly, in Xiao Xian'er's mind, being able to flaunt her prowess before Luo Chen was an exhilarating delight. A delightful reprieve from the worry that he might one day lose interest in her as they grew more familiar. As Luo Chen gazed upon Xiao Xian'er's haughty little demeanor, he could not help but gently pat her small head. A sense of helplessness washed over his face, as he found himself both surprised and somewhat appreciative of Xiao Xian'er's childlike innocence. After all, this was a positive trait rather than a negative one. Had Xiao Xian'er been a person consumed by greed, it is likely that their bond would not have been so close. Of course, at present, their relationship was merely amicable. To speak of mutual admiration or becoming fated lovers would be premature. As for the notion of love at first sight, Luo Chen believed that while it may exist in the world, it had not occurred for him, nor did he seem to possess the charm that would inspire such infatuation. In terms of appearance, he could at best be described as having a fair countenance and well-defined features. The next match, Qin Feibai versus Yi Tianyu. As the authoritative voice resonated, the Academy's grand competition continued unabated. During this time, Qin Feibai, Zuolingan, and Chen Feng took to the stage in succession. Among the trio, both Qin Feibai and Zuolingan performed exceptionally well, triumphing over their opponents after a fiercely contested battle, securing positions among the top 50 of the external students. However, Chen Feng, a practitioner at the early stage of the Earth origin realm, was swiftly defeated upon his entrance, unable to withstand even a single strike. Nevertheless, Chen Feng emerged from the arena undeterred, his face aflame with determination, resolved to engage in rigorous training in hopes of redeeming himself in the next grand competition. After all, He was merely at the early stage of the Earth origin realm, a level far too low. If he were to emerge victorious, it would indeed be a most peculiar affair. The next battle pits Luo Chen against Lu Yuan. As the thunderous proclamation resonated, imbued with an air of inexorable authority, Luo Chen momentarily faltered, a peculiar expression gracing his countenance. To his astonishment, his second opponent was none other than Lu Yuan, the senior who had disregarded him entirely at the periphery of the monster beast mountain range. With a twitch of his lips, Luo Chen shook his head, and in the blink of an eye, he moved with the grace of a swift swallow, ascending the stage to stand at its center. In a swift motion, a figure clad in a purple star-patterned school uniform hesitantly approached the stage, taking what felt like an eternity before finally confronting Luo Chen. Indeed, it was Lu Yuan. However, the expression upon Lu Yuan's face was rather peculiar. Chapter 87. Under the spotlight, the decisive battle commences. Upon taking the stage, before the battle had even commenced, Lu Yuan's complexion began to pale, and his eyes shimmered with an inexplicable complexity, as if he were confronted by an unspeakable dread. His demeanor was one of trepidation, rendering him quite the sight. Senior Lu Yuan. Luo Chen intended to extend a greeting before the battle began, yet unexpectedly, Lu Yuan unleashed a thunderous cry of sheer terror, raising his hands high above his head. I surrender. I surrender. Junior Luo Chen. You dispatched Prince Pengkuan with a mere punch. Is there any need for us to compete? I might as well concede to avoid a thorough beating. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan raised his hands in surrender before the crowd, his face quickly contorted with profound fear, as if he were dreadfully concerned that Luo Chen would harbor a grudge and strike him without warning. If that is indeed the case, then he is surely doomed. As a late-stage practitioner of the Earth realm, although he possesses a significantly higher cultivation level than Luo Chen, Lu Yuan deeply understands that he would likely be unable to withstand even a single punch from him. Thus, he wisely chooses to surrender. This Lu Yuan actually surrendered? Upon witnessing this, the audience below was momentarily taken aback, including Xiao Xiener and Qin Fei Bai, who displayed expressions of bewilderment. Was Lu Yuan truly so cowardly? Without even engaging in battle, he chose to yield? Moreover, it appeared as though he was eager to lift his legs in submission, turning himself upside down to demonstrate his earnestness in surrender, embodying sheer terror. However, upon reflection, many began to nod in understanding of Luo Chen's formidable prowess. Quickly coming to terms with the situation, it was not just Lu Yuan. It was likely that most among them would also opt for surrender. Given that even Ho Pengkuan could not withstand a single blow from Luo Chen, let alone these students from the outer court. From the very beginning, Luo Chen's target had always been Yin Qixing. As time ticked away and night gradually descended, the academy competition approached its conclusion. After careful selection, Luo Chen, unsurprisingly, secured his place in the finals, earning the qualification of the first in the outer court, ultimately set to face Yin Qixing. Apart from Chen Feng, who did not achieve a ranking, both Qin Fei Bai and Zhuo Lengan made it into the top 50 of the entire academy, while Xiao Xiener secured the second position in the inner court. And the first place, of course, belonged to Yin Qixing. The next battle, Luo Chen versus Yin Qixing. As a powerful and resounding voice echoed throughout the arena, even Dean Huangfu's eyes shimmered with a hint of excitement. The elders seated upon the throne fixed their gaze intently upon the arena, their expressions resolute. Below, the students watched with wide eyes, their excitement palpable as they fixated on the stage, not daring to blink. Although they were all unable to participate in the finals, witnessing a clash between the two most formidable geniuses was undoubtedly a thrilling experience. As for the students of the Star Academy, their presence was overwhelming. Not a single one was absent from the scene. The finals were finally about to commence, and one could only wonder how much Yin Qixing's strength had evolved after such a long period of inactivity. It goes without saying that Luo Chen was certainly no match for Yin Qixing. When Yin Qixing reached the transformation stage, he possessed a colossal strength of 15,000 pounds. After stepping into the Earth origin realm, his abilities became unfathomable, and now, at the pinnacle of the celestial origin realm, I surmise that his power is nearing that of a Grand Earth Master. My heavens, nearing the prowess of a Grand Earth Master? This means that within the celestial origin realm, Yin Qixing is virtually invincible. In his hands, the Earth origin and transformation realms are all but swept aside. Truly formidable. Yin Qixing, as the foremost genius of our Star Academy, is beyond compare. While Luo Chen may possess some strength, he is simply outmatched opponent. I would estimate that Senior Yin would require but a single strike to defeat Luo Chen. As the finals draw near, a cacophony of discussions arises, akin to the incessant buzzing of flies, echoing from the audience. It is not merely the enrolled students engaging in discourse. Even students from external and internal academies have joined the fray. Almost all spectators are unanimously convinced that Luo Chen stands no chance against Yin Qixing, perceiving no semblance of comparability between the two. This belief does not stem from a lack of respect for Luo Chen, but rather from the staggering disparity between their capabilities. Simultaneously, among the various esteemed thrones, as the final match is about to commence, all elders' gazes are fixated upon the arena. Only the esteemed director Huangfu raises his eyes slightly, directing his attention towards Elder Lu Xuanji. Elder Lu, Huangfu Xingyang remarks with a faint smile. This battle is the ultimate confrontation. Who do you believe has the greater chance of victory, Luo Chen or Yin Qixing? Director Huangfu, your question is somewhat excessive. Lu Xuanji replies with a wry smile, showing no hesitation in his response. In this match, it is undoubtedly Yin Qixing who will prevail. No matter how talented Luo Chen may be, it is impossible for him to bridge the gap of two major realms and confront Yin Qixing directly, let alone secure a victory. This does not indicate a lack of faith in Luo Chen on Lu Xuanji's part. Rather, it underscores the formidable prowess of Yin Qixing. While Luo Chen has demonstrated the ability to contend across two major realms during his time in Haishi City, Yin Qixing is a different entity altogether. He is the most illustrious genius within the Star Academy. And that is not even the most formidable aspect. The most daunting factor is that Yin Qixing's master is none other than the esteemed director Huangfu himself. Under the guidance of the esteemed dean and the abundant resources of the Celestial Academy, Yin Qixing, despite being merely at the Celestial Origin realm, can rival even the most skilled Earth Saint Masters. An Earth Saint Master, even within the Celestial Academy, if fortunate, would hold the esteemed title of an elder in the Outer Academy. To engage in battle with Yin Qixing is tantamount to confronting an elder of the Celestial Academy, a notion that diminishes any semblance of competition. The outcome is a foregone conclusion. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Mei Hongyi nodded, a look of nostalgia gracing his features as he remarked, allowing Luo Chen to duel with Yin Qixing would merely serve to observe how long he could endure against Yin Qixing's prowess. As he spoke, a wistful expression crossed his face, and he lamented, throughout the annals of our Celestial Academy, there has been but one individual who has triumphed while battling across two major realms, and that is the esteemed Grand Elder. Although Luo Chen possesses remarkable talents, he cannot be compared to the Grand Elder, especially against an opponent like Yin Qixing. Indeed, the Grand Elder is a once-in-a-century prodigy of our Celestial Academy. How could Luo Chen possibly stand in comparison? This battle is devoid of suspense. Regardless of how extraordinary Luo Chen may be, he cannot hope to overcome Yin Qixing, particularly since Yin Qixing is personally mentored by the Dean. In terms of both talent and strength, he far surpasses his peers. Undoubtedly, Yin Qixing wields profound combat techniques. Thus, the outcome of his duel with Luo Chen is essentially predetermined. One can only hope that Luo Chen does not suffer a devastating defeat. Rest assured, Yin Qixing is a prodigy nurtured by the esteemed Dean, possessing both a commendable character and temperament that render him exceedingly dependable. Even in victory, he would not inflict grave harm upon Luo Chen, should Luo Chen suffer severe injuries. How could we, the old-timers, continue to accept disciples? The elders engaged in fervent discussion, almost unanimously agreeing that Luo Chen stands no chance against Yin Qixing. Nevertheless, their eyes shimmered with anticipation, as if they yearned to witness the extent of Luo Chen's extraordinary talent through the hands of Yin Qixing. The degree of Luo Chen's brilliance would ultimately determine the resources they ought to allocate for his cultivation and the prospect of taking him as a disciple. After all, being defeated by Yin Qixing is not a matter of shame, but rather an expected outcome. Listening to the elder's discourse, Huangfu Xingyang couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling quite gratified, for Yin Qixing is indeed his disciple. Yet, even so, he is filled with anticipation for Luo Chen, curious to see how long he can endure the onslaught. After all, Luo Chen's innate talent has already garnered recognition among the elders. Now, it is merely a matter of gauging the extent of his remarkable abilities. Alas, I hope Luo Chen does not suffer too devastating a defeat this time. Lu Xuanyi shook his head slightly, his eyes reflecting a sense of calm. After all, the outcome was already anticipated, and he would not be overly disappointed. He only wished that Luo Chen would not face an excessively humiliating defeat, for that would also bring him considerable embarrassment. Swish, swish. With the sound of two figures darting forth, two youthful silhouettes appeared upon the arena. These two individuals are none other than Luo Chen and Yin Qixing. As they entered the arena, countless gazes converged upon them from both the thrones above and the spectators below, all eyes fixated on the duo. For the decisive battle was about to commence. Chapter 88. Equal in strength, unyielding upon stepping onto the stage, Luo Chen stood firm. Soon noticing Yin Qixing also making his appearance, his eyes ablaze with an overwhelming fighting spirit. Senior Yin, it is a pleasure to see you again. Luo Chen greeted with a smile, his expression devoid of any tension, instead radiating an air of calm confidence. Indeed, and so soon, Yin Qixing replied, standing resolutely with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor tranquil, yet his eyes burned with an insatiable desire for battle. It seems I underestimated you. I anticipated that you would endure several arduous battles before reaching this stage. I did not expect you to arrive at the finals so effortlessly. It is not that I am overly formidable, but rather that my opponents are rather weak, Luo Chen remarked, a subtle shake of his head accompanying his words. In his gaze, a formidable fighting spirit emerged, and he smiled as he declared, moreover, I possess my own compelling reasons to enter the finals and secure the title of champion. The title of the foremost genius of the Star Academy is mine for the taking. Is that so? If that is the case, then let us engage in a direct confrontation. With a hearty laugh, Yin Qixing stomped his foot with a resounding crash, with a thunderous explosion resonating. Cracks resembling a spider's web began to emerge beneath Yin Qixing's feet, spreading rapidly and stirring up clouds of dust that soared above the arena. Simultaneously, with that singular stomp, Yin Qixing's aura surged dramatically, enveloping him in flames, transforming him into a fiery war deity, exuding an extraordinary martial spirit and an unmatched presence. Heavens! The intensity of Senior Yan's aura is truly formidable. Such might must be nearing that of a Grand Earth Master, wouldn't you agree? It is astonishing. Witnessing such a breathtaking display of power, the spectators below were left in awe, their eyes reflecting profound shock and disbelief. They never anticipated that Yin Qixing's mere aura could be so potent. Even the force of his stomp instilled a visceral fear within countless hearts. Unassailable, peerless, irresistible. A myriad of fearful sentiments flooded the minds of all present in an instant, causing even the countenance of Xiao Xian'er and others to grow exceedingly grim. Initially, they believed that Luo Chen might withstand a few exchanges against Yin Qixing, yet merely observing Yin Qixing's imposing presence filled them with despair. With such overwhelming power, it seemed impossible for Luo Chen to endure even a single strike. What hope was there for victory? Incredible! Senior Yin truly deserves the title of the brightest talent at the Star Academy. Such prowess is undeniably approaching that of a Grand Earth Master. Qin Feibai murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with astonishment and a trace of fear. If his aura alone is this formidable, how can one possibly contend? Zuolingan wore an expression of despair, her alluring visage tinged with a hint of anxiety. Though she understood the improbability of her connection with Luo Chen, she still harbored a wish that he would not suffer a humiliating defeat at the hands of Yin Qixing. Yin Qixing was formidable. Should I dare to confront him, I would likely not withstand even a single blow, let alone the sheer force of his stomp. Qin Feng's hands trembled slightly, feeling as though he had been reduced to an insignificant insect gazing up at a soaring dragon in the sky. Luo Chen, dear brother, you must be cautious. Xiao Xian'er's face was etched with concern, her exquisite features paled, as even she could not deny the overwhelming aura of Yin Qixing. The title of the foremost genius of the Starry Sky Academy was indeed well-deserved, for he was astonishingly powerful. Could Luo Chen withstand the pressure and emerge victorious? At present, it seemed rather unlikely. Suddenly, a potent aura erupted from Luo Chen, though it lacked the earth-shattering presence of Yin Qixing. Instead, it was remarkably restrained, as if he had concentrated all his strength into a singular force, profound and seemingly unfathomable. As the sword god of the sky, Luo Chen was not foolish enough to squander his power on mere intimidation. When he chose to strike, it was speed and strength that mattered. Every movement was calculated to amplify his might and velocity, with not a shred of energy wasted. Luo Chen, you are indeed formidable. If that is the case, then let the battle commence. Yin Qixing laughed heartily, enveloped in flames, resembling a fiery war deity. He advanced with a steady, resounding stride towards Luo Chen, each step shaking the very ground beneath him with an incredible force. Come, Let us engage in battle. Luo Chen also laughed, pressing forward rather than retreating. Charging at Yan Qixing with fervor, he unleashed a celestial-grade combat technique, Crimson Dragon's Roar. As the two closed in on each other, Yan Qixing let out a thunderous roar, channeling a celestial-grade technique that transformed into a colossal dragon of fire, coalescing before him. With a commanding gesture of his right hand, he directed it towards Luo Chen with a ferocious intent. The emergence of the fiery dragon caused the air to quiver as it roared and lunged at Luo Chen, aiming to engulf him in its fiery jaws. Heavenly Frost Fist. Luo Chen countered with a powerful shout, invoking a divine martial skill. His fist became encrusted with countless frost crystals before he struck out with tremendous force. A resounding clash erupted as the two forces met, creating a colossal sound that reverberated from the arena. The fierce interplay of ice and fire resulted in their elements merging into a thick mist that swiftly enveloped much of the stage. In that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Luo Chen's fist, pressed firmly against the fiery dragon's maw, continually freezing it, while the dragon, refusing to yield, unleashed torrents of searing flames that blazed upon Luo Chen, striving to incinerate him alive. Yet, although Luo Chen could not shatter the fiery dragon, it too was unable to overcome him. Thus, they found themselves locked in a stalemate upon the arena. In this initial clash, they were remarkably evenly matched. Heavens, what on earth is happening? Shouldn't Yan Qixing be effortlessly overpowering Luo Chen? Why do they seem evenly matched, standing toe-to-toe? Witnessing this scene, countless spectators widened their eyes in disbelief, their mouths agape, unable to fathom that Luo Chen could hold his ground against Yan Qixing. With a single punch, he managed to counter Yan Qixing's celestial-grade combat technique. It is important to note that this is a high-tier celestial-grade technique, capable of harnessing flames through Yan Qixing's palm, nearly reaching the level of a mysterious grade technique. Yet, how is it that Luo Chen can withstand it? How is he not at a disadvantage? He boldly stands his ground. What? This fellow Luo Chen can actually hold his own against Yan Qixing. Meanwhile, incredulous gazes emerged among the various thrones, including Huangfu Jingyang, Lu Xuanji, Mei Hongyi, and other elders, all displaying expressions of astonishment as they observed the clash between Luo Chen and Yan Qixing, neither able to best the other. It must be noted that Luo Chen is at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, while Yan Qixing has already attained the zenith of the celestial origin realm. How can it be that Luo Chen, despite being two major realms behind, can withstand such power? How has this young man trained? Is he truly a prodigy? This battle seems to grow more intriguing by the moment. Huangfu Jingyang murmured to himself, a hint of admiration glimmering in his eyes. Although Yan Qixing is his prized disciple, he shows no bias, instead filled with anticipation. Could it be that Luo Chen truly compares to the elders in their youth? The prodigy, truly a prodigy. Mei Hongyi's eyes widened like brass bells, yet he remained unblinking, fixated on the arena, his gaze brimming with astonishment and boundless yearning. In this battle, even if Luo Chen were to face defeat, he would still be worthy of becoming his direct disciple. Moreover, if possible, Mei Hongyi would willingly devote all the resources of the law enforcement hall to nurture Luo Chen, for this young man is deserving of his utmost investment and guidance. At this moment, Mei Hongyi had completely forgotten his earlier proclamation at the commencement of the Academy's grand competition, where he had declared he would demote Luo Chen to a mere nominal student as a demonstration of propriety. His heart was filled with longing, consumed by thoughts of how he could take Luo Chen as his apprentice. This young man never ceases to astonish. It seems my earlier concerns were entirely unwarranted. Lu Xuanji, too, wore a face of delight, yet he understood Luo Chen better, managing to maintain a semblance of composure. After all, he had witnessed Luo Chen's ability to battle beyond his level back in Blackstone City. It appeared that the stronger the adversary, the more formidable he became. As long as the opponent was not several realms above him, Luo Chen seemed destined for victory. Luo Chen, you truly are formidable, but the stronger you grow, the more I admire you, for you are my true rival. Yan Qixing, on the other hand, laughed heartily. Oblivious to the astonishment of those around him, his eyes ablaze with fierce battle intent. Upon realizing that the flame dragon could not contend with Luo Chen, he grasped with his fingers, condensing countless flames into a singular force within his fist. The blazing dragon fist. With a resounding roar, Yan Qixing strode forward, his fist, imbued with countless flames, struck with tremendous force, swiftly arriving before Luo Chen. The impact of this punch was awe-inspiring, dispersing the mist that enveloped much of the arena into nothingness. The power behind this blow was likely beyond comprehension. As he beheld this approaching strike, an unprecedented gravity settled upon Luo Chen's expression, despite his dual lifetime of memories and vast combat experience. The fiery fist of Yin Qixing still evoked a profound sense of threat within him. The adage holds true: sheer strength can shatter myriad techniques. When power reaches a certain threshold, all skills and tricks become insignificant. Faced with such a dazzling genius as Yin Qixing and his earth-shattering punch, how could Luo Chen afford to be careless? Moreover, he had never underestimated the talents of those from the Tianyuan Continent. It seemed he too would have to exert his utmost effort. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen, filled with trepidation, wore an expression of unprecedented seriousness. Although he was currently unable to unleash the supreme sword techniques or unparalleled sword arts, his mind was still brimming with formidable martial skills. On Earth, these techniques were not categorized as they were in the Tianyuan Continent, but Luo Chen understood that his martial arts were certainly beyond the realm of celestial-grade combat skills, and perhaps even superior to those of the mysterious grade. Since Yin Qixing was so powerful, it was time for him to employ the art of consecutive strikes. Although he could currently manage only 6 consecutive hits, it would still significantly amplify his strength. In a fleeting moment, Luo Chen swiftly solidified a martial technique known as the combo strike in his mind. As the name suggests, the combo strike is a method of executing consecutive attacks. Once initiated, one must swiftly deliver multiple strikes in the same location. The greater the number of consecutive hits, the more significant the amplification of power. For instance, Luo Chen currently possesses a formidable force of approximately 48,000 pounds. However, should he land 2 strikes in succession at the same spot, his power could surge beyond 50,000 pounds, perhaps even more. If he were to execute 3, 4, 5, or even 6 consecutive strikes, the results would be astonishing. His strength could potentially multiply exponentially, achieving a tremendous augmentation. Legend has it that to merely grasp the fundamentals of the combo strike requires 6 consecutive hits. Progressing further leads to 12, 24, 36, and even 64 consecutive strikes. As one advances, the requirements for mastery increase significantly, and the resulting power becomes utterly astonishing. Should one manage to achieve over 100 consecutive strikes, it is said that the 48,000 pounds of force could amplify tenfold or more. Such is the might of the combo strike. Yet, amidst the roar of fury, Yin Qixing had already arrived before Luo Chen, swinging his fist down with ferocity. It was an overwhelming force. Retreat. In a flash, Luo Chen transformed into a mere afterimage, vanishing from his original position. Bang! Nevertheless, the fist, imbued with boundless might, struck the solid ground, shattering it and revealing a web of cracks, reminiscent of a spider's web. If that blow were to connect with a human, it would undoubtedly reduce Luo Chen to a mere puddle of flesh in an instant. Escape? Is there truly a way to flee? As Luo Chen evaded, Yin Qixing let out a hearty laugh, once again advancing with his heavy footsteps, charging towards Luo Chen with an overwhelming force. Even before his fist reached its target, a formidable aura and countless flames surged forth, exuding an astonishing power. Unfortunately, Luo Chen was not yet inclined to engage Yin Qixing head-on. Instead, he traced fleeting afterimages, darting across the arena. However, the moment he hesitated, Yin Qixing's fierce fist would come crashing down upon him, relentless as a parasite, intent on defeating Luo Chen publicly. The title of the greatest talent in the Star Academy was something Yin Qixing was determined to claim. In an instant, all present beheld 2 figures, as swift as lightning, one pursuing and the other fleeing, their movements a blur upon the stage. Though Luo Chen possessed extraordinary capabilities, they seemed insufficient in the face of Yin Qixing's might. Was it truly a contest of equals? That was merely a fleeting illusion. Senior Yin is exceptionally formidable. Could it be that Luo Chen is finally reaching his limits? Regardless, Senior Yin ultimately stood at the pinnacle of the celestial origin realm, while Luo Chen merely occupied the peak of the transformation realm, a disparity of 2 significant realms. Even if Luo Chen could withstand the immediate pressure, could he endure it indefinitely? In this battle, even if Luo Chen were to falter, he would still be regarded as remarkably strong. Indeed, perhaps in the next grand competition, Luo Chen might seize the opportunity to contend for the title of the greatest talent in the Star Academy. In this year's Academy competition, he could only aspire to be the foremost of the outer court. Senior Yin is far too powerful. It seems Luo Chen is destined for defeat. Various exclamations of awe intertwined from the audience, filled with astonishment and shock. In this battle, regardless of whether Luo Chen emerges victorious or faces defeat. His astonishing talent will undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire Star Academy, becoming known to countless individuals. Despite Luo Chen's formidable strength, he remains significantly inferior in the presence of Yin Qixing. Suddenly, with a chilling expression, Yin Qixing unleashed a thunderous roar and executed a swift movement technique, dramatically increasing his speed. He swiftly closed the distance, appearing right behind Luo Chen, and, with a fist that struck like thunder and bore the force of 1,000 June, he launched a powerful blow. If the arena were more spacious, Luo Chen might have had room to maneuver. However, the arena was ultimately too confined, and Yin Qixing's surge in speed brought him face to face with Luo Chen in an instant. As that fist approached, even the air trembled, imbued with an incredible might. In the blink of an eye, Luo Chen summoned his dragon essence and retaliated with a thunderous palm strike aimed at Yin Qixing. At this moment, confronted with the oncoming fist, he could only respond in haste. With a resounding clash, the impact of their strikes unleashed a tumultuous wave of energy that surged beneath them, causing both combatants to stagger backward, their internal energies roiling and their expressions filled with astonishment. Luo Chen had not anticipated that Yin Qixing would possess such overwhelming strength, mastering both martial techniques and movement with an exquisite proficiency that rendered him unpredictable. Such a genius is indeed a rarity, not only within the Star Academy, but across the entire Star Empire, a true 1 in 10,000. It is no wonder he has been taken as a disciple by the esteemed dean, who personally instructs him. Yin Qixing, with his eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent, was equally astonished that Luo Chen, at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, could contend with him so fiercely, displaying a formidable balance of power. The punch just delivered was undeniably formidable, and he was acutely aware of its strength. Yet, even in a hasty response, Luo Chen managed to match him blow for blow. One could only ponder the true extent of Luo Chen's strength. Ha ha ha. How exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. However, the more formidable Luo Chen appeared, the more fervent the battle spirit of Yin Qixing became. Barefoot and with disheveled hair, his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary fervor that seemed poised to ignite. Proudly, he declared, "Luo Chen, you have certainly not disappointed me. You are strong, exceptionally so. Therefore, I shall employ my genuine Xian-level combat techniques to vanquish you publicly." Boom. As his words fell, a surge of astonishing momentum erupted from Yin Qixing, accompanied by waves of tumultuous energy radiating from his form. His aura surged to its zenith, transforming into something altogether different. Previously, he had exuded a dominant presence, engulfed in flames, but now he emanated an aura of profound steadiness and weightiness. Every gesture he made bore an inexplicable pressure, as though he were subtly attuned to the very earth beneath him. It was astonishing that Yin Qixing, nearly at the peak of the Tianyuan realm, had already grasped a fragment of the earth's power. How extraordinary! Senior Yin had truly mastered a fragment of earth's force. As the spectators absorbed this overwhelming battle spirit, their faces turned pale with shock and terror, unable to fathom that Yin Qixing had reached such heights. Each display of power shattered their perceptions, instilling an innate fear and profound dread within their hearts. Even the elders seated upon the throne were subtly moved, astonished by the terrifying rapidity of Yin Qixing's growth. A profound-level martial skill, indeed intriguing. As the overwhelming force bore down, Luo Chen stood in the arena, barely managing to steady himself, his eyes surging with an immense combat spirit. Yet, he refrained from unleashing his own might, and instead performed an unexpected maneuver that took everyone by surprise. Luo Chen slightly bent his body, pulled up his pant legs, and removed a pair of black leg guards from his legs, carelessly tossing them onto the arena. With a resounding thud, the heavy black leg guards struck the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air, revealing their immense weight, surely exceeding 100 pounds. "What? Luo Chen, you wore such heavy leg guards during our battle?" Yin Qixing's expression shifted, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. It was evident that each of those black guards weighed well over 100 pounds. The realization that Luo Chen had fought him while bearing such weight made Yin Qixing question whether this individual was indeed a prodigy. Heavenly realms, these leg guards, are they made of steel? Observing this, the eyes of countless spectators nearly bulged from their sockets in disbelief, staring at the formidable leg guards with profound incredulity. To wear such heavy guards and yet maintain such speed, this was simply astonishing. However, it was merely a trivial object, hardly worthy of mention. Unburdened by the weight, Luo Chen felt an overwhelming lightness envelop him. He flexed his legs, discovering a remarkable enhancement in both his agility and responsiveness. At this moment, should one unleash a series of rapid strikes, the velocity would undoubtedly increase significantly. Perhaps it is indeed possible to execute a 6-hit combo in one go. Haha, Luo Chen, since you possess such strength, brace yourself for a move of the profound class. After a moment of astonishment, Yin Qixing grew increasingly exhilarated. He suddenly took a decisive step forward, disregarding all semblance of restraint, and from his palm, he conjured a fire-red dragon's head, compressed to its utmost limits, hurling it towards Luo Chen with tremendous force. This was indeed the profound class technique, Flame Dragon Break. Chapter 90. The might of the 6 strikes. As Yin Qixing executed the profound technique, the temperature in the arena appeared to surge by several degrees in an instant. Although the Flame Dragon Break did not unleash an earth-shattering force, the power, compressed to its zenith, sent shivers through countless spectators. It was overwhelmingly powerful. This strike, one could surmise, would be sufficient to sweep away any master of the Tianyuan realm. The Flame Dragon Break truly lived up to its reputation as a profound technique, exuding such formidable strength. At this moment, Luo Chen's expression turned gravely serious, an unprecedented heaviness settling upon him. Yin Qixing was no ordinary individual, but rather an extraordinary genius. The profound technique unleashed from his hands would undoubtedly wield more than 50,000 jin of force, perhaps even far beyond that. If it came down solely to a clash of strength, Luo Chen would be destined for defeat. Yet, as the fist approached, Luo Chen chose not to retreat. Instead, he remained steadfast, fervently channeling his dragon essence, continuously accumulating power, nearly consolidating all of his dragon essence within his palms. Almost visible to the naked eye, Luo Chen's palms were gradually turning white, layers upon layers of luminous energy continuously coalescing upon their surface, rendering his hands extraordinarily brilliant, radiating an enchanting glow. Break with the successive strikes. As his fist drew near, Luo Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened, and with remarkable speed, he struck fiercely with one palm against the fist. Following this, his hand moved like lightning, shadows of his palm flying as he rapidly landed several strikes upon the same point. Each blow contained an astonishing force of 48,000 pounds. First strike, second strike, third strike. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Luo Chen astonishingly executed 6 consecutive strikes in an instant. What kind of combat technique is this? So bizarre. Yin Qixing's expression changed dramatically. Although he maintained his assault, he could distinctly sense immense power surging through his fist, crashing inward along his arm, as if tens of thousands of pounds of force erupted in an instant. Yin Qixing could almost perceive with his naked eye the waves of energy pulsating and colliding against his arm. Thunderous roars. As the immense force erupted, a deafening sound resonated from the arena. Under the gaze of all, the arena, spanning several yards in width, was split in two by the collision, forming a massive fissure in the center. The clash of these two extraordinary talents had remarkably shattered the arena itself. As the tumultuous clouds of dust rose, they enveloped the entire arena. In the wake of this, a piercing scream echoed forth, revealing Yin Qixing, his face as pale as death. Propelled through the air like a cannonball, blood erupting from his mouth as if it were of no consequence. The crimson mist spread across the expanse. Upon landing, though he did not lose consciousness, his visage was etched with terror and profound disbelief. Yin Qixing could hardly fathom that despite employing advanced martial techniques of the Xian level, he had been utterly vanquished by Luo Chen's enigmatic barrage, flung out of the arena. Could this individual be a monster? How could he possess such astonishing prowess? To be cast from the stage unequivocally signified his defeat. Who would have thought that even I would fall to Luo Chen's might? Yet, in this battle, my defeat was not unwarranted. Straining to muster a semblance of strength, Yin Qixing rose, his expression one of utter desolation. He gazed upon the figure atop the stage. Though his heart brimmed with reluctance, there was no trace of anger, only an overwhelming sense of admiration. For Luo Chen had employed no underhanded tactics, but rather had confronted him with honorable directness, defeating him fair and square. Defeated, if even Yin Qixing had succumbed. Oh heavens, what manner of being is Luo Chen? Not only did he send Senior Yin flying with a single blow, but he also obliterated the very arena. Impossible. This cannot be. How could it be that even Yin Qixing was no match for Luo Chen? Is this person truly human? He is clearly at the pinnacle of transformation. How could he wield such overwhelming strength? And that peculiar martial technique, how could it be so formidable? A prodigy. He is nothing short of a prodigy. If even Yin Qixing is unable to defeat Luo Chen, then henceforth, is it not true that Luo Chen shall be regarded as the foremost genius of our Star Academy? The gap of two major realms. And yet he has triumphed over Yin Qixing. This Luo Chen is not merely a prodigy, but a veritable transcendent marvel. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the eyes of countless spectators widened in disbelief, akin to the size of copper bells, as they struggled to fathom that Luo Chen could be so extraordinary. Despite Yin Qixing deploying profound-level battle techniques, he was still no match for Luo Chen. Initially, it was presumed that this would be a one-sided battle, with Luo Chen at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, perhaps managing only a few exchanges before succumbing to Yin Qixing. Yet unexpectedly, Luo Chen not only endured several exchanges, but also matched Yin Qixing blow for blow, evenly matched, and in the end, astonishingly emerged victorious. Such an incredible outcome instilled in everyone present an overwhelming sense of unreality, as though witnessing a small ant suddenly topple a towering tree. Shock, awe, and admiration filled the air, and in an instant, fervent gazes converged upon Luo Chen, nearly piercing through his very being. All were left in disbelief, looking at Luo Chen as if he were an invincible war deity. Meanwhile, among the various thrones, the murmurs arose. What sort of battle technique is this? It is so extraordinarily peculiar. Even Yin Qixing has fallen before Luo Chen. Could this young man's talent rival that of the esteemed elders? Oh heavens! If Luo Chen's talent were to be compared to that of the esteemed elders, would he not, upon maturing, become the second esteemed elder of our Star Academy? The disparity in realms was astonishing, yet he emerged victorious. This child's talent is truly, indeed, it can only be described as a prodigious marvel. Amidst a chorus of gasps, the elders collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes brimming with astonishment and profound shock. Almost in unison, they rose to their feet, utterly taken aback. At this moment, Luo Chen had displayed such exceptional talent that he had undoubtedly claimed the top position in the Academy's grand competition. If they were to take him on as a disciple, they must act swiftly. To lag behind would indeed be a significant loss. A genius like Luo Chen is no longer comparable to Yin Qixing, but has ascended to an entirely different echelon. In other words, Luo Chen can be rightfully regarded as an extraordinary talent, one that graces the Star Academy once in several centuries. However, despite their eagerness to recruit Luo Chen, the simultaneous rise of so many individuals left them momentarily paralyzed, unable to make a move. Only Lu Xuanji remained, expressing his delight. Ha ha ha, I told you so. Luo Chen would not disappoint. You see now? This boy has once again provided me with immense surprise, overcoming two significant realms to defeat Yin Qixing. As he spoke, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Mei Hongyi, his expression filled with smugness. Elder Mei, do you now regret your hesitance? Do you wish to take Luo Chen as your disciple? Humph. If I do not agree today, no one shall claim Luo Chen as their disciple. It is not that Lu Xuanyi is overly arrogant, but rather that he is the only individual present who shares a close affinity with Luo Chen. Should he choose to interfere, the elders would undoubtedly find it difficult to accept Luo Chen as a disciple. It is not merely a matter of competition. It is likely that with a single utterance from Lu Xuanyi, he could lead Luo Chen away. Well, Elder Lu, must we proceed in this manner? Mei Hongyi expressed regret, scratching his head awkwardly. Did I not just admit my mistake? What more do you desire? Surely, you do not expect me to kneel before everyone merely for Luo Chen. It was unexpected that someone as proud and upright as Elder Mei would adopt a more diplomatic approach upon witnessing Luo Chen's extraordinary talents. In fact, he even publicly sought forgiveness from Lu Xuanyi on behalf of Luo Chen, which reveals the intensity of his desire to take Luo Chen as his disciple. Humph. If you wish to accept Luo Chen as a disciple, you may do so, but I must be the first to inquire. If Luo Chen declines, only then may you proceed with your inquiry. Lu Xuanyi declared with an air of unwavering authority. Elder Lu, this is sheer nonsense. Mei Hongyi exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. At this moment, regardless of any demands made by Lu Xuanyi, he could acquiesce, but this particular condition was absolutely unacceptable. In terms of cultivation realms, the elders were largely on par with one another. Should Lu Xuanyi seize the first opportunity, would there be any chance left for these old fellows? Indeed, Elder Lu, you already have an exceptional disciple like Xiao Xianer. Why must you covet Luo Chen as well? Such unparalleled prodigies, I believe, ought to be entrusted to us. Immediately, a wave of protests erupted, faces etched with urgency, as if they feared that Lu Xuanji might seize the opportunity and whisk away Luo Chen. Indeed, as the saying goes, a worthy disciple rightfully belongs to the virtuous. A talent like Luo Chen, emerging only once in several centuries, must certainly be nurtured by us, the seasoned core elders, who possess a wealth of experience. Another figure stepped forward, hailing from the Hall of Virtue, named Hong Tianda, who was also a core elder.